Lee, Rob!
Hello.
It is Tuesday, actually. It's Tuesday today, yeah. And we've just been planning what we're up to this week.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward for myself. Just finishing up the hexceed DLC. There's a few levels left to do, and that'll already be QA'd and ready for the end of the month. And other than that, it's just going to be moving on to the Whoop work. So we've still got to localise those achievements, and there's a couple left to do, so I'll get that done. And then making a start on the flags DLC as well, getting a few flag levels made.
Me and Laura will be working on the inside zone still. I think a little bit behind on that. We're supposed to have it done by now, but should be alright. So we've got the cave to get properly in, and then some extra decoration for the house and get all that sorted.
Cool, and as for me, it's going to be culling pickles again this week, doing under the microscope, as that won the poll. It's got some good stuff so far, and I'll probably sprinkle in some Skystead stuff to get a little bored of that. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so last week was quite busy. Unfortunately, I didn't get to show off this last week, but we managed to texture the skipling during the stream. Now, it isn't finished yet, but the overall sort of aesthetic is getting there, and I'm really happy with it. This could all change, to be perfectly honest, as it's all up to the Kickstarter backer, how they want it to look. But this is sort of my iteration that I used from all the sketches that I made, so I'll try to compile them into one, as the backer seemed like most of the sketches anyway. And overall, I'm really happy with this colour palette. Definitely suits the sort of magpie look. However, this morning, I am supposed to be working on colouring pixels, and although I have done a little bit of work on there, I kind of wanted to carry this on just for a little bit longer, so I did start to rig the skipling here. And overall, it's going on pretty well. It's pretty much just generic sort of stuff rigging, although I did make some cool bones in here for the top of these sort of like hair fins here. So I'm going to animate these top four here. When it comes to moving the head around. Got the beak there. Got this tailbone is going to work for both of these tails, so these two tails are going to share the same sort of bone, just so that the weight painting won't get a bit too janky here. And overall, the sort of IK rig for the legs is going okay. I'm a little unsure on the bend here, and the bend's going a little bit to the left, so I'm trying to fix it up, and obviously I need to lock down the foot so it doesn't bend. But overall, it's coming along pretty well. Won't take too much longer, and after this I'm going to jump back over to colouring pixels.
Hello, I'll be going to Italy and Latvia soon, so I'll be gone for a while again. I've been trying to finish lots of tasks and do as much as I can before I leave, because I will be going I'll be going away for a long time. I won't be going away till Christmas, but I did 3 drawings for Wooloop Christmas DLC. Then I'm also working on the cave, and I'm doing some gems for the cave. These will be items you can remove from the cave, but I also need to do clusters that will go inside. You can't remove. It'll be just like from like a place that these will come from. And I finally textured the many cave plants and mushrooms. I had slightly more of them, but I had to delete them because it was just too many. Busy.
Okay, so as stated earlier, I have started work on the next Colouring Pixels DLC, which is Under the Microscope. And it's been a pretty interesting one. They're actually a little bit tougher than I originally thought they would be. As you see though, I have done 3 so far, with the tilia stem being my favourite. Without a sort of reference, it's hard to explain what I'm looking at. So this is a tilia stem here, and as you can see, they've got a very unique design under a microscope. It looks really cool, especially like the neon colour palette. So I want to try convey that in pixel art, and I think I got pretty spot on, to be fair. I've changed a bit of the shapes on mine to try and make it a bit more, I don't know, it looks almost a bit sci-fi in my version, but I really like that. Anyone who knows what a tilia stem is will know what that is, hopefully. So yeah, I'm quite proud of this one, and I think I got it pretty spot on, so I'm going to move on to the next one now.
Okay, so just a little bit of a inside zone day for me. I guess that's a sentence. Yes. Oh my gosh, there is a lot of lag, isn't there? My PC's really struggling recently. But yeah, you can see that I've been working on the actual, like, making sure that the walls disappear when they need to. So you can see that the walls over in the distance are like visible. but then the ones in the foreground are not. They're sort of like cut away. It's kind of what we're after. Kind of looking at The Sims for inspiration for this. And as you turn the camera, it's so laggy. What's going on? That sort of rules changes, and then all the internal ones are short. Also had a quick look at this room here. So this is sort of like the achievement room based on the Skylight. So we've only got Shelly plushes at the moment, so we're sort of having just copied and pasted that a lot. The idea is that once you complete a Skylight, get all the information, then maybe it'll be colourful. Just an idea we're playing with, but this kind of looks cool. Kind of looks like a Shelly worshipping room at the moment, but a little bit like a cult. But we're getting there. A little bit of progress on the cave as well.
So yeah, this start of the week is just finishing up the Hexceed DLC. We are slowly getting there. I should be done with this by the end of the day. So right now I'm working on the milestones and the finale levels. So I've got milestone 1 there complete, and the finale as well, which Kim created this template a while ago. We're finally going out to filling it in and getting it working. So yeah, those are ready. Those are pushed to the build. Working on the third one here as well. And if you show over on Trello now, you'll see it's just the final 3 milestones, and then a small chunk of small levels as well. So I'll be focused on getting this done today, and just done and dusted and completely out of the way for the rest of the week.
Hello, I've been working on some greenhouse walls, and the feedback I got was to add some stone bottom, which I did. And it won't have a door because it will go inside your house when you upgrade it. It's kind of similar to the other wall I did, but yeah, with the bricks and colour, but the top will be green, probably multiple shades of green, and the windows won't be transparent because there's no transparency in the game. But we can work around it. Can just add texture that looks like sun is going through it. So yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay, so yesterday was a bit of a tougher day for colouring pixels. I did start the new DLC, which is Under the Microscope, and so far it has been a bit of a challenge. Not so much in terms of the artwork, but more so finding references to do. Obviously there's a lot of things I could do, but trying to make images look good in pixel art that are sort of just very small, and most of the time rocks or sort of cells, it's really hard to do in pixel art. But so far I think I've got some stuff which I'm happy with, some others that I'm not, that I'll probably come back to fix up. But this one's definitely one of my favourite ones so far, which is soap film, which is under a microscope, which gives off these really cool luminescent sort of I'm looking for, like neon coloured bubbles, which look really cool. Had a lot of fun doing this one, and it definitely came out the way I wanted it to look. Sort of looks like a piece of artwork, which is really cool. I can probably get to see there's a few more here. Currently I'm working on some grains of sand, which again is a good example of what I'm trying to convey here. A lot of these images are really hard to try to convey to pixel art. Like I said, I'm essentially just drawing lots of little different pebbles, but this is how grains of rock will appear. Sorry, grains of sand will appear. So trying to get that in pixel art is quite tough, but I've got a few ideas to how to convey it across. So hopefully in an hour or two we'll have a pretty decent looking image.
So I worked a bit later last night and got all of the Hexceed levels finished up. See all the milestones, finale, everything's all been done. The in-game description, I've done that this morning as well. And that's pretty much the DLC ready to go for the end of the month. Just needs QA testing still. But yeah, that's most of the work tied away. Other than that, I've been doing the vlog today, a bit behind schedule in terms of getting the vlog done because it is Wednesday. This means he's uploading for tomorrow, but it has been exported, so it's ready to be checked as well before we get that uploaded to YouTube. And now I'm just taking a side step. I'm making more progress on the achievement localizations. This is the Polish achievements for Wulup. I'm going to go through and all the ones down here that are blank need filling in with the achievement data. So yeah, I'm going to get that filled in, get that uploaded, and then yeah, make our way through these for the rest of the day.
Hello, I've been working on cave walls a little bit more, and I think these have been the best ones so far. They're more green and mossy and just more jolly, I guess. It's currently looking empty, but lots of mushrooms and plants will live here, and lots of gemstones, and broken minecart rails, and lanterns, so it'll be very cozy.
Okay, so I've been working more on the sort of the inside zones. See, it's still in progress, still very much in progress. Sorry about your eyes. But managed to get Laura's greenhouse assets in, and they're looking really, really good. It really gives a good feel to this room, which is kind of perfect for what we want in. And then I've also been working on the flooring, which you can see is looking a bit jank. So we've disabled the ability to like terraform for the house, and we want to do that for the sheds. We're talking about doing sheds as well, and just have it so that you can build inside the house assets. And yeah, I've just been working on that. It's a bit awkward, it's a bit fiddly, but I'm getting there. I've also been working on putting some more of Laura's stuff in. I'll just quickly load up the cave scene. Here we go. Just trying to get that sorted as well. She's exported a few things extra for me that I need to sort out. There's a lot of vegetation and things like that I need to get working, but the floor is missing, so I can get the floor working for this zone as well, which will be a really, really good step forward. Then we can get hopefully some things spawning in here, which is kind of the point. so yeah, should be fun.
Okay, so this morning I'm carrying on with the Under the Microscope DLC, and this morning I've chose to go into a bit of a creepy direction, and it's an ant that's really up close under a microscope. Turns out they're quite creepy up close, so I thought it'd be a really cool one to do. I am using a reference image here, so I'll throw that on screen, or I'm sure Lee will, and put it like on the right here, you'll be able to see. But as you can see, it's getting pretty close. I am drawing this symmetrically first, just so I can get a nice shape of the head and a nice composition on screen. And then the plan is I'm going to go in, add detail asymmetrically to sort of give it that more of a natural look. But yeah, it's coming along pretty well, and I'm quite happy with the sort of creepiness of it. It has got a bit of a creepy tone, so I'm going to give it about an hour or two left, and then I'm going to move on to the next image, but hopefully by then we'll have a really cool design. If anyone remembers the Frankenstein image from Halloween, the most recent one, the DLC, I'm going for that similar look, so that's the plan.
Okay, yeah, so we're making a ton more progress on the cave and a bit more on the house as well, but there isn't that much to show there. Yeah, there's been a bit of issue with the lighting and things like that, so making sure that the cave zone is triggered as nighttime all the time, which is kind of its default state. We think maybe later on in the game you'll be able to get an upgrade which makes it daytime all the time, which will be quite kind of cool. And yeah, you can see that the spook is out and about because it is nighttime all the time in the cave. But we managed to get a lot of the flooring done, like sort of like matched up as well, so you can build things, pat the earth and things like that. We've got this big pit. I think this is going to be filled in with something. Right now all of the light source is coming from there. It's difficult to tell. I think probably because the settings for the lighting is set for nighttime, which means there's like very few shadows and things like that. But the light source is coming from the center there, which is kind of cool. And yeah, it's all going well. Laura's just been working on this cave minecart thing, which I've just got in. And then when you leave, it crashes because I loaded it from the wrong scene. Okay, cool. So a bit more progress on the inside zones. Yeah, so we've managed to get a lot of the assets that Laura's been working on, like the foliage and lots of glowing mushrooms. Got some emissives and stuff like that, so you can see like there's like some actual like light sources going on around in the background there. It's looking really, really good. Really, really pleased with it all. I've just been playing around with the lighting, and then we've got this like big crystal thing in the middle. I think the idea is that we're gonna have sort of like a piece of art that's like bespokely made for this little section. The idea is that like this little glowy crystal is what's keeping the Skystead up, and the idea is that every Skystead's got one. And yeah, there's a whole like sort of lore thing that we wanted to go on with like crystals and stuff like that, but we just wanted to sort of like give a hint of it in this game, just so if we make another game then we can kind of like elaborate on it. But yeah, that's the whole reason why we've got a little minecart coming into this cave, because the idea was that they were trying to harvest these crystals, and we've got a bit of the track and stuff here as well, sort of indicate that. But yeah, just a bit of backstory there, but it all seems to be working well in the cave. A little bit of nice lighting and things going on. I'm quite pleased with it. So I'm gonna try and make a start on saving and loading stuff, which is what I was supposed to be doing this week. I don't think I'll get very far with it, honestly, but I'll have a go.
Okay, so I'm not entirely sure if I showed off this image yesterday, but I was actually quite proud of this one. This is a closer look at a sort of a grass stem. I think it's a grass stem or a grass cell, but it looks really cool. The reason I picked it is because, as people point out, the plant cell looks as if it's got smiley faces in the middle of them. So I really wanted to incorporate that into an image, but I didn't want to just draw the plant cell. I thought that looked a bit boring, so I did incorporate a sort of like scientific diagram here, where it's the grass with a magnifying glass showing what it looks like from the inside. And I think it looks pretty cool, especially the positioning with the sun. So I'm quite happy with that one. But today I've been doing a lot of Skystead stuff and some admin stuff. So I haven't had too much time to do colouring pixels work. But I did get this one image done, which is a snowflake, but like a really close-up microscopic snowflake, which just look like generic snowflakes. But there's a lot of different designs for microscopic ones, so I tried to incorporate a lot of them in. I think I did, 6? And they all have different sort of versions. I never knew these sort of hexagon ones existed, but yeah, I'm quite happy with that one. Very much a pattern design.
Guys, it's Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Laura's not in.
It's really warm.
It's really warm, yep.
Yeah, we're just doing our sprint planning for the week, going what we're doing. For me, it's going to be pretty straightforward. It's mostly going to be the flags DLC for Wooloo, just getting main levels done for that as I can. And that's pretty much going to be it.
Yeah, for me it's going to be colouring pixels, a bit of Skystead, wrapping up the what's the word I'm looking for? Wrapping up the Under the Microscope DLC and doing Camp Sky. It's good fun.
Cool, yeah, and for me, saving and loading, oh god, it's going to be a nightmare, but we're just going to try plod on with it and try and get as much of it sorted as I can.
So yeah, today starting with more flags DLC work. This is the one I've just created. There is a bit of an issue. You can see there's one route left. The very last step isn't completable, so just taking a screenshot like that for the Trello board. I'm going to make the fix and then get that pushed to be properly tested. That should resolve this sort of, you see the red peeking through here. So what this is a Japanese flag, but it's done in reverse. So instead of just drawing the red circle in the middle and calling it a day, the canvas is red and then you're doing all the white. So it has quite a number of steps, quite large. But it just means it's more playable and hopefully a bit more fun as well. Other than that though, there have been 2 more levels I've started today. So first off is the Nepal level. The background is changing quite a lot, you can't really see. But yeah, that's the Nepal flag. I think it's the only flag in the world that isn't rectangular. So yeah, that thought I'd be quite an interesting one to do. I'll try to sort of fill in the white space a bit with red lines, just because the interior of the flag is red. Not sure that's worked too well, but yeah, again the background is like darkening a little bit just to make it a bit more obvious to see. And other than that, I've made a start on the this Royal Standard level here, but it's quite large, quite detailed, quite intricate. So if you toggle the tracer and look at the pins, you'll see I haven't done the lines in the top left and bottom right, but the grid is done and those are done. It's ready to, yeah, once I've got those last few pins done, I can actually start doing the roots as well.
Yeah, okay, so working on saving and loading this week. So there's quite a few things that we have to do differently with Skystead Ranch compared to another game. So we are going for this sort of like this load game, save game mentality instead of like say like Wooloop for example, where you just load the game, it automatically loads all of your saves from a from like Steam, the Steam cloud and stuff like that, and then it's basically on a level by level basis. But we want to have like proper save file management here, mainly because we are having sandbox mode, which is a thing. So some people will want anyway, to have a sandbox mode version save and a normal mode version. But yeah, we're just sort of like, there's a lot of new things we have to deal with for that. So one of them is actually having text boxes. I don't believe we've done text boxes in the game before, so we can just like type away and then name our Skystead whatever we want. I think I've got one called Hello Sir. That's just another case of one of the things we have to look out for is I've already got a save file called that. So now basically just locking it off so that you can't make 2 saves with the same name. That's just something we have to think about. If you call it something like test or something like that, begin journey, that'll load you into the game as normal. Then I've just been working on this load save window today, and it's not going great. There's a lot to think about. So you've got to load the saves, and then I think typically prioritise by whenever the the last one edited is at the top, so you've got your most recent saves at the top. It's a bit of work, but I'm getting there. It's just a bit of faff at the moment. I'll just quickly load into a game just to show you the changes in game as well. Cool, there we go, we're in the game. So we've expanded the pause menu a little bit. These things don't quite work, and this continue button should be a load game button. But yeah, when you actually press save, I believe that is working. There isn't actually much data that it's saving. It's just saving the level name and a couple of other bits of data like version number and stuff like that. The actual flow state in any of the objects isn't done yet, but it's just a start on that. Lot to do.
Okay, so it's been another busy day for the microscopic DLC for Culling Pixels, and overall it's going on pretty well. I think we've only got about 2 images to go, but definitely one of my favourite ones from today is this sort of sewing needle diorama. I found it on Google Images that a lot of people seem to make sort of little dioramas in the gap for the thread to go through in sewing needles, and I kind of wanted to incorporate that in, considering, well, it's very small. Not microscopic, but very small. And overall I think I did pretty well. I'll put a white background on so you can see it a bit better. But yeah, did a little sort of like fantasy theme in there. It was quite difficult doing the horse and these characters in such a small sort of pixel count, but overall I think I conveyed it pretty well. And as for now, I'm working on a bit of a bigger scene. Again, not microscopic, but very small, which is sort of a ground scene. I'm going to have a little moth in here. I'm going to put them about here, about there, and then I'm going to fill in the background with some more foliage. So this one's going to take a little while. It's not the biggest one, but it's definitely the one that has the most stuff in it, so hopefully it comes out pretty well. Okay, so I'm back on the microscopic DLC for Culling Pixels. I'm pretty much done. This is one of the images that I did today, a bit of a larger image, which is I think it's a silk weaving moth. Just a bit of a close-up in the jungle here, of the forest. And overall, I'm really happy with this one. Had help with some feedback here on the antennae to make them a bit more dominant. I think overall, that's really helped. Partner really likes moths, and I thought that looked better, so I'm just going to stick with that. But yeah, moving on. I've done a few more images today. Well, this little sloth one here, I'll give it a quick show, but I don't want to spoil them all. It looks pretty cute. But one of the key points that I want to hit on today was redoing the tardigrade level. I wasn't too happy with it. It just looked a bit too detailed and a bit too messy, as you can see here. This is the new one. I'm overall a lot happy with this one. I've essentially just cleaned up the forms and made it look a bit more, I don't know, made the silhouette a bit more clean, and I think it's really helped the design. I'm not going to overcomplicate it. I added a background in. Not everything needs a background. So overall, I'm just going to let this water bear just shine on itself. Okay, so I've been doing some animation work today on the skipling. However, I decided to take a break and start the work on the next skylet, which will be, as we're calling it at the minute, the 5th element, as we don't really know which direction we're going to go in with it. This is a sort of skylet to follow along with the bow, the puffle, the sizzle, and the bow. Did I say bow twice? I think I did. Doesn't matter. But yeah, anyway, they're coming along really nicely. I did some sort of random ones to start off with. I know Lee had the sort of idea of a kitsune, a sort of like fox with multiple tails that all share different elements. I sketched that in. We've got a sort of ice golem little guy here, a sort of lizard chameleon that changes, which my thoughts would be to change the sort of texture to represent the different sort of elements, have them all in one, and a sort of love-themed owl. And the guys really seem to like the sort of ice golem here, more so than the rest of them, so I decided to take this design here and sort of carry it forward a little bit more. And these are the 6 new ones that I did, calling the ice ones, as they sort of look a bit more ice in nature. As it's hard to tell on here, they do look a bit like rock, but I assure you it's ice. But Rob really seems to like this one. Originally, it was we're starting to lean towards this one, but it looks a bit more almost intelligent, whereas this one looks a bit more cute and a bit more I don't know, a bit more in line with our design. So I think this one's definitely the favourite. So the plan is now is that I'm going to jump over to the iPad and I'm going to sort of digitize it and just make it look a bit more clean and see how it looks with colour as well.
Okay, yeah, so today I've been working on some more saving and loading stuff. A lot of it is mainly been bug fixing, not gonna lie. There were a few exceptions where, because I've just loaded into the sandbox scene straight from the editor, so I haven't gone through the main menu. There were a few instances where that was breaking, but we managed to get the loading save pop-up window to work, I guess. I feel like we want more information here and the ability to delete save files, but for the moment this is good. This is a sort of like a dummy broken file intentionally, just to know that it disables you from trying to load it if it's not good. So if we load up one of these save files, it should just quickly do the thing. Cool, there we go, I'm in. And yeah, everything seems to be alright so far with the actual flow. So you can see this is the actual, like, the name that we've loaded up. That's fine. This save game button works. Pops up showing saved, little bit of confirmation for you there. And this time underneath the save game button shows you the last save. I feel like that could be a little clearer. I think that a lot of games do like 2 minutes ago or something like that. But I'm not quite sure how that works with localization, honestly, because 2 minutes ago would be, well, that's English, right? So you could do, yeah, I don't know. I'll have a think about it anyway. And yeah, it all seems to be going all right. Another issue I had was getting this continue button to work properly as well. So if I press continue, it should load us back into the thing we were just in. Fingers crossed. Yes, there we go. So we're back into that save file, which is great. Everything's working.
So it's been a day mostly about Wooloop again. Gone ahead and made more progress on the Royal Standard flag, which is the sort of flag of the monarch of the UK. But yeah, you can see it's quite large already. I've only done the top right section and the top left. Still haven't done this last line. It's already showing us a large level, so there's a bit of a concern this may go into being an extra large level, possibly even too large. So I may have to go through and remove some pins later down the line. I'll continue, see how we get on. But in the meantime, I've also gone ahead and got ready with the next level as well, which is sort of, I want to do Pride flag, but instead of doing just the Pride flag, just sort of iterations of different representations of different flags in the Pride community. So I've put those together in an image there. I'm going to get that uploaded into the editor and make a start on that level as well.
So, if you remember from yesterday, I did start work on the new Skylet that I've codenamed Ice Boy right now because I don't have a name for him. So on the stream today, I managed to actually get the 3D model done using this reference here. I had it in the Blender file the whole time just so I could pretty much go back and forth. There's little differences, of course. Obviously translating from 2D to 3D, it does change up a little, but overall I'm quite happy with the forms. It definitely took a little while to try to figure out how to get it to model correctly, because obviously I want to keep these sort of vertice lines in, these edge lines in, sorry, so that I can keep the curvature map within Substance Painter when I texture it. Speaking of which, the texture is going really well. As you can see here, I've sort of got that curvature map working to highlight the edges to give it that sort of icy look. And overall, I'm really happy with this. I'm pretty much almost done. There's not really much pattern work on this one, I don't believe. Nothing in the design has that, so unless I need to make any changes later, which I'll put in. But overall, for now, I'm pretty happy. I'm probably going to send this off to the guys, see what they think.
Yeah, more Wooloop today. In order to make sure I didn't get bogged down on that Royal Standard picture from yesterday, the past couple of days, I've gone ahead and made some different images instead. So this one I've just finished up here is a Roman Vexillum, which is Jack drew some nice line art for us on Trello here, we can see. So Roman legionary carrying standard. Quite a cool little image. Hopefully that's portrayed well in the actual pixel art, or the line art, sorry, that I put together here. Again, we'll get the feedback when we test it as well, I'm sure. Because I've lost some of the circles you can see there, just with the scaling, but managed to keep some of them up here on the discs. Quite a lot of detail. It is an extra large level. We do need some of the larger ones, so that's good. As well as that, I've made this flag waving level, a bit of a smaller one, but again different in its style. It's not just a flag. It's just something else going on. And then finally I've made this Pride flag that I mentioned yesterday, sort of like a collage or a collection of various different representations from the Pride community. So yeah, all those ready to be tested, decent bit of progress. Hopefully we'll be able to get some good feedback on those and continue finishing those up next week. Guys, it's Monday.
Yes.
Just last been planning. What we're doing this
I
week.
don't know what I said yes for. yes,
It is Monday.
It's Monday, yeah.
What are you doing, Jack? Go on.
Yeah, so for me, I'll be doing a little bit of Cunning Pickles work, showing our new volunteer the stuff, how to work the programs and how to do the artwork. And then I'll be jumping onto our new Skylet, which is called Thor now. Not to be confused with the Marvel Thor, like the Snow Thor.
Well, at least gonna put some images there. That's great. Yeah, and for me, I'm going to be working on player progression and continuing on saving and loading, because saving and loading still doesn't work, so get it working.
Yeah, cool for me. It's going to be finishing up the Wooloop DLC, getting that QA tested, Bob thankfully very nicely finished up on the weekend, and then just making a start on the next hexceed DLC as well.
Okay, a bit of an odd start of the week. So I'm getting everything set up on the volunteer computer, basically just getting all of the projects downloaded. That's not because I think one of our volunteers is on holiday. I think he's gone down south. Very nice. But we've got work experience person coming to this week, just for this week. So they'll be in every day this week, and we've been working out a little plan for them. So we did this last week. Basically, we're going to take them through every day a different game. So starting off with Colin Pixels, then Hexceed, then Wooloop, basically just going in order. And then they asked to have sort of like a project to work on throughout the week. So on the Thursday, we're gonna basically take them through the process of like making a paper prototype, and I think Lee's gonna use that as an opportunity to sort of help out with his Demeter's project. So it's sort of gonna be a board game based on the enemies in the game. So we'll see how well that goes. And then we've got Show and Tell Pizza Pub Friday, obviously without the pub because they're only in year 10, and maybe some Viva Pinata on the Friday. But yeah, hopefully it'll be good for them. I don't think we'll be able to show them off on camera very much. But yeah, a very interesting week for us. Laura's still dead.
So I said this level is just simply going to be too large. This is the raw standard level that I was working on last week. But yeah, even after, if you look here, some of these lines down at the bottom here, gone through and moved a lot of pins, sort of trying to decimate it down. Compared to the ones up here that hasn't been touched yet, but it's got a lot more pins in it. Still think it's going to be too large once we do all that. There'll still be about 3,000 steps, which is going to be far too many. So yeah, I'm just going to scrap this level, unfortunately, and then go on to make a different one instead. There's only one left to do. I think we're going to do this sort of like cartoony looking Bannerman instead. Just a bit different to what I've already done. And yeah, that should be a lot smaller than this one back here with far too much detail.
Okay, so I've been working on some sort of, I guess, player progression, we're calling it. So essentially, one big part of the game is being able to unlock things as you play and progress.
The only way for me to solve this crisis is to be Superman 4, The Quest for Peace.
Oh, that's why they call it that.
So one of the ways we're doing that is these like large buildable objects, we're calling them. So things like the sky pier, the bridge, this thing which is supposed to be spinning. It's a water wheel, if you couldn't tell. Who needs artists, right? The bridge, this bit of rock face here, which is the stairs, and you can just walk up it at the moment, I know. I've just basically been working on all of that. We did have something similar working for the demo back in October, but it was all driven off the UI, and there was no way to sort of like store any of the data, and it wasn't very good for like expansibility, right? Is that a word? I don't know. But yeah, if we wanted to add more objects in the game, maybe like another island in the future or something like that, and you needed to build a bridge to it, it wouldn't be very good for that, and it all works off links. So it's not great. But yeah, anyway, I've been working on that. The backbone seems to be there. You can see most of these objects are like fully built now, and they seem to be fine. That's just because I'm in sandbox mode. Whereas if you were playing in the normal mode, it would all start as broken, and you wouldn't be able to cross any of it. Still a couple of issues, like you see this staircase has got the rocks on it, which should be removed. But yeah, getting there.
Okay, so it's been quite a productive day for me. Thor has came along really quickly. On another note, he's now called Thor, spelt with a T-H-A-W, like snow. But yeah, it's come along really well. This texture was pretty much good to go when I came in, so I immediately started to rig and then animate the character. The rig was quite simple. As I did mention last time, I did do this sort of method where I essentially pretended there was an arm, a sort of like a forearm, sorry not forearm, a bicep and upper arm here, and then just sort of modelled it that way, and it seemed to work quite well. So overall, I'm pretty happy with that. I've pretty much got all the animations done. There's only one more to go, which is the special animation, but as for the rest, they all seem pretty good. So this one's the eat animation, one of the ones that I was quite happy with. He kind of just scoffs his face there with some food. Oh, thought it was quite cute. I've got the run animation, which I thought was quite funny. He kind of looked like he's kind of got like a bossy walk. So I'll put that at 20. Which is quite funny, I quite like that. It's not looping perfectly, obviously, but it will in game. Then we've got the, how many have I done? Go for the Happy. Happy's quite cute. And we can't make use of his floating arms here. Kind of bounces up and down. I really like that one. So yeah, these are pretty much done, and they're going to be, I assume they'll be put in game tomorrow when I give them the rub. So see, finish this special animation, and then we're going to move on to the Triceratops character. Okay, so it's been a bit of a different day for me. Usually when it comes to my 2 weeks as a Skystead, I work primarily on the Skylets. However, today's been a bit of a change of pace. Instead of working on Skylet stuff, I decided to make up some time and design the next keeper, which I thought would be a good idea, and also I've made a few asset fixes as well, but nothing I can really show there. But the next keeper has came along pretty well. This is based off the second design, which is this one here. Oh, where's it gone? So we've already designed this middle one here, and this is the left one. I think overall I've gotten there pretty well. Maybe the head's a little bigger in this design, but I quite like the sort of bit more of a realistic sort of aesthetic here. And overall, I'm pretty proud of it. It's come along pretty well. I got there pretty quick too. The apron seems to work out quite well. I'm just hoping when it comes to weight painting, it works okay. I'm now in the process of just doing the UV map, and it's come along pretty well. I'm adding the seams in. I'm not sure if this is going to work out too well for the head. It's a bit of a complicated sort of mesh, so hopefully that'll work okay. So I'm just going to continue and work on this, and then hopefully the texturing will be quite fun to do.
So one of the tasks today is getting another update post out for Skystead Ranch. Try to go those every couple of weeks, if not every month, just so people are up to date with what's going on in the development who don't watch our vlogs or something else like that. And so yeah, I made the asset. Again, we're trying to make the actual cover images a bit more interesting than our previous game. So I've made a little asset there with a screenshot and some more details. We're making some assets actually put in the post itself. And then I'll just draft it up here, preview that. Got all the images of all the new things that have been going on, like we've been seeing over the past few devlogs, so the new skylets, the new zones, saving and loading. Just giving you a bit of detail in text regarding that. It does still need a proofread before it goes live, so I'm just leaving that on as a draft. But yeah, if that's all good, we'll be sending that out.
So today I've been working on more player progression stuff. So I've managed to get the buildables actually buildable, which is really good. So you see that signpost just appeared there. That's just because at the moment it's tied into, once you complete the first part of the tutorial, it just spawns. It will eventually have it so that it was very similar to the October DLC type of thing, where there would be like a bit of a cutscene and then it would appear and things like that. But yeah, anyway, you can walk up to it and you can interact with it. I think the plan is for this bit to be required to have some sort of like cost to it, but right now you just click on it and you get it done. It's kind of cool that all the animations and things are still working, which is unexpected, but always happy. Takes a while for the boat to arrive. There we go. Hello. Yeah, so I've been working on a lot of things. You can see some of it is quite broken. So the icons for the seeds are all broken. That's fine. We should have a script that takes screenshots to repopulate those. It's just because I changed the name of the back end, it sort of like broke it a bit. Just temporary, should be fine. So we've got the seeds. The same thing happened with the buildables. But a big key change that we've done here is this store page for the right side is actually different for the seeds and the buildable objects now. So when you're buying an object that's like, I don't know, a wooden bin or something like that, we can have a different layout to what you would have looking at the seeds. Yeah, so you see the seeds have got like this sort of like progression of showing the growth states and stuff like that. We can have completely different layout for the buildables, which is really cool. And we've also got the large buildables, which is the thing that I kind of want to get working. So you can see the layout of the buttons is slightly different, so it's just up and down. I think that's just because we've got not as many. You don't really need the big the grid format. I think I might do something similar for the spells as well. And yeah, you should just be able to buy on these, and then this is different again, so we can have a different layout, and then you buy them, and then it will probably have an error. Yeah, it's not quite happy with that. That bit I haven't set up, but just getting there. Lots of stuff. I need to do a quick pass of the screenshotting scene though to fix all of this, because it is quite annoying that it's all broken.
Okay, so yesterday I actually took the day off, which is why I didn't record anything. However, I did find myself a little bored throughout the day, so I actually did something a little bit creative, and that was I kind of just sat down and just made a new Skylet. It was quite a creative process, as I really didn't communicate with the guys that was doing it. I kind of just sat down and decided to do it. And this is actually based off the design from my sketchbook that I did alongside Thor. It was essentially like a little lizard character that I really liked. Obviously, it wasn't for the final design of Thor, but I thought I'd bring it through and just kind of make my own thing. Obviously, the design is quite different. That's a big bus going outside. And the design is quite different, and I definitely did just kind of go at it on a whim. I didn't really, further down I didn't develop the design digitally. I kind of just went in with the model. I think overall it came out pretty good. I actually really like this little character, especially his little arms. I kind of wanted to implement a few little designs in here, primarily a lizard, but I also wanted to put a ferret in there as well, sort of like the elongated body and the little arms. I thought that looked really cute, and yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. So right now, I did obviously set the guys towards the end of the day, and one of the things that they pointed out was the feet are a bit boxy, which I can completely see, so I'm going to go in now and fix up those feet. So I'm going to fix that up, and as you can see already, it's been UV unwrapped. So after this, I'm going to jump straight into texturing and give them a pretty colour palette.
Yes, so today I've been cracking on with this large buildable stuff. So just show you a bit of the workflow that we've got going on now. Ooh, bit of lag. You notice that the airship didn't have a spawn at the beginning, so it's so yeah, it only appears now when you built the Skype, which is quite nice. I've also just been spending a lot of today doing lots of stuff to do with like tax, and needed to get something verified by a solicitor and all sorts of boring stuff that I can't really show you. But if you click on this page now, you'll see that it's got like an in-stock section, and then you've got the 3 main upgrades that you'll be able to buy at the beginning. I think this is what we're planning on doing, these 3. I'm not sure if we'll have them unlocked later, but at the moment that's the case. When you buy one of these, it like moves into like an out of stock section, so you can still look at it, but you can see that the button isn't going to work. So if I go ahead and buy all of these for free, and then probably a quick fast forward. Cool, and then you see that the signpost has now appeared for these 2 buildings. So I'll quickly build those and submit that off. And then now when we go back to this, you'll see that there's new things in the shop that are active. That's because we built those objects, so that things in the new area we should be able to unlock and build, which is kind of cool. So it's just nice to get this whole floor working. And then a couple of these, if you buy and upgrade them, then we'll unlock more stuff as well. So stuff like the wooden stairs will unlock the lift and the water wheel, and the house repair will unlock the different upgrades for the house as well. So cool.
So I've just finished up the QA testing for the microscopic DLC here. All the testing is done. There's very little to fix, just minor little tweaks here and there for the pack. So all in all, very well done. I've gone ahead and renamed all the file names as well, so now in size order, so they're ready to be re-imported. That's all I have to do is re-import these images into Coloring Pickles in the correct order, with these obviously the updated, corrected versions as well of the images. And then other than that, it's just the minor tasks such as all the back-end stuff on Steam, and then the achievements and whatnot, which will be coming up next week in time for the release.
Okay, so the texturing for the lizard is done, and overall it looks pretty good. This is pretty much how I wanted it to look. The colour palette with the sort of nice, I suppose that's like a mustard yellow, and the sort of aqua blue at the top with a bit of sort of purpley brown spots. I'm really happy with this. I think it really pops, and what my only problem was is that I was hoping it would stand out a lot from Big B, and I think it will. Hopefully when it goes in game it'll stand out. But yeah, overall pretty happy. I also got the rigging done as well. The rigging for the so I shouldn't be called Lizard, it's actually called Newt now. This is Newt, the new Skynet. The rig for Newt is now done. Needs a little bit more tweaking. I pretty much just rigged it up, haven't done any weight painting yet. I essentially just want to make a pose for the render, which I can also show actually. I've got a render of him now. There. Thought this was a cute pose, looks a bit mischievous. But yeah, overall pretty happy with this, but I've got to leave it for now as I need to move on to the Triceratops Skylet. So into the news. So yeah, this is where I left off last time, and Rob was definitely leaning in towards this one up here and this one. So I kind of took those 2 designs and I moved them forward to these ones here, and overall we're thinking of these 2, especially the body from this one, and I think primarily the head from this one. So the plan is I'm going to jump over the iPad and digitize it, and merging those 2 designs together to see what we can come out with. Okay, so it's been a lot of admin stuff today, but I have had a chance to do some design work on Next Scarlet, which is the Triceratops, which I believe is now called Trike because of its 3 horns. And overall it's coming out pretty well. I started this morning off with finalising the sketch here and doing a bit of a colour palette, and overall I think it looks pretty good. So I jumped straight into modelling, and as you can see it's pretty close to the original design. I'm a little unsure on the head. The head's a lot higher on the 2D design. I much do prefer that than this. So I'm going to do a bit more work and see if I can try find a more elegant way to sort of lift the head up, because right now this is not going to work for rigging as the head is separate, just so I had a bit more control over the sort of, was it a mane? You'd call it a mane? I don't know. So I need to do a little bit of work on this, but hopefully soon this should be finished and I can start UV unmapping so I can jump to texturing.
Guys, it's Monday.
It's Monday.
What are you doing?
Yeah, so that's what I've been planning. For me, mostly it's going to be hexceed, getting on top of that, because we're a bit behind on the level creation, so I'll be getting most of that done as I can. But also some other little tasks, so we have to do some document work for some of all the games, and for some of the certification stuff that Bob's doing. And as well as that, there's the idea for making more videos, so uploading the stream VODs, and even doing like a year-long supercut. We'll see how that goes.
Cool. And yeah, for me, the primary of my week is going to be working on the Scarlet again, which is going to be Trike and Newt. Both need animating at this point. Do a bit of texturing today, but yeah, it should be a fun week of more Scarlets for me.
And yeah, for me, like Lee mentioned, we're basically putting out in applications for BFI to get our game certified as British, for lovely tax reasons. But other than that, continuing on with saving and loading, I kind of want to get it done this week, at least most of it, just so I can get a build out to the people who have backed the higher tier of the Kickstarter, because it's been a while since we've done a build for them, so just want to get something out there for them, and that's could be my priority really.
Okay, so the mesh for Trike is pretty much done. I got in this morning and made all the little tweaks I want to do, such as just making a bit of some cleaner workups on the topology, and overall it's looking a lot better now. I've also, as you can see, added in the UV lines, and I've got a really nice clean UV map here. So I'm going to jump over now and start texturing. One thing I want to point out though is that I did have to make the body a bit longer, just because I thought when it comes to animating Trike, if I move the legs, I didn't want the legs to start clipping through the, what do you call this bit, like the main bit. I don't want to have that clipping. So I've moved the head forward a bit, as also extend the neck out as well, just so there's a little bit more wiggle room for me to move the legs.
So as we said in stand-up, it's got a tasks this week, which are a bit unique. So we have the need to write some game design documents for our old games, as well as a synopsis. This is just more documentation needed for the tax relief that we're applying for. But yeah, because Colouring Pixels was created as a hobby, we didn't really have any sort of documentation to go with it. So yeah, sort of doing that ad hoc now to fill that gap. But yeah, as I've got some experience making game design documents before, this wasn't too bad, but I've never actually written a game synopsis before. So yeah, I put together a synopsis of Colouring Pixels, sort of describing what the game is in a third person sort of sense, where everybody's described as players, not as you or me. But yeah, in terms of how to actually write this, I took inspiration from the Terraria Wikipedia page. I was looking for other games that are not story based, but have a lot of gameplay elements to talk about. So yeah, I've just used this gameplay section here, sort of get inspiration how to actually write a synopsis, and use that to apply to Colouring Pixels. So yeah, that's the design document and synopsis for Colouring Pixels done. Just need to do this again for both Hexceed and Wooloop now.
Okay, yeah, so today's been a bit of a slog, but basically we're applying for BFI British certification for our games, so we get tax stuff. And it just means that we need to prepare an awful lot of documents, so I think I've just about got all the documents ready for Colouring Pixels, Hexceed and Wooloop. We did actually submit Skystead Ranch last week. Which one of these can I show you? Yeah, so here's an example of one of the documents. So it's basically a schedule of all the work that we've done on on Colouring Pixels, this one. And as you can see, it's just a long list of all of the DLCs and stuff that I've been working on over the past, like 6 years or something like that. That's just one of the documents. We've got scripts as well. For Colouring Pixels, this was a bit difficult because we don't have any localization tables or anything, so I wrote a quick script that outputs all of the language in the game that we've got. So it probably leaves out some UI stuff, but all of the book names and the all of the level names that we've got, it's just to prove that the game is actually written in English and stuff like that. I completely understand why it's needed, but yeah, I think my stuff is pretty much there. I've just spent all day on it, and there's a big long form, and I spent most of yesterday filling that out. Lee's working on the
design documents and the synopsis documents, and I just need to get what's the last thing called? A statutory declaration signed. So hopefully that'll be tomorrow's job, and then we can just send them off, and then fingers crossed we'll get things back and get these approved, and we can just move on, because this kind of stuff's kind of boring. It's not why we want to be in game dev, but it's got to get done.
Okay, so the texturing for Trike is done. It took a little longer than originally anticipated, as we did add some extra details just to try and make the design look a little better, and overall I think it's really helped. I think Lee's suggestion was to add a few more scales here, and Rob's just to add a bit of a pattern on the... what's this thing called, Rob?
I said frill, but I'm not
Thrill?
sure.
I call it a mane. Whatever the two, this little design here I think looks a lot better. I also made the sort of the shiny one as well, which looks a bit like Avatar-esque. Once it loads, there we go. But yeah, I'm onto rigging now, and it's getting there. The only problem is a few of the shortcuts and key commands has changed in Blender since it's updated to 4.0, so I'm trying to figure out what they are, as the gradient tool isn't no longer working. So I'm going to go around and see if I can figure out what the fix is there, but after that I should be smooth sailing for the rig.
I think we mentioned this earlier this week. If not, this was just Rob's mad idea that he had over the weekend, which is kind of a good idea, to be fair. So it is a, if you recognise this literally devlog 1, week 1, all the way back in 2020, when we were still young and fresh and full of hope and ideas. But yeah, it is essentially what the idea is, that we'll do a supercut, as we're calling it. I don't know if that's going to be the official term, but that's what we've been calling it for now. Of all of the vlogs in one long video format, just as a way to sort of break up the our YouTube channel, because right now it is just a case of almost 200 vlogs in a long list with the occasional game trailer. So there's not much variety on there, so we want extra videos on there. So one of them is the sort of supercut series. Part of that is because Rob's noticed that apparently long video formats seem to be doing better on the YouTube algorithm, so sort of try and capitalise on that if we can, see if we get any benefits from it. But also because again, just more variety on there, so we're looking to put the stream VODs on there as well. So we create a couple of different thumbnails, which I'll be doing later in the week. Regarding both of these. But yeah, this is a currently 9-hour long video. This is the first 24 weeks, and it sort of covers obviously lockdown, as you're seeing a bit of there, working from home, but it's all working in that very first office where we just sort of like a little cupboard room that we all sitting in, and by all of us I mean me and Rob. But then it ends with the new office, well, old new office, where the one with the window. So yeah, that's like the end of the video. It feels like a good cutting off point, so it's sort of like our first journey through the first few months, and it all just lines up quite nicely that we don't want to go above the 10-hour mark, just because that seems to be a common cut-off point for YouTube. So yeah, this video is going to be 9 hours long. Let us try and export this, see what happens. So yeah, I was going to start exporting this, see how long it takes. I assume a very long time. And even after that, it's going to have to upload to Dropbox as well. So yeah, it should take a little while. There we go. Estimating just enough 30 minutes. I'm still counting upwards. So yeah, I'm going to clock out, leave this exporting overnight, leave this in, uploading to Dropbox. I'll let Rob know this is going to be in the Dropbox in the somewhat near future today. So you can also test how long it's going to take to upload it to YouTube as well. Because I think this sort of video, Rob's going to upload from home, because his home internet is considerably better than the office internet. So yeah. We'll see where this gets to, and we will, yeah, fingers crossed, be seeing new content, or new versions of content on the YouTube channel as well.
Okay, so we just got another delivery. Just mugs for the people who backed the Kickstarter for Skystead Ranch. I've just quickly checked that they're all okay and they're fine. I think we're up to about like 13 of these or something like that, and we need 15. We probably want another spare, so one more order of these, I think, and then we'll start moving on to the posters. But yeah, it's working quite well. We're just getting them in batch of 3s because it's slightly cheaper. If we do it once a month, we get a little bit of a discount. So yeah, progress. Okay, so we finally managed to submit, which is really, really good. So we've got Skystead Ranch, which we submitted last week, and that's sort of for an interim. I'm not going to go into depths of why the tax system is what it is, but interim because the game's not out. That was submitted last week, and then today we've managed to submit the other 3 games that we're going for as well: Colouring Pixels, Hexceed, and Wooloop. Another thing to do with the tax reasons, we're not doing Who Shuffle My Shapes. We could, but but one of the reasons why we're not doing Who Shuffle My Shapes is because of the tax years. So we would get a little bit of money back, but not really anything worth noting for it.
just because of when we did it and when we became a limited company and stuff like that. Boring stuff. But in other news, I've been having some issues with my PC, so it's basically been making this screaming noise, and it's just been getting worse and worse and worse for the past, well, couple of months really, to the point where this week where it's just like high-pitched screaming constantly. It's not making a noise now, but I've taken the side off to see if it was a cooling problem. I don't think it was. It doesn't seem to be any of the fans, and so like I've checked all of the graphics card fans, all the PC fans. The only fan that it could be is the power supply, maybe, but we don't have any hard drives or anything like that in it. Yeah, it stopped for now. Basically, we were just talking about it in the Discord chat, and I guess we threatened it, and then it sort of got wise. So fingers crossed, it should be all right now. But we haven't actually changed anything, so I doubt it. It's probably going to be screaming again very soon.
Just a little update on Rob's PC. I've came in today and it's somehow even louder than it was yesterday. Poor thing. Okay, so yesterday was quite a busy day for me. I was working on Trike and a bit of Newt as well, and overall the animations are coming along pretty well. This is the happy animation that I worked on yesterday, which I was quite happy with. So I'm trying to make use out of his big head there. Looks pretty good. I think it ends a bit too quickly. I kind of want to extend that just by a little bit when his head goes back to the start position. Like there. But yeah, overall it's looking pretty good. I've got a few more as well, such as the sad. Also quickly go through that one. Doesn't look too happy there. Got the walk as well. The walk wasn't too bad. I actually used the Grumbles walk as inspiration because I kind of wanted a bit more of a shuffle. Just not as exaggerated. So the walk actually was pretty good. Pretty happy with that. Didn't take too long as usual. But yesterday as well, I took a little break from Trike once I got through all these animations, and I ended up jumping back onto Newt. And Newt's coming along really well. I really tried to push a sort of personality into Newt. And originally for the walk, I wanted sort of a waddle, sort of like a penguin, but then it's sort of adapted into sort of a sort of shy looking character where he's got his hands held together and he's a bit more, sort of what I'm looking for, a bit hunched down, which I'm really happy with. So he's kind of got a bit of a shy walk. I think it looks a bit too waddly at the minute, obviously because I've started with that in mind. So what I think I need to do is here, I need to go in and take a bit of the sway away and maybe adjust the ears too, and that should make him look a little more shy. I also did these. What's that? Sad? Yeah, I was really happy with Sad because I've played a lot with the ears. So you can see that the ears are quite weighted, which are pretty cool. And the tail also goes with it. But yeah, as I said, I'm hoping to get these two done today. If not, then at least when I get one of them finished and the next one pretty close.
You had a bunch of unrelated but important tasks get done today. So the first one being the achievements for the next Coming Pixels DLC, because this comes out tomorrow. Those have all been uploaded. As you can see, haven't been tested yet. That's because I'm still waiting on a build. There was a couple of pictures in the microscopic DLC that needed addressing, so I've made those corrections. But the main part of that has reordered the actual order of the levels, so added the bacteria and infections to a much smaller level in terms of pixels, because the actual size of the level was reduced. You can see this bacteria and infections level. Initially, when it was created, all 8 icons were in a long line, which made it, I think, like 17th in the list. So by addressing that image, just reorder the whole thing, which then affects actual achievement reading. So yeah, I can't test that until the build's out, but that, I'm sure I'll be fine. We'll get that tested before release tomorrow. The other big task was getting the Kickstarter post out. There it is. Getting the assets ready. So we kept this theme that we did for the Steam store pages. These are new screenshots. So if you are a Kickstarter and you're checking the Kickstarter posts, this is different to the Steam post. More information on how we're getting on with the save files and the new Skystead Jackson working on. But yeah, that's all drafted up and ready to be checked by Rob before it gets sent out as well. But now I'm going to head over to hexceed because I'm quite far behind on the actual hexceed timeline of getting this done, so we're going to crack on and get as many of these done as I can before the end of the day.
Okay, so Newt is fully completed now. He's actually in Unity and ready to go for Rob to test. I had a lot of fun animating today, and you can see here I've finished the last few off. One of my favourites is the eating animation, where he kind of just stuffs his face. It's quite cute. Also making use out of the ears at the top here. And also worked on, I think it was the happy animation? Am I right? Yep, there we go. Again, making use out of those big ears he's got. And I think the last one was the run. He's kind of got like a powerful run there. He's kind of like using all his limbs that give him some momentum, which I quite like. It's very different from the rest of them. Not looping too perfectly there. I'll just do it again. just so you can see a bit better. I have set the frames in Unity as well, so it does look really good. And I did tweak up the walk as well, like I said this morning, where it's got a little bit of a less of a waddle in. I also tweaked the ears so it's a little less exaggerated. I think that really helps the design.
Yeah, so I just got in. Why? Yeah, okay, so we're going to have a little shift around the office today. So I'm just more admin stuff I've got to do. I haven't done any programming this week. It's driving me mad. But we basically brought in the PC that we were using to stream from home. So this was the PC that was streaming all of the stuff on the store page. So brought that back in, and then we've got a new desk. So we've got chair legs that we went to IKEA for. We've got this like second-hand corner desk thing, and the plan is to put it like there where the arcade machines are, and then we're going to move the arcade machines along a bit, and then I don't know, chuck Lee's bike down the stairs or something. So yeah, I just want to get that set up, and then a few. We've got a few desk risers, monitor risers to set up as well, like these wooden things that we've all got on our desks, but for the PC here and the PC here. And I think we've got some monitors coming in as well, which was great. The Patreons basically paid for that, so thank you very much. We've got some new monitors because this is really old, this one, and then we need an extra monitor for the PC anyway, so gonna get it all set up and good to go. Okay, so I think I've tracked down the problem. It's basically the pump, the water-cooled pump for the CPU. I think that's busted, so I'm going to quickly get an Uber to the nearest PC World and hopefully get another one. And yeah, I just wanted to give you an update on these. I bought lots of these. It was a nightmare carrying them around. But I think the plan is to sort of like arrange the pin things like that. Obviously with like 9 different skylets instead of just lots of Shelly and stuff. But yeah, I think they should work really well, and they're really cheap, so that's really good. Really, really good. And then desk progress. Oh god, I'll get around to it. I'm knackered. Okay, so I'm dreading to show you this, but it's working. There's a lot of cable management and issues like that. That needs sorting out, basically just because it's all been like cable managed and it's not making it easy to take the old stuff out. But the PC seems to be working. There's no more squealing anymore, which is really good, and fingers crossed that's the problem solved. Okay, so for the last half of the day I've been working on the second keeper and it's pretty much finished. So before the stream today I actually was working on the rig, and the rig went pretty simple, pretty much the same process for the last one, where so I've just transferred the mesh data from the body to the clothes, and it seemed to work well. I made a little animation during the stream as well of him waving. It looks pretty cute. Speaking of the stream though, I did get the texturing done, and for the, like I said, the last portion of the day I've just been off stream working on the variants, and they've come along pretty well. So this is the base one. And I went off the first keeper as well, sort of keeping the colour variant similar, but also a little bit different. So we've got a sort of a bit more of a blonder colour with some blue, like a blue sort of apron, and then we've got a sort of washed out, I don't know what we call that, washed out cream with a purple apron, and then we've got a sort of darker fur with the sort of the Skystead green apron, which looks really nice. But yeah, they're pretty much all exported now, so Keeper 2 is pretty much done. Okay, so we've got the desk up and everything seems to be fitting okay. It looks quite nice there. Yeah, so I've just got these monitor risers that I started work on, but honestly, like, to actually tighten the screws, I was kind of struggling, so I'm just going to wait until Monday until I can bring in the drill, and then we'll just bash through them. So I've got 3, 2 new monitors, but yeah, had to move over the arcade machines, but they look fine there. Looks good.
Just started today by finishing up the rest of the colour and pixel stuff. The build was good. All this is all done as well. Also scheduled the announcement for 8 o'clock, so that's coming out tonight. So yeah, that's all ready to go. And then I finished up the day by going on to hexceed here. If you head over to the actual Trello board, we'll see. I've got the first section of levels done finally, but as you can see, I'm quite far behind. All this red is stuff that I've been falling behind on, so my plan is to get at least this done today, and then I can get a start on this next week and start catching up. So yeah, this will be a bit of a slog to get back on time, or back on target, but I'm sure we'll get there. So yeah, I've done the first 10. I'm going through the process of making the templates first, so we've got the next 10 templates ready to go, and I'll just make these into levels now, and then yeah, they'll be ready to get tested by Rob later on. Good. Hello. It's Tuesday.
Yes.
Just doing our sprint planning.
Yeah.
Laura's back.
Laura's back.
She's over
there. James been moved to his other room now.
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah, well for me this week it's been pretty simple for me. It's the Oceania DLC for Cunning Pixels. Had it already started now. It's doing pretty good, so I think I'm just going to carry on for the rest of that.
And yeah, on Skystead Ranch stuff, I am going to do some programming this week. I promise. So saving and loading is the priority, just because we want to get a build out. I've already made a start on it, but we just need to keep syncing up more and more stuff. Like today, for example, I'm going to be trying to work on the skylights, and then there's going to be even more stuff to sync up later on. But yeah, that's priority. I think Laura's going to have a crack at some of the large buildable items, like the lift and
water wheel, house modules.
Yeah. So that should be good to try and get those stuff in.
Yeah, for me, it's just me DLC. So finish up the Flags DLC, because that comes out next week. Some final QA, 1 level fix, that sort of stuff. And then other than that, just hexceed, catch up with as many levels as I can.
Okay, so today I have actually been working on saving and loading stuff, which is really good, because I really wanted to get it basically sorted last week, and I just didn't have time to work on it at all. But essentially it's just a matter of making sure all the data is synced up. So test for develop. My PC is running a lot faster since I fixed the CPU issue I was having last week, by the way.
Well, then you better go catch it!
But yeah, all of the information that needs syncing up is just... It's just like there's lots of big chunks of it. So the tutorial seems to be synced up about right now, so I'll just progress through it a little bit and kind of show you what's going on. Okay, so yeah, I've just progressed through the tutorial a little bit. You'll see those little icons in the bottom right. They are now synced up in the saving, which is quite good. So I've unlocked all of the 3 abilities now, but if you backed out during that bit and then loaded back in, it should be in the correct state. I've also been working on getting the buildables saving. There was an issue with the rotations. For some reason they were always upside down, which I thought was quite funny. So it's like sticking through the floor, but I think that should be alright, and then the floor is synced up as well. So that's the things we're working on today, so I'll just quickly save the game and then show you hopefully the same state when we come back in. Okay, so we're back to the main menu, and now if we load back in, we can either press continue or we can look at the load saves, but this load save thing is just getting out of hand.
Now there are 2 of them.
Just because of how many different saves I've had to be testing on. Every time I change something, it means that it kind of invalidates the previous saves, so it's been a bit of an issue. Oh, it's so much faster. And yeah, it's the bin there, the bin's there, and you can see that this little area of floor that I've terraformed has stayed terraformed as well, which is really good because it works across the cave as well. So now if we unlock the cave, we go into the cave, every change that you make in the cave stays, which is really good. The only little bug that I saw there was because it spawned me in right next to this sign. The quest that I actually had was to go to this sign, so that's why there was a little bit of camera weirdness just there, but we should be good. Are we good? Why is it still saying build the Skype here? Why?
Okay, so yesterday I started the Oceania DLC for Culling Pixels, and it was a bit of a tough one to start because I hadn't done Culling Pixels in a few weeks, and I was warming up again. So I started off with something pretty simple, and this is, I think it's called Uluru.
Uluru.
Uluru?
Uluru.
Uluru in Australia. Which is that big sort of mountain range / rock in the Australian outback. And overall, I'm pretty happy with it. I think I got all the details in that I wanted to, considering it's not too big of an image. It is 202 by 102, so I think overall, I think I captured what it looks like, and I'm pretty happy with it. It's a nice starter warm-up image to do. As for the next one, I kind of jumped over for, in the Australian theme, I did a little koala. I was sort of planning for this to be the sort of store page logo image, and I think this might work pretty well. I'm going to leave it to Lee, see how it looks. If not, I'll happily drop another one, but sticking with the Australian theme, I thought this would go quite nicely. And as for now, I'm going to quickly pull up my reference, because I don't know what these are called. I'm working on a sort of mask here, which is an African mask, but they've also got another name. I think they're called Eharo masks. Overall, there's a lot of design work I could do for this, but I've kind of stuck with one reference I've got now, and I'm kind of just adapting it. And overall, it's coming along pretty well. It's a lot of pattern work and just making sure all the lines fit together well. But overall, I think the hard bit's done, which is definitely this sort of middle eye section. I just need to do the mouth now and this sort of frame that goes around it. So hopefully it won't take too much longer now.
Yeah, so today the save and loading stuff has been mainly focused on... Oh, that's the problem with the load thing, isn't it? It doesn't just the size of the scroll bar. It can't go down any further. Anyway, yeah, so it's been trying to sync up the skylets, which has taken a few iterations, as you can see. Fingers crossed they should work though. So there's still a few bits to do. So things like the field guides doesn't sync, so as soon as all of the creatures spawn, there's they've got these little pop-ups on because the field guide is blank, but it is syncing them, and I think it's working correctly. All of their information about how happy they are, whether they're shiny or not, things like that, and their positions and locations as well. So that's all syncing up, which is really, really good. I have noticed there's quite a few issues with the skylets going on. So for example, if you look over there, in that zone over there, there shouldn't be anything spawning, but there's chirp. And I think that must be because we've got Shelly in this island, and we don't want that, we want them completely separated. A couple of issues with the tutorial I've just noticed as well. So you'll notice that there isn't a bin built. That's because I was actually able to skip that bit of the tutorial somehow. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to have to try and work out that. But yeah, this is a huge bit synced up, which is really good. Getting there. I imagine there'll be a lot more data tweaking and stuff for these skylets based on our plans for them in the future, but for now, it's good enough. Yeah, so carrying on with saving and loading stuff, today has mainly been about the items, and there were a couple of other things to do with the shop that didn't quite work. So, if we get the shop to arrive... Cool, so a few things in the shop that weren't syncing very well was all of these new pop-ups to basically indicate whether or not you've actually got it selected. They weren't working, which I think it is now. So you can see that when we loaded up all of these seeds, the new wasn't there because I clicked on them previously in the save. So I think that's all working, and the money wasn't carrying over from saves as well. But most of my day has been to do with items, so you'll see here that I just loaded in and there is an acorn. It's supposed to be a carrot, but at least something's being saved. I think it's just probably I just need to go in and make sure that the datas are aligned. We essentially didn't have any code for like storing which item is which, really. They were all just like game objects in the world. So now each item has got a proper ID, just like the skylets and the buildables. And now you can basically register like this ID was at this position at this rotation in the save, so then when you load back in, you've got that enough information to be able to create a world object. That's basically been the day. It's just been a bit awkward, and yeah.
The past couple of days has been focused primarily on getting more hexceed levels done. And yeah, today especially I've made a sizable dent in the work, because as we were saying last week, we are falling behind, or have been falling behind. But as you can see, I've just completed, I think it's 40 levels today, which is quite a large amount. Bear in mind, a lot of these are smaller than normal, which is why I'm able to get as many done. This task has just been completed as well. So yeah, there we go. As you can see, in terms of catching up, there's there's 30 more levels to do to catch up, and then it's sort of on to this week's work, which obviously we're not going to get done this week, but in terms of catching back up, I think it's looking more promising.
Hello, it's me, Laura. I'm back. I went to Italy. It was too hot. I don't recommend going there during summer, but I made a water wheel today. Well, it's not really finished yet, but it's getting there. It's going to be very big. It's going to be in water. And then Jack made this elevator. He made the model of it, and because I think he was very busy, so I took over when I came back and finished painting it in the way he would do it. But I made the elevator support to go with Jack's elevator and a broken version of it.
Okay, so a quick update for the iPad dies. This image I managed to get done yesterday. However, because it took so much of my time, I only managed to get 2 images done yesterday, so I'm going to focus on this one. This is called I'm going to butcher this name. It's called a Palawian Bai, I think it's called. And apparently in Palau, every village had this iconic structure in the middle, I think, or somewhere around the town centre. It's a really nice design. It's got lovely markings on the side, and I want to try and incorporate it into this DLC. But wow, it was hard. There was a lot of detail in here that I tried to capture. I think I got most of it in, but just because how dense the image is, it pretty much took the whole day. If you ever go researching it, you'll see why the building is just covered in really cool markings and symbols. But I think I got pretty close. I'll put this here. I'll put the reference to Lee, and he can put it on the right side here. And I think I got it pretty close. I'm pretty proud of this one.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slog, but I think I'm about there with the saving and loading. So I think all of the data is synced up. The last few things were the actual plants, because they've got various growth stages and stuff like that. There was a fair bit of stuff that needed syncing for that. I think we still need a flag to disable this when you load into a scene, but it's the bulk of the stuff is synced up. So when we load in, it should be a world that has got stuff in it. Yeah, cool. So you see the items on the floor, they are where I left them. If I do some planting and stuff like that, that should sync. And yeah, it's pretty much all there. Not actual much to show you really, but it's working. It's working.
Hello. I also made these shells while I was waiting for Robin, Jack and Lee to review my stuff that I've done this week. Because I start work later and I finish later, they can only review my stuff for a few hours, so while they couldn't do that, I was making these shells, and they look like candies. I don't know if they'll fit the game yet, and I have to fix some geometry over here, and maybe elsewhere too, but yeah, I'll see how they look in the game. They're not finished yet, but soon they will be, and they'll be very cute. I want to eat them.
Picture on the roof over there. Anyway. Guys, it's Monday.
I just said hello. I don't know why I said hello for.
Well, hello, Jack. How are you?
Hello.
Yeah, we're just done our sprint planning, going on what we're doing this week. For me, it's finishing up the hexceed DLC. Shouldn't take too much longer, touch wood, to get that done. And other than that, it is colouring pixels. So there's the next DLC that Jack's been working on, and you get that store page out there. Hopefully get announced by the end of the week. And lots touching the
He's doing
the white balance is really off, sorry.
As well as that, we're getting close to actually having the next Switch collection complete as well. So I'll be getting some of the assets done for that, like the logo and the localization store page sort of stuff as well.
Yeah, for me, it's going to be primarily colouring pixels, but today, however, we're going to be doing some Skystead stuff. So the play bag, the different variations for Mew Mew, the Corgi, and the last one, I forget the name of. Animal Lover one. Yeah, we haven't got a design for that yet, but I'll whip something up. So today should be a fun day. And I think Laura's going to be doing the big assets for Skystead, such as the broken wheel and the house extensions, I think.
Yeah, there's a few different house extensions to do, isn't there?
Just breaking some assets and then making some new ones. Yeah.
Yeah, what am I doing? I don't know, probably saving and loading, play progression, all that stuff, Skystead stuff, boring.
Okay, so our new volunteer's been using the iPad today, so it's given me a chance to do some more Skystead work. And considering I didn't want to commit to anything such as a skylight or the character, I thought I would finally update the texturing on the player bag. So this is the base look here, and overall I'm quite happy with it. I did add in a few bit of extra details now that I've got the luxury of substance painting. So we've got the buckle holes now, and we've got the some stitching here, and overall it just looks a lot more nicer and looks a bit more clean too. But yeah, so this one didn't take too long, but I then did jump straight over to the Mew Mew version. So. And this looks pretty close to the original design. I'm actually quite happy with this. If I quickly pull up the original, it's pretty close. I was quite happy that I got it so close to actually. I said I did add in the stitching too, and I did go a bit more overboard on the highlights this time, as the base colour is quite light, so it definitely needed a bit more of a vibrant highlight. And overall, I think this came out quite well. And as for now, I'm currently working on the third one, which is the Corgi. So I've kind of got the base colours in. I haven't gotten too far yet. switch this to material. But it's coming along pretty well. It's looking pretty close to the original. I need to go in and add in all the depth shading and things like that. But once we get that done, it should be good to go.
Okay, yeah, so today I've been working on, well, today and yesterday, some saving and loading stuff. There were a couple of things that still weren't synced, so the starting objects that are in the world that aren't in this scene, so that's a great example. All of the trees and rocks that start in the world, they weren't synced, so whenever you loaded the game back up, they reappeared again, so it's like an infinite money, and it also like kind of glitched out when you built stuff. That's all fixed. The day and time of day as well is also fixed, so that's a bit more syncing up. But you see, I just quickly showed off there the UI for destroying things. It's one of the things that has come up quite a lot every time we've done show and tell, is that the old way of like identifying where you were like going to destroy something was a bit jank and a bit awkward. So I've added this sort of like a target reticle thing. I don't know, I don't think it looks great, but it's something. I think it's a bit much, honestly, but now you can quite easily select when you're in the destruction mode to destroy things. It's really cool, and I have no idea why the health is disappearing. That's another bug. That's another bug altogether.
I've been bouncing around a lot today on the projects I've been working on. I've been hard at work on the Coloring Pixels DLC as well as doing some Skystead stuff, but I also have done some little bits of artwork for the new DLC for Hulu to help the guys design some levels, and it's all based around magic, so had quite a lot of fun designing these. I'm really enjoying using different sorts of colour palettes to bring things out. This is one of them, sort of like a magical wizardry hat with a wand, and the second one is this really cool sort of, I forget what you call them, like a magical orb, what's it called, like a magical sphere? Anyway, magical orb, that's what I'm calling it. But yeah, so I put a little night sky in it because it kind of adds the nice sort of blue tone to the background here, and hopefully this blue background will also work nice in Hulu. So hopefully when the guys get around making this will translate quite well over to the Hulu as well. So we'll see what it looks like. I'm going to maybe do a few more as I'm quite enjoying them. Okay, so it's been another busy day of the Ocean DLC of Coloring Pixels, and it's coming on quite well. I've done a few small ones today to try and catch up, as I've been, quite busy doing other stuff as well. I'm probably having a day off tomorrow, so I want to get a few levels done. But I've sort of slowed down, and I'm working on this bigger image, which is I think it's what they're called, the Moai statues on Easter Island. Now, there's already an Easter Island sort of piece of artwork in Coloring Pixels, so I've tried my hardest to make it significantly different. And there's actually a sort of lineup of these Moai statues. That's a loud bus. And there's a lineup of these Moai statues on the Easter Island, which was a really cool sort of like design, and there's 15 of them. I'll put this image here so Lee can put a little reference below it. So it's taken quite a while because I've got to draw all 15, but I've got 4 done, and I am trying to capture all their sort of different sort of designs in each. They're all similar but very subtle in little ways. So hopefully I can get this done fairly promptly, and this should be my, I think, 16th image? 17th? 17th. So yeah, going pretty well.
So yeah, hexceed update. I've just finished up the DLC, so obviously still needs a lot of QA testing, but all the actual levels have been created. So last night, I was working all day yesterday and getting all the levels done, like all the normal levels. They've all been pushed, ready to be tested, and today I've just finished up the milestones and finale. I've got all these done today as well. So yeah, they're all ready to be tested by Rob. All that's left is going to be the actual announcement and making DLC live, and that's not until the end of next month. So yeah, pretty good progress. Finally back on top of this. Now I can move on to other stuff. So one of the tasks that I almost forgot about yesterday, which I did this morning instead, was the achievements for the Flags DLC. They've all uploaded now. Ready to be tested. Our volunteer Kai is very kindly going to test them for us momentarily, because they have actually gone through and played all the levels, whereas I've only played Rob's levels and Rob's only played mine, so neither of us have the completed DLC to check this final one. So just to save a bit of time, thankfully they're going to be checking that for us. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that goes well. So if you look over on the Trello board, that's all that's left now, is these achievements to be QA tested. Took a long time to get them all localized, but that's all done now as well. Just keep on top of that to make sure we don't fall behind again. But yeah, that's that completely done. The couple of level fixes, they've been done and retested, and everything else is ready to go for tomorrow's release. But yeah, I'm going to take a bit of a step over to Coloring Pixels now, because we have the the collection 4 information. The Switch testing has also been done as well, so I'm going to go ahead and get the assets created now, so when Rob comes back he can get that sent off to Nintendo.
back to the Colouring Pixels artwork. I've finally finished getting all of these Easter Island statues drawn. Wow, this took a long time. This image is huge, even though the statues themselves aren't too big. Altogether, the length is about 465 pixels long, so it is huge. And I haven't even finished the image yet, but I'm really happy with them. I think I've got them all pretty spot on. They've all got subtle differences in the faces. This one's obviously noticeably different. It's got a crack. This one's got a bit of a rock hat here. This one's significantly taller. But as for the rest, they're all sort of similar, but all have differences. This one's, for example, here, has a missing eye. But yeah, so I'm hopefully now that these are all done, I'm going to quickly go in, add to the floor, and add a sky in the background, and hopefully that'll be the image done.
So yeah, today's been a lot of sort of announcements and prep work for that sort of stuff. So first off is the Oceana book DLC for Colouring Pixels. Got that announced just after lunchtime. Just want to get the giveaway going because this comes out in 2 weeks' time from today, hence the date up there. That's all announced. Got people hyped for that already. The competition's running. I think it'll be over the time the video's out, but I've already got 133 people in the competition, which is pretty good. Other than that though, been playing around here in the bot command center where we've got a little chat room where we test bots. Because we've had issues with the call bot over here. This was what we used previously for scheduling messages, but the past few DLC, the scheduled messages either been not happening or coming through quite a few hours late, as per the time that you put into the actual scheduled message. So from this new bot called Scheduler, which you can see lots of test messages up here, it does send, you can attach images, you can attach links. I was testing if you can add people, stuff like that. It looks like it's doing quite well, so I've gone ahead and scheduled messages for the weekend. So we've got the Flags DLC for Wooloop. That's coming out tonight as of this video, so that's scheduled for 4 hours time. And then we've got the screenshot Saturday and the actual YouTube premiere video as well. That is also going live tomorrow, so make a little announcement post in the Discord so people are aware of that as well. So yeah, that's all of the announcement posts all scheduled to go out. And I'm going to go ahead and finish up the next long form video. Version 2 of this, I guess. I'll get that ready so I can start exporting over the weekend as well.
Hello! This week I've been working on the house extensions, trying to make them look similar to the default house that Jack's made. It has been quite challenging and fun at the same time because this is the extension plan that Rob gave me. It does look like a factory there, but I've been trying to make it look more like a house. It is huge. It does look like a village. Sorry, Rob. It does look like a village, I'm sorry. This is the starting house. You start with, it's very, very small, and then this will be the extension. Almost finished working on this, and then only a whole town to do after that.
Okay, so this week it's another Skylit week. However, this week we're going to be focusing primarily on the main character of the game, as a lot of work is needed to sort of polish it up and add some new stuff. And I hope you can tell by Rob's scramblings here, there's a few things that we need to do. Primarily working on this right list today, this bit here. So we need some fishing animations, some cooking animations, and building large buildables. Rob's written Gandalf in brackets because he wants to sort of, you shall not pass pause for the building large ones. And I've started today with the fishing. Yesterday I did do some tweaks to the overall mesh, tidied it up a bit, but that's quite boring to show. So for the fishing, we've got the starting pose from the action ready pose that we usually have for everything that involves the crook, and then he swings it like that. Looks pretty cool. I think the animation looks quite smooth. I'm quite happy with this. If I turn off the button, it's actually a bit easy to see. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. And I'm currently working on the idol right now, which is essentially him just, oh, wrong one, which is the character just sort of sitting with the crook. I don't know where the crook's gone. Oh, I know where the crook's gone. Yeah, so we found something else as well yesterday, is that the crook sort of needs to be disappeared in certain animations. So an idol means just standing, there's no crook. and I've set up this thing. I'm going to show this now because I need to keyframe it in. But the crook now has a scale and a bone of its own. So when the crook isn't involved in an animation, I essentially just keyframe it and set it to 0, so then nothing's in his hand. So if I just set this to 0, the crook vanishes, and I can keyframe that in because it's all attached to the same rig. So I'm going to mess around through the animation today and see how far we get, but I do need to do some testing with other things as well, such as some clipping on the back here, and the belt needs some touches up as well as it keeps bending the wrong way. So yeah, a lot to do today, but hopefully the character will look a lot better by the end of the day. Okay, so this morning's a little bit of a change of plan. Originally I was going to be working on the character animations, however I'm a little stumped with them, admittedly. I'm sort of not really sure which direction to go in with them. So I've decided to do something a little bit creative this morning, just try to get the head back up and running. And I decided to go for Wendy, as I thought this is sort of the next step for the Skylets. I think this is sort of a job for next week, but I thought I would just start it now, so that'll save a bit of time for next week anyway. And overall, it's come along pretty well. I'm really happy with the head, and I'm just currently trying to figure out the body. The body's quite hard because I'm essentially going from one piece of air quotes concept art, which is essentially a sketch did on the train on the way back from Comic-Con, and although it gives this sort of, personality of Wendy, she's quite cute, she's quite I don't know, she's got like a very sort of chibi look. The pose isn't in a pose where it's on all 4 legs, so I'm trying to imagine how it's going to look, and she's got very small legs. And right now, I'm not so keen on this sort of body I've got going here. I think what I need to do is really shrink in the legs. And obviously, it's also important to imagine that there's going to be a big mane here as well, of fur. That's going to cover up a lot of her neck. So I'm definitely trying to figure things out. The head itself is pretty much there. I'm going to tweak up the horns a bit. I think I might make them a touch longer, and maybe make them a bit more jolt. You can't really see what I'm doing there, can you? A bit more, sort of separate them from the sort of skull a bit, just so they've got a bit of a ridge here. But it's definitely got that sort of cute Q-bone look, which I quite like. So I'm going to continue this for a little bit longer and see if I can get the body to a state, and then I might jump back over to the character once I feel a bit more comfortable doing so.
Yeah, so the past few days I haven't been doing any devlog updates, just because I've been working on Current Pixels Collection 4. As you can see, we've got running here. Getting it running on the Switch has been a huge issue, so I've had to update the Unity version, which means updating the Nintendo SDK version, which means stripping everything out, making sure that the right .NET versions are required. Apparently you need 2 separate versions and have to be specific. It's been a whole thing, it's been like literally the past 3 days. But yeah, it managed to get a build running, and fingers crossed, we should be able to get this submitted this week to Lot Check, which is really good, because I know Lee's done some work on the assets for the images here, and all of the levels have been QA'd, so we know that it all works. We just need to finish off with the localization, and I think there's one bug I have to fix, then we can get it submitted. But yeah, getting the build actually working again, so that when you unplug it, it doesn't crash. Yeah, that's just been a huge step.
Okay, so I'm having a lot of fun this morning. As you can see, the mesh for Wendy is done, and I've already started texturing it, and overall it's coming on pretty well. I've been working on this pretty much all morning. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Wendy has definitely a sort of unique colour palette where it's a lot more washed out than the rest of the scouts, but this is sort of how a traditional Wendigo would look in terms of like the colour. So I wanted to keep that sort of, the same, and it's come on pretty well. So what I wanted to do is, I was noticing that as I was designing Wendy, in terms of the texturing, it was looking a bit plain. I was always going to do a bit of markings on the back here, but then I was like, even with that, I still think it was going to look a bit plain. So I've decided to do something a little different, and that I've added some markings to both the skull and the back. It's not done, there's still a bit more to go, but I'm thinking this really helps the design. I quite like how this looks like it's been hand painted on by someone on the skull. And obviously the markings on the back, it just looks a lot more folklore-esque, but almost a bit culty. I really think that helps bring out Wendy a lot more compared to the other Skylets. I think I'm going to do something with the feet here. I'm not entirely sure what. I was thinking of adding some sort of like a similar design to this, but on the feet, and I want to add something a little bit here as well. Initially, I was tempted to add some random markings. When I say random, I mean sort of just, quickly draw some in, just obviously a bit more detailed than this, but just some random markings around Wendy, just to make her look a bit more, I don't know, like I said, a bit more folklore-esque. And I'm still tempted to do this, but I think I'm going to stick with the feet first and see how that looks. I'm thinking of adding some sort of like striped design here with the sort of circles that are up here. So I'm going to do that, and then I'll see how that looks. But hopefully Wendy's texture won't take too much longer now.
I'm trying to get my work done, but I'm having quite a lot of trouble because there's like a wasp in the light above me, and it's just buzzing constantly, and it's freaking me out, and I'm really struggling. How can I get any work done with this thing just buzzing ahead above me? Okay, yeah, so another day of colouring pixels on Switch. We are getting there, we're pretty much there. So you can see I've updated the assets for the images and also for the home screen, which is really good. Lee actually made those for me last week, I guess. Well, they were ready anyway. Localization is finished, it still needs QAing though, but it should all be good to go. But yeah, I've just been working on some level fixes. So one of the things that we do is for current pixels on Switch, because we can't, the code base is so old, we can't actually like modify levels for current pixels on PC, but for Switch, since we're kind of releasing a new game, we spend the time to QA the levels and to make any fixes that we possibly can. So we've QA'd all of the levels, which is one of the reasons why it took so long. There is an awful lot of comments and feedback for them. But yeah, I'm just going through them one at a time, trying to fix as many things as possible. A lot of them are just unnecessary colours. That's quite a common one, particularly for the older books. This level I'm working on now, Diner. So there's a couple of issues to fix on this one. I'll just show you. So the shadows for this 24/7 bit are going to the right and down, whereas for the top section here it is the opposite way. So one of them needs to be flipped. And I think the other comment here is missing an inner shadow on the bottom right corner of the inner shadow of the R on the dino. Right, okay, so there's a pixel here that needs fixing. So I'll just quickly go in, grab that colour, and then do that. Do that there, just to make it feel a bit nicer. And also double check the outline at the bottom of the image, right under 24/7. What is wrong with that? Ah, right, okay, so the image is cut off here, so there's this sort of blue border we got going on, but because the image is cut off at the bottom, we need to basically expand the image and then add a little bit of extra blue underneath this black line. So it's just stuff like that we're noticing and trying to get fixed and right. And then, fingers crossed, once we've done all of that, I'll get everything saved, do a build, and then submit it to Nintendo. So, job done, and then fingers crossed we can crack on, and I want to get back onto Skystead Ranch as quickly as possible, to be honest. Okay, so it's that time of the year again. So the Rainbow Six Siege tournament is live. It's a really fast one because it's like the World Cup or something. I don't know. Yeah, I bought the Lego. We went to IKEA when we were getting the stuff for the desk over there, the legs. So yeah, we got an IKEA Lego set for the trophy this time. It all should be finished next week. I think it's literally like a speed run. It started on Wednesday and it ends on Sunday. So usually it takes longer. But yeah, I'm out, so someone else will be getting the trophy and the day off.
Okay, so as you can see, the texturing for Wendy is done. I did stick with those sort of tribal markings that I discussed this morning, and overall it's really paid off, and Wendy looks a lot better. I also did the shiny as well real quick, which I'm going to have to remember where the layers are. I think it's these ones. Boom, boom, boom. Turn those on. There we go. Oh no, hold on, one more. There we go. So this is the shiny variant of Wendy, and these markings up here are going to glow. I'm not sure if I've got the emissive already on. I do, there you go. So this one, there'll also be an emissive on these stripes, I just don't have it turned on right now. There we go, cool. Yeah, so it's going to be a sort of pinkish hue, which I think will really work at night time, because obviously Wendy comes out at night. So yeah, Wendy's looking really cool, and for the majority of the day, actually, I've been working on the rig. Unfortunately, the rig hasn't went quite as well as the texturing, but we are getting there. So unfortunately, when I rigged it, when you weight paint or when you attach the rig to the mesh, sometimes when automatic weights kick in, it can do a lot of the work for you. In this case, it didn't. For some reason, it just made the mesh really messy and unclean. So I've spent a lot of the time here just going through and making sure all the waypoints are clean and everything, you know, everything is parented correctly. But that does take a while when you're essentially just doing it manually. But we're getting there, we're really close now. I'm currently working on the ears, and as you can see, lots of nice smooth gradients there. Someone could do a bit of work actually, but as you can see, I can just go in there and smooth those out. So I've got a little bit more to go, because if I should display it now, the rig still isn't working the way I want it to. So if I move the root bone here, you can see there's a bit of clipping down here which I don't like, and the fur is sort of getting a bit messy down here. So a little more work to go, but definitely a lot better than it looked at lunchtime. Yeah.
Guys, it's Tuesday.
Tuesday.
What we did spend planning, what we're doing.
Yeah, so for me, I was wrapping up the Oceanic DLC that Jack's done for Coin Pixels. That's coming out this week. And a bit of Switch work as well, because the next collection on Switch is ready to go. Just did a bit of QA testing, been submitted, so just needs testing some of the localization stuff, and some of the bug fixing that you've done. And then towards the end of the week, probably the Magic DLC stuff, some of that stuff, sure.
Yeah, and for me, it's primarily going to be Skystead, as doing Wendy this week. It'll be good fun, making her come to life with some animations, as well as doing a little bit of the Coloring Pixels Cake DLC for their 6th anniversary. It's got 6 years.
Yeah, for me, finally back onto Skystead, which is really, really good. No more Switch stuff, hopefully, unless Lee finds 100 things that are broken. And yeah, some boring tax stuff and things like that, which is always occupying my time. Grim. Just realised it's like really bright out there, and it's just, all you can see is just a white blob. That's great.
Great footage.
Cool. Lee won the siege thing, so he gets the trophy. That's a 2-hand job. 2 secs. There you go, seamless cut. There you go, you happy with your trophy? Do you want your box of goodies? There you go. Finest IKEA Lego. Well done, mate. You get a day off as well. Look what they're doing outside. It's like doing a... Don't know what they're doing, really.
Yeah, so yesterday was a really busy day. I was sort of jumping around all over the place, so I completely forgot to record. But one of the most fun things of yesterday, or at least a few of them, was this sort of new Oceania image, which is the last one of this pack, which is quite cool. So the pack is done now, and this was Rob's suggestion, which is like a sort of like boat from Moana, but I think it's actually called a Drua boat. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. But it's got this really big sail in the middle, and we've got those sort of like 2 canoe sort of hulls to them. And I think it looks like a really cool image. Admittedly, this one was actually quite tough. I didn't know how to really design the image. I didn't know if I wanted a sort of 3D aesthetic or sort of 2D straight on. I went with the 2D one and added a nice reflection. I think it panned out quite well. But one of the more fun things yesterday was I started the new anniversary cake image. And I'm going for a sort of similar theme to the 4th one, which was the last one that I worked on, which was Coloring Pixels Anniversary 4, the 4th year. I'm going for a similar one. I'm just going to go even more ambitious. So I'm taking it quite slow, as otherwise it's going to burn me out, because I'm essentially doing 6 images in one here. So I've started the first one. It's a sort of nighttime, sort of, cityscape. It's looking really cool. My plan for this image is that I want the colours to sort of gradient up. So what I'm thinking is that it's going to go from a sort of purple to a pink to a bit more of a, where am I going here? A bit more of a vibrant pink up here. And then we're going to, and that's going to go to a bit more of a bluey purple. And then we're going to get to a sort of nice neon up here. So I'm hoping that's going to look really nice. So I'm going to carry on, and I'm going to do this next tier, and I think I'm going to call it there for the day, and then move on to something else.
The start of the week has been going over the DLC that Jack finished up last week. So that's all of the Oceania DLC images being fully tested. So you can see there, they're not in the correct order, and the uploaded or the corrected images haven't been re-imported. But I've just gone ahead and put them in the right order in the file here. So now I just need to get them imported again in the correct order, and that'll be pretty much good to go. There'll be one final check afterwards. But yeah, that's pretty much that. I'm going to head on to doing the 2-week vlog now, and then we'll get on finishing up this DLC.
Okay, well, today and yesterday, I suppose, I've been jumping around a whole lot in various games. So I've managed to get Coloring Pixels Collection 5 set up and a build running. So this isn't the one that we have just submitted for lot check for submission. That's Collection 4. This is just to get a start on the next one while I was working in that area. So the idea with this one, it's supposed to be like spooky themed. So we've got the Autumn book, the Tarot book, the Monsters book, and then 5 Halloween DLCs all in a row. So fingers crossed we'll be able to actually get this out in roughly the right timing, in terms of like when this seasonal stuff is common. So like October, maybe early November or something like that. That's the goal with this one anyway, to try and get that one out. I've also managed to submit collection 4 off today for lot check, and fingers crossed that should be all good. There is some last bit of QA that needs doing, but at least got that on the to-do list. Mainly to do with localization, make sure the assets are all good, and all of the levels need to be loaded again because I've done some level changes, just to make sure that there's nothing gone wrong in the imports. But yeah, that should be all good. But other than that, I've been working on Skystead Ranch as well. So today I've been working on deleting save files. This button looks a bit jank, doesn't it? I'll fix that, it's fine. But now when you're going on the load save thing, if you press the cross, it pops up delete save, yes, no, and if you press delete save, then it deletes. Yeah, so you can see I've just like 5's gone, 4's, yeah. Simple as. And then for all of our games, there's been a couple of oh, that's not good, is it? Why is it doing that? Oh well, I'll have a look at that. But across our other games as well, we've got a new Patreon, so we've been adding them to the credits as well.
Hello. This week I've been making some broken versions of objects that Jack has made. This is a broken cliff. It looks it looks quite a lot like Jack's normal cliff, but I made it bent. No, I bent it a little bit, and I added some vines, some spiky vines, and there are some holes in it, so the character can't go up or down. I also broke Jack's wooden aqueduct, and I made 3 piles to block out the path, so the player can't access it yet. Sorry, Jack. I keep breaking everything you make.
So the main thing today is finishing up the other tasks for the Oceania DLC. I've just done the Discord Rich Presence, that's been uploaded. Do need to test that. Way to test that is to launch the game, and yeah, just check on Discord in your profile if it shows you playing the relevant DLC level or book. But yeah, all that's left is these tasks here. I'm doing the achievements now. So we've got this paint.net file, which is just it's a template, or call it the border template. Because this is the outline for the achievement icons, and all that needs to be done is in the actual final PNGs for the Oceania levels. I put them in there as a layer. I pop it behind the background and then just reposition it. Sometimes you need to resize it, and yes, you see it's gone 2 pixels longer, so we can just resize it there, and then just save that as a PNG in this folder here. So yeah, go through all 20 of those. I'll get that done now, and yeah, they'll really be uploaded.
Today I started texturizing this driftwood. It currently looks like a shaved rat, but it will look like driftwood eventually, I promise. I really like how this broken water pier came out, which is a weird thing to say. I don't know why it looks so nice being broken, but it's a good water pier. Well done, Jack.
Okay, so yesterday was quite a busy day, and I didn't have access to the Wendy files because I was working from home, but I did take the opportunity to start a new Skylet altogether, and this is our new character. That's called Ross, which is essentially, I think it's moss and roll put together, so Ross. And overall the character's really cool. Essentially this was a premise by Rob, where he wanted a sort of rolling boulder with a little head on top, like bobbing along. So essentially this character's going to roll around, and overall it looks pretty good. I spent a bit of time yesterday doing a lot of 2D artwork, which I'm sure Lee will put on screen to make some room. There we go. And this is based on the second design on that sheet, and overall it's pretty close. The only challenging part of this mesh was the topology, because we've got this sort of smooth moss that sits on top of a low poly design. So originally there was a lot of jagged edges that peeked out, and I started to go around to make sure it was smooth. Not too smooth because it is moss. I didn't want it to be, perfect. But overall, I think I got it pretty, looking pretty good. Another problem as well was that when translating over a substance, these hard edges weren't appearing through, so I had to go in and mark them as hard edges, so substance knew where to sort of, keep the edges sharp. And overall, I think it came along pretty well. So I jumped the substance painter. The texture has started. It's getting there. I've done sort of the rock section. I still need to do the moss and the plants on top, but it shouldn't take too much longer now. I can't say it's taking longer than an hour to finish up. But right now, I'm going to jump back over to Wendy and get her finished before I continue with this design.
So yeah, I've been going over the QA testing of the, QA testing the QA, but yeah, the changes for the Switch stuff. So in terms of the localization stuff, the logo that's in the top left is mostly fine, but in Spanish it's showing the English logo. That's a quick fix. Localization is quite a long list of things where the levels go over one line, mostly the dinosaurs to be fair, and there's some missing translations as well, which is going to take a bit of a looking at. But yeah, just done all the actual levels as well, so as we've been testing, we've been getting a long list of suggestions and feedback and things that are wrong. I think Rob showed a bit last week when he was fixing it. But on the actual Nintendo here as well, try and get a nice balance of light. Yeah, you can see I've been going through all the ones I've got a percentage on. I've been sort of just loading the level up, doing a bit of a scribble, make sure you can play the level, make sure the colour count isn't too ridiculous, and make sure there's no like obvious holes or problems with the level. So just a quick check over the levels that have been getting changed. There's been a couple of issues, so if you head over to, which one was it? The sports car here, the DeLorean. If you open that level up, you'll notice it's just this sort of background colour. You can't actually colour anything. Deleting the save causes a weird crash, but you can go back with the start menu. And that's the same for 3 different levels. There's only the retro car, the spring daisy chain is exactly the same. And then the last one is in the music book as well. We have the Rockstar level. This one's a little bit different, but it's mostly the same. So you've got this like little line of ones up here. We can't colour them in. The controls for the actual analogs and stuff doesn't work. So yeah, those are 3 levels that it'll just be an issue with the actual re-import. So it's just gonna be a case of getting those re-imported and checked again. Make sure there's no obvious problems. But yeah, that's all the QA done. Just needs rechecking after they've been put back in, hopefully fixed.
Okay, so it's been another day of working on Wendy, and she is completely done now. And luckily, I've made it easier on myself this time to display some of the animations that I've been doing. So we'll have a look at a few. So we'll look at the special animation, which is quite cute. Just a little look around. Quite like it. It's quite subtle for an animation. It's not too, overbearing. It's quite nice. And we've got the sleep animation, which I'm really happy with, as I managed to incorporate that little sit drawing I did of her on the train. She plonks back like that. That was quite a fun one to do. I'm really surprised the rig worked for it. I was a little worried that it wouldn't, but we got there in the end. We've got the sleep end as well. So listen about and gets up. There's a little crawl up. I quite like the movement on the front paws. It's quite childlike, which I quite like. And we'll show off one more, and we'll go for... We'll go for eat. I quite like eat. I did a little bit of a subtle animation here, which sort of like rotates her head a little bit when she goes to eat. Like here. Wait for it. There we go. Which I was quite happy with. But yeah, Wendy's done now, and it's been sent off to Rob to test out in the game, so hopefully she works.
Cool, yeah, so I've been working more on Skystead Ranch. It's been really good to actually get back onto it and start just making progress. So I've got a couple new Skylets in. I'm not sure if you've seen Trike, but we've got Wendy. I know Jack's really happy with this one. It looks like the walk animation isn't set to loop, but that's an easy fix. And yeah, we've just got loads of Skylets. There was a bug with the sandbox mode, which means that they weren't spawning, but this world is just really feeling much more alive now with loads of different creatures and stuff about. Also, I made some improvements to this little UI thing. I'm still not happy with it, but it's a little bit better now. Yesterday I was working from home, so I spent most of it just re-importing assets. You can see the screenshot script hasn't run, but we've got lots more plushes into the game. Laura made these a while ago, but we've got stuff for like the fawn, the grizzle. I took a screenshot of them yesterday, and surely I'll put it on screen. We've also managed to get in the house that Laura's been making, so it looks really, really cool up close. So this is the fully upgraded house. Once you've got all of the upgrades, it just looks massive now. I'm going to have to
quickly fast forward around so to get a better view. Yeah, you can really see it from up here, which is kind of the point, really. It just looks really, really cool. The house all together with the water and things in front of it as well. The whole place is just looking really, really nice. I've also been working today on some spell stuff, which doesn't translate into sandbox mods. That's great. I'll work on that. But basically, in the terraforming mode now, there's I've removed the digging from the terraforming mode. The plan is to get that onto the what is now the remove tool. Was supposed to make it a bit more of like a utilities mode, so you get destroy water plants and fish and all that stuff. That'll all be in the third mode, which just leaves the terraforming mode to be purely biome based. So right now Earth is unlocked, and then there's 8 biomes for you to gradually unlock, which you can unlock in the shop now as well.
Okay, so I've just gotten in, and I was going to prepare stuff for the stream, but I just couldn't get the idea of my head wanting to fix up this rig for Ross, as I've been having trouble thinking of ways to get it to work, and I think I've actually found a way. So apparently, so initially what I was struggling with is that the rotation on bones doesn't really work correctly. It doesn't really know how to rotate a bone in a full circle. So I did some research, and apparently switching the rotation method from, which bone is it here? From, how do you even say that? Quaternion WXYZ to XYZ Euler actually allows the bone to fully rotate on a 360 axis. I'm not sure it's because on the other version it's trying to read it from the world, so it's getting a bit confused where to rotate, but on this version it rotates the bone, it's like center essentially, so it knows how to rotate a 360. As you can see here, it works perfectly. It actually fully rotates, it loops. So overall, I'm really happy with this. This should save me a lot of trouble. So it looks like a clock when it's doing that. So yeah, this is the walk animation. It's completely done. And now that I know this works, I'm going to move on to the other animations, and hopefully this won't take too long. I could probably see myself getting this done today, even before stream from quick enough. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get most of this done.
Guys,
hello, Lee.
It's Monday.
It's Monday.
You just done our sprint planning? What are you doing this week, Jack?
Yeah, so for me, it's back to Colouring Pixels this week, so I'm going to start off by finishing the anniversary cake for the 6th anniversary Colouring Pixels, and then I'm going to jump on to the next Colouring Pixels DLC. I'm not sure which it is yet, but yeah, whatever that is.
We haven't checked it this morning.
Yeah, could be jungle, could be anything, so we'll see.
Yeah, for me, I think making a start on fishing. So, yeah, new mechanic in Skystead Ranch, so that should be fun. Some admin stuff I need to do as well, but I can't really show you that, so exciting, exciting fishing.
Yeah, for me, going to be focusing on the anniversary that Jack mentioned. So we've got the obviously big announcement posts that come out every year, sort of just rounding up what we've done that year, as well as the actual sale goes live today, so make sure people are aware of that, and just all the nice like competition posts, all that sort of stuff. But other than that, some of the Magic DLC stuff, some Nintendo Switch stuff, and then we'll see what else comes up.
You're all over the place, man.
Yeah.
Laura's going to be making fish.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, cool. So a bit of an odd day today, as we are hopefully getting new internet installed. So I've got BT over there. It just goes over the phone line though, and it's quite rubbish. As like when Jack streams and stuff, it is rubbish. And look, he's nodding his head. He's not very happy with the internet. It's really slow. It's really rubbish. So hopefully we're getting fibre installed. We were just looking, and this building's quite old. So we were wondering if it was listed or not, but it doesn't look like it, so it might be okay.
Right, so it's been quite a busy day so far, working on the Colouring Pixel stuff. So I managed to get the 6th anniversary crate completely finished. Had a few iterations, but overall I've settled on this design overall. I'm quite happy with it. It's got a sort of similar tone to the 4th anniversary one, but I've definitely ramped up the detail and sort of the size of the, well, not so much the size, but definitely the quality of the sort of landscapes. Hopefully that's a testament to my improvement over the years, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, overall quite happy with this one. Hopefully everyone likes it. And other than Colouring Pixels work, I have been doing a bit of Skystead stuff. So the iPad got quite a bit hot today with the 25-degree day. So I give it a bit of a break, and I did some modelling for the player book for Skystead. And overall it's going pretty well. I've left a gap here in the middle, as you can see, because what I want to do is I want to have the book open. So tomorrow I'm going to see if I can sort of figure out a way to make it rig so the book can open and close. But yeah, overall, the model looks pretty good.
Yeah, so quick update on the internet situation. Basically, we don't have better internet right now. The engineer came and said that he couldn't do it, so we're chasing up things, and we basically need to get a cable put through the wall or something. I don't know. I thought that was their job, but anyway, working on fishing this week. So I've made this little thing. I worked some time on the particle effects because I'm not great at it, but I think this looks okay. Neither is that you walk up to it and then the little lure that I think Laura's going to be making this week will appear. You interact with it. The moment you give it a second and then you press a button in that short window, and then if you get it right, you get a fish. If you get it wrong, then you don't. So it's quite a simple mini game. It's basically what Cameron, our volunteer, prototyped a few months ago. It's simple enough. We just want to add a bunch of different fish, different varieties, and a bunch of different fishing spots. So yeah, should be good. It needs a little bit of work, but we'll get there.
Hello, it's Monday and just finished making the driftwood. Initially I made it much lighter, but then we all decided that it is more like a swamp driftwood made for Shrek.
Huh? What are you doing in my swamp?
Another swamp creatures. So I swamped it up and it looks like it belongs in a swamp.
Okay, so I just thought I'd show off this image as I am struggling with it a little bit. I'm trying to determine what I want in the background for this image. A lot of the feedback from the last show and tell was that they quite like the sort of blocky shading that I did for some of the, which DLC was it? What was the last DLC? The Oceania DLC. And I'm trying to carry this forward here. Admittedly not as much in the bush because I want the bush to look different from the tree, but I am trying to incorporate this sort of blocky shading. Oh, let me get a better pen. Blocky shading here, especially in the tree where there's not much dithering, it's just solid blocks of colour. And I'm trying to incorporate that into the background here. I'm going to do a sort of like faded in foreground hopefully, but I do also need to finish off this snake as well. I'm not too happy with it, to be perfectly honest. I do like the way it sort of, you know, contorts like that, but I want it to take up a bit more of the screen. So I'm going to have to try to figure out a way to bring him down a bit, rather than just extending him down. I want a bit more interesting than that. So I'm going to spend more time on this image and hopefully we'll get something a lot more interesting than we've got now.
Okay, yeah, just cracking on with fishing stuff. I think I'm about there. There's been a lot of issues with like animations and stuff, but I think we're getting there. So that's basically it. I did get it wrong there on purpose to show that there's a bit of an animation for that, and then hopefully if I get it right, yeah, there you go. Little green flash, and then fingers crossed a fish will jump out the water, and the player will catch it, similar to the way he catches other items. I think that's pretty much it. We'll get feedback on it, obviously, on various people, and then there's going to be like different rarities of fish and things like that when we've got the assets for them. But yeah, just a little simple mini game you can play, and it does work with controller as well. Should I plug in the controller? There you go. So I just plugged in a controller. Oh, press the wrong button. Well, I don't know why these guys keep coming down here. It's quite odd. Yeah, there we go.
Today I made this medieval looking bottle, message in a bottle. This is the paper that was inside. Initially I made it blue, but then maybe it looks better green. Maybe it looks more medieval, and I added some scratches. I think it fits well with all the assets that Jack has made so far, especially with the backpacks. I'm pretty happy with it, and I've got a time lapse of me showing how I painted it.
Okay, so I managed to get the snake done. overall came out pretty nicely. You can probably see here there's a lot of changes that need doing. But I got rid of these sort of leaf things here. It just thought it bulked up the image too much and made it look a bit messy. So overall, I got rid of them and then just made some simple grass and vines. And I think it worked the image a lot better. Not totally happy with it yet, but I think I've been looking at it too long. In other news, Laura's going to be happy, because I did find out that poisonous dart frogs are, their natural habitat is jungles. So I'm going to do one of these frogs. I don't think I've ever done a frog so far, which is quite shocking. So I'm going to get some of this done. I'm looking at a lot of references for pixel art frogs and just generic looking and just normal looking frogs too. Especially, like I said, the poisonous dart one. So hopefully this one comes out quite nicely. It's quite hard to get the forms down. I can't really find many references for people who've drawn poisonous dart frogs before. But something that I've noticed about them is that they've got very long limbs, poisonous dart frogs, like their front legs are really long, so I'm really trying to incorporate this into the design. As you can see now, I'm working on the colour. So they've got really nice colours. There's a lot of various types of colours that they've got, lots of blues, lots of orange, lots of yellows, so I think for me, I'm going to go on orange and blue sort of tone. So hopefully Laura will be happy with this one.
So yeah, it's been a day of colouring pixels, so all of the switch stuff for the QAing for the second pass, that's all done, it's all good. And the big thing there though is the actual store pages have all been sent off to Nintendo. Can't really show much of that off because all under NDA for the most part, but that has been sent off. We've just been waiting for an actual reply from Nintendo about that, any issues that they may have come up. Other than that, I've been working on the actual QA testing the image that I've been working on, the birthday cake. There's been a couple of minor issues. Can we zoom in? Yes, we can. Tiny little thing here, little gap, that sort of thing. Nothing really major. There's been a couple of small changes here and there. I've just made those changes here on paint.net. I've saved this, at least I will be. There we go. And I'll be re-uploading that for the final pass to get that ready for the weekend.
Okay, so it's been another day of working on the Jungle DLC for Cutting Pixels, and overall it's going on pretty well. I've decided to try tackle some larger images today, so I'm probably going to get about 2 done, but they're quite substantial size, so I'm quite happy with them overall. And the first one was sort of a traditional jungle looking image, but for this DLC I'm trying to focus a lot on the wildlife that comes in jungle as well. So I've decided to dedicate this image to like the insects that you'd find in jungle. I've done quite a few so far. This one's called, what's this one called? The blue morpho butterfly. We've got the bumblebee. This bumblebee's got a special name, but I've already forgotten what it's called. We've also got a dragonfly, and we've got an elephant beetle here, and a bulletant. Now, I haven't really organised how these are going to look yet. I've kind of just got them everywhere. And right now I'm working on a comet moth. So I'm kind of going off the silhouette of the butterfly to try and keep it a similar size, and that's going to go down here. So I do need to fill this space in over here, so I need to do one more after that, but after that I think I'm going to call it quits, that image. I think that's enough bugs for one day.
Today I made these little rocks. They're supposed to be a sad rock and a happy rock. I'm not sure if I'll keep the legs and hands. Depends on what Robin, Lee and Jack think of this. They might look better if I engrave their faces rather than paint them on. I'm not sure, we'll have to think about it. But this is what I've got so far, and I've got a time lapse as well for this one, showing off how I painted them.
Okay, so I'm still working on the Jungle DLC, and it's coming on pretty well. I'm working on a new image now, which is a one based on, like, how do you say the name? Is it capybara?
Capybara.
Is that right?
Capybara.
Yeah, that's right. Quite cute little creatures. I want to try and include them in this DLC. I'm sort of going for the similar look that I did for the Japan DLC with the monkeys in the sort of steam pool. What's it called? Like the hot springs. Kind of doing a similar sort of aesthetic to that, and it's going pretty well. Lee did mention I should try and include some more sort of like jungle-esque foliage. So I'm kind of going over the top with this image, just adding tons in. I could probably do more, to be perfectly honest. I haven't decided what I'm going to do, but I really do want to include a sort of
capybara
in the water as well. So I haven't decided what I'm going to do with that yet. I've looked up some references, and the baby
capybara
sometimes ride on like the backs. So I'm hoping that I can sort of do that in the water here. So we'll see how it goes. I'll do a little time lapse and see how far we get.
Alright, yeah, so I've been doing a bunch of stuff, a lot of re-importing of various assets and things like that, but I've been working on fishing as well. So I've got it working now, so when you hover over, well, basically when you get close to the area, you get the little highlight that you get with all of the other interactions in the game. When you press it, it does a little bit of an animation. This lure that Laura made pops out, and then it's all animated and stuff like that. And the only thing that's missing is for it to actually pop out a fish and a player animation. But I'm going to wait until there's a couple more assets that Laura is working on to get that working. But yeah, the actual lure itself was quite fun to actually animate and stuff like that. So I'll just show you what was going on with it. At the start of the animation, it basically just loops through this like empty animation really, and then when you actually start the interaction, it does this starting animation, loops through this sort of like bobbing animation, and then when it pops up, like for the button press, it quickly does the an animation for that, goes back to the loop, and then does a little end animation as well. So fingers crossed, if I just shove this down here, you should be able to see that. There you go. A lot of work for just like a couple of seconds, but it does look quite polished.
So yeah, big task today, with it being the Colour Pixels anniversary and the ToastieLabs anniversary, I guess, this week. You do the sort of the competition prep as well as the sort of the big birthday post you do every year, sort of going over what we've done in a year at ToastieLabs. The competition post is out now. It's like a day early, but it's because I need the actual links to the competition to post onto both the actual competition thing here. You can see there's one response, that's just Rob testing it, make sure it's all set up correctly. It looks like it is working right, everything's going into the correct place, so that's good. But yeah, that's out now. We'll be actually officially announcing it tomorrow on Friday, which will be the actual date it should be going live, just on like, you know, all our socials, on the Steam forums, as well as the in-game update that will be getting made as well. So that's all good to go. As well as that, I've just finished typing out this 6 years of Colour Pixels post. It's quite long. Still needs QA testing by Rob. I went ahead and got a suitable GIF as well, sort of completed the image again in a nice order to get a GIF, as we do every year as well. So that's ready. That's again, need QA testing, or reading through at the very least, before it goes live on Saturday with the actual update, including the image here.
Yeah, okay, so today I've been a little bit all over the place, as usual on a Friday it seems, but basically I've just been importing a bunch of assets in that Laura's been working on. So a lot of it's been to do with fishing, so it's sort of in progress because fishing is sort of in progress at the moment, but a whole bunch of items for fishing that Laura's been working on, getting them all in and implemented. And we've also been working on the well, I just sort of threw together this sort of like Excel sheet for fishing, basically just going through what we want to drop where. So we're thinking that we're going to have 4 different actual like sites where you can fish. We've got the river that I've been showing off earlier in the week in the recordings, the lake, which is sort of like the pier up top by the house, the beach, which is the island underneath that we haven't started yet, but we need to kind of prepare for that. We want that to have its own unique stuff. And then the watering hole, this is a building that one of the Kickstarter backers, Hypered, kind of suggested, because it was the Skylet Growl, kind of wanted it to interact with it. So that's like a 4th location that we have to think about. And yeah, it seems to be going quite well. Just sort of like trying to plaster out what's common. These are all the items that are just kind of junk, really. There's some like shells, like tooth, the boot, which is just straight up the boot from Wally. Bunch of stuff like that, just sort of like planning out where they're going to be. There is some stuff that is pretty much everywhere, and then we're trying to block out that every location has its own unique items, at least one for each rarity. So for common, riverweed, just sort of like the seaweed type thing that we've got for the river, that's only in the river and nowhere else. So we're trying to plan as much as we can about all of this. So we've got a bunch of fish as well. It turns out that we don't actually have that many fish though. We do have a lot, but it's mainly all of this rainbow fish. So the idea of the rainbow fish is that it's the same fish essentially, but we've got 7 colours for it. They'll be available everywhere. They'll be sort of like your basic fish that you fished out a lot, but then we want to have a unique fish for every location as well. So river urchin for the river, and so on and so on. But me and Lee have just been getting together and planning some more tasks to put on the board, because we just noticed a couple of gaps as well. So we want to have like super rare fishes for every location. So we sort of like thought up some like epic rarity things to get in there, and then there were a couple of holes that we filled in
for the normal fish as well that you'll be getting quite a lot of. Yeah, so I'm just going to quickly task these up. You see I've already started here, and then fingers crossed Laura will be able to get to them next week.
Hello, it's Monday.
Yeah,
Woo! There's no Jack here because he's off for his birthday. Happy birthday, Jack. Woo!
Yeah.
But just us been planning what we're doing this week. For me, it's going to be mostly DLC stuff. So primary focus is going to be the Magic DLC for Wulup, getting that finished up as quick as I can, as well as QA testing some of the levels that one of our volunteers been doing. And then towards the end of the week, I imagine making a start on Hexceed as well, just sort of getting the prep ready for that. So that's the next major DLC that'll be coming up after that as well.
Yeah, Hexceed should be coming out on Friday, so I've got a lot of QA to be doing for that. But in terms of Skystead Ranch, it should be cooking, I think. Is it some assets that I know Laura's going to be making for fishing, so I'll try and get those in as well. Sort of like get fishing sort of done and sorted, but then cooking after that.
So it's been another day of focusing on getting Wulup finished up. So there was 3 levels left this week for the Wulup DLC, the Magic DLC specifically, and I've just got those all finished up today. So we've got this sort of Miss Magic. I want to do a magician that was a female, just because I realised there was no representation within the last couple of books. So I've done that, and then we have this Dark Magic level that Laura drew originally. So I've gone ahead and made that into a level, and then finally this School of Magic. Bit of a play on the fact that it's kind of Hogwarts, but it's not Hogwarts, it's just a magic school, I swear. But yeah, they're all pushed, ready to be tested. There is still a lot of QA to be done, but that'll be getting done over the next few days, I'm sure.
There's a chopped up sky fruit. I made a little time lapse of painting this. If Lee can show it, it would be cool.
Okay, so it's been another day of working on the Jungle DLC for Cunning Pixels, and it's coming along pretty well. I've done quite a few today, but definitely the highlight for me today has definitely been this image here. This morning, Rob kind of came up with the idea of doing a sort of prehistoric jungle. So what better to put in than a T-Rex? And I started off by actually drawing the T-Rex first, as I haven't drawn a T-Rex in pixel art besides the fossil one that I did in the Gems and Minerals. I haven't actually drawn an alive one. And overall, I think it's come along pretty well. It's not done, but I've pretty much got the form in, like his base, body and shape. I think it looks quite good. I think I quite like the sort of 3D-ness as his head goes up here. But I still need to do a little bit more work on it. It's not completely done. I'm thinking that I'm going to do some extra shading work towards the back of the body here, similar to how I've done the neck. I think the neck look and the head looks a lot better than the sort of back end of the body. So I'm going to try bringing a lot of this detail to the back here, and hopefully that'll help tie up the design. But yeah, now that I'm confident with the T-Rex, I'm probably going to go in and add in the background and the base. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do for the background, as I've done quite a lot of jungle, well obviously the DLC is jungle based, but I don't want to sort of just draw the same image over and over again. So I'm thinking of doing a base here, like that, maybe not that 3D. Something like that. And then I'm thinking of sort of just doing like a half background like this, so the T-Rex is sort of popping out, sort of like that scene from Jurassic Park. So we'll see how it goes.
Okay, yeah, so I've been busy with lots of admin stuff for the past few days, so I haven't really had much chance to work on Skystead Ranch, but I have managed to finish fishing. So we've got a few different water points, like fishing spots where you can fish. This is one of them at the end of the pier. All of the drops are plugged in. I think like in the last devlog there was like a spreadsheet that we went through. All of the like drop rates and stuff seem to be quite good. So that's a redfish. That's a fairly common fish you can get. We'll just try and get a couple of ones out of here. And every fishing spot has got different drop rates and things like that. There are some objects like the rocks and stuff that appear that are just across everything, but there are specific common and rare items in every fishing spot, which is really cool. And this is a jelly worm, I think, that Laura's done. Yeah, so there's just been lots of importing of assets and things, getting it sorted. There's also this fishing hole here, which is sort of like an item that you can build, and that's got different drops to all of the other stuff as well. It's not quite finished. There's some work we need to do to add the sort of like the water texture. I failed that there, I wasn't paying attention. Get all that working, but it should drop some different stuff as well. And it seems to be working quite well. Yeah, and it's really good setup for all the fishing stuff. I think the yellow rainbow fish is quite rare, so it was quite a rare drop there. I think we need some indication of what's rare and what's not. We'll probably do that with a particle effect or something on the items. You see we've got 2 sad rocks there, it's quite a common one.
But yeah, it's looking good.
So I started today with playing a lot of Wooloop just to QA test a bunch of levels. So quite a few have now gone through into the completely done side. Some of the levels to get minor pushbacks, they've been corrected again already, just making another build. But yeah, other than that, moved on to the next Wooloop DLC, which is Fuscus, probably pronounced that incorrect, but essentially the colour brown. Just starting with the starting tasks, just creating the world and creating the actual level tasks. So a little bit of thinking about the actual size of the levels and how many levels we want. So I've gone ahead and made those tasks now. Done the same as last time, where in the descriptions of each task added in what sort of mechanic needs to be included, just because we have noticed occasionally in the past some mechanics start to get missed out a few times, such as like big tiles and portal tiles might not be getting used as much as they need to be. So they've been added in the description just to ensure that gets used. And I've gone ahead and actually started making the layout of the world there. And you can see the coloured tiles, those are the ones I've assigned levels to already. And yeah, I mean, so between each milestone is the large levels, just to try and make it so if people try to get the milestone achievements done first, they will have to go through all the large levels in order to do that. Yeah, all that's left now is to go through these one at a time and press this random level button and slowly assign all the remaining levels to the tiles that don't have any levels assigned to them just yet.
Hi, lately I've been working on lots of fishing and cooking stuff. I've been making ingredients for cooking and some fish. This one's called paint fish. It's one of my favorites that I did. And it is quite cute. I will be quite sad to make a chopped up version of this, but fish are delicious. Sorry, little guy. You'll be eaten, but that's fine. That is fine.
Okay, so just got done streaming, essentially doing the Hootlet Part 2, and I actually managed to get the model finished. Everything's been completely decimated down, UV unwrapped, and overall it came out pretty well. It looks pretty good. It did have a few problems at the end with some sort of double verticing, faces doubling up. I'm not entirely sure what caused it, I've got no idea, but I did manage to fix it by doing mesh cleanup and essentially just merging by distance, which fixed a lot of the problems. Had to be just doing manual work, but overall it got there in the end.
Here's a chopped up sea urchin. Oh no, sorry, river urchin. Yeah, I tried using bright colours for this because Rob prefers contrasty bright colours for everything, especially animals. But yeah, it doesn't have eyes, this one, so it was easier to make it chopped.
So I'm starting a new image for the Jungle DLC. This is a suggestion by Rob, which is a sort of river going along the rainforest from a top-down sort of bird's eye view. It's a bit of a hard one to figure out. The image itself isn't really complicated. It's just trying to figure out a way to make it look sort of what's what I'm looking for? Real, I suppose. And I'm sort of messing around with different sort of shading techniques to try to approach it. I started off by sort of trying to overlay different sort of circles to try and make it look like trees. But it looks a bit, I don't know, just doesn't look right. So I've sort of went for a different sort of style here, and that is this one here, which I think I am preferring. It requires me to be a bit more specific on where I place shading and make sure it looks right, rather than this one which is just essentially making a pattern. So I think I'm going to stick with this sort of style for the rest of it, and hopefully that'll look okay by the end.
Okay, cool. So this week I'm going to be working on cooking, continuing on from last week. I don't think I'll actually be able to finish it off this week, but I should be able to get a bulk of it done. So we've got a bunch of these items that Laura's made, counters, a mixer, chopper, bunch of stuff, and the idea is that you pick up an item and then you put the item on these buildables, and then something will happen, and it's just that functionality I'm trying to get working today. It is a bit awkward, just because of the way that we've got like the saving and loading, working. Basically, like, it just, the saving and loading basically remembers, okay, there's like this item with this ID built at this location, so then when you load back in, that's all it remembers. But if you're adding the ability to put items onto counters and things like that, then it's another item ID that's going to have to remember that's linked to the counter. So it's got to remember that the item is linked to the counter and stuff. So it's more data. It's going to be a faff. Anyway, but I'm just sort of working out how to make it so that you can actually put things onto tables. I kind of want to get this working with the other buildable tables we've got as well, other than these 2 counters, and then just basically let them be used as storage, which is kind of cool. So that's the plan with that, and hopefully later in the week I'll be able to get it working so that I can interact with like the mixer, for example, and then it'll mix it with 3 other ingredients. The chopper will swap out the item for a chopped version of the item. The squisher will sort of like juice it, I think, and we'll get some nice animations going for all of those. But yeah, at the moment it's just this one counter I've got working. Yeah, lots to do.
Lola! Hey, Daddy! Hey, Daddy! Got a visit from the puppet today. Did manage to finish off the Jungle DLC. This was the last image that I did, and I'm overall really proud of it. It's a sort of game platform level, but set in the jungle. And it was a tough one. It took me a while because I didn't really know how I wanted it to look, so I used a lot of references to try to compile a sort of idea. I think I got it looking quite good. One thing that really I struggled with was the background over here. It just looked really messy in this sort of center portion, but I managed to go in and clean up a lot of the like the harsh line work. Originally there was like a lot of jagged parts, and I just went through and smoothed it all out. And there was also a lot of shading on the branches as well, which I completely removed, as it just looked a lot better in solid color. This section down here as well was a bit meh. It's because this sort of green dark bush here, there was too much of it, so originally it was more like this, and it just looked a bit plain down there, so I decided to add in these 2 trees here, this broken one and this fallen one, and that overall really helped the design. So yeah, that's the last one, and I've just got confirmation from Rob that considering I'm on the Coloring Pixels work, I'm just going to jump over straight to Halloween DLC and do a few levels for that, just so I can get the store page pretty much done as well.
Okay, so I've just been working on more cooking stuff. So today it has been the chopper.
Get to the chopper!
Since we've got all the tables and stuff working, whoops, it's not a chopper. We've got the tables and all that working the other day. All seems to be working quite well. So the chopper is basically there's 2 like objects that sort of like process the food. So this will turn this item into a chopped item. We haven't got all of those items in because Laura's still working on the assets, but you can see that the flow seems to be quite there. So you put an item on the board, it chops it, plays a little animation for a few seconds, there's a little poof, and then the item switches, and that'll be like the chopped item. And depending on what you put in, depends on what you get out. Like I said, we haven't really got anything set up for it yet, but if I chop a carrot, it'll, instead of a jello, it will give you a urchin, I think. Should do anyway. It's just a lot of really important work that needs to be done, and then I just need to get a separate animation working for the mixer, which will be very, very similar. Mixer and squisher, I think. No, squisher. Yes, a squisher. This will be very similar functioning to this. Just need to get that set up and then work on the actual cooking items. Yeah, okay, so I've been working on more cooking stuff, and I think we're about there. There's just an awful lot of config and stuff that needs to be set up, but the actual functionality of the item seems to be working. So we've got the chopper. When that chops a thing, it produces a chopped thing. Config isn't set up for it yet, but if we fish some more stuff, I can show you some of the other things. Cool. Got a sailfish. I think it's supposed to squish these, so if you put this in the squisher, a bit of an animation plays, and then it'll probably produce an acorn, because it's the first item alphabetically. A pine cone. Oh. And yeah, so these 2 other cooking items, the stove and the mixer, these sort of receive 3 items and then they produce 1. So I'll just put a rock in this. This isn't going to go well. You never want to put a rock in a washing machine or anything like that, but they sort of like buzz around, and then you put the 3rd item in, and then it sort of like plays animation, and it will process. It does take a long time to do. I think it's like 30 seconds or something like that. So I'll quickly show you the stove while that's working as well. And yellow rainbow fish, that's actually really rare on. And yeah, once we've done that, particle effects start happening, and you can see them cooking in the stove there, and then it should produce something. It's probably an acorn. See, this one's done, it produced an acorn. The idea is that this would be like a mixed food. So this, so the idea of combining 3 items together is you can have like hot and cold variations. So the mixer will generally make like salads, things like that. So if you put like some like chopped leafy stuff and I don't know, like a carrot in there or something, then it'll produce like a chopped carrot salad or something. And then this will be cooked food, so your bread and your pastries and all that stuff. And yeah, it seems to be all working. It's just a matter of swapping out everything for, so it's not producing acorns all the time.
It's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday. We've just done our sprint planning, going over what we're doing this week. And for me, it's been mostly DLC stuff. So Jack finished up the Jungle Book last week. I'm going to be getting that QA tested, getting that build all ready for next week, as well as that the Magic DLC as well. I want to get some more QA done on that, just get that tied up, because our volunteers coming back in the next couple of days, and they've got a couple of levels that will need QA testing, so I'll get that done ready for them as well. And then some more stuff, I'm sure that'll show you towards the end of the week.
Yeah, for me, Skystead Ranch stuff. Mainly just going to be trying to tidy up and get the game as good as I can. Really, we've got show and tell on Friday, so it'd be nice to actually get the game into a good state. I know there's a lot of work to do with the Skylets, so like their happiness triggering and stuff like that he's doing, so I'll be focusing on that, I think. Jack's probably going to do some Halloween work because he's been waiting all year for it. Now he can, he's really excited. And Laura's doing cooking stuff, aren't you?
Yeah. Hello. I'm still working on lots of food items and ingredients. And this is devil's juice. Yeah, I think you'll be able to get the devil's juice from squishing the devil's lettuce. I'm sure Rob will make a really cool animation for it, as he's done for the chopper. It looks really cool. I think it looks like a juice. So that's good.
Okay, so we've got some more deliveries. I believe that Lee ordered these just before he went on holiday last week. Can't get in. Let's get into this one. It's just the mugs. It's the last order of the mugs for the Kickstarter backers who backed Skystead Ranch. And they are looking good. I always have a little poke inside to make sure there's no broken things or anything like that. They tend to be quite good from our supplier, so I think we've only ever known one to be broken. But that's all sorted. Not much of an update from me though today. Mainly just because we're doing lots of admin stuff and things like that. And we should have a new starter who's going to be sitting there next week. So that's really fun and exciting. More on that later though, I think. And this just needs to go with the rest of the boxes. And we can get started on ordering the next lot of merch, which is the... What is it? Posters? Posters. Right. Oh, fumbling. There we go. We're getting there.
So, I managed to rig up Hoot here.
Who?
Hootlet, sorry, and it's looking pretty good. The rig didn't take too long to build. I'm getting a bit more proficient in it now. I did also apply the texture as well, which is all done now. Looks pretty good. And unfortunately though, the rig hasn't really worked the way I wanted to, so I've just sort of skinned it to the body here. And it doesn't really work, unfortunately, so this is one of the rare instances where I'm probably going to have to do quite a bit of work to get the weight painting right. So if I show a few instances here, sort of when I move the head, I want the head to be completely set from the neck so the owl's head can turn 360 degrees like an owl could, not 360 but 180. As you can see here, there's some weird deformation on the back of the neck here, so I'm going to have to do some weight painting there. I think the wings also sort of pull down this collar here, which I don't like, so that's going to need fixing up. And I think there's something on the body here as well where it's, also on this neck bit here, it's not pulling down this sort of collar at the back here, which I would like it to. So I'm going to have to do a bit of weight painting here. Hopefully it won't take too long. It'll definitely be done before lunch. Hopefully I can get it done way before that though. So yeah, I'm going to get on with weight painting.
So I mean, QA testing most of the levels for the Jungle Book DLC. Now you see here, I've pretty much gone through all of them, apart from this one over here, the Jungle Animals. And so far, been pretty good. Only a few minor issues here and there. The Jungle Animals level in particular though, was uploaded in the wrong resolution. So you see if I zoom all the way out here, you sort of get the hint, the pixel sizes there, and everything says 5x5 in terms of, so you've got all these 29s. There's 5x5 of those. So I've just gone ahead and resized that image. There it is. And to the correct size, I've also reordered the circles as well, just to make it a bit more compact. So all that's left is to get this re-imported, playtest this level as well as all the fixes that I made as well. And then, that'll be that. Good to go as well.
Hello. I'm still chopping stuff up for the cooking mini game for Skystead Ranch. Oh god, I've chopped up most things now. Even the baby shark, which is very sad, but it's okay. But I also made some final meals as well. This is made with nom shroom. So you get nom cream. I've got a time lapse for that. I'll show you how I made it. But initially I didn't put it in a bowl. It was just on its own. And then I thought, it's quite weird to have ice cream without a bowl or a plate on its own, like a cat or a dog. And then I added a bowl.
Okay, so it's a bit of a change of pace for me today. I'm actually working on some UI stuff for Skystead. And Rob wanted me to do some work on the sort of field guide, like the inside of the book menu. And overall it's going pretty well. I did a little bit of work on it yesterday, but today I'm sort of blocking out the book that will sit behind the UI. And it's looking pretty good. I wanted to do it in Procreate initially, but then I decided to go in Illustrator so I wouldn't have to worry about sort of pixelation or dimensions down the line, as Illustrator allows me to have a lot more control. As you can see, it's nowhere near done, but I've got the block out done. I did these yesterday, which was based off the design, like the block out UI that Rob put in the game, which is here. So you can see it's sort of similar. I don't think you necessarily, you didn't really ask me to keep it the same in terms of design, but I quite liked the green, to be perfectly honest, and I really liked these symbols that are in here, so I kind of kept them in, just made them look a bit prettier. As you can see, they look pretty nice. I put some foliage in the background too, and I've got the one down here as well, which is based off this bottom design here. And overall, I think this looks pretty good for the game. I think this will fit in quite nicely. All I need to do now is to make it fit in seamlessly with the book here. And the book is getting there. It's taking a little while just to try to get the design down, as I am going off the model, which I've got here. The model isn't done, but it's, it's blocked out, and what am I doing? It's blocked out and it's pretty much ready to go, so I'm definitely focusing on these sort of golden bits here, which you can see in the Illustrator file at the back here. So I'm going to try to do some more stuff, adding in some shadows and making little bits of detail here and there, maybe add some chips into the paper, and hopefully that'll make it look good enough for the game.
Okay, so I've been working a lot on just very minor things to do with the skylets and the player character today, so there's just so much AI stuff that we haven't really done. The sort of the skylets need a bit of TLC when it comes to that stuff. One thing that's been, we've been talking about for a long time, you can zoom in a lot further now. You probably want to have some sort of like strafing left and right so you can look around a bit better, but you can zoom in a bit further now, and the the curve we've got on this zooming is a little bit better. But yeah, in terms of the animations for the skylets, we've had a few issues with like the animations, getting them to line up properly. I think it's just some of the config issues really. But I've also been trying to implement running, so if you bump into the skylets, they should run off a little bit. It's not great. That's just my implementation. The animations are all there. It just needs a bit more work, I think. And making sure that the hitboxes are quite good, because before you couldn't get quite close to the skylets. Teacher running away there for a little bit. And he's just made it so that when you bump into them, they try and run away. But it's not 100% clear because they finish their animations and things, and then, yeah, we'll get there, but the trouble is just that there's so many skylets, and it feels like each one I look at has got like a slightly different thing wrong with it, so it's a bit awkward, but we'll get there, and then fingers crossed we can start getting them to interact with each other and stuff, add a few more behaviours.
So one of the tasks that's been on like sort of the back burner for a while now is getting this Skystead Ranch webpage updated second time, because although it looked quite nice in terms of like aesthetics, the content itself was a bit bare bones. So gone through and addressed all the feedback that Rob gave, such as putting the press kit button towards the bottom, added a couple of extra buttons there. Thankfully we had this nice design that Jack made a while ago for the Kickstarter stuff, so I just sort of reused them and then put them on the webpage. And fleshing out the actual content here as well, putting in some skylights since that's a selling point in the game, and a bit more text, a bit more information, that sort of stuff. So yeah, it'll still need a bit more feedback in terms to make sure that it's up to scratch. But yeah, that's published, that's live, people can check it out. But yeah, other than that, one other thing I'll be doing is going over sort of like the next game project idea, sort of brainstorming. All of these could just be completely scrapped, but it's just general ideas. And the main purpose is because I think Rob mentioned we have a new starting next week. It's going to be programming, and we're going to be working on a new game with them. So there's just some ideas in case they don't have any ideas of their own, or we don't want to go ahead with the game they've already been working on when they were volunteering for us earlier in the month or the year.
I'm so excited to stop chopping and start making some meals, and mash is my favourite because I'm Latvian. I was super excited to make a mash. There's even carrot mash and vegetable mash. I hope it doesn't look too Eastern European.
Okay, so as you know, yesterday I was working on a lot of the UI assets for the game, such as the book and the sort of skylit panel to the left. And I sent off the assets yesterday. As you can see, I got a lot of it done. Like, it's a bit scattered right now, it's a bit unorganized, but I'm going through everything and organizing them now. But a lot of the feedback was sent back last night, thanks to Rob, and we put them in game, and he sent me some feedback to work on this morning. So a lot of the stuff involved the book itself, as well as a little bit of the panels here. So the first bit of feedback was that the panels at the top and the bottom on the Scarlet page, they were a bit detailed compared to the book, which I totally see. So his advice here was to essentially take out the detail on the panels and also add some detail to the book, so they balance out a bit better. Which I went ahead and did. As you can see here, the panels, I've already took out a lot of the details, such as the grains, and they do look a lot cleaner, as well as adding detail to the book. So for the book, I've added in these little ripped page segments to the left side, the bottom and the right side, as well as adding in these symbols. The reason I added in these symbols is because I saw that on Rob's reference here. He was experimenting with adding symbols to the corner here, so I thought I would just add that in to see if he likes it. Hopefully he does. And the other bit of feedback was that he didn't like the colour of this grey tape. He thought it was a bit jarring, which I totally see. And I think his exact words was, could I have a bit more of a Poundland colour? Poundland brown. So I've gone ahead and made them brown over here. And I think the last bit of feedback was that the book wasn't 3D compared... Sorry, the backing of the book wasn't 3D compared to the pages. So I've gone ahead then and added a bit of the 3D section at the bottom. So hopefully the stuff is all good. I'm going to send them off now. And if Rob likes them, good. If not, then I'll happily add some more stuff.
I've got a time lapse for the soup. It's made of veggies, and accidentally I made it look like Shrek soup. It kind of belongs in a swamp. I think it's the color of the bowl. It does kind of look quite swampy and also very nutritious and hearty. It just looks very cozy. Cozy for a cold, rainy day.
Okay, cool. So I've been working on a bunch of stuff. A lot of kind of minor stuff. I've been working on the field guide a lot of the time. So basically trying to put in the UI elements that Jack's been making the past couple of days. This isn't the up-to-date stuff. I think he's been doing like a load of stuff today that's been put in. But yeah, just trying to give it a bit of a visual upgrade. It's looking alright. We reduced the sort of like the buttons on the left here to 2. That's just to make more room for the actual book and the actual content on it. It still feels kind of cramped on the book, but we'll see how that feels. And yeah, you might notice this little squiggly thing in the description bits here for Shelley. That's just because it's almost acting like we haven't discovered that part of Shelley yet. So it's just a way of making sure that the player knows that there's information to discover about a Skylet, just so like they know 100% that they've completed a Skylet at the end of the day.
And yeah, it's looking good. Just a bit of playing around, and there's a little bit of an animation. You might be able to see it bobbing up and down. I'm not 100% on it, but we'll have to see how that goes.
Hi, it's Monday.
We've just done sprint planning. Very exciting week this week because we've got a new starter joining the team. He's over there.
Yes.
And yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of Skystead stuff to prepare for the trailer, aren't we?
Yes, so for me, it's primarily going to be the character. We're going to do a second pass of the character, which I'm pretty much just going to re-rig it and reanimate it, and probably retexture it as well, like perfect. So 2.0 character for me this week.
Yeah, there'll be a bit of back and forth on that one because we want it to feel good. It's the main thing you're controlling in the game, right? You need it to feel good. But yeah, I'll be helping Laura with the new zone as well. We're going to be looking at the mountain zone up on top of the hill. There's a few changes that we want to make that, and we just want to get everything in basically just for the trailer. I might have a go at, what was it? Photo mode?
Photo mode, yes.
Photo mode. Apparently we're taking pictures of Skylets now. That's what we're doing. And then there'll be some work on the Demeter's project as well. We'll go in a bit more detail about that later. Lee's going to be doing some planning work for his project that Cameron's going to work on. So, cool. Lots of stuff.
And nothing's getting shuffled around.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks different.
Okay, cool. So we've got a new starter. This is Cameron. He's been volunteering with us for a few months now, haven't you? 7 months. Yeah, he's been basically working on this prototype that I'm sure Lee will put on screen of this train game. The idea is that Lee is going to be designing, I suppose, the game, aren't you? Going to be working very close with Cameron, and it's just going to be a new project that's it's all going to be this guy. I wouldn't be very hands off with it. Essentially, I'll be working on Skystead stuff quite quickly, and then hopefully we'll release this game in the next year or so. So it should be good. Lots of stuff. We're just going to move around the desks though, I think, because we want to have Cameron and Lee sitting close together so they can have a bit of back and forth, which means that I think we're going to move all of this kitchen stuff somewhere else, and then Jack wants the corner desk, so there's going to be a lot of moving around anyway. Yeah.
And here's my new desk, which almost looks no different until you get to this section, which is just a bit longer. Still a bit of rubbish on it, but I'll sort that tomorrow. Okay, so we essentially decided, in order to make the animations work a bit better for the character, it would be easy if I just re-rigged and re-weight painted the character altogether. And I've spent the whole day doing it, and I'm pretty much at the stage now where I'm quite happy with it. It was pretty much all going well until I got to the feet, and the feet got a bit balked, but I managed to fix them up and they all look okay now. So yeah, like I said, I re-rigged it all together, so we've got a new wrist bone in here to make a bit more of dynamic movement with the wrists. I've got an elbow joint, and I've also took the luxury of adding a few more bones in to help me control the rig. So we've got this new one down here, Spine 0 it's called, which allows me to sort of like wiggle the hips around a bit. So we've got some dynamic movement there. I've also got this bone at the top here, which controls like the upper pelvis area, not upper pelvis, upper chest area. So he's got some shoulder movement. So something pretty good. It seems to be working out really well now. All I need to do now is fix up the bag, which is going to sit on his hip here. But I need to find a way to make it so that I'm able to switch the bag out at any time for the animal lover and, you know, the Mew Mew and Corgi bag. So I'm going to try and work that out now, but hopefully it won't be too daunting as the body was. So hopefully it'll go okay.
It has been a day of helping out Cameron mainly. I haven't been watching much stuff, but I am in the middle of uploading Collection 5 on Switch to Nintendo, which is going to take a while because our internet is really struggling today. But yeah, we're pretty much there. I think we've got all of the assets in. It's crashed. Great, that's lovely. We've got all the assets in, and all the localization seems to be done. It does need a QA pass, but what we're going to do is we're going to basically send it off for submission because we know it's probably there. There will be a couple of level fixes that we need to do. But we can do that in a patch before launch, so fingers crossed we can actually release this about Halloween time, because as you can see, it's a very Halloween heavy collection, so fingers crossed we got that good. And just an update on Collection 4 as well, I think that's pretty much done. The store pages are all about accepted and things like that, so it should be coming out in the next week or so, and then the game actually releases a week after that, I think, so the store pages are live for a week. Anyway, should be fun, and then we're hopefully going to do a current pixels level to promote it.
Okay, so I'm having a little bit more success with the character today. Primarily this morning I want to work on the weight painting to make sure everything looks good. And one big area that we wanted to focus on for the 2.0 character was the belt. As in the game, especially in Unity, the belt was bending a lot, a lot, when it would bend with the leg. And you can see here, I've done a lot of work to try and fix that up. Initially, this belt at the top would be sort of down here, it would bend a lot. And you can see, I've sort of fixed it. There's a bit of clipping there, so I'm going to fix on this top right area. But there's still a little bit work to do. I still don't want it bending that much. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove a lot of the weight painting from the back here. So you can see this green area is the area in which the bone will deform. So that's how I can determine which parts move like in the way they do. So if I remove some of the weight from this back area, ideally it should get rid of this bend. So let's just try it. You can see there, it's already getting rid of a lot of the bend there. I'm not sure it's going to work for animation though, although it does on paper look like it's fixed there, but if I start moving the leg, there's a chance that it might just start breaking again. So we'll have a look. No, actually that looks pretty good. So I need to go around and start fixing that up on all the areas, as there's quite a lot of areas on the belt I need fixing like that. You can see there's a bit of a bend here. That's not too bad, that looks a bit more natural to me, but there's a lot on there, on this side here I think. Maybe not actually. Maybe I'm complaining about nothing. Maybe it was just that area. Maybe I fixed it.
Okay, so today I've been working on getting stuff ready for the camera. So I've managed to do a build here. Having some issue with actually Unity and Editor. Just recently, like the past 15 minutes, whenever I press play on the editor, it crashes, the whole editor crashes, so I'm not quite sure what that's about. But the stuff I have been working on, I should be able to show you in this build. Kind of, yeah. So we're basically swapping out this, like the third crook mode, which has usually just been destroy so far. We're going to try and split that out into a bunch of different spells. So we've got destroy as it was before, dig. So yeah, this is working in editor, but it's not on here. This is where you plant a little hole for you to plant seeds. And then camera, this is where you'll be able to take pictures of your skylets. I think we also want water to water plants as well, somewhere in here, but we haven't really thought about that yet, so I've just sort of left it out. And yeah, it's just a matter of getting all that working. It's a bit awkward because all of these wheel UIs, the code for it isn't great, to be honest. So I've just been trying to get it all working quite nicely together. But I think we're about there. Also, just been quickly, I can't really show you, but yeah, just quickly been shotting in the work that Laura's been doing as well. This is very, very early, as you can see, but this is the mountain zone up at the top. Lots of work to be done on this, but we're just getting a good feel for the zone and the area. It's looking really nice, so should be good when it's done.
Yeah, this week is a lot of hexceed work. We're back on to getting the hexceed DLC prepped for the next month of DLC. And the first thing I've done is the first 10 levels there. Main purpose for that is getting the build sent off, so I can actually get the store page sent off as well. So I've got these screenshots that were taken down here, and those are added to the store page as well, because that was the last thing that was required for the store page. So that's live now. We built a wish list that ready for release. It's not coming out for another month, but that gives us plenty of time to get the rest of these levels complete as well.
Okay, so the character's looking a bit weird, but don't worry about that. Jack says he's got no clothes on, which I think might be part of the problem. But yeah, I've been working on the camera thing. The actual game is running again, so there was a problem where it was getting stuck in an infinite loop yesterday. So as soon as Unity detects that, then it just shuts down to stop it from looking at the whole computer. And yeah, we've got a camera. Look, so it's very Pokemon Snap. You can zoom in a little bit, take a picture, and then you get a little pop-up. So the idea is that this picture will be what you record in the field guide for a bit of progression, and fingers crossed we'll be able to get it so that you can like share this on social media. I'm not quite sure how, but yeah, it's looking quite cool. Let's take a picture of Ross. It's running away. Hello. Yeah, it's working quite well. So the idea is that we'll have like one version for every like happiness level of the skylet, and you should be able to replace whatever you've got saved in there. So it's just that functionality that needs doing now. But yeah, it's quite satisfying.
Okay, yeah, so this is Demetus, the game that we've been kind of prototyping, the new game we've been working on. It's essentially a FTL style game but on a train, so you can buy new rooms, you can hire new crew members and do lots of things similar to FTL. Today I've been working on basically adding the ability to buy new rooms, and I've been working on a few things with the AI as well, but mainly stuff. So if you open the shop, you can then see you have a temporary thing here that you can drag in, and then if you click it, it'll kind of snap to one of these rooms, and this empty room will end up becoming something like a munitions room, or if you want to do an armory. And then you can take crewmates in and give them different types of whatever the room is designed to do. And yeah, I also added the ability to do new carriages, and you can expand your train and make it even better.
Hello! Today I've been working on some ruins. I like to do that a lot. I spent ages painting this. I don't know. I think I quite like broken things. I don't know why. But yeah, it was really fun. I've got a time lapse for painting this. This is how it looks like when I put it back in Blender next to the other stuff that I haven't finished. There's still loads to do. I kind of want to make some bamboos as well, and some interesting tropical plants maybe, if I have enough time. But no, it should be finished soon, and it will look pretty cool, I think.
Okay, so it's been quite a busy week working on the player character. I've been reworking a lot of the animations for each directional movements. So everything ranging from idle to walking back left, walking back right, front left, front right, left and right. And all these animations have been done now. The only reason his hands are in the air is because when we're doing the animations, we only want the animations to be locked to the legs. Everything above the hip isn't animated, so it's just staying in the T pose. But the legs are done. So this is walking front left. So as you can see, he is slightly angled. There we go. Bump, bump, bump. And we've got a few there as well. So I'll wash them off because they're all pretty much the same. This is walking backwards, so the movement's a little different. He's putting a lot more pressure on the back feet here to move backwards, as you can see. So he's going to plonk his foot down there to move backwards. But yeah, they're all done now. And what I need to do though is, unfortunately, I have noticed a bit of a weight painting issue, especially when he's walking on the front animation here. Oh, that's not right. Oh, sorry, not this one. Front. There we go. You can see that the belt sort of clips into the shirt a bit here. That's really annoying because I did work a lot on the weight painting, so I'm not entirely sure what's caused that. And I'm hoping when I fix this, something else doesn't get broken, as that can be the problem with weight painting once you've already animated the mesh. So hopefully this won't take too long. I'm praying it won't. But after this one, I think Rob wants a new animation, which is sort of like jogging on the spot, as he wants an animation that sort of jumps. Sort of a blended animation that jumps from the idle to the running front, as the leg difference is quite jarring, so it needs something in the middle.
I see a lot of work today, starting off with a lot of announcements. So obviously got the Jungle DLC coming out tonight for us, so that's been scheduled, ready to go with a nice GIF there. And also another reminder on the end of the post. Nice. What's this? Yes, please, yeah. And another reminder at the end of the post there that the competition is still alive, as well as that the Corner Pixels on Switch store page is alive as well. Because they went live today, it'll be coming out next week to actually purchase. But yeah, the store page is up as well, so those are on the bottom of the actual DLC announcement. As well as that, jumped over and together the Advent 6 pack. This isn't coming out until the end of November, in time for the December Advent sort of event that we do. But Jack made the first image, so I put the logo out there and just got that sent off to Valve. I do still need screenshots, but that won't be for some time yet, because there is another DLC to be made before we even get levels done for the Advent book. And as well as that, announcing the Magic DLC as well, because that's coming out in 2 weeks' time. So we have lots of announcements, but they're all scheduled or sent out, and now it's a case of going over and completing some more hexceed levels.
Okay, cool. So I've been working on a lot of stuff, helping out Jack with the animations. You can see that, it is going well, I promise. It just doesn't look like it at the moment. But I've been working a lot on the character stuff, the camera stuff as well. So I've actually got it's a whole new thing now. It's kind of cool. So you sort of you look around with this camera mode. You can walk around a little bit, take pictures of skylets, and it gives you a star rating system on how well it thinks that you took the picture. So that one's quite good because the distance was right. The chip was looking at the camera. It's in the middle of the frame. All of that. So that was quite good. Where if we take a picture of say Big B over here, that'll be a 1-star one because it's quite far away. He's looking away. All of that, and it's working quite well. So if you go into the book as well, if you look here, then it'll actually say that it'll actually put those pictures into the actual field guide as well, which is really cool. It's all just working quite nicely. We just need a bit of UI work, I think. Get some new assets and stuff like that, so we don't have these white boxes. But I'm quite pleased with the result. And if you take more than one picture, where's the chip gone? Of a skylet, it gives you the option to discard or replace it. We could discard that one because it's rubbish. Then if I do replace, then it will be swapped out in the field guide as well.
Okay, so I've been working on the directional movements again today for the character. I think I've showed them off quite a lot. So, however, today I have also been working on some other animations for the character, such as a few idols and some crook stuff. The idol one's looking pretty good. Wanted a few different idols just so it doesn't look a bit too repetitive. This is the sort of generic idol where he kind of just breathes. Nothing too interesting there. Definitely put a lot more movement in the shoulders though. I'll actually play that properly. There we go. Yeah, so I put a lot more movement in the shoulders with this newborn I've got here where I can sort of just move around the shoulders independently, which is quite nice. Second idol, I believe, is where he's just sort of kicking his feet in the dirt. He's a bit bored. I quite like this one. It's got a lot of character in it. Play it from this angle. Should probably turn the buttons off as well. There we go. Quite happy with that one. And the third one is a sort of, he's looking around. Very game-esque. I think this is longer actually, so I'll turn up the frame range here. There we go. Yeah, I'm quite happy with these three, and I've also done the crook grab, but I've only done the first one, so far I did the rest of them. Just imagine there's a crook there. Because so far he's catching nothing.
Yeah, okay, so today the bulk of my day has been spent kind of setting up this quest log. So essentially the idea is that you get to a random location on the map and then a quest will become available, and if you accept it you'll get crates or pallets. They're just cubes at the minute, but essentially it'll then lead you to another random location on the map, so you can see it's down here now, and then when you deliver it you'll earn money that you can use to spend in the shop and upgrade anything that you might need or want. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's quite simple at the minute, but I think it's quite an effective setup.
Hello guys, it's Monday.
So it's been planning for the week. We know what we're doing. Quite a mixed bag for everybody really. But for myself, it's going to be starting with some colouring pixels on Switch stuff. We've got another store page to put together, so I'll get that done today. But we also have the Collection 4 coming out this week as well, so some announcement posts and stuff there. Other than that, we hexceed for the majority of the week. And yeah, I think that's going to be me.
But yeah, for me it's going to be more work on the character. So last week was a lot of leg work. Today it's going to be a lot of the crooks animations. Who are you laughing at? The crooks animations. Doing my cool actions. And I think I'll be doing a little bit of colouring pixels work as well for Switch Collection 4, doing a bonus image for that. And yeah, I think that's about it for me. And Laura's going to be doing the under section of the island, the main bit.
Bottom.
Of the big bit at the bottom. Yeah, that's what you're going to be working on.
Off camera makes a start on the next project.
That's right.
That is going to be starting with.
Yes. Lovely. Is that it?
Alright, yeah, so a bunch of boring stuff today that I can't show you. A lot of, it's basically tax stuff that we've been sorting. Me and they had to go and get a few statutory declaration signs by solicitor, and we're getting a bunch of things submitted. Anyway, boring stuff I can't show you, but Colouring Pixels on Switch is Collection 5. This is an out-of-date build, but we're basically using it to test the levels. I've been going through it today and fixing a lot of the levels. So in the Monsters book, because I know this one was quite an early book, I think literally first year, right? It's a couple of months after launch. There were a few issues on this, particularly with colour count and duplicating colours. This level was quite bad. Going through fixing those, and we are pretty much there when it comes to testing as well. So the last 4 DLC we're quite comfortable with. The last 3 DLC we're quite comfortable with because Jack made them, and it means that Lee has already QA'd them recently with our higher standards. So in theory they should be good to go. But this one is the last major one that we need to do and get sorted. It's the Halloween 1 book. And I remember there were a few complaints about this, so we do want to try and fix it. I know this pumpkin level people complained about a lot. I mean, it's because it's like a big pattern level, and people didn't really like that as much with the high colour count anyway. So yeah, just a few more levels to test, and then we'll get it fixed and a patch sent off to Nintendo. So fingers crossed, we should all get that done before I go on holiday on Thursday. So Wednesday at the latest, really.
Yeah, okay. So today I've been prototyping a new project. So the idea is that we're going to work on this for the next 3 weeks, and then we're going to compare it with the terrain game. And we're going to see which one we like better and then which one we're going to continue with. But we decided on a dungeon crawler theme for this one. So today I've just been setting up the basic player movement. So you can walk around, you can run, you can crouch, and you can swing your sword as well. And we decided to add a jump. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm happy with how it's turned out.
Okay, so yesterday I was working on the character again, doing a lot of the work in the feet, so there wasn't too much to show. However, this morning, and a little bit of yesterday actually, I did start to manage working on the crook animations. And today I'm definitely trying to rework this animation, which is the building pose, where he sort of just lifts up the crook and lifts the crook up and down, where he's holding an object in the air. I thought this looked okay at the time. I haven't really run it by the guys yet, but I do think it looks a little static. I think this looks a bit boring. So I've sort of tried to rework it in the newer rig, and this is the new one. So I've kind of got the character holding up the crook in one hand rather than two. So he's kind of like the kind of holding it with one arm, and it looks a bit more as if the character looks like he knows how to use the crook. And at the minute, I haven't finished the animation, but it's getting there, where he sort of spins the crook around to hold the object in the air. And just at this by itself, I think this looks a lot better. There's a little bit of sort of jumpiness in the arm here I want to tweak up, and I do want to put a bit more of a sway in, because they look a bit too static at the minute. So hopefully, in a little bit, this will look a lot better.
Hello, this upper area that I've been making for ages is almost finished now. There's still lots of fixes to do, and I've got a time lapse of me making these little sculptures, and then I painted them, and I added some blue marks on them, and they're glowing. Yeah, they're scattered in the world. It's more or less done. I did add some flowers as well, specifically for this area, but you can't see them here. And then I've been working on these bottom rocks. I'm using Jack's floating islands and adjusting the mesh to fit the world. It definitely looks better than it used to. It's not done yet, but it'll finally look like it was supposed to.
Yeah, okay, so today I've been setting up just a basic enemy, so you can damage him, and then it's a bit RPG style. You can see the numbers and that come out about how much damage you do, and you can see how much damage you will do on the side. The idea is that you can find like armor and upgrade all your stats, but there's a few things I've got to fix as well. It's not perfect at the minute. You can see kind of this health bar. Basically the issue is that it's like a child object of the enemy. So when the enemy rotates, so does this, and that's something I'm going to have to look at, as well as the knockback. So if the enemy damages, it kind of pushes you forwards, and obviously it should push you backwards. But yeah, I mean, I'm happy with it so far, but these are two small issues I'm going to have to take a look at tomorrow.
Okay, so I've been working on the character again today, and I've been primarily working on a lot of the crook animations that I said this morning. And one of the main ones that I got done today was the fishing animation. So you can see here on the right all the animations that I've done, and primarily I've been working on, like I said, the crook one. So we did the fishing start, which is quite good. A bit of feedback from last time was that they wanted a bit more weight on the character, so I tried to make it look like the crook was almost way too heavy for him. So he kind of leans back, and even his leg goes up, and then he throws out the fishing rod / crook. I did make him look at the crook a little bit when he swings it back, because Rob had the idea of that the crook isn't in his hand when he starts. So if you imagine it as the crook at this point isn't in his hand, and as we get to this point he looks to spawn in the crook and then throws it. So hopefully that looked pretty cool in game. I also did the fishing end as well. He pulls it back up and then throws the crook to the side and then goes back to the main idle pose. So imagine there that the crook is vanishing. So I managed to get the Switch Collection 4 image done, and it came out how I pretty much wanted to. I was going to add vines at the end, but then I thought it would mess with the sort of 3D look of the 4 switches here, so I kept it sort of like simple, and I quite like it. It's very arcade and retro looking, so I think I'm going to keep it as is for now until at least the guys get in and then give me feedback. Put a bit of symbolism in there, the number 4 and the 4 switches for Collection 4. You'll probably see in the time lapse that I did that originally these numbers were 5, and right at the end I quickly switched it to 4, realising that would add a bit of an effect to it. So yeah, pretty happy with this one. It's sort of similar to the last style that I did for Collection 3, so overall quite happy. I've also got some cool ideas for Collection 5 too, so hopefully I'll be getting around to that at 1.2.
Yeah, Jack created this image this morning. It's from the new bonus book image to advertise the Color Pixels collection that's coming out tomorrow. So I've gone ahead and QA tested the level, made some changes. There wasn't much to fix, and then also create the achievement icon, which I've just uploaded now. Actually, I've headed into Color Pixels here. It's now at the bottom of the bonus book, which is getting kind of large, but there we go, it's at the bottom. I have also done it in a set order, just so I get a nice GIF for the announcer post tomorrow as well, because the bless you, Rob. the store page comes out on the actual game releases, tomorrow. Midday, so I want to be announcing it, so I've got a nice GIF. This button here takes you, hopefully it works, there we go, to the actual store page as well. There you go, see releases tomorrow. And then the final thing I've just done there was the achievement, which I can see has worked correctly, so that's great. That's all live, that's all good. We'll be actually pushing that live tomorrow for everyone else. That'll be a free update, so make sure you check that out in the bonus book if you haven't already.
Yeah, okay, so today I've been working on adding the chests to the game, so you can see one of them here. Basically I set up just different pickups they'll give you. So this one just gives you a shield, which will just give you a few extra hits. And then this one I kind of started with the armor. So you can see it's just like a cube at the minute. But when I walk into it, it'll increase me defense stats. I'm going to work adding it properly tomorrow, because if you see on the side there's just some white cubes which I've basically set up as different like armor slots. They're not always going to be there. I'll make them go on and off of the screen when they're needed, but yeah, at the minute basically all it does is just simply increase your defense stat, and that at the minute just allows you to take an extra hit from the enemy. And yeah, I worked on kind of setting up or revamping the whole like health and damage system, so that when the players, depending on like the player's level and the enemy's level and how much defense they have and other things like that we're going to put in later on, it'll affect how much damage you take or how much damage you do to other enemies as well.
Okay, so I've pretty much spent the whole day texturing the character, the 2.0 version. As you can see, I put a lot more, oh, I didn't mean to do that there. I've put a lot more work into the texturing the time around, now I've got access to Substance Painter, and overall it's looking a lot better. It's not done yet, we're very almost done, but I want to add in a few more things. See, I've been adding like stitchings in, little details such as like the crook looks a lot better on the eye now, it actually glows too, which I could show off actually, I'm not sure why I'm not. Where is it? Up here. So now it glows, like that. I also got the symbol on the back as well that glows. However, I don't think this is going to be the final symbol. I was discussing with Lee today what I want that to be. And we're not quite sure yet, but I'm going to leave space there for it. And one last thing I want to add as well is the pockets as well as a few little touch-ups. There's also need to be some patterns on the wrists here, like we do in the 2D design. So there's a few more bits and bobs that you add in, but we're almost there. Pretty much spent the whole day doing this though. I'm happy that it looks this good though. It was worth it.
So this morning got a bit bogged down in some of the admin stuff that Rob normally does, but since he's now on holiday, kind of fall in my hands. Hopefully I can keep on top of it for him. But other than that, it's been mostly hexceed today. So I'm gone ahead and made some more levels. Still, like, I'm a little bit behind my personal target for the week, but I'm still on target for the actual assigned stuff. So I've just finished this group of levels here. I do need to push them to sorcery, and that leaves 2 more tasks for the rest of the week. So I'll still get those done by the end of the week. So I'm still on target, which is good. Getting these finished up early next week as well.
Yeah, okay, so today I've been focusing on a few things. First of all was adding the armour. So essentially when you open a chest, you can now see, you can highlight the armour when you look at it, and then the UI appears on the side, and if you click the armour you can select it, and then you can see it goes into your UI as well, and your defense stat goes up. You can do the same for the helmet, the gloves, the shoes. I also added, well, I started working on these vases. They're gonna give you health and stamina, but they don't do anything at the minute apart from break. I'm gonna work on that tomorrow. And then the final thing I added was actually setting up the enemy spawner properly, so rather than the enemy just coming and attacking you straight away, you walk into the room, they'll spawn, the wall or the door will close, and then it'll open again once you've defeated them. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, so today on the stream, I had a bit of a fun one. Strictly just 3D modelling and texturing, which was quite fun. Nice bit of a change. And I thought I would redesign the crook different modes, because originally I did them in blend and looked a bit. They didn't look too great. Kind of looked like solid blocks of emissive colour. So today I took the opportunity to do something a bit creative and do some cool pattern work for the crook modes. So we've got the terraform. We've got the build, which I quite like. It's sort of like Nordic sort of runes on here, which I think looks really cool. I think I could probably push this a bit further, perfectly honest, maybe add some more, but I think for now I'll leave it at that. I don't want to overdo it. And then we've got the tool or sort of destroy one, which has like these really cool cracks in it. I'll ramp up the emissive so you can see it better. There we go. Yeah, really happy with these. I also did some matching UI for it as well, which I'll quickly open as well. Yeah, so for the matching 3 icons at the bottom on the bottom right of the screen of the game, where it shows the different tools you can use, I thought I would colour coordinate them and see what Rob thinks when he comes back. Hopefully he'll put them in game and see if they look good. So yeah, now these match the crook colours. Hopefully that'll make it a bit more transparent to what they do. Rob! Cameron! That's it, Rob. Rob! Lee! Cameron! Just done sprint planning. What are we up to this week?
Yeah, so there's no Rob this week to speak of. There's just us guys in the office today, this week even. But for myself, it's going to be mostly DLC stuff again. So we have more work on the Hexceed DLC. Hopefully get that wrapped up this week, get all the levels completed for Rob to QA when he comes back. As well as that, we have the Magic DLC for Wooloop coming out at the end of the week as well. So just do the achievements and out and post that sort of stuff, get that all wrapped up as well. And then, yeah, we'll work out what I'm doing after that.
Yeah, for me, I'm working on the dungeon crawler game. This week's primarily focused on the combat and the creature catching. They're both very basic at the minute, so just trying to make them like as good as possible.
Yeah, nice one. And for me, it's going to be cutting pixels, getting the Halloween DLC all up to finish as well, doing some store page stuff for Skystead. Laura will also be doing that, but I'm sure she'll be also working on some 3D assets for food or something like that. Okay, so I've been working on the Halloween DLC again this week, and this was actually an idea by Robin Lee, which is a sort of like a night vision look. And it was quite creepy to do, it's definitely a fear of mine, walking through the woods at night, but I think it worked out pretty well. I was quite nervous on trying to get it to look right. Initially I was going to do everything in normal colour, so obviously the trees would be brown colour, blah 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 blah. But I decided just to paint it, I was going to paint it normal colour and then apply a green overlay. Then I decided to try paint it outright, and I think that's worked out better. And I've also added in this camera overlay, as without it I think it looks a bit boring. This was initially going to be 2 ideas, so it was going to be found footage and then a different image was going to be night vision. I'll probably still do a found footage image in a different way, but I think the camera definitely helped. So overall, I'm quite proud of this image. I think it came out looking quite good.
Yeah, okay, so I have quite a few things to show off actually. So I guess first of all, I've been updating the combat a little bit. It was really simplistic to start with, and I've just kind of changed it a little bit. So all the enemies kind of move at you at different speeds, and they'll kind of zigzag a little bit rather than moving in a just straightforward direction. I changed the player's abilities a little bit, so you can now like hold your weapon and then do more damage. And yeah, and then when they get like a bit lower health, there's a chance that they'll end up turning a certain colour. So you can see this one turned yellow, and that all mean different things. So this one means you have to kill them with a sprint attack. There's one for jumping, there's one for crouching, there's one for doing a heavy attack, and then there's one more as well, I think. I don't know. There's a lot anyway, but what else? There was the jump I added, so I've been working on the jump a little bit. It was really basic before, and I've added a few things. The first one was coyote time, so if you walk off the ledge, there's like a bit of hang time, and then yeah, it just feels a lot nicer. I also added in so you can hold to jump higher than you normally would, and I also added the like a jump grace period thing, so if you jump again slightly before you touch the ground, it'll still do it. That's similar to how I've kind of set the sword up as well, so if you quickly like slash the sword twice, it'll cue the input. And then finally the last thing I wanted to show was that I added in the net switching as well, so we're gonna have creatures that you can collect. Doesn't do anything at the minute, but I'm gonna set it up so you can collect them and they give you different buffs, like maybe they can give you a projectile, or they can increase your speed, or even increase the hang time, coyote time thing I was talking about. And then finally the last thing I wanted to say was there's a couple of issues with the stamina, particularly with the jumping. When you're doing the coyote time, it doesn't seem to refill, and that's something I'm going to have to look at tomorrow.
Okay, so as you can see, I'm still working on the horror DLC, and this is one of the images again suggested by the guys, which was sort of more of a horror themed image rather than sort of like cutie Halloween stuff. I think I've achieved it pretty well. It's sort of eerie in a way. It's not done yet, and I've still got a little bit more work to do. I'm not entirely happy with the sort of window area. I like the design, but I think it could look more like a window. It kind of looks like it's looking through a hole right now, so I need to find a way to incorporate the sort of window overlay on it without interrupting the design. I've tried, but I think that sort of takes away from it, so it's sort of hard making it look right. But I'm going to work a little bit longer on it, and I also want to add a few extra details to this sort of paneling area down here. This is supposed to be a sort of what do you call it, like a skirting board, like the high skirting boards that sort of breaks up the wall. So I want to make it look a bit more like that, as right now it sort of looks like a line going down the middle.
So I spent most of today so far uploading the achievements for the next Woodloop DLC, and as I say, they're obviously doing the localization again, because they all need to be translated into various languages. That's all being done. If I was like, I don't know, Dutch, let's scroll down to the bottom. There we go, they're all in Dutch there. As well as obviously, as you can see, made the icons. They're all ready as well. Yeah, that's all ready to go, needs to be tested still. But other than that, all that's left for today is to do more hexceed levels. So you can see there I've done most of them. There are only 20 levels left, and then plus the milestones as well. So I'm going to try and get as far as I can, and then finish it up tomorrow.
Okay, so I've been working on some Skystead stuff today, but I did manage to get another level done for the Halloween DLC, and this one's definitely focused more on horror. I did put a few horror ones in this one, as I saw some people in the Discord asking for a horror pack, so I thought I would try sneak a few levels into Halloween, kind of makes sense. And this one's definitely probably the most spookiest out of all of them. Definitely took a good while to do this one. But overall, I think it worked out pretty well. I captured the vibe that I wanted, which was sort of having that spooky sort of scene from a classic horror movie where they're shining a light down the spooky hallway and they're capturing something on the phone. So overall, I'm pretty happy with this one. I think I got the vibe just right.
So most of today, I've been working on getting the hexceed DLC finished up, picking up where I left off yesterday. I have finished up all of the smaller levels, so it's all been ready and pushed to build. Now all that's left is the actual milestones. Now these do take a little while, hopefully I'll get them all done today, but we'll see how far I can get through and getting those all finished up.
Okay, so I've been working on a new image, and this one again for the Halloween DLC. Thought I'd go for a bit of a cuter look this time around to start off the day, as the other ones have been quite creepy. And this one was sort of inspired off a frog that Laura drew on the blackboard over there. So I thought I would do a cute frog image that I did, similar to the cat one of last year, where we're sitting on a tree stump, however this frog is sitting in a pumpkin. It's sort of going green at the bottom, which I think is quite cool. But yeah, overall, pretty happy with this image. It's very detailed, but the image isn't too big, so hopefully it plays well.
Hello. This week I've mostly worked with Adobe Illustrator, helping Jack out with some logos and some localization. This is the Skystead logo in Russian that I did. It's not as nice as what Jack has done, but yeah, it took a long time, and now I finally can return to making 3D assets. Today I made some, what is this called? Oh, fish dinner. Kind of looks like a tuna steak. And today I also made this sushi, which I'm really happy with. I really like these dents in the board.
Yeah, okay, so today I've been working on the creature catch and stuff. I've moved myself just a bit further into the level rather than at the start, just to make it easier for this. So essentially I've made it so you can collect this book, and then once you've got the book you can go up to any creature and then you'll be able to collect it, and they'll give you some sort of increase. So you can see that increased my stamina there by a little bit. So each creature will either increase your health or stamina, and then they'll also give you a little buff depending on how many of them you've got. So at the minute that one creature will end up giving you like a projectile or something like that. So you can see I've got it here. The animation isn't the best at the minute. I've kind of just reused the sword animation, so I need to make that look a bit nicer. But yeah, you can see essentially it's like a magic projectile, and it'll be able to affect different enemies. Like, so I know I set it up so the combat can be like either sprint attacks or heavy attacks or whatever as a finishing move. So I also set it up that you can use the projectile if you have a certain colour creature. So there's going to be 4 different coloured creatures. There's going to be red, yellow, green and blue, the same as the little finishing moves that the enemies get when they change colour. And then it just offers like a little alternative. Rather than doing the finishing move melee, you can do like a ranged attack instead, and it works the same.
Okay, so it's been another busy day of working on culling pixels, especially for the Halloween DLC. This is one of the images that I got done today. Definitely a bigger one than usual, packed with more detail, so it took a bit longer. But overall, I'm really proud of this one. Definitely probably one of the favourite ones I've done in the past year, I would say. I really like this image and I love crows, so I definitely took the opportunity to throw it in. I was contemplating making it red like this, but I couldn't decide. But I think both me and Laura decided to go with purple. I think this looks a lot better. However, for the rest of the day, I've been working on some new spites for the Colouring Pixels Halloween seasonal effect. And this is Laura's. She requested a rat, as she loves rats, but I did give her a little green coffee mug. and just do a little walk. So hopefully I'll send that off to Rob and I'll get added in. But next I need to do Cameron's, and I think he's going for a scarecrow, so I'll do that next week.
Hello, I've got a time lapse for these baked vegetables. Spent a lot of time today making them. It took quite a lot of references to find out a way to make them look baked and shriveled. Maybe that's a horrible word, I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, okay, so today I've kind of just been working on upgrading the creature AI a little bit. So when you go in here, I've changed the layout a little bit, so rather than just a tiny little room where you could catch a creature really easily, I've turned it into a little bit of a maze sort of thing, I've been updating the AI a little bit, so rather than just running away in a random direction away from the player, it kind of just chooses like a line, the furthest away point in this room from the player, and it'll run towards that. I thought it was just a little bit nicer because the AI before would just run away randomly from the player and it would just always get stuck in the corner. So I thought this was a nice little kind of mini game thing to just show off what we want. It'll obviously be a lot more in depth than that, but for the prototype I think that's quite good. And then I've also been working on some different enemy types as well. So you can see when we go through here, I have like some really fast enemies set up, and I've also set up a magic enemy as well, sort of. So they're a lot more vulnerable to magic projectile damage than they are to physical damage. So you can see there he takes like no damage off that, but he'll take a lot of damage if I do that. And yeah, I think the fast enemies actually work really well. They didn't work before as well, I had them set up previously, but when it was in the little room and the AIs kind of just ran up to you and just stood there and hit you, it didn't really feel much different than the regular enemies. So I think now with the big open room and the way the AIs kind of circle around the player and go in random directions and stuff, it's a lot more fun to battle them.
Lovely!
Hello.
It's Monday. Just done sprint planning. Rob's back.
Hello.
Happy engagement, Rob?
Yeah, got engaged. My mum insisted that it made an appearance in the devlog. So.
Yes.
Go, man.
Thank you, Rob's man. What we're up to this week?
Yeah, so exciting news for Skystead. I want to make a start on the trailer work, and there's still a lot of groundwork needs doing for that, but we'll hopefully make a start on some of the smaller videos. We want some other like promotional pieces as well. So make a start on that just to figure out what we're doing. As well as that, you finish up the Halloween book, Jack, so I need a QA test that, get that all ready for release as well.
Yeah, working on the trailer stuff. For me, because there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the actual recorder, and we need to do a lot of planning and stuff for that. But yeah, Halloween, I think we're doing this week, right? We're gonna decorate the office Halloween style. Get all the decorations out. We're gonna swap out the icons and stuff. I know you're gonna be working on that, Jack.
Yep.
Yeah, these guys love Halloween, so.
I do love Halloween. Yeah, speaking of Halloween, like I said, I've just finished up the Halloween DLC for Comic Pixels. I'll be doing some toasty icons, Halloween themed ones, and then I'll probably be jumping back on the skies to finish off some Scarlet stuff.
Yeah, so we just basically spent the past 2 hours decorating the office. Everyone's frantically on their PCs now, pretending like they've done something for this afternoon, but it's just been decorating. Jack's done this amazing job of setting up Dave in his own coffin, his own little pop-up coffin. We've also got the bride of Dave, Dave's bride, Dave. And then we got a little Dave over here as well. But yeah, we've got loads more decorations and stuff. It's been quite fun. So we'll be like this for Halloween.
Yeah, okay, so today I took a break from the AI and I've just been kind of sorting out some different traps and some, I don't know, obstacles, I guess. And I'm going to work on some puzzles as well tomorrow. But today I set up basically a moving platform and some swinging axes as well. So you can see if you go to the moving platform, then it carries you along. I was having a little bit of issue trying to get it to carry the player along because it was an issue with setting the parent, so I kind of had to parent the player to the moving platform so it would follow it along. And then, yeah, I just put a chest over here, and then if you go to the other side, you can see the, oh, I died. Yeah, you can see the swinging axes as well, and then if you hit them, you'll take damage. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Me and Lee have got pumpkins this year for the office, so I thought I would do a quick time lapse of me doing it. I'm thinking I'm going to do Venom. That's probably the most comfiest one I'll do, but I'm completely at the liberty of these tools that Rob got us, so I'm not even sure how good they are, but if they're semi-decent, I'm sure they'll be fine. Oh, you get a little spatula as well. I will have to wash my hands after this, it's not the most cleanest job. Well, I'm curious to see how that would look on the vlog.
Yeah, okay, so today I've been doing a couple of different things. So first of all, I set up this kind of stomp trap, and you just kind of have to time your run through. And then continuing off what I was doing yesterday, I kind of turned this into more of a puzzle. So these two rooms. First of all as well, I've been doing a few different bug fixes and enemy updates, and I changed the enemy health and just made them a little bit stronger because it felt like if you were doing the jump attacks or anything to do double damage, you could kind of just defeat them really quickly, and I don't know, I felt like it defeated the purpose and made the combat not feel as good. So just to counteract that, yeah, I turned it up a little bit. I've also set up these breakable walls, so if you hit these, you can destroy them. There's no animation, it just kind of destroys straight away, but I think it's fine for the prototype. And then, yeah, in terms of the puzzles, so there's kind of pressure plates here, and then if you press one of them, then it'll turn on, and it'll make like a platform appear in here, so you can see this now. And then if you do the other one, that'll make the second platform appear. And then you can reach the key that was hidden up in the corner up there. And then you might also see that I was doing some changes to the environment, so I've added just some more secret areas. I'm thinking about putting another creature in here, but I haven't sorted that yet. And then finally the last thing I wanted to mention was I've been doing some optimization, so just adding some occlusion colouring and whatnot just to make the game run a bit faster, because there's quite a lot of light and objects in the level now.
Yeah, so did my pumpkin this morning. Lee's also got one, which he's yet to carve, but I went for a Venom look. Came out pretty well. I did mess it up on the eye here, where the mouth joined with the eye, and I sort of broke it, but no, totally not.
So I spent the past couple of days getting the QA testing for the Halloween book done. As you can see here, I've just finished the last of the levels. They're all tested now. You can see over here there's a fair number of fixes this time around, but they're all quite small corrections. So all that's left to do now is get them re-imported in the correct order. So I need to just order these by dimension. There we go, and get them imported in that order as well. And then that'll be the book pretty much good to go once I've double checked the changes that have been made.
Okay, so it's been quite a busy day. I've been doing a lot of Halloween stuff in the morning, as well as some Skystead stuff in the afternoon. So, as you can see, we've done a few Halloween icons for our Discord profile avatars. And this is Cameron's, which is Batman. We've got myself, which is a sort of ginger werewolf. Laura, which requested to be a rat. We've got Lee as a zombie, and we've got Rob as Dracula. I've also been working on Skystead stuff. A lot of things that I can't really show, and it's a lot of minor character fixes, but one big thing that I did do today was I redid the petting animation for the Scarlets. So originally it was a sort of like a pat on the head, now it's more of a boop. So if I quickly get the timeline up once I find it. There we go. So he gets down on one knee now and gives it a little boop, waits for the reaction, then gets back up. That's a lot better, it's a lot more dynamic, and has a lot more personality within it.
I'm trying to get some recordings done for the some of the new trailers we'll be doing. So we're planning on doing a bunch of smaller trailers that we'll be putting across social media and the likes. So we're getting some footage. This one's specifically for the photo taking mode, so we can go to go on camera, get some pictures. One of the things we wanted was sleeping Scarlets, but as you can see, part of the issue is none of the sleeping animations seem to be in. They all just sort of stop still and close their eyes. Which looks kind of cute, but it's not exactly what we're after. So yeah, some feedback to be put in to get some of this footage, but yeah, got some footage, and we'll see where we can get once we get these extra changes put in.
The bulk of the day's really been spent setting up this projectile enemy, so you can see him here, and then he'll shoot at you, and you can also shoot at him, and then you can also deflect his projectiles back at him as well. Yeah, it's pretty simple. I mean, I set it up so sometimes rather than just shooting one, he'll shoot a few in a row, and it's just a bit more difficult for the player, but... And then I'm saying this and he just seems to be shooting one every time. There we go.
I've made like a sort of first pass of the photo trailer. You see some of it's undone, just a black screen right now because there's some bits need updating in the game. But here it is here, let it run. It's only 20 seconds long. Again, this is just the first pass. This is to get feedback from the guys before I go and do the rest. A few points I wasn't happy on, like the fact that with it being so fast I haven't put transitions in it, which feels a bit weird. There's a lot of feedback on this as well, in terms of what needs fixing and the end screen there. But yeah, I've got loads of feedback on the trailer so far, so I'm going to go ahead and get those things fixed. Again, it's mostly the end screen, but there's other bits to fix as well. So we'll see where we get to after that.
Okay, so I'm getting back to work on the Scarlets, and as you can see here, I've made quite a lot of progress with our new Scarlet, which is based on a kitsune, like a foxy mythical creature. I forget what it's actually based off the mythology, but this is our design here. Originally I was going off a sketch, but it wasn't quite enough for me to work from, so I did do a quick 2D design this morning just to sort of work from. I'll probably do a few more sketches of it, get better angles for for presentation wise, but this was enough for me to model today, and overall it's came out pretty well. I'm quite proud of this. I'm quite happy with the sort of overall silhouette of the design. I think it's got a really strong silhouette with the big head and the big tails, and I did do a very quick texture. The reason the texture is so basic and quite dull is because I want to do the texture during tomorrow's stream, but I did need something to add on to the base mesh, so when I'm animating it I can sort of tell how the paint on the mesh moves. So this was just for a quick paint. To be fair, it's not too bad, but as you can see the rig is working as well, so we test out all the legs. Everything seems to be working fine there. Got the back, you can bend up and down, sort of do a little pounce animation maybe. I've got the ears working too. Always love doing these new form ears. It allows me to have a lot of control, so I can move the ears around and sort of like sad ears or ears going back, really like that. And of course we've got the tails working too, so the tails can move on an IK rig here. I'm not entirely sure about this IK rig. I'm not sure if it's going to be great for animating with. I'm hoping it will. If not, I'll have to manually animate the bones, which will be a bit of a pain, but it does give me more control.
Today I've been setting up a few different things. So the first one I want to speak about was just this really basic main menu. There's nothing really much to say about it. You can start and quit the game, but if I do start, you'll see I'm in a new area that I've been adding in. This was a puzzle I've been working on, so you can see I wanted to kind of make it so if you stand on the wrong platforms you'll fall into the spikes below, and then I wanted to hide the code somewhere, the way to figure it out, and I just hid it up there for now, so you can see that that's the code there, and then I have to jump across the platforms like that, otherwise I will fall. And then, in case you're curious, if you stand on the wrong one, they'll just fall, and then, yeah, you'll fall into spikes. But after that, I've been setting up this kind of projectile trap here, so you kind of need to avoid them all. I found the best way to do it is just to kind of jump. I say that and immediately get hit, but yeah. I think it's quite fun idea, especially for something like a dungeon crawler. I think it fits really well. And then yeah, finally, I started setting up the boss. So you can see him here. He's basically all I done was just tank his health, and then he's just the normal enemy at the minute. He's not moving because I didn't make the nav mesh. I totally forgot to do that. But yeah, he's just the normal enemy, but he has a lot more health. He attacks a lot faster, so you have less time to dodge. And yeah, the only other things I want to do to him, I just want to make him turn into like a ranged enemy when you're a bit further away, so he might throw a projectile at you or a couple, and then he can run towards you again after that. And then I also thought maybe I could just randomize his speed every so often and just make him run at the player a bit faster sometimes. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so I haven't done an update this week. It's just because I've been so busy trying to get things sorted. So mainly I've been working on the player, trying to get that working well. So we've got lots of new animations in store for it. Getting the crook to appear and disappear. See, things are a little bit jank at the moment. I think that's just looping for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. There's more stuff to get in, but we are getting there. Oh, why have I done that? I forgot that locks the game, doesn't it? But yeah, we'll pretend that didn't happen. Lots of cool stuff. Been working on the camera UI as well. So Jack made this UI asset for it a little while ago, and I've just been trying to get that working, and it's looking really, really nice. He's done a really good job with this, so yeah, should be cool. We've done a bit of show and tell today. There's been a few bugs with that, but it seems to be alright, enough for Lee to get the trailer done anyway. I'm not quite sure why he looks like he's squatting like that. There's so many issues with the player. We'll get there. We'll get there. I've also been working on the area up here, the mountain zones. This is the last of the zones that we're going to go with for launch, because we're going to save the beach zone for a post-launch update. And yeah, we've got all this working on. I think Laura's done a really good job with these assets. There are still a couple of issues. There's always just a couple of little things, floating rocks and stuff like that. It's just because I've moved it all down recently. And everything's tall grass at the moment, and you can't really see anything, which is a bit odd, but it is looking really cool. Got like lots of Abbey, I can actually show you with the camera view now, Abbey looking stuff, and we've got a little frog shrine, because of course we do, because Laura made it. Yeah, it's looking really good. Some really cool lines of sight up here.
Okay, so I've made a lot more progress on the Kitsu today. We just named it the Kitsu. This is another Kitsu Skylet, and I've made a lot more progress on it. Like I said, I've done a lot of the texturing today during stream, and I've made quite a decent progress on the animations as well. They're not all done, but I can show a few off. As you can see here, I was currently making a little render for Lee, so I've kind of got it a nice little static pose here, but we can move on and have a look at the other animations. So I won't show them all off, but I'll show a couple. So we've got the Sleep Star. This is probably my favourite one. I'm quite happy with this one. Let's just get rid of the eyes here. That looks a bit disturbing. The eyes aren't attached to the rig, so they don't move. Just hide them. But yeah, so this is the hide. This is the sleeping animation, sorry. He just has a little nap. I'm really happy with this one. I try to put a lot of weight into the tails, and I think it's worked quite well. They kind of flop down at the end here. Quite happy with that one. And I've also done, of course, the waking up to go alongside it. Quite this one as well. Has a little wake up, has a little look around. And the tails also come up individually, which I think is quite cool. They'll have different weights to them.
Guys, it's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday.
Cool, we've got Cameron recording.
Yes.
Everyone in the office is ill. Yeah. Cameron's ill, Lee's ill.
I'm ill.
Yeah.
Well, next to be ill.
I'm fine. So
sit
far.
Next to me now.
Okay. Yeah, so we've got a lot on this week. We're going to do some more Skystead trailer stuff. I think I'm going to be working on some Scarlet, aren't you, Jack?
I will be, yes. A new moth character.
Laura's going to be working on more Skystead items and things. Like we've got lots of new items, world items and stuff to be adding. And then we'll be doing a bunch of decision work on Demetrius as well. So Lee and Cameron and I will be getting together to sort of like plan out what the project is going to be. So hopefully we've got some info on that.
Okay, so while Lee, Rob and Cameron doing a meeting, I decided to do the new Scarlet, which is a sort of moth-themed one. Don't think we've got a name for it yet, but I do want to get some quick sketches down before I start any modelling. These are really quick. I didn't have any of my pens or pencils in, so I had to do with a rough HB pencil. Overall, they look pretty good. Quite happy with a few of them. Ignore this. I'm not sure what I was doing up here. This is quite a monstrosity. But I spoke to Laura about it, and we seemed to come across these three, which I really liked, which was this one, and this one. I think Laura specifically sort of liked the sort of like furry stomach here and the little arms, but I quite liked the wings and head of this one, and I sort of like the angle of this. So on the next page, I did a couple more. I think I sort of settled on this top one here. The bottom one's a bit too complicated, looks a bit older, so I stuck with the younger look. But on the 3D model, which I'll show now, you can see that I've sort of curved around the body a bit, so it sort of looks like it's floating a bit more forward where it's flying. As you can see, the model's almost done. We're pretty close to finishing now. I just need to model this last wing, so it's going to have two sets of wings. So it's going to have the top ones and the little ones at the bottom. And once that's done, I'll probably go straight to texturing. I think the model itself is pretty okay. I'll probably need to do some remeshing though, so that might take a little while.
Yeah, okay, so it's been a pretty busy week for me. A lot of it has actually been on Demetus though. I'm supposed to be completely like hands off with this project, but since we're kickstarting it this week, Cameron's finished off his second prototype and we sort of like made a decision what we're going to be doing. So I've just been setting up Cameron with the repository, getting a few things working in Unity as well, pulled over a bunch of prefabs that we use across our games, stuff like audio managers and things like that, particle effect managers and things, stuff that is kind of vital to have. We always have like an inputs class and things like that, a whole bunch of helper scripts as well. There's loads of stuff in here, some UI stuff to get him started as well, and getting all that working, and also some the new input system that's all plugged in, and the localization stuff that's all working as well. So a lot of setup stuff, and I've been showing him around this stuff. But we actually had a pretty big meeting yesterday, sort of like a kick-off meeting for the project. We sort of decided what we are going to be doing for it. I made a bunch of notes and I tried to upload them as best I can to our OneNote, just sort of like the living document that we use like for a game design document. And yeah, I'm sure Lee will go into more details about this, but basically we're going for like still sticking with like the first person dungeon crawler type style, but we're going to try and make it a bit more puzzly with like Zelda elements, some influences from like Mario and Banjo-Kazooie, Spyro, that type of thing. And the idea is that we're going to have a vertical slice in a couple months time that they're going to be working towards. We're basically going to have 3 worlds. Each world is going to have a series of levels, and each world's got a few things like a unique item and mechanics, a theme. So we've got like a garden world to start off with, then darker dungeon world, and like an ice world. We're going to have bosses and stuff, but the focus is going to be a bit more on the puzzly stuff, and it's hopefully going to be quite light-hearted.
I finished this stone shed today, and Rob wanted me to make this wind vane. I've never heard that word before, but yeah, this will spin around. I went for a moon motive. There's just loads of moon themed items in the game, so I thought it would be fitting.
So I'm sure Rob showed a bit of this earlier, and this is the Demetus sort of extra bits. So I was putting together the notes from our meeting yesterday, and I have expanded on this a little bit, adding stuff like the player character and stuff like that. But the important bit is the actual levels. So instead of threw together like a bit of a key using the shapes that are available in OneNote. Also hand drawing some stars because for some reason that's not a shape in OneNote. But yeah, just sort of expanding on the actual level stuff, because this is what Cameron's going to be working on once he's got most of the hub world and the player movement stuff down. So put together a very quick layer drawing for level 2. Skipping level 1 for now, because that'll be mostly tutorializing stuff for the actual basic controls and whatnot. But yeah, so threw it together, got Cameron to check it, see if it sort of makes sense if we work from this. And yeah, it looks like it's something that we can work with. I put together a maze on here, probably must delete this because probably maze generators might be a better way of doing that. But yeah, the general flow of the level is going to be similar for every level, where you have a starting point, that'll be where the door in and out is. And then there'll be enemies dotted around the level. And then puzzles as well, which are indicated by these, because the puzzles are the main bit of each level, but there will be some combat as well. So one thing we were mentioning when we were talking about this is that these red triangles might be the harder enemies or the world specific enemies. This is only level 2, so there shouldn't be as many hard ones, so it's going to replace that one with another basic enemy. And yeah, this is sort of like a general, it's more of a guide than an actual like, you know, real shape of level. So Cameron's going to have the ability to change the shape up a bit as you actually make building level just to make it fit better, but this is just a general layout. Yeah, a bit of a mess, looks a bit of a child scrolling, but that's what I can do with a mouse on OneNote. And we'll keep making more of these, and these will be just rough guides for Cameron to work on and making more and more levels as we build out the game.
Yeah, okay, so I've been starting on another project. Basically, we decided on the dungeon crawler theme from the 2 prototypes, and then we've started an official project now. So I think Rob explained he set us up with loads of different things to use that they've just all automatically got set up to get everything set up a bit quicker, and there's things for the menus and stuff like that. So I've been working on that, but the main thing I wanted to show off was just this hub world that I've set up. It's really basic at the minute. It's kind of reminiscent of it looks a bit like something off Inside Out, or yeah, that was what I was envisioning, really, the different islands. But in terms of like gameplay, it's a bit like Crash Bandicoot 3. When you have all the different islands, and then these are all different doors, so if you walk to them they'll all lead you to a different level. So this is the first world, then the second world, and the third world. This is what we're going to have for the demo, just 3 worlds, but yeah, if you walk into a different door it leads you to a different level. Now of course each level looks exactly the same, so you just have to trust us, but each level is different, so when we set it up, yeah, it'll lead you. So this would be level 3, and then yeah, you'd go on level 4, and it'll obviously look a bit nicer than this. I think we're thinking about making it more like Spyro 2 or something, where some of the doors are in different areas and you can use different power-ups and that you gain throughout the game to finally reach them doors. And yeah, this is just a basic setup at the minute, but there's a lot more to do with it.
So, just a quick update. Some people were asking where the daily sketches or doodles had been, and we want to start them up again. And I actually found this book at home. This was the book that I bought for MCM when I went down to promote Skystead. I wanted to do some doodling on the weekend, so I bought this little sketchbook. It's about the size of my hand, it's quite small. So I thought I would use this for the daily doodles from now on, so each page will be a different day. And I've already started. Don't ask why I turned it upside down. I didn't realise it was upside down when I was drawing, so now this is the front, and upside down is the right way. A bit annoying, but oh well. As you can see, I've already done a little doodle today, which is Jason Voorhees, and I did do a doodle yesterday, which was Jackson. This is day 1. This is going to be day 2. I'm going to keep going, see how much we can fill up this book. So hopefully this month will be all based around horror icons, but hopefully even after that, I'll have enough pages to keep going to. Okay, so yesterday was quite a fun day. I didn't get a chance to do any recording as I was working from home, but I did manage to fully finish off the mesh, get it optimized, and I started texturing the moth model. And I think we're going with the name Luna now, not to be confused with Rob's dog's name Luna, but more spelt like up here, Loonar, Luna. So we're focused a lot on like the sort of like moon aesthetic, because it's going to be a nighttime skylit. And I'm quite happy with the way it came out. So you even got some like moons here on the head and the wings, and we've even got some moon faces on the back of the head. I want to try and keep the colour a bit more pastelic, as I'm aware that not everyone finds moths cute. I do, but I know some people are afraid of them. So I've tried to take a bit more of the colour palette in a bit more of a cuter look. Moths are traditionally brown if you go for like the traditional looking moth, or not fantasy moths, but a bit more exotic ones can be green. I wanted to make it a bit more pastelic, so I've went for a bit more of a calming colour of this sort of like cream and orange look with some nice purple wings. And overall, I think it looks a lot cuter. And I even went out the way as well to do a render. Here it is here. So this is how it looks with the eyes as well. And overall, I'm pretty happy with this design. I think it came out pretty cute.
I also made this simple fire pit. This is the second fire pit I've made, and all of them are made from the same kind of ingredients, materials. So it was quite hard to come up with an idea for the simple one, but I was just imagining what Shrek would have, I guess. Going back to Shrek again.
Okay, Okay, so it's been a day of pretty much just fixing a lot of assets, so there's not really too much to show. However, I did make some progress on the Moth, our Luna character, and the rig's pretty much there now. Unfortunately, I did have to stop as I did come across a pretty big fix whilst making the idle animation. It's kind of stopped me in my path a little bit, but I'll sort it out next week. Hopefully it won't be too daunting to fix. And the fix is that when the wings come down here, there's a bit of sort of there's something clipping through on the wings here, which is a bit annoying because the rig is quite well made, I think, in terms of the wings, so I'm quite annoyed that it's not working. But hopefully this fix won't consume my whole life. Hopefully next week when I come back to it, I'll be able to figure it out. But yeah, overall though, the animation's looking pretty cool. I quite like the animation for the sort of floating effect, because this is the idle animation. I think I've done quite well with the wings, so hopefully I'll be able to translate this across to the other movements such as the walk, run, and well, the rest of them.
This week I also made a few more rugs, and I think we'll finally be finished with rugs. It's definitely my favourite task. I made this mushroom one earlier and this square fruit rug to match. It's giving spooky Halloween vibes, I think.
Okay, so I have a couple of things to show. I had an issue with recording yesterday, basically, so I couldn't record yesterday, so I'm just going to show you both days. So this is kind of Thursday and Friday, but yesterday I was setting up the menus, so we'll have a settings menu now. It doesn't work perfectly yet. I need to ask Rob for some help because I kind of recreated the one and used a lot of the stuff from Skystead, so yeah, there's a thing moving stuff over. There's a few issues I need to look at, like this here, and I think it's to do with the way the languages and stuff is set up as well. So yeah, I'm gonna ask that on Monday, but I want to add a few different options in, so like inverting the y-axis, changing the field of view, stuff like that, just because since this is a first person game, I think it's probably important if someone's maybe playing or more used to like old fashioned ones like GoldenEye and Time Splitters, I think has it as well. Yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much it for that. But I've also got the credits menu here, so we've got the dev team and the Patreons as well. And yeah, and then if you start the game, this is the hub world I showed off, and I haven't really done many changes to this. We've also got pause menu now, and it's pretty self-standard, but yeah, and that's pretty much what I was doing on Thursday. And then on Friday, you can see I'm having a weird issue. This is another issue I need to ask Rob about on Monday. I don't know what's happening with the health bar when I move. A bit strange, but yeah, I'm sure we can get that fixed soon enough. Yeah, and then today I've been still working on that a little bit, but I've also been working on a dash ability for the player, so you can see some like little speed lines and stuff come up. I want to make it blur as well. I think that would be done with a post-processing effect or something, but I haven't done that yet. And yeah, I think it feels nice. We wanted something a bit different to running because we didn't really want to use the stamina. But yeah, it just you just need a little cooldown rather than using stamina.
Hello guys, it's Monday.
Yeah, we're both ill. We're all ill. Yeah, we've just done a sprint planning, going what we're doing this week. For myself, it's going to be a bit of the Demeter's project, so getting some more level plans done so Cameron can actually make a start on those. But as well as that, mostly on the trailer stuff for Skystead Ranch, so we want to get more trailers done. Just different varieties as well, as maybe to make a start on the big one as well.
Yeah, on Skystead, I'll be working on the farming stuff and hopefully getting some of Laura's assets in, because there's loads and loads of cooking assets and things like that Laura's been doing that need to be in the game, so hopefully just try and catch up on all of that stuff.
So yeah, with me being off ill a couple of days last week, I fallen behind a couple of tasks, so I spent Monday morning trying to get on top of those tasks that have been left behind. One of those, as you can see, is the localization of the store page assets for Skystead Ranch. Laura very kindly made these assets last week or a couple of weeks ago, but it hadn't been uploaded to the actual store page. So I went and got all the resolution sizes for all the different actual capture images that we need, and I've gone ahead and started doing that over in Photoshop. There we go, that's the last of them there. But you see all the 5 extra languages with the different characters, and they've all been done. Japanese, I think, looks quite nice as an example. And there they are, they've all been uploaded as well. And also to Epic, which I did forget about until last minute. All I need to do for Epic was create a logo of a different resolution size instead of being cropped down. But that's uploaded there as well. And then finally, last thing I did just now was upload the actual photo mode trailer to YouTube. So it's a YouTube short. I don't know why it's uploaded like that instead of in YouTube Shorts, but yeah, it's uploaded there as well for people to watch the trailer that we were working on last week or the week before.
Yeah, okay, so I mean, I've got a couple of things to show today. Probably the first thing was that I managed to get some help off Rob, which I mentioned last week in the vlog. So the settings menu it pretty much works perfectly now. I mean, there's no audio in the game yet, but that slider works. And then everything else, all these drop downs work. The only thing I haven't set up is the different languages, and yeah, this is all. The languages are also tied to these, which is why they just say the name of the project at the minute. But I will set all that up tomorrow. Actually, I guess I could show you in game because it now works through the menu as well. So you can see I've got look sensitivity turned up to the max, so I can like look really fast. But if I go to settings menu and then I can turn it down, and then now it's like really slow. Yeah, for some reason it's like faster in a build than it is. Oh, sorry, faster in the editor than it is in a build. So I just like it on the max in the editor, but I don't know why that is. Yeah, another thing was the field of view. So it's kind of hard to say because it's paused. There we go. Yeah, so I think between 60 and 100 is quite a weird one. Like some fields of view I think go up to like 120, so maybe I'll edit that a little bit. But and then the other one was I don't know how I can really show this off, but it does invert your y-axis as well if you're thinking this. So I'm looking down right now and I'm looking up right now, and then yeah. But another thing I want to show was that I've started working on the second level. We're skipping the first level for now because it's a tutorial level, but I've been using something called Pro Builder. I've never used it before, so I haven't done too much. I've just been trying to understand it. Yeah, it just basically, it's kind of like a modeling tool in Unity, and it just allows you to build like custom shapes and stuff. So I want more circular levels, I guess, than like blocked out levels. So, and yeah, Pro Builder allows you to do that. And then I've just kind of been moving stuff over from the previous project to the moving platforms, and then we'll have the platform and puzzle up here as well. I can't remember how I set it up, like what order I set it up in, so I'm just gonna guess. Yeah, oh, I got it right. But I do remember it was 2-2 and then 2-2, so yeah. But I don't know why, because I'm just going to show you what happens. It's just the same as the other game, and you'll just fall, and then there'll be like spikes or something and you'll fall into it. But yeah, that's pretty much all I want to show you as I fall into the void.
Today I made these egg mushrooms. Mushroom eggs. I think it's going to be called egg shroom. Rob wanted me to make it as if it's like a big canopy. The player will be very small compared to the mushrooms. They're very, very big. They might be one of the biggest trees in the game so far, maybe, unless we scale them down. But the idea is that you walk under it and you pick the eggs, and that's how you get eggs. Instead of getting them from a chicken or a duck, you'll get them from a mushroom. I think Rob has surrendered to mushrooms.
Yeah, okay, so today I've been doing just working on the second level still, so yeah, I'm pretty happy with how the layout's gone now. I've been finishing a lot of things off, so I've been working on this area. I've updated it a lot since I showed it off yesterday. I added a few more platforms to try and make, or force the player into like using the dash ability a bit more just to show it off. And then yeah, I've been working on the next section of it over there, and pretty much I've got the basic setup of it done. And then yeah, when I was changing stuff around just to be annoying here, I've flipped the puzzle solution from what it was yesterday just to confuse myself even more. But yeah, if we go in here, I've took this from the other game, and then see if you press down on it, it'll open this door, and then it'll take you into this maze area, which I've been working on. And the idea is that you want to get the button again in here. It's not round here. I just kind of want to showcase. It's a bit empty at the minute, but I'm trying to add some things. So I'm going to take the stomping, the stomping machine things from the other game and just put them in here. And then I've added a few moving platform puzzles and stuff. And the idea is that for each level you can get a star for defeating all the enemies. So I want to just hide some enemies in the maze. But the button's actually it's around here. I think the stomping thing's here. Maybe if I had like 3 or something, it would be decent. Yeah, and then the button's here, and that'll open the door that we went past. You'll see we went past the maze exit before. Yeah, and then once you go through here, that will pretty much be the end of the level. It's pretty simple, purely because this is one of the, well, it's literally the second level, so the first level after the tutorial. I'm going to work on getting some enemies and stuff in tomorrow, and yeah, I think it's looking decent so far. I'm quite happy with it. Yeah, so I don't really feel like I have too much to show off today, because a lot of the things I've been doing is like really small things that don't really affect the game, like just tidying things up in the level and making stuff into like prefabs. So when Laura comes over, or anyone else who wants to like look at the levels or do anything on them, then it'll just be easier to change stuff around and put their own art in and whatnot. But there was a few things I wanted to show off. Obviously, you got this enemy here. He's a bit broken at the minute. I took him over from the last level, but that was literally only like half an hour ago, so I'm going to continue with that for tomorrow. So I guess, yeah, just ignore that for now. The other one, you can see in the top right, there's a timer ticking up now. The idea is that... Oh, and I just died. Sick. Oh, there's another thing I added. Yeah, if you fall out the level, it just resets you and everything now. I've been setting all that up. Yeah, but the idea with the timer is that you can speedrun a level, and then you'll be able to pick up a star if you beat it within a certain time, but you don't have to. And then the idea is you need like a certain amount of stars to get to the next level and whatnot. So if you want to go back and speedrun the levels, you can, or if you want to do something different, like I think we'll want a secret star, and there's obviously just a star for completing the level, and then we're going to have a hard mode as well that you can get an extra star on if you beat in hard mode. So yeah, there's different like options, but I think we like the idea of yeah, having like a speedrun one. And then the other thing I really wanted to show off was just these stomping things. Yeah, they're kind of similar to how they were in the other game. I've been doing some fixes to them and just making them a bit easier to work with when I was coding, but yeah, I'm really happy with them. They're looking decent. And then actually I'm just gonna kill myself now for this, but if we go back, the last thing I want to show off was just the screen fade and that. I've been setting up. Yeah, that resets today because another thing I was working on was just making it so you can start the game from any level and the players in any level, and rather than having to go back to the main menu or this level and go through, but it should really be spawning you here, and you can see that now. But yeah, the fading, I just think it's like really nice just to walk back, and especially in the menus, like I love how quick the menus are. Just I don't know, there's something so satisfying about just doing this. I was doing this quite a lot, I'm not ashamed to admit it. Today when I was working on it, it was just, I don't know, it's really satisfying.
This week I also made this net for fishing in a lazy way, because who has time to stand for hours and ask fish to come jump at you?
Okay, so I've been doing some more work on the character fixes for Skystead, although I have had some time to start the isometric DLC. I think it's isometric 3. And you can see here, I've already made a bit of work on it. This is the first image that I did, which I was quite happy with, which is sort of like a vending machine that's sort of run down like a back alleyway. They were quite cool. I'm quite happy with the colour palette, and I did try keep the shading as blocky as possible. And I think it looks pretty good. And as for this current one I'm doing, I'm sort of trying to do like a beach sort of like island sort of thing, and it's so far it's coming along pretty well. Haven't used a lot of references for this one, as it has been I've seen a lot of people sort of do this style. I want to do my own version, but it is quite hard getting the shading looking right, but so far I think it's going pretty well. I'm doing the tree now, like a power tree. I'm going to add some little bits of foliage and sort of items to the beach, and I may add something in the water. We'll see how it goes, but overall this DLC is it's been quite fun so far.
Actually, we're working on the next lot of trailers for the Skystead sort of mini trailers that we're doing, and been going ahead and making some trailers of like the world, so to speak. So it's like showing off, just that actual Sky Island sort of aesthetic. Again, that's just for the advertising that we're running, so we can target this towards Reddit pages that are more interested in Sky Island, like sort of mythical settings. But I just saw there's 4 iterations this time, making sure to actually save each one as a separate thing instead of saving over it. This is the final form so far, which we're quite happy with. But again, that's our assumptions, so that's the reason why we've kept the other versions of the trailers, just so I can run them all, and then the Reddit algorithm should work out which one it assumes is best when it's based on like click rate and that sort of stuff.
So I've been working a lot on Skystead Ranch. Some other things as well, been doing colouring pixels and things like that. I did try and do a recording yesterday, but the phone ran out of power, so I guess there's nothing I can do about that. But yeah, one of the things I have been working a lot on today is just getting these player animations done. A lot of the animations are looking quite good. Just a bit of timing issues that just need sorting out. So this build one is working, but you can see it's just slightly out of time. And we've got things like the dig. That's working again, and patting the earth is working again. So just a lot of features that just haven't been in the game for a while are just back up and working now that we've got these animations in. And I've just been tightening up the animations for the fishing, because we wanted to sort of have the character cast out a line for the fish. So I've just been trying to tighten all of these up. The trouble is though, is that when you sort of pull the crook back, you're still holding the crook, and you need to catch the fish. So what I've done is, instead of spending ages trying to fix it, I've just added a little splash particle effect, and now the fish just hits you in the chest face area, and I guess that's what we're going with. It's kind of cute and funny, so very much the style of the game, so that should be good. And yeah, it's just a matter of actually getting the timings down of chucking the crook away and things like that. So if I don't complete it, I think the crook might be a bit off when it disappears. Oh no, that was alright actually. I just eyeballed that. Cool, I guess I'll go on then.
Hello. I spent a lot of the week making this platform and the little bits inside it, like the crate and the crab pot. I made these separately, and then I put them on top of the platform. I added an umbrella to the platform as well, just so it's a little cozier looking, and it's in the color scheme of the other builds.
Okay, so today I've just been working on adding the enemies, really. So you can see they're like patrolling now. I set them up exactly the same, just mirrored, so it looks very robotic. But yeah, they'll patrol around like that, and then if the spot you, so I know if I stand here, they'll both just spot us. I think I need to like mix up the like patrols a little bit and just make them a bit different. But yeah, they'll come towards you and then you can hit them. I've been working on the combat a little bit, just tweaking it a little bit. I don't know, I felt like sometimes in the other game you could maybe miss, but I've been playing around with like the colliders and just the sizes of them, and yeah, because I had like a really big box in the other game around the enemy, and then if the sword was in that and you attacked, you would hit him. But I've kind of made the sword's collider slightly bigger and the enemy slightly smaller, and it feels a lot better. So yeah, and then the other thing I quickly wanted to show was that I have done something to the dash as well. I made it like blur the screen when you move. That was just using a post-process effect, which I haven't done a lot of in Unity, but yeah, it was quite simple. And then I also added like a really subtle camera shake as well for it, just to make it feel like the player's moving so fast, maybe the camera's struggling to keep up a little bit.
Okay, so I'm just about to start streaming, however I did manage to get some more of the isometric DLC done this morning. This is one that I've been working on. It's quite a large level. Well, I say large, it's not that large, but like in terms of like how much is in the actual scene, there's quite a bit. I'm really happy with it. I'm sort of going for a bit more of a block-esque design so I can incorporate the waterfall, and overall it's looking pretty good. I need to still do a lot of work on the top of this sort of like grass area, but hopefully once I've made that a bit more dense, the image will come together quite well. I think I also want to add in some sort of mist at the bottom here, like splashes in water and things that'll make it look a bit more alive and dynamic.
So I just recorded this, but the phone storage was full, so none of it went through. It's been a great week for me recording stuff. But yeah, I've been working more on the player animations, mainly trying to get some of the more, I guess, like unique stuff in. So the animation for placing objects, that's been sort of synced up properly. So what we've got here is we've got two animations that have to sync up. So we've got the crook animation with the player, and then we've got the animation that plays when the actual object itself gets like thrusted up and then placed. So I've been trying to get those lined up as nicely as I could. It is looking okay. I think it's not as satisfying as it was originally. I think just because the player animation was a bit faster last time, so we might have to see something about that. But it's good for now and it's working. And the player stops moving as well. So if I'm like going left to right or something like that, player stops, does the animation, and then it can carry on, which is quite good because it stops you from placing things in the wrong place. Also managed to get the zapping working again. That's really satisfying. The trouble is, I don't know if you can tell, but the origin of the blast effect is wrong. That's just because the way that the crook is implemented at the moment isn't quite right. So we used to have particle effects and things in the center of the crook there, and we used to use that as like a target point for effects to be coming from, but we don't really have that working at the moment. It's just the way that it's currently implemented, so it's a bit jank. We'll get there though.
Okay, so I've just got done streaming. As you can see, we've got a new Skylight completely built. Really happy with this. I think this is going to be called Brie. The design definitely differed a little bit from the sort of cow-esque design that I did in the sketchbook. However, I think it worked out pretty well. I think before the stream, we pretty much decided to just combine the cow and goat Skylight together. So this is why I've got a bit of a mix and match here, but it definitely leans more towards a goat. But yeah, thanks to Laura as well, I implemented a few sort of mushrooms on the back here. So far the Grumble has the leaves and plants and flowers, but this one's got a bit more of a rocky and just a bit more of a, what's the word I'm looking for, a bit more of a harsher surface. So overall I'm pretty happy with the design, it came out pretty well. I think I'm going to go for a bit more of a washed out brown look, and maybe have some oranges and reds on the back for a bit more of an autumny colour palette. That should look pretty nice.
Share a couple of things today. First off, I made a new level for the isometric pack that Jack's been working on, just to help out a little bit, lighten the load a little bit with that. On the same topic of the isometric pack, went ahead and sent off the store page to Valve. I sent most of it up yesterday, but we still needed the screenshots, so I've got those imported on the web page as well. This is still up for approval. You see that it's in beta for me to view. But this is once it's reviewed by Valve, I'm making this live as well in time for next month's DLC release. Other than that, in terms of colour and pixels, gone ahead and we had a meeting at the beginning of the week picking the winners for next colour and pixels pack, the community pack that is. And yeah, the winners here. Gone ahead and put them all in build. Still need to actually go through and review these levels and fix up any issues. But they're in build with the winners' names there as well. So congrats to everyone who won. This will be coming out next week. And yeah, the post has gone out with the graphics showing everyone the art that's won. And then finally, just what I was doing while Jack was doing his stream earlier. I've just been recording various clips in Skystead Ranch. All of fishing, various fishing clips, and then we're going to put them together in a trailer here. So this is the 20-second length we've been doing for the previous trailers. I just need to actually put them together in here. I might change the music up this time. We'll see how we get on.
For the past maybe a bit over an hour, I've just been translating this massive table for every piece of text in the game. I've been avoiding it for so long, but kind of just bashed it out, and it was all right. I don't know if it's perfect at the minute. I did just use Google Translate. I'm assuming we might get someone to check it or do something, but I mean, at least it works. Yeah, if I go here, it doesn't seem to work with the button. That's something I'm gonna have to check on Monday. But I haven't set the text up really to change much. But if I go up here and I can just change it here, you can see some things change. I haven't set it up with everything yet. I'm gonna do that next week. But yeah, I can change to any language here really. Yeah. Other than that, the main thing I want to show off was what I've been doing with the level today. So I would say I've completely finished level 1 now. You can see I have a counter and stuff in the bottom now. So I've got, it says I've killed 0 of 10 enemies. Yeah, I switched up the patrols and speeds a little bit so they're not as robotic as they were yesterday. But yeah, if I defeat an enemy or I collect any stars or anything, I've added them in as well. You can see one up there. The idea is that that's out of reach until you get a special item. It's going to be a grappling hook or something, and then when you've got that you can come back and get that one. But yeah, you can see I've defeated 2 enemies, the 2 at the front. If I go back out of here and then go back in, then they won't respawn anymore. And yeah, there's another one of them stars, and basically if you collect them at the end of the level, it just does the same thing as the door in here, so it'll just exit the level so you don't have to go back, and then it'll increase that counter at the bottom. So it says I've got 0 there, but if I was to collect the star at the end, it would go to 1. If I was to collect the hidden one, that would increase it as well. I need to set it up to work with the timer and I think we're going to have hard mode and stuff. I don't know if I'm going to set that up yet. Yeah, there was another one for killing all the enemies as well. That was it. I haven't finished setting that one up yet. I'll continue that next week.
Okay, Lee Rob. My voice is broke. We've just done sprint planning. What we're up to?
Yeah, so for Colour Pixels, there's a few things this week. We have the Isometric pack that you're still working on, getting that finished up. And then we also have the competition book as well. That's coming live at the end of the week. So I want to get that done. Hexceed as well. Rob's finishing up the QA, and we have just the announcements and stuff to get that out for the end of the rest of the week as well. And then we have Demetrius, just more levels and stuff that I'm sure Cameron will go in detail later on.
Jeff, for Skystead, we're going into beta in 3 weeks' time, so be a big effort to try and get that sorted. So maybe some trailer work later in the week, but primarily it's just going to be getting assets into the game and getting it all working, I think.
Okay, so I've sort of been jumping around all over today on working on different pieces for the isometric DLC. I haven't really committed to one image. I've kind of been throwing a lot of ideas onto the page. So I've got a few to work on. However, I did finish a couple that I've been starting over the weekend. One of them here is being the sort of like an old building. I really like. I kind of want to do something a bit more what's the word I'm looking for, a bit of an industrial looking building. It took a while to get all the details in, and especially all the outlines. I didn't initially go for an outline sort of look, but I thought the sort of toon style kind of worked, so overall I think it worked out in the end. I imagine there'll be a few outline mistakes that Lee'll spot. I've had a look, I can't find any, but normally you'll find a few. And also finished off this waterfall image as well, which I'm quite happy with. As you can see there, as it quickly changed, I added a few little details in, such as the bridge, and a bit more of the sort of the form at the bottom of the waterfall. I think that turned out pretty well. But as for now, I'm currently working on a new image, which is a sort of bedroom, a cozy little bedroom. It's getting there, using a lot of references to try to build up a sort of a nice interior look. It's getting there. I'm trying to build a sort of bookcase in this wall, but I'm not sure if it's going to fit. So if not, I'll add some extra details to the floor, and hopefully the wall won't look so barren.
Okay, so today I've been doing a couple of different things. First of all, I finished off the language stuff from last week, so you can say you change to any language. I haven't translated the word set and saved, which is why that's down there. That was the second thing I'd done, which was, add the little pop-up similar to Skystead whenever you change anything, just to show that your settings have actually changed and it's, working properly. But you can go to any language now and everything will translate and it'll change, so you can start the game and then it'll be in the pause menu and it'll be everywhere, and then you can go in here, you can change it all back. I think pretty much now the settings menu's working, honestly. If you go in a build, this all works now. We had one issue that we found, I think Rob found it a while ago, and it was if you press apply and then try to press back, that wasn't working. I've fixed that now as well. But one final little thing I wanted to look at was that the set and save button doesn't work in the pause menu because the game is paused, so basically the time scale in the game is set to 0, which means the animation can't play, which is quite annoying. I need to find a way to work around that. It works in the main menu because you don't need to set the timer 0, really. But I'm gonna have a look at that tomorrow anyway. And then one final thing was I find it a little bit annoying. If you go in here and then you press apply, and then you press cancel, and then you press back, it stays like that. I feel like it should revert, so maybe I'll do that. But then I think those two final little things, and then all the menus should really be perfect after that, finally. And then, other than that, I quickly started the block out for the tutorial level that Lee made. So there's nothing in it at the minute. I need to fill it all with traps and everything. But the idea here was that obviously it's just encourage the player to look around a little bit and then show them how to move and not just walk in a straight line. And then here you're going to encounter your first jump, and then there's going to be some crushing things in the wall here, kind of like the stomping things but just sideways, and then you're going to have to dash through them, and that'll try to teach you how to dash. And this is going to be like a rolling ball puzzle, something similar to Crash Bandicoot, and you're going to have to get in these gaps and dash your way through. And then this is obviously supposed to teach you how to crouch, and then you go around this corner here, and this is a big jump that's supposed to teach you how to do an air jump, so you can combine a jump and a dash. An air dash, sorry. And then here you're going to encounter your first enemy, and then you're going to have to defeat it to progress. And then you're going to go up here and get the star, and that's pretty much it for the tutorial. It's quite simple, so I'm going to set all that up tomorrow.
So this week I'll be mainly working on re-importing a bunch of the assets that Laura and Jack have been working on, mainly Laura's stuff, because Jack's been working on the Scarlets, hasn't he? But some of these items you might remember if you played the Kickstarter demo. We've got the large rock, medium rock, small rock, the skull, the broken scarecrow, all of those things. The big log has had a revamp as well. That looked a bit dark before, so I think we just sort of redid it. I think that was the plan. We've got these sort of vines, thorny vines. So the idea is that all these items are going to be scattered throughout the world when you spawn in, when it's all broken and you need to fix it. These vines I think are for the cave, so we'll chuck them in there. We're also going to make some more as well, because some of the assets like the fencing and things like that, these components are broken up, so we're going to sort of break up a bit more and have some broken versions of these, like the gates and things like that. But we've also got a lot more buildable objects as well, so we have been working on a lot more of these. So I think we've got 105 different... Oh, we're getting errors. It's fine. Continue with the errors. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So we've got 105 different assets available now. We've got a lot more rugs. That was important yesterday. Luxury items. We've got. It's difficult to spot because I ran the script to take the screenshots because it takes a couple of days now to run actually. So we've got these new fencing options for the luxury sort of like stage of the game. These were actually like sort of like designed as one of the Kickstarter backers who backed a high enough tier to get the like customize your own item perk, and yeah, I think they're looking really, really good. There's some emissives and stuff on this. What else we got? Cool. I think that might be it. It's a lot of them anyway. So I've got a new stone shed that Laura's worked on recently. We've got revamped stone pavement. These will be tiling everywhere. We've got a simple fireplace. We're going to try and get this working so that you have to add wood to it to sort of like light it up at night. And we've got the fishing hole, which will let you fish. But we've revamped the graphics on this as well, so the water actually like sort of moves and stuff, which is really cool. We've got the stone lamp to match the wooden lamp, and we've got this bridge, which is scaling is a bit off, but we know about that at the moment. It's going to be a lot smaller than this. It's bigger than the normal bridge at the moment.
Hello. Lately, I've been doing some fixes. Most of the fixes are for the fishing stuff, for the fishing updates, and one of them was this crate. It was open before, but it wasn't closable or then openable again. So I added more hinges here, so you can close it and open it. It rotates. Some of them rotate and some of them are still. And then this is with the with the fish inside. This crate is for all the items that you fish and you don't want anymore. They're too cute. They're too cute looking. Oh my god, look at this paint fish. Look at it. Oh my god.
Just spent all of today going over the new community book, going through all the pictures, fixing up all the little bits that we have to expect to change. There's always a couple of changes with the community book images, that's to be expected. But all in all, it wasn't too bad for the most part. Normally there's one or two pictures that take quite a lot of fixing, but this time not so much. So I've gone through, I've playtested them all now. All that's left is to re-import them into the game. So I've gone ahead and resaved them all into this final folder with the correct names, all the what edits made, etc. So yeah, need to be re-imported and then just test it again in the build. So we'll quickly do that. There we go, they're all re-imported now. It might take a second or two with the last couple because you're quite large. But then all that's left to do is now relaunch the game, give them a second check to make sure the edits have done work, especially with this cat picture here, because I haven't actually playtested this one because there was a lot to make on that one image. I need to reassign now all the names as well, because as you can see it's put the creator names in the level names. I need to separate those out a second time to put them into the right spot. But yeah, they will be re-imported here as you can see, and just need one last check all the levels I've edited to make sure that they're all working as intended.
Okay, so today I've been working on getting all these doors sorted. I was going to do some more at level 1, but then I kind of got distracted a little bit. But yeah, well, the first thing I done was a few more things to the settings, as always. There's always something to do with that, it seems. But yeah, this one was an FPS slider, so you can change all that. Yeah, and then in terms of the speedrun stuff, so I have it set up for the second level, so you can see that you'll get another star if you beat it within 1 minute and 30 seconds. So I guess the pressure's on now, but yeah, so when you get that, and then you look now, and you can see I beat it in 1 minute and 20 seconds. And yeah, this I've got another collectibles also. I've got 2 now, and then the rest of them, one's for defeating all the enemies, one's for finding the hidden one, and then one's for doing it in hard mode, which I haven't set up yet.
Okay, so yesterday I was working from home, but I did manage to get quite a lot done in terms of the isometric DLC. I think I've caught up now, and I was working on this image yesterday, which took me a lot longer than I wanted to, because it was quite a tough one to do. I really wanted to incorporate the colouring pickles background colour into an image, so it sort of looks like a lot of empty space. And I think I've done it. So without it, it looks a bit plain, but when you put the background in, it sort of looks like a full scene. And I quite like it like that. So this whole wall here on the right side near the window is that's completely empty because the colouring pixels background will fill it in. So hopefully that works. It took me a little while to figure out. If Lee tests it, it doesn't feel very good, I'll happily just rework the image. I make the walls different colour, so it's a bit of a different scene. But hopefully that'll play it quite well. Hopefully it'll be quite fun. So when people see it without, it'll look a bit when you sort of play the image and you can see the pixels, it'll look a bit weird. So hopefully that'll look okay. We'll see how it goes. After the other images I've been doing, I did manage to finish off this bedroom image that I showed off on Monday. It looks pretty good. I added a lot more to this scene than originally anticipated, but it definitely adds a bit more of a sort of character to the overall bedroom, so quite happy with this one. And the last one I was working on, this one isn't done, this little teaser. This one's quite fun. I really wanted to do a sort of TV scene with the snow inside, so I pretty much just filled the whole scene with snow to sort of match the vibe of the TV. It's doing pretty good. This one isn't finished yet though. I need to add a few more bits of detail in and rework this background behind the TV. I don't really like it. Anyway, the last image I did yesterday was this one, which this was going off the record play image that I did. I wanted to add something else that was a bit more retro in. I really wanted to do these old handheld radios, but I didn't want to just do the radio itself, so I essentially built this entire picnic scene around it. I think it looks really cool. It's sort of a cozy little scene here. I do think the shadows are a bit dominant now that I look at it today, so I'm probably going to go in and lighten those up a little bit. But overall, I think it worked out pretty well.
Today I updated this wooden arched bridge. It's kind of like half wooden and half rocky, half rock. This is the luxury stone fence and arch, and Rob asked me to kind of make this bridge luxury looking as well, so I copied the vines from these and put them here, and the flowers as well. It looked like this before, and now it's luxury.
Yeah, okay, so today I was supposed to work on level 1. I still haven't done loads of it. I've done a couple of things, but yeah, I've still got like the rolling ball puzzle and stuff set up. You can see I set this up as kind of just the stomping things, but I set them up so they could move like horizontally as well as vertically. So yeah, the idea is that like a dash prompt would come up on screen, tell you how to dash, and then you'd dash through it like that. Pretty simple, really. Yeah, I still haven't really done the rest yet. I did add like the enemy in that we wanted, but I mean it's the same enemy as in the other levels. So, but other than that, I've just been like fixing a lot of stuff. So I had an issue with the timers. I don't know if I mentioned on the video yesterday, but basically if you complete the speedrun, you could complete it again and get another star, so your star count would go up an extra 1 in the bottom there. So instead of being 2 out of 150, it would be 3, and you could do that as many times as you wanted. And I just had to wait and make it so like you completed the speedrun, you couldn't do it again. But other than that, it's like just been little things. So you can see I added a little bit of weapon sway. When you walk around, the stick kind of like lags behind a little bit, and it makes the movement look a little bit more realistic. I've been doing some improvements to the jump. It feels a little bit, well, I'd say it feels a little bit more floaty, but Lee said he wanted it to be a bit higher. Yeah, and then other things, I was watching Lee play the game, and there was just a lot of things. He said he was missing the enemies a lot when he was trying to hit them. So I just kind of made them a little bit easier to hit again. I had them more like that. Don't know, I was a bit thinking about the game being too easy if you could just sit there and do this, but yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to try and find a way to like a good balance with it.
Okay, so it's been a little bit of a tougher day for the Colouring Pixels Isometric DLC. I've been struggling getting these levels done, and they're quite hard to do, these ones. I was really enjoying this level, the sort of a snowy TV screen one, but I did manage to get myself in a bit of a rut trying to get it done. So I did take a break and I came back to it. And I think it looks a little bit better now. I'm still not entirely happy with it, but maybe, like I said, I've been looking at it too long. But from last time, you can see I've retweaked the snow a bit to make it look a bit more natural. I added some rocks in, as well as some footprints and a little bird watching the TV. I do think it looks good. I think it just needs a bit more work. Maybe not. I'll see how I feel about it tomorrow. But other than that, I've been working on another image, which is this sort of Atlantis-looking scene. It's not Atlantis, but it sort of gives off that vibe. And overall, it's looking pretty good so far. It's definitely going for, a very strict isometric scene, very blocky. But I think that really works for this sort of design. I'm going to add in a little boat here. I can't draw because the pen's dead. But the little boat on the end of this trail here, which will be going through the sort of ruins, and I'm going to add a waterfall coming down from this big blocky area here. So I'm going to add a bit more work to this one. I add some ripples in the water and stuff to make it look a bit more natural, but hopefully this one won't take too much longer.
So I'm about to make recordings on the next mini trail, which will be about the Skylet specifically. So I'm just going to go time to look at the new assets, sort of building up a bit of variety for the scenes, most of these new arches and stuff. But thinking about how I'm going to actually record the Skylets themselves. So one thing I asked from Rob is that we have the patting animation in. Well, it was already in, but initially all the Skylets ran away when you went up to them, and that was just sort of like a leftover behavioural thing. So now they don't run away. So I can hopefully run up and get sort of a nice animation of me patting a Skylet, causing a happy animation. And I'll work that out with the see in the bottom right there, the camera controls. I can use the debug camera, and I can work out how to sort of set up a looping camera whilst I move the character around. But one thing I'm thinking this time around is, because of the fact that we don't have control of any of the Skylets, I don't think I can set up any sort of repeating camera shots for Skylets. So I think I'm just going to spend some time running around with the debug camera using the Xbox controller to keep it nice and smooth. I just sort of get as many recordings of different Skylets and different scenes as I can. Just sort of do them all freehand. How on earth you got there? But yeah, so once I've got a bunch of recordings, I'll just throw them into editor and see what video I can come up with. Yeah, I do want to end with a nice padding animation. Now that obviously I'll do it from the front to make it look like it's proper. But other than that, as I said, just going to run with the camera and see what I can get.
Okay, yeah, so a lot of my week, well, the past couple of days, has just been importing assets that Laura's been making. So now we have 114 different items in the game, which is a lot. Spent all of yesterday basically adding like another 60 cooking items, which is quite a lot of work because you need to import the texture, the asset, make a unique material for it, then make a prefab for it, and then make a config file that we've got, and then make sure everything's all linked up and working and things like that. But I think we're pretty much there. We just need to actually add the recipes in for the actual cooking, make sure that they've got all of the correct names as well in the localization table. That's another task that we have to do. So it's been an awful lot. A lot of QA is going to need to happen for this. If I just go into the scene view, you see that a couple of the items are actually making holes into the nav mesh, which you can't walk on. Let's see if I can just walk there. Yes, it's stopping me from walking. It's a couple of teething issues, but it should be alright. In other news though, I've also been working on some bug fixing with like some of the back end stuff. So we've got a build script that wasn't working. Essentially, things were getting stuck in Fruit Loop. There's a validation step that was triggering all these new items, and because there's so many new items in the game now, that it was just basically crashing the build process. So managed to fix that. It was quite an awkward one to fix. And also, if we go onto the screenshotting scene, there's also some issues with this as well. So this is the scene that takes a lot of the pictures for Skystead, choosing the stop in this, like in the shop and things like that. This was broken. I've also added a couple of new things to it as well. So now for the buildable items, it takes a picture on the top. That's just for us to put in like an editor type of thing. We're not actually going to use that in game, but it's just an extra bit of debug information for us. But yeah, it's all working again. It just takes a long time to run, even without the Skylets, which is a huge part of it. this run takes like maybe 15 minutes or something like that. With the Skylights it takes hours and hours because there's a lot of post-processing effects that go on.
Yeah, okay, so today I actually finally finished up level 1, so I'm just going to quickly run through it and show you what I've done. So yeah, I showed this off yesterday briefly. I think it's just the same stomping things from level 2, but I've just made them move horizontally instead of vertically. I have this rolling ball puzzle. It's like something off like Indiana Jones or Crash Bandicoot. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Just spawn something up there and then it'll roll down and roll into the hole and then fall down. And then it just continuously does that in a loop. And then we'll have this little arrow trap here. You might remember them from the dungeon crawler game, the prototype game. It's basically just them, yeah, and the idea is that you have to dash through them. Obviously this whole level's the first level, so it's just kind of a tutorial. And then yeah, you've got this enemy here, and then this is, I feel like, I don't know if it's going to be the only enemy, but this enemy you have to actually defeat it to progress, so we kind of want to go against that, but for the first enemy it's probably kind of important to show it off. So yeah, I don't know, I have got like a thing set for the door, so the star collects if you kill all the enemies, but obviously there's only one. I don't know if that's good, just to like show off what you've done, or I'll show you like how to collect the star so you have to defeat all the enemies, or maybe we could change it for this level. I think for the 4th level we want to have it so like you don't take damage or anything, but rather than defeating all the enemies. So maybe we could do something similar for the 1st level. But yeah, I've also started on the 3rd level, you can see very briefly. Just nothing new really, just kind of blocked the main layout of it and then chucked some things in that are already present in the other levels. I'm going to start working on the puzzles and stuff tomorrow.
This week I also made the spicer. It matches the other kitchen technology items, medieval technology. I took the curtain from these counters, and the idea for the spicer is that you put something in here and these rotate and they grind the spice item, and then everything falls down from here on your food, and your food is enhanced.
Okay, yeah, so we've been working a lot on the items. So we've now got this like tagging system. So when you hover over an item to pick it up, or if you just got it picked up, you'll see these tags in the bottom left. So this one is tagged as rock and junk. That's because it is a sad rock and you can't use it for food really. Nom Cream's got 2 vegetables. I think that's a bug. That's just something wrong with the config. But they should all have various different things that sort of like describe the elements of the thing that you're about to put in. And I've also managed to get a lot of config set up with the actual cooking stuff. So if I get a red berry here, it says fruit and plantable, which is true. Put it in the chopper and it should come up with some chopped red berry. I've got some here. Should do that. Fingers crossed. We'll try it again. So we've got a rainbow fish here. We'll squish it and that should come out with some rainbow fish paste. And yeah, here we go. Chopped red berry. Yes, that works. And yeah, it's just been a matter of getting all of that working. There's a lot of config involved. I have been working on the mixer and the stove today as well, but I don't think they're gonna work. I mean, I could try it. Let's just put some stuff in. No, that's not going to work, is it? But yeah, look at this. It's got rainbow fish paste, which is great.
Okay, so I've been working on the isometric DLC again today, and the bulk of my day, in all honesty, has been spent on this image here, which is sort of like the finale image. It's not the biggest one I've done, but definitely one of the most detailed ones I've done. So it's about, let's have a look, about 250, about 210. So it's not the biggest, but like I said, it's just filled with so many little DLC which I've managed to squeeze in. And overall, I'm quite proud of this one, like the little character and the dog in the middle. But once I got that image done, I was having a bit more creative stuff. I did rework the chest image that I showed off a few weeks ago, or was it last week? I don't remember, it's all been a blur. But I completely reworked it as I didn't like that level, so I made it a bit more Halloweeny, add some ghosts and a bit more of a creepy vibe to it. It just looks a bit better, and overall the whole image itself just is a vast improvement on the chest image. And for the last image, I did this cool little milk carton thing with it. Oh, it's not finished. There we go. A cute little milk carton which got like a bit of a space scene in the middle of it, going for a bit more of a sci-fi vibe.
So yeah, a lot of today has been spent doing sort of typing tasks, so a lot of announcements. We've got the Hexceed DLC, we've got the Skystead Ranch update going up, all that good stuff. So that's all been done this morning. And then I'm finishing the day with sort of a nice change of pace. So the next major DLC is going to be the Advent for both Conan Pixels and Wooloop. So yeah, it's been a hot minute since I've done anything Wooloop related, so quite nice to get back into it. I took a sort of simpler image here, a lot of right angles using the grid tool, that sort of stuff, just again to get myself used to Wooloop again. Now I'll get this sent off, it's finished now. There's a couple of things I need to fix before I actually push it, but yeah, I'm going to get this sent off to the guys to check, and I'm sure there'll be a bit of feedback or two for me to correct, but yeah, it's quite a nice change of pace, quite an easy, relaxing Friday afternoon task, just to get ready for the next DLC prep. That's going to be the rest of the Advent book. Guys!
Hello!
It's Tuesday! We're just doing our sprint planning. What's happening this week?
Go on, Lee. You're on,
What?
Lee.
I think for most of this week it's going to be a lot of colouring pixels work, especially for me, getting the asymmetric stuff wrapped up, and then there'll be a lot of sky work as well. So we're doing green this week, as well as a lot of texturing and getting all the rigged up and made.
And yeah, on Skystead Ranch we're going to be working a lot on the skylets, actually getting their behaviours and stuff working in game, ahead of the beta that we're doing next month. That should be good, and then some Demeter stuff probably, but Cameron's off a lot of this week, so I don't think it'll be a lot of work on it this week, but we'll see.
Okay, so I've been working on the isometric DLC today. However, I did take the time out of today to do the Switch Collection 5 image, which is definitely going to take a bit more of a Halloween theme, because all the images in this next collection are all sort of autumn and Halloween themed. And overall, it's come together quite well, and I thought I would sort of show an in-progress shot of the image. I'm doing a Switch again, but it's sort of an undocked version. And I thought I'd place it inside this sort of autumn landscape. So I'll draw in really quick what I kind of want to do here. I kind of want to go for, oh, that's not the right colour. I want to go for some pumpkins lying around about here, maybe over here, maybe there. And I'm wanting to add in some sort of vine work to the overall sort of the Switch screen here. That I think look pretty cool. And I also want to add a little bit of a farm in here, which is why this brown is a different colour from the shadows. So there's going to be a sort of farm in here. And hopefully that'll fill out a lot of the design. I'm going to have some sort of foliage that goes around like this too. And may even add a sort of underside here like that. And hopefully that'll look pretty cool. It'll have more detail than this. I'm going to sort of try fill out the scene as much as I can, but hopefully that'll sort of give a rough idea of what's going to look like.
Hello. When I was modeling and texturing this bulbfish, well, egg stuffed bulbfish, I thought it was going to be one of the most unappetizing things I could ever think of, but it looks very delicious, I think, somehow. So the fish is blue, that's why it's blue here. I tried to match all the colours in a nice way. I usually, when I make cooking stuff, I get quite hungry, and I thought it wouldn't happen with this, but it did.
Yeah, so a bit of a short week for me this week, but Lee might have to turn on the desktop audio for this one and this recording. Because I've been working on the audio of the game. So we've got this system where, well, I'm trying to make the system anyway, where the music changes depending on which terrain you're on. So the player can make like a foresty area with lots of tall grass. The music will be dependent on that tall grass being there. So we've got a bunch of tracks back from the contractor that we've got, and this is sort of like the normal music that you'll be hearing when you're out and about in the world. But then as I enter this zone here, it should change. And that's overlaying the music from the various bits of biomes. So we've got a little bit of meadows, mainly grass, and a little bit of tall grass. So it's sort of like layering in a few different things. And then if we cross the river here, you see it will fade out to the normal stuff. Then as I get back onto here, it'll change again. And this zone is supposed to be rock, and I think this is just water. But obviously we don't have the rock texture at the moment, so it looks a bit jank. That sounds a bit different. And then if we go up here, it should just be tall grass. It should be a different sound altogether again. But it's just something we're trying out. Fingers crossed it'll be okay. We are a little bit worried that it will be a bit too repetitive, so we'll have to see what it feels like. But it's just for the outside. We're gonna have different music for the inside zones as well. But yeah, sounds good.
Okay, so I've just gotten done texturing Brie, our new Scarlet, the sort of goat/cow Scarlet here, and overall it's looking pretty good. I went for a sort of mushroom design on the back here thanks to Laura's meshes. They look really cool, adds a bit more of an older look to it as well as the beard here. I think the textures came out pretty well. I didn't realise that goats had this sort of cow sort of pattern as well on the side, so it did sort of work out well, having them combine together. And I've also done the shiny as well, which is this sort of black and white variant with some shiny horns. This was the idea from Kim the volunteer, which sort of goes along with the sort of Tron neon look at the back here. They were originally white, but we changed them to match the back. I think it works really, really well.
So today and yesterday as well, really, I've been working on a couple of different things. The first one here is I finished off level 3. It's completely done now. And this mirror puzzle here. Yeah, basically the idea is you just have to hit the mirror and it just reflects the light, and you just want to turn it around and put it into there, and then it'll open the door. One thing is that if you hit it, like no matter which side you hit it at, it kind of goes in the same direction each time, so I think it would be pretty nice if maybe if you hit it from the other side it would go backwards, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think for now this is okay. And then maybe because I've knocked it out of here, maybe this door should reset, but the basic idea is that anyway. And then you see the idea here with all this is that this will set off that platform there. And then we can see that thing there. And that's basically for each area we want to have environmental enemies, so I'm actually going to show you in level 2 quickly, because that one was supposed to be like a fast one. There's also a slow one in level 3, but I kind of just want to show off the basic one in level 2. You can see it, yeah, it's kind of flying around there, and then we just wanted something a bit different from the basic enemies and something unique to each world. So this one, it kind of like charges into you, kind of like a phantom of Minecraft or something. Or the enemy of Helldivers as well. Yeah, the idea is, so if I just stand here, I'll let it hit us, it'll just, yeah. And then you can also charge it as well and hit it if you... I mean, the easiest way is just to stand in the right place. I was quite happy with it, and then Rob mentioned that it looked a bit like a bullet bill off Mario, and now I can't unsee it, but I think once it's got a model and yeah, maybe we'll add some wings and that, and that'll, I think it'll be alright.
Yeah, just continuing on from earlier, there was a piece of music that we had made quite a while ago actually, and I think it was actually for the Kickstarter demo, but I don't think we used it in the end. But it's the nighttime stuff, so in a few seconds it should transition from daytime to nighttime, and then fingers crossed it should be quite smooth. Yeah, I think the main issue with it at the moment is that it's a bit too loud. I think it just like all the tracks just need normalizing comparing to each other, but it's in and it's working.
This week I was tasked with fixing this cow milk because Jack made a Skylet for milk purposes and its name is Brie, so I had to change this cow to the Jack's cow goat. And this is what it looks like. It's holding some milk in its hands. Isn't it cute? It's cute, right?
Yeah, the past day and a half have all been entirely Colouring Pixels related, so I've gone ahead and QA'd all of the isometric book that Jack's been working on. All the levels are fixed, there wasn't many things to change this time around. They've all been re-uploaded, and that build is pretty much good to go, so we're like a week early on that, which is good. That's all ready and prepped. As well as that's been some work on the bonus image, so this is obviously the very pixelated version because we scaled down for the achievement. That's also good to go and that's working. That links to the actual store page for Colouring Pixels on Switch, and achievements uploaded and working as well, so that's good to go for tomorrow.
Okay, so I've been working on a lot of fixes for Luna today. In the previous vlog, I showed off that the wings were quite broken. A lot of the faces were clipping through the sides, and I think I've managed to fix it. Took a little bit of a while as it was quite a bit of an annoying fix, but the problem mainly was that the wings weren't thick enough in terms of the actual sort of the webbing of the wings. I think I've thickened them up enough to the point where they're no longer clipping, so if I turn off the rig here, you can see that there's no more clipping on the wings here. But when I fixed that, it did present another problem, and that was that the sort of wings here, going along the frame of the wing, was starting to detach from the frame because the weight painting was essentially redone. So I had to go back in and do a lot more weight painting on especially these bits here, on these bones at the top here. And essentially what I had to do was, if I quickly go into weight painting mode, was I had to remove the weight from the tops here. So you can see on these 3 bones here, the weight painting doesn't go up to the frame anymore, and that allowed the frame to overwrite this portion of the ring, so it could sort of just pull on the mesh of the ring, and that seemed to work okay. The wing could still do a little bit more work, but I think for now they are doing just fine. I've even made a few animations for the Luna moth. So I quickly put them on. We've got the sort of idle, which I think I've shown before, but it's no longer broken. So I turn off this rig. There we go. Making use of those big elegant wings. We've got the run, which is essentially like what I've done is I've took the idle animation, I've just exaggerated the wings a lot more and tilted it down, which makes it look like it's just going sort of a bit faster, because I want to keep the speed the same, so when it comes to blending in Unity it works a lot better.
Yeah, so Colouring Pixels today. So I've been working on something a little bit different. It is the Hindu Festival of Light, Diwali, coming up. I think it starts on the 1st November, so I've fast forwarded my my time on here, which is going to make it a bit awkward, I know, for recording, because it'll put the put the dates all wrong in the recording. But yeah, we're doing a seasonal effect. You can see here in the top left it says Festival of Light. I'll just quickly load up an image. Should be working. Yeah, so we're just going to dim the background a bit, and then Jack's gone ahead and made these little lanterns that fly up. And yeah, it's something that we just wanted to do for a while, but yeah, last year we couldn't do it because of MTM and all Skystead Kickstarter stuff that we were doing, which is a shame. And I think we're just going to run it. The actual dates for Diwali do change every year, but a lot of the times the dates end up being in like October, during when we've got the Halloween event on. So I think honestly we're just probably going to run it from the 1st of November, just for a week every year. It's simpler that way, and that way there's like no conflicts with other events going on. So I know the dates aren't going to line up perfectly, but yeah, at least we've got something, right?
Hello, I made this ruined meal. I think this is one of the the best things I've ever made. It kind of looks like an exhibition piece for a Baltic gallery. In a good way. So the player will get this meal when they cook something that's not edible. I don't think he'll be able to eat this in the end. I guess it's up to Rob to decide.
Taking a quick break from doing some Skylight work to work on the Kickstarter backer awards. So when we get the posters delivered, they come in like packs of 3, and they're in a box each, like they're in these triangle boxes, which means that there isn't enough packaging to actually send them back out to the backers of the merch tier. So we've gone ahead and got a whole load of tubes. I think we've got too many here. I think we only needed 15 maybe. There's a lot more than 15, but yeah. So I'm just going to be packing up the tubes with the posters. Here's one I've already done, and yeah, just crack on with that.
Today I made a lava soup. I used a bowl from the vegetable soup. That one was brown, wooden one, and it's a metal bowl for a lava soup because the wood would probably not be tough enough for lava. It's one of the meals that you can get if you put unedible ingredients in. Yeah, delicious. Jack said he would eat it, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, so today I've been working on some Skylet stuff. So this is just a spreadsheet. We've got it in OneNote as well, but it doesn't look very good in OneNote. It's the same thing, but I don't know, it doesn't look nice. And this is basically just like outlining each Skylet, what's unique about them, sort of like roughly which game stage you should be kind of discovering them at, and then their requirements. So I've only really populated the appear requirements for now, just because it's a lot of work, honestly. Basically just got to specify each one of these individual requirements in the data that we've got for each of these things here. So trigger condition spawning, I think I've shown this off before, but there's just been a couple of new conditions that I've had to add, just because we kind of want some, we want to make it nice and unique, don't we? So this one, 20 completed Skylets. This is Peggy. This is supposed to be like the last one that you'll get. 20 completed Skylets. So for this one, it needed to check the field guide to see how many you've actually completed, like fully completed. That was one. We've also got a couple of things that we'll be swapping around. So the Thor that was just highlighted on in the game there. 2 unique elemental Skylets. So the idea with Thor is that he arrives when you've got all the other elementals, because he's a block of ice. So we want the Bow, the Puffle, the Tor, and the Sizzle. They're all going to be marked as elementals along with Thor, and then this guy shows up when you've got all of the other 4 in the same zone. So I need to quickly add that, but it also kind of works out for a couple of the other ones as well. So I think for the Hoot, because Hoot is quite a large bird, sort of like a proud, like well-dressed bird. So the idea with this is we're going to have it so that he shows up with 2 unique flying Skylets, so maybe like the Skipling and the Chirp or something, and then another like criteria that we're going to try and work in is to make this one, you basically just need to take really good pictures of the birds. So yeah, we're going to try that and see how that works. I still haven't added this in, but it's one of those things that we will be looking at. But I think all of these first lot of appear requirements are good. So it's just be a matter of moving on to the enter requirements, which can be a bit more complicated because I want to be a bit harder.
Today's been a lot of Wooloop again, getting ready for the Advent 2 DLC, which we come at the end of the month. So we can do an actual Advent all the way through December, like we did last year. And I've done 2 levels. I finished the Milk and Cookies one, I started yesterday, and then this one you see here. It's sort of a festive train sort of level. I haven't attached the wheels, you can notice at the bottom. They're not actually attached to the level, but I think I'll leave it, see what the feedback is. I feel like I might get too cluttered if I try and, put lines underneath the actual carriage and whatnot. But yeah, I'm happy with this now. There's a couple of changes to make, just to fix it that I've spotted whilst playtesting here. And I'm going to push it so the rest of the team can playtest it and give any feedback on what they think regarding the image overall.
Okay, so I've just got finished streaming for today, and I actually managed to get a lot of work done. We managed to get a full Skylet done in almost a space of about 2 hours. Give or take, the animations aren't all done yet, but we've got a lot of stuff done. So this is our new Skylet called Spore, which is a sort of a smaller Skylet on the island, a bit of a starter Skylet, so it doesn't have as much detail as the others, but I think it does convey a lot of character. I'm overall with how the overall style came out. So on the stream, I got to model it, I got to texture it, rig it, wave paint it, and do a little bit of animation as well, which I don't usually get to show off during stream. So some of the animations I got done was the walk animation, which is really cute. Oh, where's my timeline gone? Let me pull this up real quick. There we go. Which is sort of like a really heavy walk. I'll get rid of the eyes though, because the eyes aren't supposed to be on. That was just for render purposes. So we've got a really heavy head here when it walks around. I've tried to put as much weight in the head as possible. I was seeing on stream that I could have pushed it further, but considering we've got a run, I want to add some more weight at the run instead of adding more to the walk. I think it's worked out really well. So we've got the run here as well. Let me quickly switch to pause mode. Here's the run. Lee commented that looked a bit sassy, which I quite like. Definitely got a bit more of an impactful power walk here, but overall it's getting there. And I've got the idle as well, which is sort of just quite subtle compared to the rest of them.
Today I finished working on the wooden decking, well, the fixes for it. This is the old one, and I think one of the comments was from Rob that it looked like Kit Kats. So I tried my best fixing it. And then Lee said that it looks like Kit Kats. Maybe because of the colour, but I did add some notches in there, and the player would be able to tile it in different directions. So I'm kind of worried. Maybe it does look like Kit Kat.
Guys,
hello.
It's Tuesday.
Is it?
It is Tuesday.
Yeah, this week we'll be working a lot on Skystead Ranch. I know that you're going to be doing a lot of Skylet work, aren't you, Jack? There's a few that are pretty much there, which want to get over the finish line. I'm going to be working on the Skylet happiness behaviours ahead of the beta that we'll be doing. Is it next week or the week after? I should probably know that. You're going to be doing a bunch of Demetrius work, aren't you? We've got show and tell on Thursday, so I think you plan on doing some levels and things, and the mini boss.
Yeah, pretty much.
We'll see what that's like.
Yeah, so I've been working on Skystead Ranch. This week it'll be a lot to do with the likes and dislikes of all of the Skylets. So basically this pop-up menu in the bottom left here, there's a lot that needs to happen around here. You can see that I was carrying an item before, and it's kept the sort of the tags visible there, which isn't very good. We've got two new slider bars. One is supposed to be for happiness. I'd show you how happy they are, and one is for hunger. I think Jack's been working on the icons today. Does Spike have a little bit of hunger? No. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of work to get this all sorted. I sort of know what I'm doing for it though, just because I've had so long to think about it really. So it shouldn't be a concern, but at the moment, just for today, I've managed to get it working. So if you feed a Skylet something, you see the hunger bar goes up a little bit, and then there'll be a period of time where it's just sort of fine there, and then it'll start to decrease gradually after this grace time's over. And yeah, that's been it today. I've also been working a little bit last week that I didn't really show off, but a big change that we've made is this isn't actually the sandbox scene anymore. So we had two scenes before, the sandbox scene and the default scene, which has been a bit of a nightmare really, switching between which one you want. Let me through. So I've merged them all into one. So in theory, if you're in sandbox mode, the cave now will sort of be a bit sandboxy as well. So I've gone ahead and I've made some changes to the cave layout. Whereas if you're playing the normal mode, you'll come in here and it'll all be cracked earth and a bit broken down and things like that. So just a little bit nicer, and it makes it easier for us to dev really.
Okay, so this week I'm starting to work on the Advent DLC, and I've already made a bit of progress. So as you can see here, I've made a sort of Advent lantern with a bit of a little diorama inside. I thought I'd try and make it a bit more isometric, like the other isometric DLC I've just worked on. But I think it looks pretty cool. I'm really happy with the colours and a bit more of the pinkish design rather than the bright luminous red. I think it's come out really well. Another image that I've been working on as well is this sort of cat in a stocking, which I think looks really cute. A bit of a smaller sprite one, but overall I think is a nice contrast to the larger image that I've just done. As for now, as I'm working on some Christmas cookies as well. That's what I'm going to do. I've done 4 already, but I think I'm going to stop at 4. I was tempted to do 5, but I think the 4 is a nice composition, so I'm going to stop there.
Yeah, so today I've mainly been working on, the start of level 4. Just blocking it out, to be honest, and then starting on, some of the puzzles here, it's not really working properly, but the idea with this is that it's going to shoot through that wall, and you have to aim it to something on the back wall. You can deflect it, or just walk and then let it try to hit you and move out of the way. Either way will work. But yeah, that's pretty much it for that. And then this, we wanted a giant kind of, platforming section, a jumping puzzle. And yeah, I don't know, Lee just told us to kind of get creative with it. He's the one designing the levels, but I didn't really have anything to go off with this, so I've just been doing it on my own, really. He said he wants verticality, so it's not completely done yet. This it's gonna go up that back wall there as well, so I just kind of threw in bits of what we had, so you can see this is kind of the platform that drops. I just made it so you can actually jump off it, I do need to make them reset though, because they just kind of stay there, and there's not really any way to, like the other ones where you'll die if you fail in the other level. This one will just kind of stay there. Yeah, I should probably have a way to reset that, but yeah, I'm kind of liking this because this level seems a lot more platforming and action based, like with enemies and stuff, as opposed to the other one, which seemed, the last level, level 3, seemed a lot more like puzzle based. So yeah, I'm quite enjoying working on this one so far.
Okay, so I've been doing some more work on Sport today, our new mushroom-themed Skylet, and it's come along pretty well. I actually thought I'd finished, but I completely forgot to finish off the special animations. There's a tiny bit more work to do, but everything else is pretty much ready to go for in-game. So I've been working on a lot of them, as you can see here, especially revolving around the happy and sad animation. So the happy one here, we've got a bit of more of a sway sort of look. Oh, where's my timeline gone? There it is. Again, try to emphasise a lot of weight in the head there. I'm not sure if I showed the run last time. I think I did. Maybe I didn't. It's finished now, though. I think it's the best animation I've got so far. I really love that one. And as for the last one, we have the sad one. Now it's finished. So he bangs his head on the floor and then has a little rest because he's quite sad. More frustrated than anything else. Really like that one. Again, trying to put a lot of weight in the head there. I think it came out pretty well.
So I've just finished up the last level for the last of the Advent images for the Wood DLC. This sort of tree top I put in the star on top of the tree. Some of these play testing, as well as that I've done the rest of the QA fixes. So there's a couple of levels here left over by some of the volunteers in the past. There's some issues left over with them, so I've been assigned those and just fixed what people have found. And then other than that, there's a couple of Rob's levels left at the bottom here. I think there's 3 levels there. I'm going to go ahead and play test these now, and then either put them in progress to have new fixes or put them into done, and then that'll be a lot of the book pretty much finished, ready for release at the end of the month.
Hello, it's another week of me being a chef again. Just been working on lots of cooking stuff. This is an innocent looking cream, but don't let it fool you. It's actually got a fish paste inside, so that makes it a healthier version of ice cream. Delicious. Today I made this kebab thing with how's that fish called? Oh, it's fat fish and devil's lettuce with some sauce. Yeah, I think I accidentally made the wrap bit probably a little bit too realistic for the game. It was very easy and simple to do. Might have to revisit this later, but I quite like how it looks. It's nice and bright and simple.
I finished up all of the DLC work for this week, so that's Whoop and Isometric DLC both put aside. And then took us a bit of a sidetrack doing some more trailers for the just for the Reddit advertising, and then to put on the Steam store page as well. So this one's like advertising the building in the game. So it's all clips of as you see, actually building objects. The tricky thing was getting the clips lined up perfectly in terms of like getting that sync there. Because what I did, I had the camera recording on a loop, and then I recorded like 3 different clips into the same loop. And I had to line them up pretty nicely to get the transitions looking good, and then try and get on beat as well. Just a bit lucky with some of them. But as you'll see at the bottom here, there's 2 music clips. One of them is muted. So the one on the bottom there is the original music, sort of the original trailer music, which you've done for all the other trailers. But I thought since we've got the new music, I'll give it a try. But then, as Bob pointed out, it's better. It was worth making 2 versions, one with the old music, one with the new music. So I did take a bit of extra work to retime these to the beat. But we've got both versions. We can run them both on Reddit, and then we can see which ones work the algorithm better, which ones grab more people to the click-through rate and that sort of stuff. But yeah, so we've got loads of versions over here in the folder, in the file, and Rob can get these uploaded and yeah, see which one performs best.
Today I also made this little grilled sea delights dish. I'm really excited to show this. I was quite excited about this little sauce thing that I put here until Lee said that it kind of looks like worms. I don't know, I think it looks like sauce.
Okay, so I didn't record yesterday because I wasn't really happy with the state this level was in. It was like able to be completed yesterday, but yeah, there was still a couple of things I wanted to iron out, but it's done now, so I'm happy to share it. So you can see here, first of all, we've got this kind of similar to the last level. It's like an arrow trap, but it follows you around. So the idea is to make it like hit these 3 buttons here. So you can see, yeah. And then this one, I'm not sure if I like this. Like my idea was to try and make it jump, like so you have to jump for the thing to aim at you a bit higher up, and then you can hit it. Yeah, I've been doing a couple of like bug fixes alongside this level as well. So for some reason that was like moving in the wrong direction. I still don't know why, but I just changed the direction it was moving in, even though it says it's not the right direction and it works. I really don't know. Yeah, but then you can see basically that opened that door. That through there is going to be like a secret way to just skip this level, but like you'll have to play it the first time. But if you're like speedrunning, the speedrun's going to be impossible until you get the grappling hook, and then you can go back and you can kind of skip all this that I'm going to show you in a second and just go straight to the end. But yeah, the next thing here is this button here, and this basically just disables the arrow trap thing. I think it's going to be a totem, but I kind of just kept it the same as in the other levels. It's kind of weird and it just follows you around like this. But yeah, you can see the rest of this here. I made these like they come back now, and I'm going to use a speedrun strat here and just do this and get straight across it all, because I did already show that off. And then this sets the lift off, so if you happen to die, then you can, yeah, just get back up really easily. And then we'll have this section that I've been doing. These are like the stomping things, so my idea was you had to kind of stand on the top of them. I was envisioning something with like platforms, you go up, then you turn around, and then you come back up, so they're like hitting the bottom and you had to avoid them at the bottom, and then you had to jump back on, but I don't really know. I just kind of ended up doing this. I'm happy with it though. Yeah, this is a bit. I'm just gonna stand here, right? Oh man, there we go. Yeah, quite difficult, but we'll have to show off tomorrow, and I'm worried that people might like struggle a bit there, because I've been struggling with it a bit, and I don't know, I'm literally playing it and testing it all the time, so yeah, hopefully it's not too bad. But yeah, we're at the end here. I've just realised them walk through there. I didn't know they could do that. Okay, I kind of need to do that. I've only just realised that now. But yeah, the idea here is that you have to defeat all the enemies to progress. And if you notice, there's no enemy counter in this level, so you can see there's now a 1 there, and that's because I took damage. So rather than having to kill all the enemies, just because of this bit here where you're required to defeat these enemies to progress, yeah, we decided on not taking damage. It was a way to get an extra star instead. So yeah, you can see I've just failed that there, but it is set up where if you go back through, then you go back to the door. If I didn't take damage, another star would have appeared there, and it's very annoying that I can't show it now, but yeah.
Okay, so for a little while, Luna and our Spore Skylet have both had their model rig and texturing done. However, yesterday I spent a lot of time just getting all the animations completed and getting them in game for Rob to have a little go at. And I think they look pretty good. I've heard that Rob's got them in game now, but I thought I would show the animations that I did in the Unity edit, as it's a lot easier to visualize. There's no like rig or like any sort of vertical lines clipping in the way. So here's the eat animation, which I was really happy with. Just flies down there and grabs some food. Again, keeping the wings flowing so it keeps them up. And you can see there's a lot of weight bouncing up and down there to make it look like the wings are actually holding Luna up. We have the happy animation, same thing again. Not quite happy there. The process here was I actually took the wing animations from the idle. and sort of just manipulated them so the movement's quite consistent, so that when it transitions between animations, the wings should ideally stay in the same place.
Okay, so we've just had show and tell for the month, and I've got lots of notes of things to be fixing for Skystead, especially as we're giving the beta to our Patreon backers next week. So there's a lot of work to do, but there has been a lot of really good progress though. So a lot of work on the field guide. So I've got Shelly here. You can see there's like likes and dislikes. This all works with the tag system with the items that I added last week. You see these different requirements work on different tabs now, so you can press the button and you can see the different things. And actually discovering the requirements for the Skylar is part of the game now. It's part of the original design. So you can see that like we've got a couple of criteria for Shelly here that have been passed with a little tick. When I pet Shelly, those become discovered, which is really, really good. And then if I go back onto the field guide, you can see that they have been discovered. And this last requirement here, essentially, like you could just guess it. You probably could with like the various descriptions and stuff and what they like and dislike. But we're going to try having it so that occasionally you get a little pop-up and saying there's something new to learn about this Skylet. Give them a little pet again, and then you'll learn that extra little bit of information, and then you'll know how to fully tame them and stuff. Yeah, Jack's got some new assets in for the little pop-up in the bottom left there, so we've got like the little bars and stuff to show the progress and things quite well now. So yeah, things are moving on.
Okay, so I did manage to almost get these animations done today. I was one shot, so I did show and tell, but everything's pretty much done. The only thing that's left to do is the running animation. However, the two ones that I'm quite proud of today is the special and happy animation. So for the special animation, I did a sort of like a goat jumping into the air. I don't know how to explain the animation, I'll just show it. So that's the special one, really happy with that. I did try to put a lot of weight into the feet when it comes down, especially the head. I think it looks pretty good. It's kind of just swinging its hooves in the air as it jumps up. As for the happy animation, I've actually done a lot more stuff with the hooves as well. So it kind of plonked its feet into the dirt. Quite with that. Instead of just having like a sort of nod happy animation, I thought I'd do something that makes it look a bit more cute. I think that works overall pretty good. I did just finish the walk animation, and I was saying to Rob and Lee earlier that I've sort of made it a bit similar to the Fawn's walk. So as they do have a very similar silhouette where they're both, you know, deer and sort of goat-esque bodies. I think it looks pretty good. Okay, so it's been a lot of fixing work today on the Scarlets, but I have managed to start the new Scarlet, which is our bird Scarlet. I don't think we've got a name for this one yet. No, we don't. But this is going to be our sort of mid-game sort of bird-themed Scarlet, which is going to be able to fly as well. So I've been doing a lot of sketches today. I don't really have an idea set in mind. This is where they all sort of rough. I don't really have a sort of base to go from. And the guy said yesterday, can I have a little bit of a mix of a what's that bird called? Don't have the wrong beak. I've forgotten the name. a toucan, a parrot, and a hummingbird. So you can sort of see they're all a bit mixed. And the last one that I did here, the bottom right, Rob seemed to like. As well, but you also wanted to mix it with this beak up here. So on the next page I have only done two, I haven't done any more, but as you can see I've got this boy here which I quite like. I sort of like the design and sort of like feathery wings. I think I'm going to try to stick to this, but it'll be very hard tomorrow. So next week I'm going to do a few more sketches, try to get a final design, and then I'll hopefully start modelling.
Yeah, so today I've just been bashing through that list of bug fixes that I've got. One of them was to have a sort of like a height changing thing for this like highlighting this build thing. Oh, it's not working, is it? It's slightly off, isn't it? But basically the height of the terrain does change based on what like biome it is. So rocks is like slightly raised, water is somewhere around here. Where is it? There it is. Water is like it makes a hole. But this sort of like UI was just like stuck on like the one plane, so for the rocks it would actually go under and you couldn't see anything. So I've just been trying to play around with adding some sort of like height detection on it. It's not great, is it? But still need to get that fixed. But little attention to detail just so you can see it working. And yeah, we've managed to do some improvements to this little pop-up at the bottom here. So you see the puffle here, it's got a little notification icon on. If you click on now, you actually learn something new about them. Which is really good. I've also limited this to only be a few skylets in each zone. That's just because like before, if you just basically went AFK in the game, you came back and every one of them had these pop-ups, which felt a bit naff. So now it's limited to about 4 per zone, so you're sort of like encouraged to keep doing it, and it's not going to be overwhelming. And yet you do learn some cool stuff. So if I just open the field guide in a second, when I've done with this animation, some information should have been unlocked. So where's Spook? Spook. There you go. So for it to appear, you need a peel rating of 1. That's what I just discovered there. Yeah, getting there. There's just a lot of bugs. A lot.
As mentioned, we had our show and tell yesterday instead of today. Normally do it on a Friday, sort of the first Friday of the month or second Friday of the month. But due to just holidays and stuff, we've rearranged it. But with that, we had a lot of feedback, finding some other player testing on the Demetrius game so far. And we did get some good feedback on that as well. So what I'm doing now is essentially the main bit of feedback that I took on board was the fact that the puzzles are just very haphazard. You sort of get given a puzzle without any sort of introduction to it prior. So sort of building up to the bigger puzzle at the end of the level is sort of the way I'm going to start approaching it. So I've kept these 2 levels in the OneNote, just moving them into an archive section just so we can ignore those. I was just looking back at all designs, and then I'm redoing the levels with the feedback taken on board as well. So you can see here, instead of just having one of these puzzles, I'm sort of building up by slowly introducing more and more complex ones. And yeah, then we'll go from there. There was other feedback in terms of enemy stuff as well, so sort of spreading those out a bit more. And yeah, once I get all these levels redesigned, I'll let Cameron have a look and we'll see if these are good to go forward with. Guys, it's Tuesday. We've just done sprint planning. What's happening this week?
Yeah, so it'll be a lot of advent work for Cutting Pixels this week. I want to try and get that finalised, try and get as much done as possible. But I think for Cutting Pixels, that's about it. I may be doing some Skystead stuff, doing some design work for the new mid-game bird to go on with Chirp and Skip Blue.
Yeah, it's stream week, so I assume you'll be doing something on that later. But yeah, we are kind of going into beta. We're sort of like a week-long process, so we're going to send out keys to most people next week, but if you're a Patreon at the top tier, we gave you keys yesterday, and mid-tier will be on Friday. So basically just a big panic to try and get as much in and ready and working, especially working until then. So there's going to be some more cooking stuff that Laura's going to be working on, and it's a lot of bug fixes. I've got so many bug fixes. So.
Okay, so I've been doing a lot of work on the Advent DLC today, and I'm currently in the midst of an image here, which is a sort of late night camping scene in the sort of like the sort of snowy Alps, I suppose. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be, but it's in the mountains. It looks quite cold. But as you can see, it's not done yet, and there's a few things I need to add, but the base shapes and sort of lighting and sort of assets are there, but I want to add a little bit more detail in certain areas, especially this mountain here. I think the mountain's a bit plain, so I'm thinking of adding in some sort of line shading here, like this. Sort of like that style. Obviously I'm better than that. I also want to put some things down here in the main part of the scene, which is the ground here. I'm thinking of adding a sort of like log here, maybe one here as well, and having some people sit on it. But I'm not entirely sure yet. Maybe a dog, who knows? I might add some rocks around too. And the sky as well, I think needs a bit more work. But hopefully once that's all added in, I'll go around, add a nice frame, and hopefully it'll look like a nice image.
Yeah, so today we are hoping to send out the beta access to Skystead Ranch to some of the Patreons, and then we'll go into full beta next week. So a bit nervous because I know the game has a lot of bugs in it, but we're only sending out to like, what's it, there's like 4 people or something today. But yeah, lots of bug fixing I've been doing. This board didn't have the icons for some of the extra bits of terrain, so if I swap to rock, you see that the rock icon appears now. Got that working. There's been some bug fixing with items as well. Had a quick look at that. So some items have some health. This stoppage actually says 3 uses for the carrot, but it's set to 2. You can see on the bottom left there we've got 2 little green dots which represent the health of the carrot. And if we go ahead and dig 2 holes, 1, 2, pick up the carrot, you'll see that when you plant one, it takes 1 bit of damage, you plant a second one, and it disappears altogether. So just a bit of an indicator for that. It actually looks like a lot of the items haven't been configured with health, so we'll have to work that one out. Also, we've got a fix for the health pop-up for damaging objects as well. So this was a bit glitchy before, but now it should be working back as intended. Not for all items, so we'll just quickly pop back and put the simple bin. Not quite sure why, but some items it's just not working at all. It's not appearing. I think it's something to do with the config of the item, but I just need to do a big pass on all the items and make sure everything's good. Also made a couple of changes to a couple of the camera mode stuff. So now if we go ahead and take a picture of the buttontail here, who is in the garden, it'll grayscale the image just to sort of keep it in line with the book, the field guide that we've got here. So it'll be grayscale. But if we take a picture of a Skylar over here, for example, it'll be like a sepia, so a bit worse, and that'll sort of match up with the sepia sort of look we've got here. So the idea is it goes sepia, black and white, and then if you get a full happy Skylar, then it'll be full colour. And that all appears in the books as well, so these various different stages you can see there, and I put little stickers next to them so you can see what stage they're currently at.
Yeah, okay, so today I've just been continuing adding stuff from the show and tell, working my way through the list we got last week. So I guess the first thing I want to show off now is that when you defeat enemies, they will drop coins. And yeah, so you can see here, they'll drop these, and you can also get them out of different barrels, and you can just pick them up as well. They're hidden in the level in some places. And basically, one of the bits of feedback we got from the show and tell was that it feels a bit rubbish if all the enemies don't come back, just because it feels like you can only really play the level how it's supposed to be played, like once. So yeah, rather than defeating all the enemies and not having them respawn, we're going to go with finding all the coins in a level instead. Although they're not actually going to be coins when we'll have the art in. They're going to be like spirits or something to fit the theme of the game, but for now they're just a cylinder with a gold material on, so they look exactly like coin. But yeah, you can see here the enemies respawn.
Oh, boys! I'm back!
As well, so that means you can play the level now as many times as you want, really, over and over and over. One other thing I kind of want to show off here is that another piece of feedback we got was that basically when you're pressing on these buttons, a lot of people didn't know what this button done. Obviously it opens this door down here, but yeah, when people were testing it, other people who, you know, haven't seen the game, played the game yet, they weren't really sure what it done. So we decided on adding a little cutscene like this. It's not perfect. Basically there's like a little bit of snapping there and stuff, but I'm quite proud of it. I've never done like a cutscene like that before, really, or like using different cameras and stuff like that, so I'm quite happy with how that turned out. And yeah, that was basically just to show people like what the button was doing. We're not going to have a proper cutscene like that for every single door. I think when you stand on the one through there, it's just going to kind of like snap to the different doors and just show it opening.
This milky numb cream dream started out as a cat. No, it started out like as a cat head here, but then I had to remove it because it didn't look very fruity. So now it suggests that it does have lots of fruit inside and just fits the game a bit more. But the cat was cute though.
Hello, girl. Oh, yeah. Douglas. Hello.
On today's list of bugs, mainly it's just been music that we've been sort of trying to get working. So we've got this main menu music. This needed toning down, so a lot of the like music that we had, it was all normalized differently. So like some bits were louder than others, things like that. So this bit of music should be toned down, and it's looping now, which it wasn't before. Then if I go into a game, it should manage it. Yes, it did, yeah. So it's changed to the sort of like the dynamic biome music. This one didn't actually need modifying. It was quite simple. It was about right in terms of volume. The pause menu should work now, so it fades out everything. The pause menu also loops now, so there was a lot of issues with looping. It was just mainly looping and volume. And then the cave music should be working now. This was super loud before. kind of spooky. And also the pause music works in the cave. Does it? Is that the pause music? I don't think it is. No, I've broken it again.
Yeah, so just a few small things from me today. So basically, I've been doing a few things with the enemies as well as kind of fixing stuff with the camera that I was doing yesterday and making it work in other parts, not just there. So the enemies here, you can see when they get close to you, they'll kind of do that, and then it's supposed to be like a counter. It's very kind of glitchy. I didn't really finish it yet, but yeah, if you hit them, they kind of reset. But basically the idea is to get close to you, and then yeah, it's just an indicator to show you when they'll attack you. It's really glitchy at the minute, but hopefully I'll have that fixed soon. And yeah, the other one was this flying enemy. So rather than having it just swoop straight at you, it kind of swoops at the floor and near you, and then yeah, this kind of indicator comes up around, and it's probably just a nicer way to do it. Although it kind of, when the charging thing's done for the other enemies, I'll do something similar for this enemy as well, because there's no real indication of when it's actually going to start like coming towards you.
I'm quite pleased with this wooden shed that I made. I just finished it off now. It had green wooden planks here, but Jack suggested changing them to dark brown, and it makes it look way more interesting with dark brown. And this beam isn't floating like that anymore, but in Substance Painter it is, because I didn't change it. I think it's quite cozy.
Okay, so I've primarily been working on the Advent DLC today. I came in a little bit today, so I haven't completely finished every image I want to get done. However, this one definitely took the bulk of my day. It's not necessarily a large one. It's 160 by 104, but it's more so how dense the image is. There's a lot of detail in here that I wanted to convey. I try to go for a different style compared to the rest of the images that I've been doing. A lot of the images I've been doing recently, I've sort of got a lot of shading in there, a lot of lighting effects, but I wanted to keep this one sort of flat. I think it looks quite nice, and I'm quite happy with it. I did do a sort of fireplace image. I think it was on Advent 4, maybe 5, so I didn't want to do the exact same thing, so I made it into a more of a full scene. And overall, I think it's panned out pretty well. And for the second image I did today, it is where is it? This one here? Yeah, I did a sleeping cat with a little present next to it. I think it came out quite cute. No to say on that one, just looks very cute.
I accidentally made a very British sauce, I guess. It was supposed to be spring onions fried on top of the fish, but Lee said it looks like peas, like mushy peas. That's what you'd get when you order fish and chips in England. You get mushy pea sauce. And I took the cream from the mousse. I'm sure I used it in other dishes as well, just to speed up everything. Could never tell that it's a dessert cream, but now it's a sauce.
Yeah, okay, so a couple of different things from me today. You can see the first one here is this level pattern I've been setting up, so this is for the first level. It's the only one I've set up so far, but I've got everything set up now so I can do it for the rest of the levels. Yeah, I was pretty happy with how that turned out. I liked the bit at the end zooming in on the star, and I think Lee said it'd be a good idea to have that for every level, and that was my kind of idea as well. So, but yeah, I guess other things is I've kind of just been sorting out some of the levels. So you can see here that level 1 has these pickups now, and Rob mentioned about putting them in groups of 5 or 3. He said that Mario 64 does it, and apparently it's something that's supposed to be quite satisfying. So yeah, we've kind of going to go through and put them all in groups of 3. I haven't done it for the vases yet, because if you hit them, it'll still just give you 1. because if I make it give you 3, it'll put them all in the exact same place, so I just kind of need to write something to scatter them out a little bit. But I'll quickly show off level 2 as well, because I've been standardizing the jumps, so just making them like a set length. There's one for the normal jump and there's one for the dash jump. And yeah, there's been a little bit of change here. I still haven't done the level introduction or anything, but I have been standardizing the jumps here. I had a bit of a wait time on this because it was probably a bit annoying to have no wait time on the first level. And ignore this, sorry, I just haven't baked the occlusion map in there. But yeah, basically every jump is kind of the same length now, or same distance I should say. And yeah, it's just because apparently it's easier for players to understand that they can make that jump if they're always the same length or something like that. That's probably a very bad explanation. I realise I haven't moved this either. I need to move that. Yeah, I'm going to tidy this level up soon.
Alright, yeah, I've got a few things to show off. So I've been working on this shop UI layout, making lots of improvements, making sure that all of the tags and stuff are visible for what you're actually getting, making sure that all of these descriptions are lined up as well, so you can see that when the chili plant's fully grown, you'll get the spicy tag, things like that, getting all that sorted. Also been doing some sort of shifting around on the buildables. So we've basically been looking at what we need to do to finish off the game. So we want to make these wheels as nice as possible, so we want to make sure that each tab is filled up with 8 items when you complete the game. So Laura's got a few more tasks to do to sort of fill these gaps up, but we've also shifted a few things around. There's a lot more luxury items now. Just felt like a lot of the items there were in sort of like the wooden stone stuff, and the mess could fit quite well in luxury, so we've moved those around. We've got this house tab, which is just the kitchen stuff. We might want to improve on the house stuff later on, so I just thought I'd rename it instead of make it specifically for the kitchen. I've got one item to import, and then the last one I think we're going to do like a recipe book or something like that. And then we've got this new flooring tab. So this tab is basically all of the pieces of floor items that you can build, lots of rugs, lots of mats, but ideally with these we want them so that they don't actually occupy like floor space, so then we can build things on top, which you can't do at the moment. So on that I've actually been working on a bit of a change to the way that we actually manage this sort of system. So up until now it's just sort of been it's essentially just like how it's a rectangle, so how many spaces like horizontally and vertically you want to fill up. So I've added this like little UI element that's taken a picture of all of the objects from above. Some of them are a bit odd, but you can see like we can manually go in and change how many spaces we want, and then we can actually click on these buttons to specify these are the ones that we want occupied when you're building, things like that. And I've also added a different tab as well, so instead of it just being a boolean, it's either occupied or not, we can have these flooring spaces, because we need to have it so that it's flagged as flooring, because otherwise you'd be able to overlap different flooring pieces. So that's working quite well, so in theory we should be able to build this on. There's still a bit of work to do for it, but this new UI does add some cool things as well. So if I go to one of the doormats as a rug, yeah, so this, is it supposed to be, is it 4x4, is it 3x3? 4x4 I think. Yeah, so like elements like this flower here, like these corners, we can just actually leave out now, so it should fit in people's worlds a lot better. It's not quite displaying the image properly there, is it? But and then the other one, which is quite curious, is if we go to luxury arch bridge as well. This one is quite a big one, but we want to make it so that you can actually build underneath here. So we're going to make it so that only these bits are occupied on each side, and it basically means that you could be able to put water and things underneath the bridge, so the bridge is actually crossing something, which would be quite cool.
Today it's been a whole day of hexceed levels creating, so half the day yesterday as well was spent on this, so to try and get on top of the levels for the final DLC of the year. And as you can see, what I'm trying to do, sort of making somewhat Christmassy related instead of the level layout. So this is like maybe a cracker here, I think I've got another one here, stockings. Some of them are much better than others, like this might be a Santa hat, kind of works. And some of them just didn't work at all, but I do also just have some patterns here and there as well, just to sort of, you know, not make it all the same, and I do run out of ideas quickly. But yeah, just going through making them sort of specific as I can, and then just yeah, I'm going to be filling these in with levels and getting as many done as I can.
Okay, yeah, so some biggest changes today actually. Yeah, you can see here the first one is pretty much all this kind of camera pan and stuff set up for the second level now. You can see there's quite a big change in here. This has been changed a little bit. Yeah, basically this is like a kind of drawbridge thing. Lee wanted a box that you knocked into the water here, but I thought it would be nice to kind of do like a little bridge that you could knock down and then yeah, you can cross over. And obviously the water's all new as well. Basically we wanted something and we're going to kind of put it up here as well to try and avoid like instant death falling and whatnot. I think we'd rather just have water here, so you kind of just get damaged over time if you walk in it. I don't know if that makes sense, or we're going to change it to something other than water, but I mean, I guess other video games have let you take damage in water before. Plenty of video games have done it, like GTA games and stuff. Although, yeah, I don't know, they kind of instantly kill you, but yeah, this just damages you over time because we don't want the game to be too difficult and have any like insta-death traps really. But yeah, that's the biggest thing. You'll see another one is the UI in the top left. There's now a thing to show you when you can dash. I think this is actually really satisfying to try and time it to exactly when it refills. Yeah, I don't know, I wasn't sure of whether we needed it originally, but yeah, it was Lee that suggested it and I ended up doing it, and yeah, I think it's actually quite nice. It's quite satisfying and adds a lot, so.
Okay, so it was a pretty fun stream today. The original plan for the stream was to model our new bird as Scarlet, but Rob had the idea beforehand that we could possibly even save Wormy, which is a very old Scarlet that hasn't been used. It was one of the first Scarlets that I made when I first started here, and it wasn't really in the right conditions to be put in the game. But I have updated a lot of the texturing and mesh to sort of get to the same level as the other Scarlets, and I think we were pretty much there. I spent quite a lot of time on stream getting the texture looking right. So I can probably show the old version. That's the shiny there, which is looking pretty good, as well as the emissive on the front. But as for the comparison from the old and new texture, how am I going to do this? Let's just put this outside. So this is the old texture right here. As you can see, there's quite a lot of few texturing mistakes in here. A lot of things happened when I decimated down the geometry, so it messed up the texture. And this is now the new one. A lot more clean and looks a lot more in line with the other Scarlets. However, in the end, I did get some extra time to model the next Scarlet, which is going to be our bird themed one. And you see here, I didn't finish it, but I got really close. It's not completely finished. I want to do some more work on the wings here, but it's overall coming out pretty close to the original aesthetic. Someone in this chat said it does look a bit like a snowman, so I'm hoping the texturing will solve that problem. And I am going to put a leaf on his head here, because that was in the original sketch that I showed off this week, but I forgot to add it into the digital one. So hopefully this won't take too much longer next week, and I'll be able to get this one done and in game.
Cooking is finally finished. Yay! I had a blast. Making all the cooking items. It was really fun. It was super challenging, but I think I did pretty well. To celebrate, I'm showing you this toastie because it's ToastieLabs, and it looks very delicious.
Guys,
hello.
Monday. We've just done our sprint planning. What's happening this week?
Do you want to go first?
Sure. So the Colouring Pixels Advent DLC will probably be wrapped up this week. I've only got a few more images to work on, so hopefully that'll be wrapped up by midweek. And there'll probably be a lot of Skylit work going on for Skystead stuff, primarily stuff I'll be doing, such as like the bird and hopefully the dinosaur. I've done this up really badly. So that'll probably be the bulk of the Skystead stuff.
And yeah, on Skystead we're going into beta this week, so there's going to be a lot of work into that. So if you did back us on Kickstarter, make sure to check your inboxes, because probably will be a key in there. It's going to be a broken mess, but I'm going to try my best to fix it. I'm going to try. There's a lot of stuff from Laura that needs to be put in. An awful lot. There's like 100 things there. There's so much that I'm struggling.
It's falling apart.
There's Demeter stuff as well. I think Cameron's going to be working on the grappling hook, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
For like boss battle and stuff. Should be fun.
Okay, so I took a little break from doing the Advent DLC to work on some Skystead stuff. Last stream that I did, I was working on this new bird Skylet, and I got the model pretty much almost there, but I wanted to finish it off today as it was bugging me a little bit. But yeah, I've actually made a lot more progress on the model. I've changed quite a bit of stuff, as you can see. I've extruded a lot of the wings out, and especially the feathers on the bottom, to make just the silhouette look a bit stronger, and overall it looks a lot nicer. As you can see, I've already put it in Substance Paint as the UV map is already been unwrapped. I've added all the seams in, and now it's pretty much ready to texture. I did have a little play around with the scaling as well, so we can sort of see how it looks in between our two birds here, which is our chirp and hoot here, and it's nice in between. So hopefully this will look pretty nice in game. And as for now, I'm going to leave it here, and I'm going to get back to Advent DLC, but now it's all ready to be textured, so hopefully at some point this week this will look nice and vibrant.
Yeah, okay, so today I've been finishing off level 3 mainly, but there was a couple of things I wanted to do. I wanted to get around to starting to grapple and stuff, but level 3 ended up taking quite a lot longer than I thought it would. I'm quite happy with it overall. It's definitely much better than it was before, you know, with all the changes and that Lee's done to the level design, and yeah, now they're all, you know, in the game, and it's definitely a much more fun level, and there's like more to explore and more to do. You can see by the coin counter in the bottom, it's definitely the biggest level so far, and it's probably it's definitely had the most change for all the levels that I've worked on at the minute. I'll kind of show off what I was doing. It's just kind of more stuff with these boxes, basically. So you can see here, it's had a bit of change. So before it was kind of just sat like on the top, and you just hit it once and it moved in any direction. Sorry, it only moved in one direction. And yeah, now you can hit it in any direction, and I've put it in the floor slightly just so, you know, so it doesn't go like against a wall, rather. So yeah, basically if you ever get like stuck, there's an end to it, and you can still get around the back and hit it. Basically, so you don't lock yourself out and miss stuff. Hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, you can hit it either way now, so that's pretty nice. At the minute, you can hit it sideways. Obviously, kind of nothing happens because the wall's here, but we haven't really designed any puzzles yet with it going in multiple directions in mind, but I'm sure that will come at some point. So, you know, it was nice to get that just done, and then it's just there for when we need it. But yeah, you can see basically this. There's another thing here. If I stand on this door, I couldn't on Friday. I couldn't like press it, and then it would go down, and then it would come back. So that's pretty nice now. And then yeah, you basically have to just put the box on it and make it stay in, and yeah, pretty simple puzzle.
So today I've been working on getting all these cooking items in. So we went into beta today, so I just wanted to take a break from the bug fixing and actually like make some progress with the game. And yeah, we've got loads and loads of stuff in, they're looking really, really nice. At the moment you can walk on top of a lot of them, I'll fix that, but loads more items. We've got some fun stuff as well, so we've got like lava soup and a gravel salad. This is for Tor. We've got these like vials of like extract in the middle. These are used for spicing all of the other meals, which is kind of cool. So you should be able to make any of these things like spicy or sour or something, like sour gravel salad or something like that. Yeah, some really good, really cool choices. Laura's done a really good job actually getting these all in and about and stuff. yeah, it's just been a matter of actually getting the config in and making it so that you can actually cook them, which you can't at the moment, but that shouldn't take too long. I've also been working on, if I just quickly back out and go into the scene view, adding all of the sort of like the dead objects to the world. So one of the problems we had with the beta build was that people were getting soft locked because one of the bits in tutorial were destroy, I think it's like 5 objects or something like that, but all the objects had been removed. So now I've re-added those, tried to be a bit natural about it, trying to clump together like the various assets and things like that. This is the foresty zone, so there's lots of wood. I tried to keep this a bit sparse up here, and then inside the cave, of course, we've got that working as well. And it's kind of a little bit sparse up here as well, but fingers crossed we can get a couple more of these assets in, but it's not quite important for this at the moment. It's just as long as there's something there.
Different task today that wasn't sort of originally planned, but it's to get the Skystead Ranch Switch store pages ready. So most of these are now pretty much done. I'll say most of them are all done, apart from we need some screenshots for all of them because there's no build yet, and we need the data for how large the actual game file is. So those are the only 2 bits that are missing from all of those, but everything else is filled out. So that includes the all the actual assets here. There wasn't much to do for most of them, like most of the languages. So for example, Chinese, Korean, Japanese, all it requires is this sort of asset for the store page. But when it comes to the European languages, for some reason it requires all these different JPEGs. It must be in the capitalized JPG, not .jpg as well, which does some funkiness with the Switch upload. But yeah, I've made all the different asset sizes, got them all uploaded, everything's ready to go for that. Again, just waiting for those last 2 bits of information, the screenshots and the file size. Other than that, been messaging all the Kickstarters from the pet tiers and above, just giving them their Steam keys because obviously it's beta access week. So yeah, we got halfway through that and then run out of keys, so we'll have to redeem some more keys. But yeah, everybody has been messaged. If you are a Kickstarter from the pet tiers or above, make sure you check your Kickstarter inbox and see if you've got your keys. I might have missed 1 or 2, hopefully not, but if I have, just reach out on Discord or message us through to Kickstarter and we'll make sure you get your keys that you need.
Okay, so it's actually been quite a busy few days regarding our new Skylet, which is now cutely named Quill because of all its little feathers and quills off the top of the head here. And so essentially there's been a lot of process going on with the sort of colour scheme of the Skylet, which was I originally drew, which was a sort of pinky red and yellow, which didn't really match the jungle theme. The guys wanted a bit of a recolour, so I made this sort of sheet of different sort of palettes here. And a lot of these were pretty nice, but the guys definitely leaned towards, I think it was this one, and I think it was this bottom left one here maybe, or the green one. But what Rob suggested was that he thinks the wings being a different colour to the overall body was a bit too much in terms of like, so you can see here the yellow wings compared to the purple body. I quite liked it, but I can sort of see what he means here with a sort of nice overall palette here. So I did redraw this left one here because I quite like the orange one, but in the end we actually decided to go with the green one. And there was Lee's suggestion to add a sort of multicoloured leaves to make it more parrot-esque. I think that worked out a lot better. But then he also suggested making the wings the same process, and I've also added in these sort of leaf lines as well. And overall, even though these are definitely different colour from the body, I think going this matching the leaves definitely works out and brings the design together a lot better. So as you can see, I've pretty much already textured the Skylet here. I'm sort of in the process of doing the leaves. The wings were quite difficult as the mirror wouldn't work, so I essentially had to hand draw it, but I've definitely lined it up perfectly, so everything should be good. And as I said, I'm just doing the leaves now, adding in these sort of lines. Bob was a bit worried that it'd be a bit too much, but I think I've made it work within the texture. It's quite subtle. You can see I've finished the bottom ones here. And the process I'm doing is essentially drawing them in with a black marker. I'll say a black marker, it's not a black marker. The black paintbrush tool. And then I'm going to go into here, add a filter. And I'm going to add a blur. We're going to bring that down to 0.2. So it makes it quite subtle. Maybe a bit less for that one. 0.1. Yep, that's cool. And then we add it into overlay. And then we bring it down to about 80. And that sort of gives a nice subtle effect. It's not too dominating on the overall design. So I'm going to get all these leaves done here and mask out these bits on the body and then do the head. And hopefully that'll be the texturing done. And then I'll go over it and do the shiny, and then we'll get this cute little bird rigged.
Okay, so it's Christmas at ToastieLabs now. We went to the shop. We've got lots of decorations. Lee's getting them out of his bag now. Got a balloon tree. I'm gonna put up. Spray snow. We've got all the stuff out from the cupboard as well. We've got lots of cool new things. It's gonna be a blast putting it together. And we've got a real life Christmas tree for the first time ever. So yeah, let's get it together. Where did you get that from?
Yeah, okay, so today and yesterday as well, kind of been doing just getting all the changes into level 4 that we wanted. So you can see all the level panning there, and there's a few like kind of different puzzles. The biggest one is that we reworked the mirror reflection puzzle. So before I was kind of a little bit lazy with it, and yeah, I just had like a bunch of cylinders going around, and it was probably not a good way to do it. So I've done it kind of properly now, so I don't know why you have to wait a little bit there, but yeah, basically that raycasts and then it'll do the thing, and it detects if it hits this and it'll open that door. You might saw there when I accidentally hit this enemy. I've done a few like small things as well, small changes. One of them was that I just made that slightly transparent when he's stunned. Basically, because Lee said it looked like he was gonna explode. So yeah, I kind of wanted to just do something maybe a bit different than what the hurt material looks like.
Yeah, not much to show from me today. I've basically been trying to get it, Skystead Ranch to be working on Switch. Having a lot of issues with that actually. We managed to get the plugin and things working quite well, but yeah, there's a lot of issues with the file system that's basically causing it to crash on load. But it's stuff I've dealt with before. We'll get there. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly show off the office, the tree. Cameron did a really good job putting that together, and we got the little toasty decoration. That's my attempt at a balloon tree. Work in progress. It just knackered me because it says it's like step 1, blow up 10 balloons and tie them together. So that's going to take a while. But yeah, we've got the lights back up. Jack had a lot of fun doing that. Yeah, it's looking really, really nice in here.
So one of the side tasks for today was just to get the supercut, the next long form vlog, edited together and ready to be uploaded, because that's scheduled for this weekend. And yeah, it's already Thursday, so we need time for us to upload it as well, which we'll be doing tomorrow. But yeah, you can see here, if you go to the very end of the clip, it says it's just under 10 hours long, which is sort of the target we go for the long videos. And then yeah, set to export and continue just making hexceed levels whilst I was waiting for that to export, because it was estimated taking 30 to 40 minutes. And then I just double checked, and it looks like it's exported without any issues. It has added 35 seconds. It's a very large video, obviously 65 gigs. And yeah, double checking as well. I have to quickly scan through the video. Sort of works. Normally we have issues towards the very end, so I'm checking at the very end. See there, it does go all the way to the end of the video. Matches up with the edit as well. It actually finishes properly, which is good, because the last couple have cut off at the end. Sort of had like, sort of compiling errors, but this one's went without any problems, so kind of suspicious, but hopefully it's fine. And we'll get it uploaded, and fingers crossed I'll be ready for Saturday.
Yes, it's been a long and stressful day, but I finally managed to get it working on Switch, which is really, really good. There were a lot of issues, lots to do with saving and loading. There were some issues with the plugin that we were using. There was an infinite loop which I got caught in for a while, which just caused a memory leak that caused it to just randomly crash. A whole load of things, but I finally managed to get it done. It does have a lot of issues. We kind of anticipated it though. The FPS is just atrocious. It is something that we were kind of aware of, like saying that we would do Switch, but I've had some thought about how we can go about fixing that, but not for today. I just need to get things working with the debug camera that we've got, so we can get some nice looking screenshots.
Hello, today I worked on one of the interactive music floors. I did make another one in darker wood, and when you step on it, it should play a sound, and it should change the sound and the color of the note. And then I was working for a little bit on this floor for like 2 days. It was a really great challenge to make a hole for the symbol because of the pattern of the floor. was quite complex. The boolean didn't work, so I had to make a hole. I had to like cut the hole. It was quite hard, but it works in the end, and it's gonna be shiny when you step on it and cute.
Yeah, okay, so a couple of things for me today, mainly to do with this level again, level 4. So it was just kind of getting this finished off. So you can see there's things like the water and stuff in now, and yeah, not too much has changed, but you can see basically all the coins in that have been placed. So there's this is all playable now. This level is entirely playable from start to finish. The other thing was the grapple. It's actually working now. So yesterday I just kind of put this pink line on the screen, but it's actually a grapple now, so you can see, yeah, it'll like pull things towards you, and I think it's quite nice actually. There's obviously some things we could do to, you know, tidy it up, I guess, when we've got the art and stuff in, and obviously it's just like a square line at the minute, maybe actually making it like a rope or something and just giving it a proper nice animation.
Okay, so the Nintendo Switch build is coming along. I'm making progress on it. I have dealt with a couple more crashes. That's, I think, to do with the graphics memory. It's using too much or whatever, so I've simplified all the textures and things like that. Most of the things you can't actually tell. The UI stuff has been reduced, but I'm not sure if you can really see, but it's really blurry. Anyway, yeah, you can see though, it's not doing great. That's just because the FPS is running so slow. So we're getting like 4 frames a second, which is not enough. We need to be hitting at least 30 on Switch. So there's going to be more work to do on that. But I think the plan is going forward that basically we've got screenshots that we're using for Steam and Epic and things like that. I think we're just going to resize them and like crop them and stuff to make sure that they are good enough for the Switch store page and use that instead. Just because, like, actually, like, it does, you can move around and things with this, but it's just, it's going to take us so long to actually get screenshots in this build. But I'll keep working on it, and we'll see an improvement for sure. But yeah, there's a lot to do.
Yeah, okay, so today I've actually been working on the boss. I wanted to start it, well, yesterday, but level 4 ended up taking a lot longer, but yeah, I got a really decent chunk of it done today. You can see this here now, so the first thing is it's going to jump in the air, and then it sends out this kind of wave, and yeah, and then that can damage you if you don't jump over it. So that was a bit difficult to do because I don't know a way to have triggers in Unity with like holes in the middle, so having like a ring collider I wasn't really sure how to do that with a trigger. It works when it's not a trigger, but so I ended up putting another trigger in the middle of it, and then if I was inside that one it would disable the damage, and yeah, that was how I ended up figuring that out. But basically the idea is this big shield here is powered by all of these different generators. There's going to be 4. There's only 3 at the minute because this one's going to be a jumping puzzle, and that usually takes quite a while to set up. So I've just been working with the 3 here until I get kind of the core mechanics for the boss down. But yeah, they're kind of just all the puzzles that we've got. That you've been learning from the previous levels. So you can see this one's the light out puzzle, and then yeah, basically when you solve it, it'll destroy the generator. I mean, it just disappears at the minute, but we will make it look nice at some point and add like a animation or something to show it exploding or whatever. And then this one's the box puzzle, so you just have to hit it onto the Switch, and then that'll do that. I'm not really sure how we're going to approach this if you undo it. I just made it kind of come back, but it looks slightly weird, so I don't know. Or if you just stand on this, if it destroys it straight away, there's kind of no reason to hit this box onto it. You could just stand on it, so yeah, I don't know how we're going to deal with that, but for now, it's working anyway. And then this one's the light out puzzle. This is what I'm currently on fixing. It's invisible at the minute. It's just another one of these. I'm just trying to make this, because essentially it works the other way around, whereas every other puzzle like this, we want to activate something if it's completed. This one we want to deactivate it if it's completed. So yeah, I'm kind of like halfway on trying to sort that out. But basically the idea would be like, okay, you destroy these and then you basically hit these and block the beam from going onto the generator, and then and it appears. It should do that the other way around. And that's pretty much it for the boss. Basically, when you've destroyed all of the generators, the shield would go down, and then it's gonna start using the grapple on you. And this is basically where you'd unlock the grapple. You've kind of got it at the minute, but it just it's going to be disabled until you defeat this enemy.
So most of the day is still dedicated to making hexceed levels, sort of getting on top of that task there. After this bunch of 10 that I've just finished here, there's only the last set of large levels left to go, and then there's onto the small levels, so it feels like making some good progress with that. But other than that, there's been some other tasks that have been important to get done today. So in terms of the Nintendo side of stuff, what you can see here is they've all been submitted to Nintendo now with the resized screenshots and the estimated ROM size, which is why I've been converting gigabytes to megabytes just to make sure I was getting it right. And yet on that, just been some announcements. So over on Discord here, announcing the next hexceed DLC. That's the announcement out now because the DLC is coming out in a couple of weeks' time. And as well as that, getting the supercut uploaded and ready to go with new square thumbnails and stuff. So if you want to watch all the vlogs in a long form, head over to the channel. There'll be a long video for you to watch as well.
Okay, so I've been quite busy working on Fjord, which is our next Skylet, sort of Arctic and Viking themed. I'm really happy with the 2D design here. Lots of sort of Nordic and Viking runes on it, except for these designs here, which Lee pointed out are the female gender symbol. I did not realise that at all when I was drawing it, so I've completely changed those. And you can see I've actually made quite a lot of progress on the model, which is pretty much done now. I've been texturing as well. And overall, it's pretty close to the sort of 2D design. The only thing I've really changed is the head sculpt, because I wanted to make it a bit more of a sort of a 90-degree angle just so the eyes can sit happily on the head there. And overall, I'm pretty happy with this. I've worked a lot on the shading, which you can't really see here. If we go on the base colour, you can see there's a lot of shadows that I've manually painted in, a lot of gradients. So hopefully this will look really nice in game.
Today, I was working on a Snarl plushie. Sometimes when I make plushies, I make them from scratch so that they're a little bit different from the original versions of them. Well, the Skylets. But sometimes I take what Jack has made and I decimate it or simplify it a little bit. I shortened Snarl's snoot or nose. And I removed his teeth, but I gave him less teeth, but I don't know. I think of plushies as like little baby versions of Skylets, like simpler. I mean, Skylets are cute, but little simplified versions of them. But Snarl is quite complicated, so I used Jack's wings and the head.
Guys, Tuesday, we've just done sprint planning. What's happening this week?
Do you want to go first?
I'll let you go first.
Okay. Yes, it's a super busy week for us this week. It's the end of November. It's always a busy week for us because we've got two DLCs coming out on the same day. So we've got Advent, I can't remember which one, Leo put it on screen, for Colour and Pixels, and Advent for Wooloop. That's coming out this week. We're pretty much there with them, just a final bits of QA for them. I know you're going to be doing a lot of hexceed work this week, aren't you, Lee, for the final DLC that's coming out. But yeah, other than that, a whole bunch of Skystead stuff. So I know you're going to be doing a couple of Skylets
today, yeah.
And I need to be doing builds basically because we need to submit to Switch. So it's going to be a nightmare because the game's not really done, is it? So
Lois made a whole bunch of plushes too. That'll be fun to have.
Yeah, and Demeter's stuff probably.
Okay, yeah. So a few small things from me today. I've been doing a few extra things on this boss. You can see like there's a little camera shake here now. I thought it's probably quite a nice idea, especially if you're standing the opposite way around and he does it, and then you can at least see when this wave thing's coming for you. And then, yeah, I've kind of just been trying to fix a few glitches, like sometimes the wave and that wasn't appearing when he landed and other things like that, and yeah, just a few small things really. And I also have it now so the shield can go down when you turn off all the generators, so you can see here if I if I knock all these off, then yeah, basically that'll turn off and then you'll stop jumping, and that's where the second part's going to kick in with the grapple. But I'm having a bit of an issue with this. I didn't realise it on Friday, but it kind of only works if you solve this side. I don't know why. Like this side just doesn't matter at the minute. I kind of need to figure this out. I don't really know what's going on. But yeah, it really that side doesn't seem to matter, even though I thought I'd set it up correctly. Clearly something's wrong. But yeah.
Do you have just ticked off one of these smaller tasks that's been sort of sitting on the back burner for a while, and that is just making slight adjustments to the web page here for the Skystead Ranch. Most of the work was needed on the actual mobile version because that wasn't looked at, admittedly, when it was put together, so there's quite a lot of formatting errors over here, so that's been corrected. I thought whilst I was here as well, I've gone through all the other store web pages as well on mobile, because mobile has been needing some attention for some time now. So yeah, I've made a bunch of changes to the website, and they're ready to be reviewed by Rob or anyone else, and hopefully that's good. This will all be live now as well, so if you want to head over to the website, you can check it out yourself.
Okay, so Fjord is now done, all the animations have been completed. I'm just in the process now of exporting them into Unity. I'm happy with all these animations really. Didn't take too long this one, I think I'm getting a little bit better with the animations. This is the happy animation I've been working on. Just a little jump, a little gallop, a little nod, and the special animation which I'm really happy with. Looks a bit like Jurassic Park where the long neck jumps and has a look around. I did implement a lot of weight in that beard too.
Hello, today I painted this Snarl plush. It took a long time because of how many details there were on the original, and I tried to simplify them a little bit, but it was still a lot of work. I'm just waiting for Hyperd to approve the look of it.
Yeah, okay, so today, still just continuing with the boss. It's actually finally beatable now. Yeah, so you can actually play the fight from start to finish and defeat him. There's still some things to kind of tidy up, like you can't actually collect the star, there's no star to collect, or I don't know, maybe the jumping puzzle and whatnot still need to be added, but basically, yeah, the second kind of phase is done. There's another couple of things that we were kind of talking about. Basically, Lee kind of agreed that it's very repetitive, the boss, so we want to add some different like attacks to it. So yeah, basically at the minute it just jumps, and we wanted something to stop it being like too repetitive. Yeah, basically now you can see the shield's gone down and he'll try and grapple us and then pull us towards him and damage us. So yeah, the idea here is, again, you just kind of get behind these pillars. Yeah, I'll just show this again quickly. But basically the idea is that you have to get behind these pillars and then he will pull it towards him and he will take damage. It looks really, really weird at the minute. The pillars could do with an animation or something. And yeah, you should definitely be doing some attacks or something here, because there's literally nothing to stop you just going here and just kind of standing behind him. But once you do it 3 times, you'll be destroyed and yeah, the door will open.
Okay, so in starting work work on Peggy this afternoon, our new scout, and the last one for this batch. And I've got quite a few designs down, I've ran them by the guys and they all seem to like it, especially this one up here. But as you can see, I've marked a few sort of areas that they quite liked and wanted to be merged into a sort of one design. So we've got the wing here, we've got the sort of hair coming down by the neck here, we've got the ridge of this nose and the tail. And Kim pointed out that we should make it more like an Eevee tail. So on the next design, you can see that the tail's a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for, wider, more extruded outwards, so it's a bit more like a fox's tail, and overall looks pretty cool. And I've even whipped up a sort of final digital design here, which I'm currently using to model. So the model's getting there, it's nowhere near done obviously, and it's still quite early days, but overall it's coming along pretty well, and I thought the hair would be a lot harder to do, but it came out sort of looking okay. As of now, I'm working on the ears. The ears are worrying me a little bit, as when it's converted into a 3D format, the ears are a lot bigger than the 2D design, but I quite like it. I can easily shrink them down if they're too big, but overall, I think it's coming out pretty well.
So in catching up with the Advent DLC of Colouring Pixels, gone through and playtested all the levels. There's very few fixes to make because Jack went through before actually pushing them all along, so a lot of the corrections were fixed before they came my way. And yeah, you can see I put them all in size order now, re-imported them all in. The last thing to do is to go through and actually start assigning numbers to them, and that's just so it works like an Advent book. So look back at the previous Advents, the display credits set to a number, and that just assigns it to the number for the actual Advent cards, so it opens on whatever day we put in for the numbers. So yeah, I think it's important to pick a good one for the first image and the last image, and then after that just sort of try and pick good ones throughout the month. So yeah, I was going to add these numbers, get this pushed, and then make a start on the achievements.
Alright, so I have been quite busy. I have been working on a little bit on Switch, but I've actually been working on a WebGL build. It's something for this export. I'm not actually sure how much we're allowed to talk about it, so I'll stick to basics. Basically spent the past 2 days working on a build for Skystead Ranch that essentially runs in browser, just so it can be used for this like online gaming expo thing. Hopefully we'll be able to talk more about that later on, but it should be quite cool, quite fun. But yeah, have been working on Switch. A bunch of things, just sort of like getting working, mainly like keybinds and things like that, getting these buttons lining up properly. The field guides and stuff all pops up. This pops up, and does it work up and down now? Yeah, it does. Just a whole bunch of stuff. If I actually go back to the main menu, main menu's disabled. That's great. I can't do that.
Hello, today I was making Meow Meow plushie. I again used Jack's Meow Meow as a reference. That sounds weird. I took the head off and put it on top of the oval body, and I wanted to give it chubbier cheeks, but I don't know if it works well. Maybe it does. I almost forgot to give it little socks. It's got cute little socks.
So on stream today, we finished up the model for Peggy and we got around to doing a lot of the texturing, and overall I think it's come out pretty well. A lot of the colours seem to work well in 3D, going off our 2D reference here, and the only thing I didn't really get to include in the stream was the sort of lightning effects on the feet. And the only reason I didn't do that is because I thought it would be quite a hassle to paint in manually in Substance Painter, so I think the plan now is that I'm going to make some stamps in Illustrator and sort of stamp them onto the legs to sort of get that nice faded effect. But yeah, I'm still a bit unsure on this sort of beard-esque design here. I'm not entirely sure how I feel. I might try change it blue. That might help the design, but overall I'm pretty happy with the way it looks. But yeah, I think I'm going to do some final bits and bobs on this, but I think I'll call it a day for Peggy.
Hello, I'm using Jack's models for this kitchen recipe book. There'll be an open and a closed version, and I'm going with the colours of the other kitchen stuff. I'm colouring the paper browny, yellowy, dark for a old look. I hand painted some drawings on the pages showing how to make a bulb fish omelette type of thing. Today I'm working on this growl plushie. I modelled it earlier and I painted it, but then after painting it, I realised the hair might be too much. He's got too much hair, so I'll probably redo the hair just to make it look more like a simpler, like a simple plushie. I think it's too detailed for what it is.
A few things for me today. I'm not sure if this is the last day I'm gonna get to work on the game before show and tell, so I was trying to get as many things as I could done. A lot of it is like kind of half finished because I will admit I was trying to get stuff finished as fast as possible, but I got the majority of it done. So the boss here, you can see I don't have the grapple anymore, so the boss will drop it now when you defeat it. But one thing I want to show quickly is that we'll have weapon bobbing now in multiple directions. That was one thing that was on the list for this week, and I finished it off. So yeah, now whatever direction you're going in, basically it'll go in that direction. So you got forward and back, right, left, and then the diagonals as well. If you defeat the boss now, you can get the star, and you can you will drop the grapple, and then you can get it there. You can see here, I've kind of haven't had this for a while because we've only really had straight lines, but I finally implemented a way so you can hit it in all 4 directions, which is nice. It's become a lot more annoying because basically there's kind of invisible walls like on the edges to stop me being able to just hit it out of bounds and things like that, but now that you can do it in 4 directions, it's become a lot more annoying to place them around. But yeah, it's all working now with all the different levels. But yeah, you can see here when I defeat this boss quickly, I still need to implement all the things Lee wanted, like the spawning the enemies and things like that, but yeah, you can see here, it drops the grapple and then you can pick it up and it pretty much functions exactly as it did. But yeah, if we go through here, then you can see the stars in here now, and yeah, you can complete the level just like any other level now.
Guys, it's December.
So in terms of what's going on now, all the admin stuff wrapped up, so it's just Hexceed left to finish up. We'll be doing that a lot this week, and then maybe some Demeter stuff, but that might be some game jam stuff instead. We'll see when we get some responses later on. But that's just Skystead.
Yeah, it's going to be Skystead stuff, a lot of more Scarlet work, and a lot of stuff from lots of bits and bobs. I don't know what Bob does, but
oh, I've got a list. I've got a list. It's a big list. It's a big list. It's longer than my arm, mate.
Okay, it's a bit of an odd week for Cameron and Jack. So we are doing a little bit of a game jam. It's basically a hidden objective. This is a picture of Skystead Ranch. Cannot say it. We're basically going to do a quick game jam for the Yorkscast Jingle Jam Game Jam 24. Basically, we're gonna try making a quick and dirty hidden object adventure game. Jack's been doing lots of work trying to get the art assets for the games. The idea is you're gonna have to find all the different skylets. And yeah, bit of fun on that. I'll be working on debugging still though, so I'm gonna be trying hands off with it
today. So basically, my job today has just been to kind of set up the basics for a hidden object game. So yeah, you can see here basically I've got zooming in and out with the camera. You can move around, and then for now they're just coloured squares, but if you click on them, then yeah, you can mark them off, and yeah, honestly that's pretty much it. There's not much to it. You're going to be able to scroll along here, and there's going to be like lots of tasks for you to do. I think there's going to be like 32 skylets or something to find, so there's going to be quite a bit. And then there's going to be like some of them hidden behind different objects as well. So yeah, but for now, just setting up the basics and doing what I can really until we get some of the art, and then I can continue, you know, making stuff better and polishing, yeah, some of the stuff.
Hello! Today I had a really fun task making a house for Shelley. Rob wanted the house to kind of be like a little cave, I guess similar to the cave in Teletubbies, but of course different. And he wanted the house to be made of leaves, so it's green and there's some leaves to indicate the material of the house. I wanted to keep it low poly, so there's only a few leaves.
Yeah, okay, so today just been continuing with this hidden objects game. Yeah, been a bit of change since yesterday. You can see Jack's kind of started on some of the art here and sent us like his work in progress, so I can, you know, see how stuff will look in the game and I guess see how big it'll be. And I was kind of playing around with the camera and that after he sent us it, so yeah, it was nice to have that. Hopefully we're gonna separate some of the things soon, like this water wheel or the mine shaft or the rocks and that, and you can click them and they'll do things. Yeah, hopefully we can get that in soon. But for today, you can see as well, we'll have some particle effects, just the snow here, similar to like other games that they've done in the past, like Wooloop or Colour and Pixels, Hexceed, stuff like that. I got the scroll bar working here properly, so you can see it's going to have all the different things you have to collect. And then I have the hints as well, so if you click them, they'll all give you different hints. Not very helpful at the minute. Look for the blue coloured square. Yeah, none of them are helpful whatsoever, but when we know what we're putting into it, yeah, it'll work. And then when you collect it, it'll change to say a different message. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably have to sit and come up with all their messages, but kind of pointless at the minute, but it won't be.
Okay, so it's been a very busy few days for me. This week's a bit different though. I'm actually working on the game jam with Cameron, which is a sort of click and find objects in the Skystead world. As you can see, obviously it's up to me to do all the arty stuff in the game, and it's been a long process. So essentially we want the whole island to be a sort of lookable area, if that makes sense, to find the little skylets. So I've essentially placed in the island in Blender and made a little render of it so I can trace over it in Procreate. As you can see here, I've been doing a lot of work on it, and I've actually finished off the design this morning, which is here. So this took quite a long time, quite a few late nights here, but there's so much detail in the island, and I've actually missed out quite a bit too, just to save some time. So you can see up here, it's very dense, so you can definitely hide some things in here. But the plan is to fill in these areas as well, in the middle of the sort of playable areas. But the plan is to make Cameron's life a bit easier. I'm going to draw a few assets on the sides here, just so you can place them into the scene and hide scouts behind them. So that's why I've sort of left some empty space in the middle here. But as of now, I need to actually draw up the scouts to hide in the scene. As you can see here, I've already started. I think I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 out of the 33, I think there is. And this has actually been not too bad so far. Hyped, one of our Discord members, has actually made this sort of little layout here of all the scouts, and this has been really handy. I sort of just stole this morning and placed it behind all the drawings here, so I've just been tracing over them, and that has saved quite a lot of time for doing these renders. So hopefully this won't take too long. It's definitely going to take a bulk of the day, but hopefully not as long as this, which took a long time.
Okay, I was working from home yesterday, so just a bit of an update on what I was working on. Building stuff mainly. So we've redone all of the sort of like the placement side of things for all of the buildings. So there's a few things that have changed. So now some objects don't have to necessarily occupy like a perfect square. So you see like this stone shed here, the occupied space is missing a couple of corners. That's kind of what we're after for a lot of them. There's a few objects that do this. I don't know if I go in the house. Squishy's sort of got this corner on it. I've clicked the wrong flipping corner there, haven't I?
Language.
But yeah, you get the idea. That's working. We've got a few new items in as well that I'm sure Laura has been showing off. The gate and not the small table. Things like that. They're working really cool. But yeah, we've also got a bit of an overhaul to this flooring system. So all of these flooring objects can now be placed actually underneath objects, which is really, really cool. So you can basically customize the floor of your whole Skystead and just have it looking however nice you want. And I've just been like messing around with the UI and things like that to make sure that so like that it's green where it's safe to place, but if you encounter a buildable a built object, then it goes yellow to sort of indicate you can place this under this. Yeah, so we should be able to just make some nice, much nicer scenery now, but this was just a big overhaul of how things work. There are still a couple of issues, so I'll show you one that I've been using as a template. Oh yeah, for this arch bridge you can dig water underneath now, which I know is something that people wanted. But then if I go ahead and rotate the arch bridge, you see that the actual floor UI doesn't update. So there's a little bit of work to do on this, but the vast majority of this work's been done now, which is really good.
So the last couple of days have been spent just finishing up the hexceed levels best I can. So one thing, I finished up all the sort of small remaining levels. See here, those are all done. And all that's left now are the milestones. I think I'm going to try and get them done for the rest of the day. We'll see how far I get, because these are larger levels and they can take a bit of time. But all in all, most of the work is done over here. All that's left is to be QA'd, and then that'll be ready for release in a couple of weeks.
Hello! Today I made a little house for Spore, the mushroom skylet. It's supposed to be like a simple little stick house, but I used a wood in there as well. I think it still looks quite simple in the end, but I did experiment with different roofs. Initially I wanted like a little extra roof on top of the roof, but that wouldn't be a very simple design. So Rob suggested putting a leaf there instead, and it works a lot better. And I initially wanted red windows and a red mattress that goes on the bottom, but I couldn't make the red work. So after lots of color swatches, I decided to do brown. I guess it just looks more simple and more suitable to be put in a forest where Spore will live. Yeah, I think it fits in the forest very well. Hello, today I made a little house for Grumble. It's essentially a little mound or a little hill made of grass and ground and rocks and sticks. It was really hard to match it with the other houses or hutches that I've already made, because this one's really basic.
Okay, so yeah, I tried to record yesterday, but yeah, I had a lot of issues and a lot of things just kind of broke when I went to record, but I just got it today. You'll probably say since Tuesday the game's changed a lot. Obviously we've only got a week to do it, so you can see basically a lot of, or nearly all of Jack's art's in the game now. Yeah, it looks really good, like he spent a lot of time on it. Yeah, and I think the game looks like really beautiful, but in terms of the gameplay, there's quite a few things changed. So you can see, I don't know, where do I really start, to be honest. We've got all the skylets and stuff in the game now, and if you hit them, we decided to make it more Christmassy, and instead of just getting them straight away, you can throw a snowball at them instead and you catch them. These are the ones that I haven't got all the assets for yet, so they're just kind of out in the open, but there is some that are hidden. So if we see here, you can see this one's like gives you a little hint. Look where the bridge arches over the river, so you can see that it's there. And then see basking in the glow of a street light, so it's sat there, and that's kind of really the like core gameplay. We'll have a lot of things to add in terms of different things you can click. So the minute there's only a couple of things in, so if you hit these street lamps, they'll turn on, and if you hit it again, they'll turn off. So we've got a few more skylets to add, like if you turn on all the street lamps, then Luna would appear. But yeah, basically the idea is we're going to have things like this. So you can see here there's the mine shaft, and you can see Wendy here. It says hides among rusted rails and wooden beams. So if you break this open, then yeah, it'll be in there and you can get it.
Guys,
Hello!
it's Monday. Just done sprint planning. What's happening this week?
Yes, there'll be quite a lot of work on Skystead this week. I'll be doing a lot of scan stuff, and Laurel will once again be making through the giant list of structures in the game, buildables.
Yeah, for me, I've got a load of fixing that needs to be done. There's a lot to do. There's a lot of things to do with the shop, saving and loading. We need to get some voice lines written up. That's a word. Yeah, there's a lot to do, as Guy said. It'll be fine. We'll be fine, right?
Making a start on the trailer as well. Ooh.
Oh, great.
Okay, today it's just been catching up with a bunch of admin stuff, really. So one of the things I was working on with Skystead Ranch, though, was this item carrying through portals thing that I was sort of working on Thursday. Then we had a Christmas party on Friday, so... Okay, yeah, so one of the issues we're having with the items when they're going through portals was it would sort of like kick in the physics, because the item would spawn on the other side of the doorway, and it would sort of push the player back, and it would knock them back through the door. So it would get stuck in sort of like an infinite looping cycle. That should be fixed now. It just had to go through all of the items and change which layers they were on. So now that was absolutely fine, seamless. There was no knocking about whatsoever. And the items do actually carry through. There is a problem with saving at the moment. I think there's a way to duplicate items. So if you're leaving the cave, it saves that you've got it in your hand or something. But I'll look at that tomorrow. Another big thing that we've been working on today is I've actually shared it in the Discord in the announcements. Is this the game jam that Jack and Cameron were working on last week? I managed to get it all in and working. I did spend like a good 10 hours or something on it yesterday, just trying to get it as polished as I physically could before submitting, and that's been submitted now. So the deadline was midnight, and I think there's a stream where they give out awards or something on Thursday. I think it's Thursday. I don't expect we'll get any awards though, but fingers crossed. It's just a nice little game that anyone can play it, and it's free, so feel free to check that out if you're watching the video. I think the guys had a lot of fun putting it together, and I had a lot of fun with it yesterday, so yeah, it's quite good.
Hello, today I made a goat scratcher for Bree. It's based off on cow scratchers that exist in real life. They are there to apparently make cows happy. According to how to make over 100 cows extremely happy very quickly videos on YouTube. It's like a toothbrush for cows. Quite confused as to how to make a low poly version of that, but I think I kind of did it.
Okay, so there's not much really to explain what's going on here. Today, I'm probably quite a lot of the week, I'm going to be going through a lot of the fixes on this Trello board list. They've been here for quite a while and they need to get done. So I've made quite a few already, quite a few fixes here yesterday, but I'm still making my way down them. I'm going to be focusing especially on the wooden planter today and the trees, and they're quite big fixes. As you can see here, the fix for the wooden planter was to add some flowers into it, and I've currently just stole Laura's flowers that she did for the wheelbarrow. However, they're quite high poly, but on this it was fine because the sort of the wheelbarrow was quite low poly itself, so it was only about 2,000 polys. However, when it comes to my wooden planter, the wooden planter is quite high in poly count, so I'm essentially going through the flowers now and trying to make them a bit lower, just so the overall mesh is around about 2,000. And I'm pretty much already under there, but there's a few little bit things I can do to reduce it a little more. As you can see here, I'm going through the sort of ridge of the flowers. I'm just merging these vertices together as I don't really need them, because there's already thickness thanks to the middle, so hopefully the face rotations will be the same on both sides, which they are. So yeah, I'm doing little things like this, just sort of like boring stuff, so maybe not too many recordings, but hopefully these fixes will get sorted relatively quickly.
So I've gone ahead and started the work on the next trailer, which is the main task this week for myself. Still using the same graph we use every time I make a trailer, in terms of like how you're meant to sort of approaching intensity of excitement. So I've jotted down some ideas for what we're going to do for each of the different sections here, or the different 5 sections. And I've started recording some clips. See here, I do need to go through and actually name them so I can make better sense of them when it comes to editing the video together. Some of these probably won't be used as well, because I've recorded the same thing multiple times to try and get a good shot. So over here on the TV as well, I'm just actually running around and sort of just building up the scene a bit. Working up here for now, I'm going to do some fishing and cooking shots. Already got some fishing scenes I might use from the previous small trailers I did. But I've made this look nice, so I'm going to sort of try and get some cooking scenes as well. We can try and make it look nice and filled in up here. And yeah, this bit down here, the main part of the island, we're going to go ahead and fill this in as we're recording the bit. That's why it's only slightly filled in for now. There's a big bit of dirt there because we're going to do the farming. But right now there's an issue with the fence post not lining up properly. So waiting for another build, and then I'll get the farming scenes ready and shot together.
Been doing a couple of different things. Working on Demetrius again now. We finished the Game Jam game, so back on this now. You can see over there, this is now in. I'm trying to get the boss to launch a missile, and that's just happening. That shouldn't be happening, but yeah, I'll have a look at that tomorrow. But yeah, basically we've got this jumping one here now as well, kind of, and then yeah, it's pretty easy to get up. And then yeah, you can just destroy that, just the same as every other one.
Hello, today I made a house for Spike. It is one of the most simplest houses, I guess, that we have. This one's just made of sticks and leaves and some cloth for the roof. And I almost forgot to add, but I added a little mat for Spike as well, because other Skylet houses have mats as well.
Okie dokie, so I'm still chiseling my way through this long list of fixes here. However, yesterday I did get some good ones done, some bigger fixes that needed doing, one of them being this sort of pine tree one here, which we needed more growth stages for, which initially does sound like a small fix to add 2 extra trees, but I did want to also re-UV map and obviously retexture the whole thing so they're all nice and consistent. Originally there was only supposed to be 4 growth stages, however I accidentally did 5, but Rob sort of liked them all together, so we're going to keep 5. Similarly today, I'm going to be doing the same for the acorn tree, which is needs growth. That's a big render. Which will need growth stages for too. And you can see I'm already sort of getting through them now. I'm in the process of UV mapping them, but I have added an extra few, and they all look nice together. So the plan is to get these UV mapped, thrown into Substance Painter, the texture up like these ones, and that'll be another fix done.
So it's another day of doing the trailer work. So I put some still footage together here, as you can see. Some of there I have put note on, and I need to re-record these sections, mainly being that I think it would look much nicer if the camera was doing the same movement for all the clips. It's also a bit fast, so I'm not too sure, but we'll see. Try to get it to show off enough in the time frame. So yeah, it probably won't be this fast of a transition, but the main thing is I see the camera's like going left to right there, but then it starts at a different angle for each one of those clips. So I want those three to match up better. Yeah, I'm quite happy with where we're at so far, but this is all the clips I've done from yesterday. The main issue I'm having over here on the TV, going to the game, see over there on the TV, we're in the game, as you can see, but in the top right, bottom left, none of the UI is showing for the actual camera controls, which is what we need to record the clips. The F buttons aren't working, so yeah, been back and forth with Rob trying to get that fixed, but he's had a bit of trouble with that, so just waiting for that to get updated so I can actually continue making some of the trailer there.
Yeah, okay, so today I've got a couple of things to show off. Over the last couple of days really, just doing a few small things like bug fixing and just kind of polishing things up. So one of the first things I did that I want to show off is that the AI can now actually cross over this bridge. They couldn't do that before, and they'd just stand there and wait for you, but yeah, if I knock it down, then yeah, the AI will actually cross it. I mean, nothing too exciting, but probably something useful, yeah. The way I was going to do it was rebuilding the entire nav mesh, but it slows the game down. So I ended up just using like a nav mesh obstacle and having the nav mesh built, and then it kind of just destroys it when it's done, and then the AI can pass. I don't know if that's a good way to do it, if there's a better way to do it, but that was what came in my head. Yeah, that was the way I thought to do it. Yeah, and then another couple of things, mainly with the grapple, because level 6, which I'll show off in a second, uses the grapple. Like, it's all about learning to use the grapple, and one of the things is being able to grapple the enemies and stuff. So before it would kind of move the enemy right to you, now it just moves it a little bit in front of you, just so like it doesn't knock you or anything with its collision, because there's a couple of times if you've done it right on an edge it could knock you back, and then the enemy could knock you off the edge. So now rather than coming like to your exact location, it basically just goes a little bit in front of you. And it's the same for the flying enemy as well. Yeah. And yeah, but I mean, finally for level 6 there's still not much, just a little block out really, but basically it's kind of the same. I can pull this down, and then that's going to be locked here until you solve a puzzle. Then you go through, you can basically say you can't get through, so you would have to go up here. This isn't going to be here, this is just because this isn't working at the minute and I haven't got around to fixing that yet. I just had a little cheat way to get up, and then yeah, basically you have to go through here and then you can pull that and you can get through. Again, there's really not much to show here, it's a very basic block out, but there's going to be more stuff doing here, then you're going to come through here. Not sure how we're going to do this. Basically at the minute, you just... This is another one of the things from the tutorial level 1. But I feel like a lot of people are just going to wander into this room and get hit by the boulder. So, we should probably have something like on the wall, or I don't know, just to warn you that there's a like boulder there.
Hello. Most of my day was spent making this stone gargoyle. When I looked up some references, all of them looked quite spooky, but then again, this is for Spook, for his happiness. I tried to make it a little bit cuter. It was quite round initially, and then I thought, okay, this is stone, so it should probably be a little more angled in some places to make it look like it's been carved by hand, and I hope it doesn't look too spooky in the end.
Okay, so it's been quite a lot of
boring stuff
today in terms of just doing fixes and things like that for the game in general. However, during the stream today, I did manage to get a new asset done, which is Hyperd's Skyship, who is a very loyal member to our community and pledged to the Kickstarter, so he gets his own little skyship. And yeah, so he was in the stream today and gave me a lot of advice of what he wants for the skyship, and we actually used the newer version of the Athena that I made a while ago. Sort of just a little test project. So this is the original one, and obviously I made quite a lot of changes to the hull and things like that. But we sort of just worked from that sort of silhouette design, and overall came out pretty well. Obviously I didn't have too much time on the stream, so I wouldn't have got the whole model done, but I wanted to block out everything that that Hyperd wanted in, which was bigger engines, a sort of more of a steampunk industrial look. So that's why we've got this big sort of what's it called? Not oil ship. What are they called? Steam engine sort of thing on the side here, and a crane on the top that's going to have a bit of a pulley system for a little crane down here. I did draw on stream what I was thinking, and Hyperd seemed to like it, which is a sort of crane that holds up a sort of pallet of items here, and we're going to have a sort of pulley at the back about there, and we're going to straighten out this front bow here just so we can have the crane sit on it. But overall, that's pretty much going to be the design. It's not done yet, but it will be done before the game's initial release. So yeah, this will probably be worked over Christmas.
So I spent the rest of the day getting the rest of the clips that we need for the first pass of the trailer for Skystead Ranch. And I've put together the trailer now. I've got all the clips I needed, and I've edited it all together with the music, so it's all sort of synced up to the beat of the music, hopefully. There's some bits there, you see, similar from last week, is that they need to be re-recorded for some sections, just because I know there's some changes I want to do. But in regards to save file issues, I don't want to do that just yet. But I can get on and do that now. But yeah, the first pass of the trailer has been exported. If you head over to here, there's the actual trailer there. So yeah, I sent it off to the guys to be reviewed. They'll be watching it now, hopefully, and give me feedback on any issues. I'm sure there will be some, because it always is the first pass. But yeah, that's the first lot done, and then we'll be fixing it and getting this as perfect as we can in order to get this sent out to Steam and everything else.
Yeah, okay, so today, because I think everyone's obviously busy on Skystead Ranch at the minute with it coming out so soon. Yeah, it means I've got more kind of time to work on this, where Lee's maybe not designing the levels and stuff, so it means I've got time to do a lot of bug fixing stuff, which is quite nice. Yeah, some stuff that's been kind of annoying us for a little while. It's many things, small things today, so one of the things I wanted to show was kind of before you could just stand on the enemy's head. You couldn't damage them when you were stood on the head, they could damage you, but it was still really annoying. So now it just kind of made it so it just pushes you in the way you're facing so that you fall off. And yeah, it's a lot better than just standing on the enemy's head. I've been doing a few things. That this button here, you could hit it with the sword. I've been fixing stuff like that, but yeah. One thing I do want to show that I need to look at is I realised you could stand on this button and then stand off really quick, and then if I just jump on it, it goes up and up and up, so that you could theoretically take this as high as you want to. This is quite a weird thing that needs fixed. And there's also the box in there that I've been working on trying to get the fix for that in.
Yeah, so sorry if I'm sniffing and stuff. I've got an illness. I'm sick. I'll get over it. But yeah, it's been a bit of an odd day for me. So the game jam that we did wasn't last week, the week before now, the start of December. Skystead Christmas. So that's been live on itch.io for a while. But we decided to actually put it onto Steam. So I've been going ahead and doing that. There is a bunch of work that he's doing for this, so managed to get a PC build, because before it was a WebGL build, a bit different. Getting all of the configs set up for Steam, all of the ratings, all of the tags, all of the descriptions, all of those things. There's an awful lot to do. Make sure the build is set up and running and executing properly, but it does seem to be all good, and I've just sent off the store page and the build as well, so we don't usually have to submit a build when we're doing DLCs and stuff like that, so that's like an extra step. But yeah, it should be good, and the whole point is basically just to, because we know our audience likes to get achievements and stuff like that, so we're going to release this for free, completely free, and yeah, there's going to be 25 achievements, one for each skylet that you can do, and then one for checking out Skystead Ranch, because there's a link in game. But I've just been doing the can I make these bigger? Extra large. We've just been doing the assets for Steam. So these are the assets that will fill up this top banner here, and if I just go to the home and library, this section here, and this section here. So it's this kind of stuff that I've been working on. I think it looks okay, just sort of fudging the assets that we already had for the game. But yeah, fingers crossed we will launch this. So it'll be coming out on the 31st, New Year's Eve. That's just because we need to make the store page live for 2 weeks before we can do anything. Honestly, we should have done it a bit earlier on, but we didn't really think. So yeah, Christmas Eve, and it'll be released for free, so fingers crossed we'll get a bit of a traffic bump going to Skystead Ranch ahead of the launch.
There's been a lot of announcement posts so far. So one thing we started yesterday was the sort of the Skylet bracket, sort of like voting for the best Skylet, just more advertising really for the game. Yesterday Wendy won, and today's Hoot versus Snarl. And the idea with this is we're going to do one a day on the run up to the release. So we started them this week, because then it will run up until the actual release of the game. So it's just a constant posting we can do on Twitter to get a bit of promotion. I am keeping a track of the bracket in the back end, so yeah, this is all randomly generated. And yeah, each one that wins will go through to the next stage, knocking out whoever doesn't win, and all the way to the final on the actual day of release. So yeah, that's all running now. Hopefully we'll keep on top of that. Other than that, should be more posts. So on Reddit, we've been advertising the game on different subreddits where we can, and as well as that, we have winter sale starting tomorrow actually, so I've got those all scheduled as well. Other than that, been working on the trailer. I think it's pretty much finished up now. There was a couple more bits of changes that Rob requested to make, so this first cut was a bit offbeat, so tweak that a little bit. If we scroll across to new cooking clips, so I re-recorded the cooking clips after this section here because they were just a bit too fast, so I've narrowed it down, done a different change in the cooking. But the actual cooking, or the focus of the image, wasn't centered very well, and it's because of that curve. You can see how the clip curves around the cooker, which makes it difficult to actually focus on keeping that in the center. So I added a bit of a zoom transition. Hopefully that helps a bit, because it does keep the actual cooking a bit more centered on the shot. So yeah, that's the final cut for now until I get more reviews, and we'll see if that's ready to go. The only last thing to do will be to re-export it with different end cards here. You can see the guidelines I've used to get that perfectly centered up, but we need to change our wish list now for available now and that sort of stuff for when the game is actually done.
Yeah, okay, so today just continuing doing more bug fixing stuff really, but the first one's just like really quick. This has been in the game for ages where you could stand on the buttons and then they'd end up going up in the air, and yeah, I think I showed it off, but yeah, it doesn't do that anymore. It resets properly. I'm not sure on it, like setting the door like that can instantly go off. It's kind of weird when an enemy steps on it as well. But yeah, it's working a lot better now anyway. And I've done the same thing for the like light puzzle thing, the light switching puzzle. Yeah, and then the other thing here is just I've made some changes to this flying enemy here. So, well, changes to the grapple in general really. So if you do pull the enemies now, there's like a bit more of a delay, because I was kind of asking the others how, or any ideas for what to do for the grapple, because I haven't really seen many games that like let you pull enemies towards you. Basically it was like, oh, it goes towards you a bit too quickly before, it felt like. So yeah, there's a bit of a delay. Other thing I was going to mention, sorry, is the flying enemies. So rather than pulling them towards you, you kind of knock them instead. So you knock them down and then you can get some hits in on them, and then they will fly back up and just start again, and then you can just continuously do it, and it just makes them a lot easier to deal with once you've unlocked the grapple.
Okay, so a lot of my week this week has been based around working on the Skystead DLC of Coloring Pixels, the one that includes 12 images that release each day up to the release of Skystead. So I won't show everything off as I want to keep a lot of things a surprise, but this is definitely one of the ones that I really enjoyed yesterday especially, which is a little image based on Hoot. And I want a bit of a nighttime scene, as I thought the pink and purple would go well with each other. And overall this one didn't actually take too long. I'm actually quite proud of this one. I also added a little love heart at the top right, which made for a nice little match between this heart here on the top of Hoot. Oops, daisy. And here. Just thought it looked quite nice. But as for now, I'm currently working on the last image in this DLC, which has mysteriously vanished. Where's it gone? There we go. Which is based around cooking. So this is sort of going to be working from the assets that Laura has made for cooking. I'm essentially going to fill in this stove here and add some dishes to the left. So hopefully this one won't take too long, but it is isometric, so it does take a little while trying to get the forms right. But hopefully I shouldn't be working on this for much longer.
Yeah, I spent a bunch of time today going over the more marketing stuff. I was working on this a bit yesterday. I'm going to go ahead and make more of these. What these are essentially are small clips. What I was recording to turn into little GIFs just for marketing purposes. So I've got this one which will come out tomorrow. This took a while to actually master this out, but it looks quite nice. And to do this over for various countdown periods. I think there's 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 1 week, and then the final 5 days. So yeah, there's a few more of these to make, and I'll just get these exported into GIFs.
Hello, today I worked on a carrot plant. We did have a carrot that Jack made, but the other stagers were not there yet, so I made all the stages today, and it was quite hard to figure out how to do a low poly carrot greens and the flowers, but I think I did well.
Okay, so it's been a pretty fun morning as well as a bit of yesterday. So essentially what I'm working on now is the Kickstarter special cosmetics for the game. So, you know, like sort of these special items that the Kickstarter people will get. And this is one of the first ones that I did, which is a new version of the Crook. Early on, Rob thought it would be a cool idea to have more of an industrial-looking crook that could have been used for, say, something like mining. So it's got a bit of a harder top, and it's got these sort of gems here as well, which sort of act as a light source. So overall, I'm pretty happy with this. It looks pretty cool. It looks distinct enough from the other crook as well, but also being within the same sort of realm of design. And I actually used some of the old concept art for this design, which I can quickly get up. I should have had it up earlier. My apologies. Let me quickly grab it. I did quite a few crook designs, so this design that I've got on the screen now is based off this one here. So you can see it's not completely the same, but I've definitely drawn a lot of inspiration from there. And overall, I think I'm going to call it there. I did add on the emissives as well for each crook mode. So we've got the, if I put it on the emissive channel, we've got the yellow, we've got the blue, and we've got the red. So you can see here the crystals as well as the sort of grooves in the crook change colour.
Lee, it's 2025.
25, yeah, Happy New Year. Still got the Christmas decorations up. I haven't got time to take them down yet, so we'll just leave them up for now. But yeah, it's going to be a week of entire Skystead work across the whole team. So Rob's doing a lot of bug fixing.
A lot
of bug fixing. Laura and Cameron are doing all the ad hoc work, so a lot of QA fixing, collecting details from different content creators. I'm doing all the outreach, and Jack's just filling in all the gaps, because there's quite a lot to be getting on with. So yeah, make sure you jump in the Discord. There's a lot going on, a lot of activities. You'll see us making them and putting them out there. So yeah, wish list the game, and I think this will be the release date of the video. So buy the game.
Yeah, but buy it. Scribble it out. Scribble it out. Okay, so the phone keeps turning off because it's cold. But we've just got the. Lee, are you trying to beat the score for the? Goodness sake. That's for one of our activities that we're doing this week. But we've got the concept art books have arrived. So this is the temp one that we had for the Kickstarter to show it off. There was only a couple of pages in it, and most of them are actually blank. And it was smaller as well than what we ended up doing. Yeah, see, most of them are blank there. But this has got a lot more pages, as you can see. And it's looking really, really good. So I've gone through and split out all of the assets and the messages and everything that were sent on Discord. I'll categorise them all up and put them into different sections, and there's just page after page after page of stuff. It's really good. It's really, really good. We do have a couple of spares actually, because of the way we had to order them. So we needed to order 15, but the minimum order we could do is 25. So there's 10 spare. I think a few people in the office are going to claim some, but in theory we should be able to put a couple on the website. They were quite expensive for us to make, so they'll be quite pricey, but there'll be some available.
Okay, so I've just got done doing a new Skystead themed Wooloop level, and this one was Wendy, arguably one of my favourite scouts that I've done. And I wanted to try and get a cute sitting pose of her, and overall I think it looks pretty good. There was a few fixes that Kai mentioned, but I've got all those fixed now. I think the level's good to go. I did record a little time lapse, so hopefully that shows sort of what I was doing. But yeah, I'm really happy with this design. I also did the Athena as well. I didn't get a time lapse with this one. This one was a lot harder to do. Rob did start it for me by putting the pins in, but I think it took a good half of the day to get this whole level done, and there was quite a lot of fixes as well, as I'm still a little rusty doing wheel repels. It's been a long time.
There's nothing I can actually show for this recording, because everything I've been doing has been relating to sensitive information, so people's email addresses, people's names, that sort of stuff, so I can't really show it off. So I guess I'll just put some Skystead footage here or something for you to watch whilst I talk. But yeah, what I've been doing the past few days with the help of Laura and Cameron is going over a lot of contact details and just emailing as many people as we can who are content creators, any sort of press websites, any sort of gaming news sort of stuff, just trying to get Skystead out there, just to get people seeing the game as you run up to the release. So the way that process has been working is Rob's been running an algorithm for the past couple of months, where essentially every time you launch his PC, if you're playing a certain game that's related to Skystead Ranch, such as say Paleo Pines or Fair Farm, all the sort of similar theme games on Twitch, then what the algorithm does, it was scraping the URLs of those streamers, as well as reading how many viewers they got. I've just been keeping track of how many times those people have been streaming, how many viewers have been getting, and keeping a record of the URL. It's just some basic sort of data collection. And then what Cameron and Laura have been doing, which is really helpful, is going through that long list, and there's about 1,000 if not more streamers on there, and just going into their accounts and seeing if they have any public facing contact details, and then noting it down on the spreadsheet for me. And I've been going through one by one, emailing all the people. I think I'm hitting the 200 mark if not more by now, so yeah, quite a lot of emails sent, and I'll be sending more and more up to release and sort of chasing them up and seeing if I can get people to play the game.
Right, okay, a bit of an odd task today. Lee's gonna have a job blurring out all these addresses, but I'm sending off the posters. So we've got these tubes with posters in for the Kickstarter backers who back the merch tier. You can see them in there. But all of these ones are the ones that are international. So we've sent off the UK-based ones just now. It wasn't too bad actually, but for these ones we need to fill out these forms, which are like importing stuff. I don't know, but we need to fill out one of these forms for each one before we can send it. And then apparently it's going to be 15 quid per poster. So fun stuff. Just a little odd task while I work on the Wulup and Hexceed builds.
So I spent a lot of today QA testing the current build for Skystead Ranch, because it's quite important that we get as many bugs as we can. Thank you to everybody who is playing the game and just submitting bugs in the Discord, but we can also get a lot of bugs ourselves by playing the game and just running around. So as you see here, all the skylights are on the outskirts. I don't know if that's because night time, but this is after reloading the save. So it's a step in the right direction, because before some of the skylights were actually disappearing after reloading the save, but they're still here. They're just on the outskirts, so I'll figure out why that is. But you see down there, we're doing some fishing. All the loose items are still hanging around. Everything else seems to be saved, touch wood. There is a number of issues. I've put your tab out to this notepad, bring it over to the screen. Yeah, you see there, all these bugs down here. Found 30 something bugs for Rob to have a look at. Some of them are quite minor, some of them I'll highlight for Rob to fix with more pressing nature, and these ones up here are just suggestions, just sort of ideas that might make the game a bit better, but they're not exactly a bug or a problem. So yeah, a lot of testing for Rob to work out. You can see they've got quite a lot of money just from abusing some of the bugs, like this lucky coin. You can feed as many times as you want, which is going to give me many bits of money, which is great, but we need to fix that. But yeah, there's a lot of minor stuff here and some bigger things as well, so I'm sure Rob will be showing it off when he gets around to actually fixing this. But yeah, one thing I'll have to check is if the actual build menu is saved, because I didn't actually buy any items to build, which is a mistake on my behalf, so I need to wait for the shop to come back and I'll buy some more items and check if that gets saved as well.
Okay, so it's been a very different type of day for me today. I've actually been working on a Skystead themed Halo Forge map with Cameron, and we've been hard at work pretty much all day trying to get it looking right. And so far, it's looking really good. We're pretty much reaching the sort of end of it now. We've got everything sort of built in and blocked out. We're just going through now and adding little areas of detail, like adding in some spawn points, some little weapons here and there, and obviously just making the map look a lot better. Cameron's sort of doing this side here. As you can see, he's already started building the house, and I've got a little sort of garden going. You can see him walking around there doing stuff. I don't know what he's doing. But overall, it's looking really good. It's taking a while. We've even got a little bit of promotion over here to tell people to try out the game, next to a big plushie of Master Chief. So overall, it's coming on pretty well, and hopefully it won't take too much longer. And we're going to play test it at some point, hopefully tomorrow as well.
Hello, today I've been mainly working on Twitch and YouTubers list, just so Lee can contact some content creators. But other than that, I made this quick block out of a rock bush. Because I don't think there's a way to gather rock in the game yet. I based it on the rock plant that exists in real life. It's more like a little succulent. But yeah, this will be that in a bush form.
Okay, continuing on with the super weird week, we are looking at the rest of the stuff for the merch tier rewards. So I basically put together little kits like this. It's a little bit nicer than what we originally intended for it. So we originally just promised 9 rings, and that's John coming out of the bathroom. That's good, isn't it? Yeah, so we originally promised 9 pins, but we found some cheap frames, and these little wooden extras really add a lot to it. So it's a whole new thing. We're trying to be quite nice about it. But the thing is, we're using Lois chucked them now. These little glue dots on the back of them, just to like put on the back of here and then just glue them to a sheet of paper. But we've run out, so frantic panic to try and come up with a solution for this. But I'm sure we will.
Guys, it's Tuesday.
Tuesday. I forgot to do the recording yesterday. Just to sort of hint how busy it is this week.
It is.
It's all Skystead this week, all hands on deck, whatever we can do. So Rob's got a lot of bugs fixing. Me and Cameron doing a lot of QA testing through the week. And then just loads of art stuff that you can figure out. And we've got the achievement stuff.
Yeah, a lot of achievement art, doing a lot of 2D designs for that, making some puzzle stuff for you for the activities. And I think Laura's just going through that giant enormous Twitch list still, so
Yeah,
we're all
contact me everybody.
Yeah, we're all everywhere, but we'll get it done.
It'll be Skystead. It's coming out.
Fine.
I know.
Oh, you'll be out now. Yeah, good point, yeah.
Okay, so more merch stuff. It's basically just been a lot of stuff because it's difficult to show you all the bugs I'm working on in game. But here's basically the finished package that we're going to be putting together with people. We've got the sweets, we've got the book, these pins that Laura's been putting together. We've got these thank you cards which arrived today, which look really, really nice. Jack's fiance made the artwork, and I think it'll be the backer rewards that you should be able to download. Probably, I'm sure we'll have to work that out at some point. But yeah, we've signed them all with a thank you note, and then we've got the mug as well. So we're just measuring up, like, pile it all together just so we could measure up the dimensions and get a box delivered. It's a bit of an awkward size. It's mainly the mug is the issue. So we're going for something like this, a box that fits this. I think it's going to be a bit big, but I've ordered some and also some stuffing as well, just sort of pad it in as well, because we don't want the mug to break and things like this. And I feel like these might be quite delicate. I'm not quite sure though. I think it'd probably be alright if we put the book on top, to be honest, but we'll see. And yeah, other than that, just mainly focusing on with a lot of bug fixing for the game, which is a lot. It's a lot.
Hello, today I made a rock tree. I assembled it together, I assembled all the stages together in a block out and figured out which parts will repeat. So I only unwrapped and painted those parts. So it's a couple rocks and the bit that holds the rock up, which is a plant bit, and some 3 little flowery bits, and together, after I've painted it, they'll make multiple stages of the rock tree. You'll just save a lot more texture space doing it this way.
Okay, so with it being launch week and everyone's really busy covering various tasks, one of the big tasks that I need to do this week is the achievement art. So there's quite a lot of achievements to go through. Rob has made me a lovely list here. I'm not sure if I can show this, but I'll blur it if I can't. Which has 72 achievements here, and I've gotten through quite a bulk of them. I'm currently working on sort of the niche ones right now, which is sort of, take a 4-star photo, Firescar's favourite food, which is this one here. And overall they're going pretty well. I'm quite happy with these. I'm sort of going for a mixed sort of design sort of style here. So with the Skylight ones, we've got a more of a rendered look, which I think I've still got open. So as you can see, we've got quite a few here already done that sort of use the renders to make up the main designs. And overall I think they work really well. I've made it so that you all face the right way, so they'll look correctly orientated, and overall I think they look really nice.
Okay, yeah, so today mainly the big bulk of my day really was spent just kind of playing the game. I'm not gonna complain with doing that. Yeah, basically I just had to test, or kind of test, see how far I could get into the game, and basically try and go for 100%. I'm not anywhere near that yet, but yeah, you'd see I have just been kind of just loaded up a new world, and then it's an absolute mess at the minute because I'm just kind of throwing anything together to get Skylets to spawn in that. I've got a list of all the requirements to get them to spawn, and then I'm just kind of testing anything that comes up. I'm writing it down, and then that's pretty much it.
Okay, so it's pretty much been another full day of doing achievements for me, and I've gotten through quite a lot of them now. If you look at this list, I've only got a few more to go. I say a few more, it's a lot more than a few, but I would say about 15, 20 there left, and they're all for the buildable items, the large ones such as building the house, the stone stairs, the cave, etc. And I've actually found a cool way to get these done relatively quickly. I was dreading doing these ones because I thought I'd have to draw them all by hand, But using the assets that Laura's made for most of these assets, I was able to import the FBX into this render file that I made a while ago whilst making the backup poster, which is essentially just a sort of render scene that I can just place objects in and make quick renders of. So I'm currently importing all the assets in that Laura made for the house, so the kitchen, the library, the main house itself, and I'm just doing quick renders, and then I'm taking them into Illustrator and placing them in this frame here for the achievement icons. And overall, I think they're working really nicely. I think they look really cool, and they sort of match this, the style of the rendered achievements I did for these guides. So overall, I think they do match. Yeah, overall, I think we're getting there. Okay, so it's pretty much been another day of just doing lots of sort of random pieces of work for Skystead up to the launch of the game. However, one of the fun things I got to do today was doing some more loading screen icons for the loading screen menu. And I've done quite a few now, not 32, but a good, how many is there here? 15, done 15 so far, and I've just wrapped up doing 3 today, which was Snarl, which we've got here, which looks really cute. We've got Big B, and we've got Spore. But altogether, they're looking really cool, and we've sort of been adding them into the loading screen in a set of 5, so they should all be randomized now in terms of the actual loading screen. So I'm going to do a few more, hopefully before launch, and hopefully we'll get those sneaked in.
A lot of my work this week has been marketing, so again, not much to show off. But today, doing a bit of something different. So I'm in editor here, so we have the screenshots that we need to be getting for the buildables. So we've been going through getting some here, so I'll turn the other one as well. So essentially what we're looking for is all of the pictures, just to have comparison pictures when you're in the shop in the game. There's some in the game already for the mineshaft and that sort of stuff, but we need them for all the buildables. So I'm going through one by one, getting these sort of comparison pictures that we can put in the shop. Quite a few to do for the house. Need to add the kitchen upgrade, the library, all that stuff. So there's a few more for the house there. But yeah, making good progress on that. Also gone ahead and went through all the buildables in the game and edited their cost values, because some of them were a bit out there from being copy and pasted. So got to make sure they're all looking like they're right. Need testing still. And then finally, again, on the marketing side of stuff, a lot of posts have been going out. So we got all the gifts going down. There's one more to send today in regards to the last one day to go. And there's also the Twitter poll as well. And looks like Kitsu has finally won out of all of them. So we have a winner. I'll need to make a little asset about that and just do a little celebration post that Kitsu is the best Skylet according to people on Twitter.
So it's launch day, and we just got a phone call, and there was Papa John's delivered outside, courtesy of our brothers. That's Jack nicking off with a pepperoni. Very, very generous. Thank you. I think the team need it. They've done a really good job.
Thank you. I can't do it. Don't record this bit.
Is he struggling? I'm definitely going to record that.
Don't record it. I'm humiliated. Oh well.
Yeah, so it's a little bit on later in the day. We're all stuffed from the pizza, but we've had a little shift around in the office. So we've got the old PC. The literal name of that PC is Toastie_old, just because of how old it is. Plugged into the TV with a webcam. The idea is that we're going to do something similar that we did with EGX. So that is on Discord, sharing the webcam footage, and then Jack over here, he's had a shift around as well, just to sort of protect from the audio as well, because we're going to have a lot of people in the office, and hello, there he is. You can't see much. We want the audio to sound good. And yeah, he's going to be streaming. Well, that's sort of like stream setup. We're going to be cycling out people because it's going to be such a long stream that we're going to be doing today. Lots of giveaways and things like that. That's sorted. And then we've just like moved the skylets around, trying to frame the... Oh, did you do a thing about... The phone ran out of storage, so I don't know how much of that last message. Jack's moved. We're doing a stream. People are going to be over there. We've got a camera, and we're going to be watching the stream on there. And there's a cake. Lee's mum made a cake, and it looks amazing. And it's just perfect that it's Grumble as well. Yeah, so we'll be having that later. It's a good thing to do, Lee. We're just launched.
I don't want to touch it. He wants the corner bit. Hopefully,
Okay, so we just made the game live. It's been a huge effort and stuff. We're all just kind of celebrating. We're gonna have some cake. Lee's cutting the cake quite badly. I'm sure he'll put in a little clip. You know, Cameron, you excited? First game launch.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Finally, you know, it's quite surreal to have like just my name.
Oh yeah, your name's literally in the credits. Yeah. It's weird. You're just happy that the achievements are in the game. We made it.
Yeah.
We did the achievement. That's the main thing. look, you visibly glowing now.
I've enjoyed testing that.
Achievement hunter. Jack's still streaming. Although we're still working for some reason, I have no idea why that is. But yeah, we're gonna have some cake now and celebrate.
Guys, it's Monday.
Hello.
Hello again.
Not wearing the same clothes as Friday from last week.
Definitely not.
These videos back to back.
Yeah. Exact same angle as well.
Yeah, we've just done our sprint planning for the week. Sort of reviewing the opening weekend of Skystead Ranch. A lot of work to be fixing that essentially. So I've got a massive backlog of messages to go through, which is great. I'm going to go through all those, make sure everyone's getting replied to, getting any keys, whatever the outreach is. Haven't actually looked at them yet. So if you messaged, we'll be replying soon. And as well as that, just lots and lots of more Skystead stuff.
Yeah, the game reviews aren't great, so we're basically just going to work on that, try and get as many bug fixes as we possibly can, just sort of get our head down and just sort of crack on and try and make the game that people wanted. Fun. And
Jack's making colour pixel stuff.
Oh yeah, about colouring pixels.
We've lost Jack for the month now because it's basically colouring pixels for you for 2 weeks and then another colouring pixels straight afterwards. So
it feels like it's been a while since I've done it though, so it'll be nice to warm up again. Okay, so this week I'm actually back on the colouring pixels bandwagon, and I've started off with the Candy DLC. And it's been really fun so far getting different sort of images from my childhood to try draw, and this one was actually suggested by Laura, which is sort of the toxic waste candy. I've never had it before, but I do recognise it, and it was actually quite hard nailing down the design, as the overall design is pretty simple to do, but making it not look like real life toxic hazard is quite hard to do. But I think I got there in the end. I'm sure Lee will point out anything if it doesn't look right when he's QAing it. I've also done this Kit Kat one. Or what is it? Well, it's not a Kit Kat. I shouldn't say Kit Kat. It looks like a Kit Kat, but you're eating it wrong. And I've unintentionally made it look like a propaganda poster. So I like it even more. It looks very cool like that. So I don't want to keep it like that. I'm still showing the hand, but maybe I've looked at it too long. But other news, I've been working on some Skystead stuff as well. I didn't think I would be this week. However, I've been doing some more loading screen icons for Rob, which are all the way down here. Where have I put them? There we go. So I've only actually got 2 more to go, which is the Kickstarter pets, which is Mew Mew and Corgi. But you can see here I've got a whole file filled with tons of different Skylets. So we've got Wormy, Truffle, well, I was going to say Ghosty. That's Spook. And we've got lots of things like that. But yeah, it's come along really nicely. I think I've only got these 2 to go. But I also made the roadmap as well for Lee using the sort of same sort of style process. And that was for the roadmap post.
Chelsea, a lot of Skystead Ranch work this week. Yesterday I spent all day writing up, most of the day writing up this roadmap. Rob had a meeting in the morning after I'd reviewed all of the Steam reviews for the game and looking at people's comments on Steam and that sort of stuff. Compiled all of the feedback on a OneNote document, and then we sort of organised it on things we can fix quite quickly and things that we will take into account over the next couple of weeks. Changes to the game. So put together this roadmap. This is live for everyone to see. Hopefully it's sort of clarifying the direction of the game and sort of addressing all the issues that people have pointed out. So that's a big thing. And then just started work on that there. So if you head over to Unity here, I'll actually be inside Unity doing some design work to help out Rob's workload a bit. So first one was in the Skylet data. I've been going over all of the food burn down rates. One of the big feedback was that the Skylets get hungry too quickly, so the bar ticks down really noticeably fast pace. So I've gone through and just used a bit of math. So I didn't really adjust the max food for most of these Skylets. They was preset, so that the max food in the figure here, so 10 for Spook, is just a figure indicating how much food they need to reach max hunger bar. This is how long it takes before the bar starts cooling down. It's 30 for everybody. And then the burn down rate is like the rate per second that is burning down, but it's based on the max food, so that's why it's different per Skylet. I've tried to keep them all around sort of the 5, 6, 7 minute mark, depending on if the day or night Skylets are, sort of stuff. So yeah, that's getting pushed for the next build. Hopefully we can give it a quick test before it goes live, see what it's like. And the second thing we're doing is going over the grow data for all the crops. So I've only really adjusted the trees in terms of growth speeds. This was set to like 10 minutes per stage, which was a bit long, so that's now shorter. I think pretty much halved it. I think the last stages are still longer, yeah, so that makes more sense in terms of when you're coming to grow the trees for the rock trees and stuff. And then I've been going into each individual item as well and just double checking that the drop rates are actually set as well. Some things didn't have drops, some things were just a bit out of line. So gone through all the grow data and made sure they're all dropping stuff that they should be dropping. Not including stuff like the harvestable items like this one. The cheese tree will drop cheese, and the egg shroom will drop eggs. We haven't got that set up in this section here, but in terms of if you just draw the item, what you get back, yeah, I've done a full pass of that for all the vegetation. So I've also been checking the results of the A/B testing on the Steam store page. What that is you replaced these the store assets with this new one that was drawn by Jack's fiancée Tiana, so very thankful for that because it's very nice. But the results show that this is like a 3% increase in click rate, which is quite large in terms of checking that. So I've gone ahead and made all the different resolutions with the different localized languages as well. The languages just being the languages of different alphabets, so like Russian, Japanese, etc. And I'm going to upload this now, and then hopefully we'll see an actual improvement on the store page as well. Now that this is going to be the updated images for all people who see the store page from now on. As well as that, there's been some smaller tasks I've been working on. Like getting these new screenshots in, just helping up with little tasks here and there as you're doing the bulk of the fixes for the updates that are coming in the next few patches for Skystead.
Hello. Today I've been mainly sending emails to people, researching YouTubers and streamers, kind of, I don't know, feeling like a stalker a little bit, in a good way. But I managed to squeeze in a couple drawings for Bloop. I don't think it's a DLC that's coming up anytime soon, but one of them is this little mouse with a patchwork blanket, and the other drawing is this little candle.
Okay, so I've managed to wrap up the last of the loading screen icons for Skystead today. The last two was Tor, as you can see here. Oh, I haven't merged them yet. So we've got Tor here, and we've got Corgi too. So that's all the loading screens done. I think Rob has filled them all in game, except for these last two. So I've pushed those onto the work stuff, and now he should be able to put those in game, and hopefully it looks good. Tor, unfortunately, is the only one that I couldn't do a side profile for, just because as a side profile you can't really see anything, he just looks like a rock, so he's the only one that actually has a front facing view. But I think it works. I mean, it's Tor, he always looks grumpy, and I think it works for the loading screen. But as well as that, I've been working on Culling Pixels again, which is some Skystead Pezzes. Lee's idea was to do a Pez, and I couldn't really think of which one to do. I didn't want to, mess around with copyright stuff of doing a Star Wars one or something like that, so I thought I would do our own Skystead Pezzes, and they've been really fun so far. They don't take long to draw at all, so I think I'm going to do 3 more, sort of filling in a nice scene. As you can see here, I've done Spike, Bao, Grumble, Kitsu, and I'm thinking of doing Wendy and maybe Chirp as well. I think that'll be a nice colour palette. So as for now, before the stream, I'm going to get this all wrapped up and get this image hopefully done before lunch. Rob Lee! It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday today. Yeah. Some people off yesterday, so we're doing some planning today. What we're up to.
Yeah, so back on some Culling Pixels work, and Jack's been working a lot on the Candy Pack. We've also got February's DLC coming out as well, so double Culling Pixels. I'm going to be QA testing that and getting that ready as well. Other than that, there's a lot of Skystead work still, so I'm still contacting people, chasing up emails, just getting in touch, checking reviews, and then Rob's got a lot of bug fixing and
there's an awful lot of bug fixing still to do on Skystead Ranch. So I'll be working on that. We've got some tax stuff to do this week as well though. And we've got the boxes. The boxes finally arrived for the backer Kickstarter tier people. So yeah, we'll be doing that as well. I'll spend most of my day in the post office, I'm sure.
Hello, today I made painting some of the plushies that I started making last week. One of them is Thor, and the other is Newt, and then we have Trike. Newt was the easiest one to do. It's kind of like a lizard thing. It doesn't look like a lizard as a plushie, but just to keep it looking like the other plushies, I kind of had to make it this way. And Thor is a lot more. It's got spikier corners, but as a toy it's very soft and round, and I manually added the icy lines as if it's like a little gemstone thing, which is quite fun to make.
We finally got the boxes arriving. There was a bit of an issue with well, it happens a few times here, but because of our office and where it is and stuff like that, it gets left outside and then stuff gets nicked. But we've got some more ordered, so it means we can put together the backer rewards, these things here, and get things posted, which is something we wanted to do for quite a while. So yeah, let's just get them out and sent to the post office.
A few moments later.
Right, okay, I've been doing the packing. We're pretty much there, so I've got 5 boxes ready to go, and for the still working packaging, because these boxes turned out to be too big, so I have ordered some more stuffing to go inside it. We had this like wooden stuff. It wasn't enough, it was quite a lot anyway, so I've got some cheaper stuff, so we can probably pad these out because we don't want them to break or anything. I've had to chop down the boxes a little bit as well, that's why they look a bit wonky, but they should be alright. Yeah, so we've got everything in there. We also managed to find a bunch of stuff from the MCM trip, so like these booklets and things like that, and these activity cards for our various games, so we've managed to chuck those in as well. The only one we've sent out, I know for a fact, has those already, so yeah, we're pretty much good to go. I've got to head off now though, so I'll be sending these tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, so today I spent half the day just working on some Wooloop levels. Yeah, I was kind of working on a couple of them last week as well. For the ones I started last week, yeah, I've just been working on some drawings Jack and Laura have been doing, so I'm just kind of tracing over some of these here. And this one I had a couple of issues with because there's a lot of small details on it. I was struggling to trace it, so I just kind of had to do some basic shapes around here, and it turned out okay. It just doesn't look very Christmassy, is the only issue. I don't know, it still looks okay, so hopefully, you know, it could just have a bit of tweaking or whatever.
Okay, so since last week I was able to get Cherish all fully modelled and textured, and the guys thought it'd be cool if I could get the achievement artwork done, as you probably will be in game soon, so I might do a quick render of Cherish. It looks really nice, sort of matching the style of the other scouts, and I've got it in an achievement frame, as well as a new achievement as well, another one which is for building the night lights on the Sky Pier to attract the observatory ship at night time. I also made an achievement for that too, which looks pretty cool. I think I was going to originally build in the sort of the pier initially, and then sort of make it look similar to the other pier, but I thought it might look a bit too similar, so I went with the observatory skyship instead. However, on other news, I have also been working on the Coloring Pixels DLC as usual. I managed to get a few more done yesterday, some slightly larger ones, including this pattern one which I'm really happy with, which is sort of a licorice sort of sweet pattern. I think it looks pretty cool. I also did a candy, what do you call this, candy floss stall, I think you would call it a candy floss stall, as well as the Pez dispenser. I managed to finish one off. I think I showed this last week, and I managed to finish it off.
Okay, so the stuffing for the boxes arrived. It's quite big though. I definitely got too big. I don't know what we're gonna do with it. Like it's oh dear. The size it came in was square feet, and in the UK I don't think many people know what that means. So yeah. I guess it's just gonna have to go in the side room. We're just gonna fill these boxes and then go in the side room. But it is supposed to be eco, and so it's got eco on it and stuff. Right, okay, so I've got I've packed the boxes basically. But yeah, I just got a quote for them because their weight is over 2 kilograms. It's going to cost quite a lot to send them. The first one that I went to post office and got quoted, it was like £75 or something. So we're going to try and look at alternatives to send them, whether it means repackaging them again, like we've got the stuffing, into smaller quantities, or whether we use a different service. We'll have to look into it. But we managed to get one of the packages sent off today, and that is the other UK one that hasn't been sent so far. So all the UK sorted, it's just the international ones that we're going to have an issue with.
And then today I made a hood plushie, and she looks very much Valentine's Day. She's got like a little love heart on top of her head. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but oh, it's so cute. And I like her little eyeliner, which is very hard to do, as it is for a normal eyeliner too, but she's so adorable. I was so excited about how she looks like while I was coloring her.
Okay, so yesterday I did manage to wrap up the Candy DLC of Coloring Pixels. It was right at the end of the day, so apologies for not making a recording. However, I'm really proud of this one. I always like to throw in the occasional isometric image. They're really satisfying to do, and they're really fun to draw. So this one is probably one of my best ones I've done in terms of isometric. I think it's really cool. It really pops out. The colours, I think, really stand out. And I'm also really happy with these sort of photo frames and little deals I got in here that represent candy and sweets, like this gumball machine, this little bowl of candy. I think I included a lot in there to make it look like a realistic and sort of comfy looking area. So yeah, this one definitely took the bulk of the day. Well, I'll say about half a day, but yeah, pretty happy with this one.
The past 2 days have just been going over the Candy DLC that Jack's made, so just QA testing all the levels and putting them all into the build. They're all good to go now, so also done the achievements. That's why if you look at this level, it's just sort of, it has been finished with the completer instead of manually, just because I re-import them all into the correct order and then use the completer to finish the levels, just so I can test the achievements. And over on Steam here, you see all the achievements down here have popped, they're all working correctly. So yeah, that's the build ready to go for tomorrow. I think Rob also turned off the Skystead Ranch message, so that's also good to go as well. And yeah, that's ready to go live tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
Okay, so just after the Candy DLC, I've jumped straight into the next DLC for Coloring Pixels, which is Fantasy Maps. So it's definitely a bit more of an interesting sort of theme, this one, something I haven't really dove into before in any of the other packs. We may have drawn 1 or 2 maps, not too many, but this one's actually really fun so far. Definitely been challenging. I did record a time-lapse of this specific one here, and you can sort of see at the start that I'm sort of trying to figure things out, how to make the design look good. So I definitely took a lot of references here. I've been looking at a lot of different maps, a lot of different pixel art maps, big game maps, things like that, just to sort of give me an idea what to do. And this one looks pretty good. This one was initially drawn for the store page, however Rob pointed out it should be a bit more square, so I'm actually currently working on a second one here, which is image, which is a bit smaller. It's only 80 by 80, but I try and make them smaller for the store page icon just so the detail is captured a bit better. And it's almost done. I'm trying to do some more work on the ship. I'm not quite happy with it. I want to add a bit more fluff to the overall aesthetic of the map, but it shouldn't take too much longer.
Yeah, okay, so today I've just been doing more Wooloop stuff. Pretty much at the minute for me it's just doing emails and Wooloop stuff, so I guess I show it in Unity. The best way I thought to show it is literally just, I've got the screenshots and I could just move through, because I redone some of the levels and it's kind of hard to see like what the levels look like completed when I have to play through them again every time in Unity. But yeah, so I've redone them a bit because I think I've done a lot of them too small, so yeah, if I do them a bit bigger like I have, then I can get a bit more detail in. So like this one before, I said it didn't look very Christmassy because of the shapes and stuff. You can see it looks a bit more Christmassy now. You can see the shapes and that have a little bit more detail in them. And then yeah, the fox has a little bit more detail. The paws and stuff and the scarf all have more detail. The ears.
Okay, so it should be a pretty straightforward day today. So Rob messaged me last night saying I actually missed out a few of the loading screen scouts, but I didn't even realise. Obviously I knew I'd have to do our new character here, which is Cherish. However, it turns out I actually missed out Puffle, which I didn't even realise. I feel terrible now, but yeah, I didn't do Puffle, so Puffle's now been done. And Rob pointed out that Tor was the only one that had a front-facing profile, so this was the original one here. And this is the new one. I still think I prefer the face fronting one, but because of just consistency, I did do a side profile. I think it looks okay.
Okay, merch tier updates. Me and Lee spent an hour in the post office earlier. I don't think they were too happy with us, but the people at the post office, they were lovely. They were lovely. And it turns out we've forgotten someone, so I'm quickly whipping up a replacement box with all the stuff in. Yeah, so it turns out there were 16 boxes we need to send out, which actually makes sense because we miscounted the number of posters. We were 1 poster short, but anyway, we've got spares of everything just, so we are gonna quickly whip this together and get it sent off. Guys, it's Monday. Yeah, yeah, we are. We remembered. What we doing? What we up to?
Yeah, it's a bit of work for all again, to be fair. So we have some work for Wooloop. We have a new DLC prep for that for the end of the month, so we're making some else of that. I think Jack and Cameron are working on that for the start of it. Yeah. And then for hexceed as well, nothing fully set, but just getting the groundwork ready for year 5. So I want to get like the year pass sent off. Hopefully Steam will approve that and that sort of stuff. And then yeah, lots of bug fixing for Skystead Ranch.
Yeah, lots of Coloring Pixels work as well. The more work started on the next DLC, which will be Fantasy Maps. So got quite a few of those done now, and I'm sure we'll be putting the store page up. It'll be out by the time the video comes out, so you can have a little sneak peek at the work's been doing so far.
Okay, so a bit of a grim day today. So we've been signing off these books a little bit. I just started with a bit of a grim day and pointed at Cameron's desk like he's dead or something. I know. But we've each been sort of been like celebrating the end of Skystead Ranch, really. I know that we're going to be working on it throughout the year. We've got lots of planned updates and things like that. But we've each got a book of these to take home. We've each been buying them just with the spares that we've got left. Family and friends first, and everyone who works here. So. But the main bit of news is that we've sadly had to make Cameron redundant today just because of the sales of Skystead Ranch were absolutely atrocious. We really expected it to do a lot better. Even in our lowest projections, like we still got like a third of our lowest projections. So he's still going to be working here for the next 4 weeks. But it sadly means that Project Demetus, which I know Lee's been putting a lot of time and effort into, isn't going to go ahead. He's very sad about it. Sure. But yeah, we're just going to carry on, focus on games that we know work. And yeah, fingers crossed, just move on. It just really sucks.
Today I made a Ross plushie. His head is supposed to float a little bit. I had to merge the head together with the body. I did simplify his head a little bit and the body, and instead of having the spiky rock shapes, it's mostly just smooth with the rock texture being drawn in the substance painter. I think it looks very similar to Jack's though. Hopefully it just doesn't look like a tiny little skylet.
Yeah, okay, so today I'll just be doing some more Wooloop. So rather than Advent now, the poll's actually been decided. It was landmarks, that one. So yeah, starting basically making a DLC just filled with different landmarks all around the world. Yeah, so we'll also want ones that we haven't done previously. So ones from Colour and Pixels that we've done a lot there because there's 2 packs, but they're okay. But ones like the Time Bridge or the Statue of Liberty or things like that kinda won't make the cut in really because they're in a previous DLC, but yeah, we'll have a couple here. I've done 2 so far. Again, I'm just going to show an image. It's like kind of a bad way to do it, but it saves us having to do the levels again. So we'll have the Chrysler Redeemer statue here from Brazil. So wanting to get as many different countries around the world as possible, and yeah, I think this one looks really good. And then we also have one that I'm quite proud of here, and it's the Stonehenge. Well, I think it's nice to do ones maybe because we're an English company or British company to have a few British landmarks in here like Stonehenge.
Okay, so continuing on with the Fantasy Maps DLC, Lee gave me some really cool ideas this morning to carry on with, some smaller ones as well, which is good because none of them have been really small so far. And this one was the first one, which is sort of game mini map. So a lot of UI design in here. I think it looks really cool. Really happy with the sort of overall look. It wasn't as small as I wanted it to be. I did end up scaling it a little bit up just to fit in the actual UI bits. So it's not too big, but it's not too small either. So this one looks pretty good, but as for the next one, another idea from Lee, which is sort of going to be a sort of map fragment. I'm not sure what I'm going to do for that, sort of like a torn piece of a map, but that one I should be able to keep really small, so I'm going to try to do this in about 50 by 50. Similar to the mini map, so hopefully it'll look pretty good by the end.
Okay, so I've been very, very hard at work doing lots of bug fixes and things like that. We've had a lot of calls with like the accountants and stuff like that, so I haven't been as productive as I would have liked. But yeah, one of the big requests that we had since the very launch of the game was that the chests didn't do anything. So I've been fixing that. So right now they're basically like, I don't know if you play Minecraft, but like they work like ender chests. So each simple chest is like linked. So this means that you can put like a simple chest all the way on the other side of the island, and it'll make transporting items much easier, which is something that we wanted, and also having the different chests work on like different channels, so you can like organize things a bit better. So if I put down a wooden chest, this should be empty. Yes, it is. Yeah, and they seem to be working quite well. I did want it to make it stack the items. That's why there's like a little times one there, but you see the blue rainbow fish is put down here twice. So I'll fix that quickly, But yeah, I think we're pretty much good to go. And now that this is done, we just need to do a couple of tweaks, then we can get the fishing net working over here and the crab pot working as well, up on the other fishing pier up there. So that's really cool.
Attempt 2, camera wasn't recording. So looking for the hat, I found it on Jack's head. We ordered the merch, and the hat arrived. It's an embroidered spike on a hat. It looks quite good, to be fair. The website made some changes themselves, but quite happy with the outcome. Still waiting for the mug and the poster to arrive. And yeah, we're just awfully recording Jack because he's wearing it. But yeah, so once the other 2 merch items have arrived, which should be coming within the next couple of days, hopefully, if they're all good, we'll get them on the website.
Okay, so yesterday was quite a busy day. As stated in my last recording, I wanted to get this small fragment map done, and I got it done and made it into a bit of a sprite-esque image, and I'm really happy with it. I struggle to do small images, admittedly. I never know how much detail to put in them, but I think I've got this one quite good. I think there's only about 8 colours in this, so hopefully it should be nice to colour. As for the image that took the bulk of the day yesterday was this image here. Now, this image kind of threw me around a little bit, because I was like unsure how to make it look like a map, but I think I've got it about right. I wanted it to essentially look like a game level map, and I think it looks pretty good. You can also follow the level down as it goes, and it's deceptively large as well, because all of these blocks aren't actually one block. Yeah, about 5 by 5, so the level's deceptively big, but it's also made out of a lot of blocky colours, so hopefully it'll be fun to colour. But yeah, that's how big it is. It's 180 by 400, so that's a chunky level. This one took the bulk of my day. As for today, I'm working on another big level, and this one's sort of going to be a sort of world map sort of level, so it's probably going to take the bulk of my day. Traditionally, I try to do about 2 to 3 levels a day, unless it's a really big one, in which case it's about 1.5. So I'm probably going to spend the bulk of my day on this level. I've got a lot of references up. I want to try and incorporate little biomes, some snow, some desert, some little icons of like castles and stuff. But yeah, it's definitely going to take the bulk of the day, so hopefully by the end of the day, this level should look pretty cool.
Yes, so it's been a bit of a different day for me today. For once, not working on Skystead Ranch, so I've actually been working on hexceed. So me and Lee have had a chat about what we're doing for hexceed for the next year, and essentially we're going to do another 6 DLCs, and it's going to be like the 5th and final year for hexceed. Doesn't mean that we're not going to like support it after this year, but we kind of want to. It takes a lot of time, and each year we do a new like commitment to another year. It doesn't do as well as the previous, so it's just sort of like getting diminishing returns and stuff like that. But anyway, we're going to do one final year, because 5th and final year sounds quite good, and we're going to do some new mechanics with it this year. So we were looking at the suggestions that people had in Discord. So we've got a suggestions channel for hexceed in there, and we were looking at some of the ideas that people had. So we've got this one, we're calling it like the dot mechanic, where essentially if you've got a dot here, it will like project and check this tile here. So you can have it in multiple configurations. So we've got 4 here, so it's got like 4 dots here, and it's doing those. You can turn them on and off. And then we've got another variant of it here where it's on the diagonal. So it does the same thing, so it just sort of like skips a row of tiles and then does that one, but it's on the diagonal, which will hopefully add to some interesting combinations. Yeah, so we're doing that, and that's going to be for the first DLC, which will be coming out in March.
This is a terrible time for me to make a coffee, isn't it? Are we done? Right, we got a poster delivered. It's the one that you sent off was part of the you ordered 3 things, right? A hat, a mug, and a poster. The actual art itself looks really good. Quite happy with that, but the text is a bit blurry. I don't know if it will really show up on camera, but it's definitely noticeable. Yeah, it's looking fine on camera. It's definitely noticeable in person though, so we're gonna get another one done. Yeah, that's why we test things.
So it's been a day of DLC prep. So this is hexceed, as you can see. Been going through all of the assets for the year passes. As Rob was saying, we've picked out the names and stuff to put a bit of a plan. I've gone ahead and made the assets again for the year pass and for all the DLCs. So you can kind of see little small previews there of all the different languages of all the different DLC names. And those are all now just being uploaded to Steam. That's all I've got on the store pages for now. It's just the actual assets, but again, that's just sort of getting the groundwork in for the rest of the year, because that's sort of the main most time-consuming task, is getting the actual translated stuff for the store page pictures and cover art. So that's done and out of the way. Other than that, this week I've been working on Wooloop as well. So you can see here, Cameron's did these first 2 levels. He's working on a new one up there. But he's bottom through here. I put these together. It's been a while since I've touched Wooloop. It's quite nice getting back into it. Quite happy with the look of this one, to be fair. I think it's quite good. Still hasn't been play tested, that's why I still sat in QA. But yeah, this one and this one here are both taken directly from Colour Pixels, the Landmarks books. I'm just using them as a basis to make the new levels in Wooloop. And yeah, turned out quite nicely. Hopefully when the guys have played them and got some feedback, we'll know more. But yeah, that's good for now. Next task I'll be doing is creating a store page for this as well.
Hello, today I made an aquarium. We weren't sure initially if the aquarium would have transparency or not, because we don't have transparency in the game yet. But Rob said it'll be easy enough to add it for like a square, which the aquarium is basically. Took a long time today to think of an idea of how it will look like, but I think it's getting there. I haven't finished coloring it yet. The texture's not finished, but this is what it looks so far. We'll probably have to adjust it a little bit once I get all the feedback, but yeah.
Itchy leg.
Itchy leg, yeah.
Guys, it's Monday.
Monday. Just done our sprint planning, going on what we're doing this week. Again, a bit on every game for the most part, really. Yeah. So, still get some store pages sent off for Hexceed. Just get that wrapped up what I started last week. Then on Colour Pixels, we have the DLC coming out this week. So we're finishing up the last few
days. Yeah, we've got
the
fantasy pack and then probably doing a little bit of Skystead for the next one is to be.
Not until Wednesday.
Yes. Not on Wednesday. Skystead as well. We have a lot more stuff to do for that. We've got a lot more bug fixing, a lot more features to implement, and Laura's still working on a bunch of new assets to put in the game. And then we've got Cameron working on Wooloop levels as well. So, as I said, a bit of every game.
Okay, so I've been stumped on this fantasy map image for a little while. I've actually been putting off for the past few days, and I've actually figured it out now. So my original intention for this was to make a sort of top-down dungeon map, as if you'd go with like a dungeon crawler. I wanted to stick with that theme. I'm trying to work things out, but I sort of left it down here on this sort of section here with this sort of style on this one here, and I really just didn't like it. It looked too plain, it looked very boring, the bricks didn't stand out, and I was trying to make a way for them to all blend together to make it a bit more natural. I just couldn't figure it out in the sort of perspective that it was in. However, with a bit more references and a bit more hard work, we've gotten this style here, which I'm really happy with. You can see the differences night and day. So I think the plan is now is I'm going to do this sort of style with the rest of the rooms and add a bit more flair to each one. So maybe add some crates and maybe some traps in each one to make it a bit more visually interesting. So it's sort of like a top-down map.
Okay, yeah, so just been working on some more Wooloop levels for the Landmark DLC that's coming out at the end of this month. We're working on the landmarks, and we're kind of, like I've mentioned last week, we don't want any from, too many from the same country. Yeah, my aim was to try and get one for every continent, so today I've kind of been working on ones for Africa because we didn't have many of them yet, or any of them I should say. So I decided to do the Sphinx, which is probably the most obvious one. I'm happy with how it turned out. It looks very muscly though. But yeah, maybe we can have a look at that when it comes to tidying them up and whatever. But and then we'll also have Petra here, and yeah, this is a bit of a different one. I didn't want to go for the most obvious landmarks, but I wasn't really sure what to do for Africa. My thought was the Serengeti, just like the trees and whatnot, but ended up going for this instead because it's a little bit better than just a tree for like landmarks.
Hello, today I finished making this wooden wardrobe for the bedroom. When the house is ready, there'll be lots of furniture inside it, and this wooden wardrobe will be one of it. Well, if you can afford the wood and everything. I spent a long time texturizing the wardrobe because it has lots of posters that I hand painted, and small little details like the sock and the t-shirt and the little bear, It's a very cutesy and children room appropriate, I think.
So the mug arrived. All in all, looks quite good. The print's pretty decent. The only thing we have an issue with is the text again, similar to the poster. Looks a little bit blurry and also quite dark. So we're wondering if it's because the logo is put on the darker background. Because this Kitsu icon is quite bright and quite nice, but on this side the logo is quite dark. So we'll try and work something out for that. Get that sent off again, and yeah, we'll get another test one of this alongside the poster. See if we can get that looking good. So a few sort of admin sort of tasks today. I've been going through the Hexceed DLC packs and getting them all updated with their descriptions. You can see they're all the ones in green, the localized versions as well. So yeah, they're going to be, I was just going through those one at a time, getting that ready. But a bit of a sidetrack, Rob's going ahead and getting the achievements ready for Epic, because we're trying to get the Epic store page ready. Because the launch didn't go as planned for Epic, because we weren't really sure what we were doing with it, to be brutally honest. So yeah, trying this new process of creating the achievements on Epic, which I've never done before, but it's pretty straightforward. We've got the ID there, which obviously I can't show you. Then it's just a case of putting in the correct icon, which let me check what's the next one. It will be button tail. And then obviously the locked icon as well, exactly the same as Steam. And then we have the actual description down here. We have a bit of flavor text, which is optional. I'm not sure what that is. We tried looking on the Epic Games store page for various games. Nothing seems to have flavor text, so we're just going to leave that as well. But yeah, that's pretty straightforward in terms of what we need to actually do to get those done. So I'm going to start going through all of these and getting all the names in, all the descriptions, and get them all ready. We do need localizing as well. That's something on Steam that we need to do as well. So hopefully Epic will accept it without localizing for now. And we'll come back through and localize them at that time as well.
Yeah, okay, so today, just been doing some more Wooloop levels again, helping with this Landmark DLC. So you can see the first one here, we've got another one from the UK because we won't have one so far. And I wanted to do one from the north, where we are. So we have Stonehenge at the minute, and we talked about doing Big Ben or something like that, but it's like, then it would be two from the south, and I think landmarks and that usually always do London, so we wanted to do something, you know, a bit close to us, so we done the Angel of the North, which we're also in Gateshead, so yeah, it was kind of a nice one to do, and it hasn't, we haven't done it yet, so.
Okay, so I've managed to wrap up the Fantasy Maps DLC. I finished off the last 2 images today, and unfortunately they were bigger ones. I think I've done about 10 big ones back to back. I was hoping to do some smaller ones, but Lee and Rob did have some really good suggestions about the last two, so I thought I'd just do them big anyway. So this is one of them. I went for a traditional sort of looking map. Wanted to try and incorporate a bit more of a traditional design in there. I think it looks pretty good. I had a bit of a frame to it. It looked a bit boring without it. I think it looks quite, I don't know, spacey, I suppose, quite mystical, so I'm quite happy with it. As the last one that took the most of the day, it's this sort of D&D inspired sort of image, a bit of like a role-playing map. And this one took a while, like there's not really much shading there, it's just so much stuff in the scene, so like the little character icons, little enemy skeletons, and all the bits and bobs that make up the full scene. Definitely took a while to fill it all in. But overall I'm quite proud of this one, definitely a large image. It's about 326 by 154, so this one should take a while to colour in, but hopefully you enjoy it.
So I'm going through the Fantasy Maps pack that Jack's been working on, just sort of QA testing all the levels. So far there hasn't been that many fixes to make, other than a few like background changes to this puzzle level. I've got the number 2 there because on the original, if I can find it there, I had this big background of just a plain colour essentially, so I've cropped the background out, that sort of stuff. The other one they say I haven't done yet is the space cruise ship. I think it says 337 by 233, which is very, very big. This is absolutely gigantic as a level. Most of it is this blue background as well, which is a bit too much. So I've gone ahead and on here, first thing I did was, what was the level? Here it is. I removed the background and then it was still very large, so I've gone ahead and cropped off the bottom half. I'll try this, see if this feels alright. If it feels a bit too cut down, I'll put the bottom half back in, but do still have the original if we need it. Hopefully that isn't too bad. I do still need to put in the rest of the pictures. Jack has pushed them now so I can download them. So yeah, I'll upload the cropped version of this and along with the new pictures and then finish up QA testing this book.
Today I made a bunk bed. It's still a blackout. I used the base of the first bed that I made. The frame is different, although quite similar I guess, but then it will have these little metal, what are they called? Screws, to make it more interesting. I guess I'll make the pattern of the bedding a little bit more interesting because the first bed was quite plain. I used Sims 4 as inspiration and as a reference because they have loads and loads of bunk beds, and I didn't quite know how to make one, but yeah, looking at Sims 4 beds was good. It was very helpful.
Okay, so now that the Fantasy Maps DLC has all been wrapped up, I've actually immediately went on to the next DLC, which will be the March one, which is Realistic 2. And I've never actually worked on a realistic pack, and this was before my time here at ToastieLabs. I think Rob worked on the first one. So this one's going to be a lot different from the traditional packs that I usually create, you know, when I hand draw them, where it's actually going to be a bit of a different process where I need to take an image or photograph that's obviously royalty free and sort of break it down into pixel art the best way that I can. And I think I've found a pretty cool strategy that actually works out pretty well. So this is actually an image provided by one of our Discord members. It's a really stunning image that they've taken of a beach here with some pretty rocks in the background. It looks really nice. And I thought this image would quite work as the colours are sort of blocked out nicely. So here in Sprite, which is a pixel art program, what I do is that I go down to Sprite and I switch it to indexed so that it sort of breaks up the colours a bit. And then what I can do is I can make a new palette from the sprite, which is the image here on the right, and I can actually set the colour count. So if I set the colour to about, it's currently about 256, if I set it to about 20, this should break it down, then we remap it, and that sort of gives us, this breaks up the image into 20 colours, and then all I have to do really is essentially make the image a bit smaller. So if I divide this divide it about by 10, so that looks, that's looking pretty good. The only problem is that this is sort of the bare bones image that it gives to me. Everything is sort of messy. You can see things like this is fine where it sort of makes the reflection, but there's a lot of pixels in the random corners that are spread out that, you know, aren't really blocked together, which would be really frustrating to colour in. So after this step, I essentially go into paint.net here and break down the image myself. So as you can see here, I'm sort of looking around the image here for any colours that are sort of just separated. Things like up here where there's this one little colour that's away from the pack. So what I'll do is I'll just go in here and get rid of it. So what we'll do is we'll just colour drop this blue and colour that in, just so the colours are a bit more grouped together, and hopefully that'll make for a more interesting image. So it's a different process. It probably doesn't take as long as me drawing them handmade, but it's definitely a process that I need to be careful with and make sure it plays well. So hopefully I'm going to be testing them as I go through, and hopefully they'll play okay.
Today what's with the sirens? Today I made a block out for a hammock bed. I think this one is the one that Lee wanted in the game. Hammock beds are so fun, and it was fun making this one, and hopefully it'll be done tomorrow with another bed.
Okay, so we're actually making substantial progress with the Realistic 2 pack. Starting to get the hang of it now in terms of how to actually get them to work and look good. And I've actually gotten quite a few done. Yesterday I sort of just got my head down and got through quite a lot of them. So you can see here I've got about 11 done so far, and the colour counts are pretty decent. This one's the highest one, but I want to do another pass of this, so I can probably get this down a bit more. But as you can see, nothing really ranges outside of the 20 mark, which I'm quite happy with, because they need to keep that sort of realistic effect. And this one I'm working on now is the lantern one, which is still a little, I'm not sure. I think the colour count's fairly reasonable for the size of the image. So if you actually look at the image here in, is it Sprite? No, where is it? Let's open it in Paint real quick. You can see that the image actually maintains quite a lot of the sort of realistic look. So it's a light on a beach with a nice starry night in the background. I think it looks pretty good. Obviously I did it in Sprite first, broke it down to pixel art, and then I've went in myself and manually touched up a few bits. Now, unlike the last realistic pack that Rob did, I do want to add a bit of extra flair to it, and I'm thinking of adding a sort of frame along the edges here, maybe on a few of them, just to make them look a bit more, I don't know, a bit more locked in. But I'm going to experiment with that now on this one. So we'll quickly get this one done. So if I put it back in Sprite real quick. So what we can do here is that we can just sort of colour drop from maybe the starry night here. This green might look nice. And what I think I'll do is sort of how I do with a few of my actual hand-drawn images. I'll just draw in, I picked the wrong colour there. I'll just draw in a nice frame, just to try center off the image a bit more. I'm not sure about the green, but you can sort of see what I'm going for here. I might actually go for a cream look. So let's try it again. So yeah, I think that looks quite nice. I think it kind of works for the image. So yeah, I think I might keep this like this. I'm going to put it back into Unity now and see if it looks okay in there.
Okay, so bit of a task that's been overdue with all Skystead stuff coming out. Getting the next year of Hexceed on Switch. I think it's year behind, year 4. I don't know. I haven't actually looked at the DLC stuff yet. I've just been trying to get it to run. So we've had a bit of an issue. It's fine, but basically we've had to update the Unity version to the 22 branch. It was on the 2020 branch. Anyway, it's just been a lot of faff because a lot of the localization tables and things like that were using an older SDK, and yeah, it needed updating. A lot of things need updating. A lot of code changes need to go on. But now we are running on Switch again, which is really good. Should be able to get this sent off. Probably not today, probably Monday now. But the hard bit of actually getting it running on Switch again is done. But yeah, there is a couple of changes that I did want to make though. So you see this bar at the top. I don't think it looks really good. It doesn't look very good at all, really. With this scroll bar going on here, we always like to have it so that there isn't a scroll bar at the top, but it's just because the sheer number of worlds we've got in the game now just means that there's going to be a scroll bar. So I have been quickly checking it on the PC version and sort of updating it. So I've been basically just playing around to see if I can make it work better. So I've made these buttons smaller, and I've now done 2 rows all the way along now, whereas before it was like it alternated between 2 and then 1 with the hexagon format. This is looking alright. I think I can maybe tidy it up a bit more, but it is working now. I think it will need a bit more updating when we have all of the year 5 stuff coming forward, but yeah, it's a step in the right direction. And yeah, we've got it running, so I'll be just trying to get a build sorted for that now.
Guys, it's last week.
Yeah, we've got to do an intro. You're confused. And honestly, we're like thinking back, we can't remember what we did last week. So just here's the video.
Okay, so I managed to get York done earlier today, and ever since then I've been working on the next Scarlet, which is our penguin-themed Scarlet. It doesn't actually have a name yet, but we're still generating names now to see what we can come up with. However, these are the few sketches that I did. I only managed to do a few this time, actually, because we managed to nail down the design fairly quickly. So, as you can see, 1 through 5, sorry. This is the design that we really liked. I don't know why, it's a bit more of a simpler silhouette. It's still got those sort of cool Scarlet markings on the body. So, immediately I went into this design and sort of digitized it and give it some colour, as you can see here on Blender. And the one that we've settled on is this top middle one here, the sort of black and sort of neon blue, and we think this is going to be the shiny as well, the left one here, the green one. So as for now, I've immediately started jumping into Blender, using this as my reference sheet, and I'm just going to start modelling it in now. Hopefully it won't take too long, the forms aren't too, what's I'm looking for, complicated, so hopefully I'll be able to get it done very quickly.
Okay, so I've been working on a couple of things this morning, basically just finishing off the work that I was doing on Friday. So I managed to get the hexceed build sent off with the last year's worth of DLC, so year 4 worth of DLC sent off to Nintendo, so hopefully they'll check that. There's a couple of waivers we have to request and things like that, but we should be good. Everything's working. Did make some changes to the little top bar at the top here, just to sort of make it flow from underneath the logo. It's kind of what we originally wanted as well. So that looks really nice. I'm really happy with that. And then it also has room for the next lot of DLC that'll be coming in year 5, which is the DLC that we're currently working on. But yeah, just Switch is a year behind, isn't it? But yeah, in other news, I've also managed to submit, well, it's not really submission, but made a build available for all of our Patreons. Well, the top tier ones to begin with, and then we'll be doing the next tier down a week after that. Just giving them access to the Meetus, since it's now like a defunct project. We like to share all of our builds with our Patreons, so that's what we've done. And you can play it and download it now if you like, so check that out.
Yeah, okay, so today, again, just doing more Wooloop landmark levels. So, first of all, we wanted, again, some from different countries that we haven't got. So I done the Taj Mahal here. Yeah, I thought that was a pretty good one to do. It's been in the list to do for a while, but yeah, I finally got around to that one. And yeah, I'm happy with how it looks. Like the more kind of cartoony style, it's not like completely straight. And then I also done, it's called the Tower of Hercules in Spain. So I wanted to do something different like the one I done in France. I didn't want to pick one in Paris, or essentially I didn't want to pick the Eiffel Tower. You know, just maybe some lesser known landmarks.
Yeah, today I've been working on some controller support. So I'm not using the mouse or keyboard here, I'm using a controller, gamepad. And one of the main issues that we had when we were like applying to get this, like the controller support officially certified through Steam, was that the settings menu wasn't working. That's fine, it's fine. It was just a few things that we forgot. So one of the, don't mind me. So one of the things that we forgot to implement was allowing the left and right on the gamepad to like control sliders, well basically any of the settings elements. We've got those sliders working now, that's fine. Toggles were one of the things that were working, thankfully. But I've mainly been stuck all day on getting drop downs to work. So drop downs in Unity, well I think just in general really, they're just awful to work with. But yeah, in Unity I'm having a lot of issues with them. So I can like select things, but then I can't highlight things because if I try and make it highlight, then it selects it. So yeah, I'm having issues with that, and I can't really use the Unity like built-in control support for drop downs. That's mainly just because the way that we've implemented switch controls and things like that, it won't carry over through to the drop downs. So I think I'm just gonna have to try and find something hacky to pull it together. It can change things, it's just really jank. It's really not good. Yeah, I'm going to keep cracking on working with that, and then fingers crossed we can get some certification for controller support.
Hello, today I was working on an event pier. It's supposed to be similar to the normal pier, but for events, I think it'll only appear when events are happening, and I wanted to make it floaty and have propellers. It kind of looks a little steampunky by accident, but I'll try to make it match the game a little bit more when I texture it. I've added these little, what are those? Yarns? No, what are they? I don't know English. I've added these little bits here in hopes that it will match the style of the game better. I've started unwrapping it today. I'm not going to unwrap the whole thing, just like the main things that I can copy paste and build it back in Blender after texturizing it in Substance Painter. That way the texture will be better quality. It is such a massive thing to color, so it's better to save some texture space.
Okay, so I'm continuing work on our newest Skyletter today, which is now named Pippin the Penguin. And I'm getting through quite a lot. I'm pretty much finished now. I've got all the animations pretty much done. But as you can see here, I need to finish off the run animation. I was not quite happy with it. So as I do with all of the Skyletters, I try to find references or movement references for the sort of animal that I represent. Obviously this is a penguin. So I've been looking at a lot of penguin references, and I found this video, which to be honest is just penguins falling over. But it's a very cute video, and it has a lot of different movements in there. As you can see, they always sort of have their arms or flippers out to their sides, unless when they're walking, which is down the sides here. You can see in this one where they're waddling around, the arms are always out. So initially I had the run animation where its arms to its side, but now I'm actually going to tweak it up so the arms are sort of spread out as if it's trying to fly. So that really came in handy, and I've also used that reference for the special animation where it's got its flippers up. It's having a little look around as if it's sort of flying, it's bouncing its way left to right. So yeah, I'm going to finish off this run animation, and then I'm going to quickly create the shiny texture, and that should be Pippin all finished.
So yeah, a lot of stuff this morning was tax related, so I can't really show that off. But other than that, going on to Bloop. This is the last level that's in my name to finish off. It's a national park in Thailand, I believe. So it's quite a lot of colour. That's one thing we're looking for. It's a bit more modern as well, because we're putting out quite a lot of landmarks we've done so far have all been like ancient landmarks, that sort of stuff, so it's a bit more modern as well, so hopefully it ticks both those boxes. But I'm going to take a quick break from that because Rob's just put through, I said a couple hours ago, a Skystead Ranch build. So we get that launched and QA test all of the changes that he just put in to make sure that they're working as intended.
Yeah, so just been continuing on with getting some better controller support in game. So we've got, I think it's all working pretty much. So we've got the settings menu, you can go up and down everything now. That wasn't really an option before, you just skipped over some, which is a bit strange, but you can do that. I've also added a thing that we've done in Hexceed, I think we did. So if you press and hold on a button, it sort of like pauses for a second and then it like fast forwards as you're holding down. That's just something, it's just very ease of use type of thing, because especially if you're like wanting to change the sound volume and stuff like that, you just want to press and hold, don't you, for changing that. I had a lot of issues with these drop downs yesterday, and I've sort of just like phoned it in a bit, honestly. So you can press A to select it, you can change whatever, and then when you press A, it applies. Oh no, what's it doing that for? That's not supposed to be there. But then if you change it and then press B, it reverts. So the functionality is there, it's just you don't get the list of things. I know some games do it this way, but I was hoping to do better, but apparently I can't. Short of actually making our own drop-down script and things like that, it's going to be a nightmare, so I'm just going to not. We've got better things to prioritise. But yeah, that's all working, and added some better controls for the free camera mode as well for the gamepad controls. You can zoom in and out now, which you couldn't before, because if you had oh dear, which this one? Nope. I don't know where the settings are gone. English, right? Okay. We're good. Yeah, if I turn off the free look camera, which I think is the default, you could zoom in and stuff anyway, but it was on that like weird curve that some people don't like. So yeah, I've just been basically changing that.
Okay, so yesterday was a really busy day. After finishing off Pippin, I immediately jumped over to start work on the next Scarlet, which is sort of this Nessie sort of dinosaur sort of themed Scarlet. I'm the dinosaur one. And as you can see here, I've done quite a lot of sketches of them already. This was probably the longest process it took to actually develop a Scarlet in terms of from base to design. It took quite a while to sort of narrow it down. However, the guys seemed to like a few of these, so number 2 and, what is this, 7. Number 2 and 7 stood out to them quite a lot. So I sort of merged these together to see if I could come up with something a bit different. And this was the design. The only problem is that the neck was a bit thick. I made it a bit too thick, so you can see here, I immediately digitized this one, and we've got the colours here as well. We still actually haven't settled on the colours yet. This was definitely hard to do. This was the first one I did, which I quite liked, but I wanted to make a few more, and we really couldn't narrow it down. And we're thinking orange is probably going to be the primary colour, because we don't really have an orange Scarlet yet except Growl. So as you can see here, I've already jumped over to the model. I've got a reference in here, and the model's pretty much done. And the only thing that I changed up really was the head. As you can see, the head's a bit more sharp at the front. I've made it a bit more flat so I can put the eyes on the front. And overall, everything else is pretty much the same. The only problem is that it's quite a high density model. There's a lot of polys in here, and it's quite hard to narrow it down because the things on the coal here itself is 772, and there's not really much more I can do about that. So I'm going to try condense it down as much as possible. However, hopefully I'll get it done soon because I'm going to be streaming at about 1 o'clock, and I want to texture this on stream. So I'm going to do some more work on the model, and we do a bit of the rig, and then hopefully when it comes to lunchtime, I can start texturing it on stream.
Okay, just a little update for Hexceed on Switch. So we got rejection. I'm not sure why we got this rejection this time and not the previous times, but it turns out that this screen that you get when you first launch Hexceed from a completely new save, you've never played it before, the scroll bar wasn't working. So quickly fixed that, and now I'm gonna go through the whole procedure of like preparing a patch, doing a build, all of that, and resubmitting. Yeah, just fixed it. It was just a little thing. It's just strange that we've never noticed it before, which is quite interesting. If you go into the settings, go in the controls page, then this works as intended. So I'm not quite sure what the problem was. But anyway, anyway, I'll get it fixed.
Today I made an egg. This is an egg of the Pippin. I think it's one of the newest skylets. I probably should have started with the OG ones, but the choice is overwhelming, and this was the first skylet that I saw, even though it's one of the newest ones.
Rob Lee.
Hello.
It's current week Monday.
Current week Monday. The Rob's wearing the exact same outfit. What's going on? Yeah, we're just been planning, going on what we're doing this week. A lot of DLC work. The Whoop is coming out this week, so we need to do a lot of QA and get some final level fixes done for that. And then I think some Colour Pixels announcements. I think that's pretty much it. Getting the store page ready for that, because the realistic book's been done for a while, just getting set to get that finished up. And then lots of Skystead work, right?
Yeah, lots of Skystead work. So Laura's going to be making a start on the eggs, which is part of the breeding update that we're going to be doing for, I think, hopefully Easter. We'll see how well that goes. But every Skylet's going to have their own unique egg, so they can hatch and stuff. I'm going to be getting some bug fixing done, hopefully some bigger ticket items this week, like the recycler, so that you can shred items and get resources back.
Okay, a bit of an odd day. So we are going to go for a little road trip and have a look at some new offices. We don't know if we're going to move out of this place, but a lot of people get arrested outside. An awful lot of people get arrested outside, and we've got lots of other problems. There's mould, and there's no disabled access, and it's really cold in the winter and really hot in the summer. We have a lot of issues with this place, and the tenancy is up for renewal this year, so we're going to have a look around some places and see if there's anywhere that screams out to us. We don't know if we're moving, but we shall see. Yeah, so a bit of a strange day for me today. I've basically been going through all of our games, the main games anyway, Whoop, Colour Pixels and Hexceed, and making sure that all of them have the Lucky Fate event that we're doing. So just an event that we had for Colour Pixels for, what's it called? St. Patrick's Day. But it was just for 24 hours, and we feel like we want to just sort of like expand that from now on. So we're calling it a Lucky Fate, just basically making our own event about it, and we're going to run it for a week from the 14th to the 20th every year of March. And yeah, we're just going to make sure that like all of our games are supported, just a bit of like brand cohesion, I guess. But yeah, added these little things that Jack quickly whipped up, some clovers, there's an occasional lucky shoe horse as well, just a very gentle effect. There it is. And yeah, all of our games should have that now for those 7 days.
A lot of today I spent painting some skylet eggs. This is a lunar egg. It's quite fancy looking. It's one of my favorites so far. Then we've got Piggy egg, because Piggy has these lightning electricity lines on its legs. I decided to capture them in its egg. Then we've got Spore. It looked quite naked without the grass. Or maybe it looks good without it. I guess we can think about it and decide later. But yeah, added some grass or moss underneath it. It is a mushroom, so it does make sense.
Yeah, so today I've been working on the controller stuff again. So I'm just using the controller right now, not using the mouse keyboard. A few things that we've added that are working now. So if I go onto the roadmap over here, you can scroll up and down with the right stick now. So basically, like, this functionality is in all of the scroll wheels portions. So things like the credits, you can scroll up and down like that as well, and the settings as well. A bunch of other fixes as well, which I'll have to load into game to show you. Yes, there's a bunch of menus in game that we can now manipulate as well. So if I go into pause, I showed it briefly there, but the load screen, you can now actually move up and down this properly, and navigate all the menus, which is really good. Slight improvements to where this worked, this screen here. It was not really noticeable, but if you went left and right, it would flicker the position which you were like scrolled at, so it was a bit weird. And the main improvement is the shop is now working properly. So there was a few issues with the shop. One of them was that it didn't like this
division that we've added. So there's like this owned, not owned section divider. It was really not happy with that and started jumping all over the place. And also, if you haven't purchased everything, then it was just completely broken. So that's working again now.
Hello, today I've been painting lots of eggs. This one's a fjord egg. It's got a beard because Fjord has got a beard. Kind of looks like Jack. This one's my favourite so far. It's grizzle egg. It's got a little cute tooth. And I think it looks very satisfying.
Yeah, okay, so I've just been updating some more Wooloop levels. So we're just kind of trying to get all the final fixes and stuff in. It comes out on Friday. And I've just been going back. People have been QAing my levels, and then if there's any issues, pushing it back, and I've been putting fixes in. So there's just a couple of missing pins and yeah, other things like the orientation of some of the rope and stuff's a bit off, which I've been fixing for multiple different levels. But I've also been changing like the backgrounds on a couple of them whilst I've been going as well. A lot of them earlier I wasn't kind of happy with because you couldn't really see them very well. But yeah, I'm just scrolling through the ones here. I'm still not happy with this one. You can't really see the building like very well at all, so I might change the background again. But I've also been changing all the width and stuff as well, because all the width was kind of the same, so I've been going back editing that and making different widths and stuff, and it looks a lot nicer. It adds a lot more depth.
Okay, so I'm working on Hopper again today, and this is another model that sort of went through a lot of iteration from the sort of 2D to 3D design. So obviously in this design you can see that it's a side profile, and I've already done quite a lot of colour paths to sort of get an idea of what we want Hopper to look like. And because it is a side profile, obviously it only displays one leg. However, Rob seemed to like the one leg aesthetic. So once I actually got Hopper modelled, I jumped into Substance Painter here. I actually think the model kind of works. My little concern was that it was a bit thin, but I'm also going to do a little bit of animation to try broaden out some of those silhouettes here. Obviously the tail's going to move and so is the trunk. So I think it's actually going to be quite fun to animate, and as you can see here, the texture's almost done. From the sort of colour palette that I made, these two were the ones that stood out to the guys, this one here and this one up here. I'm thinking about making this one the shiny, but as for this one, Rob did like this one, but he also sort of liked the sort of gradient that goes along the stripe. So I've sort of implemented that in to the sort of cream look and kept a bit of the brown, but made sure that brown sort of faded off into a sort of sunburst sort of orange here. And it looks quite good. So hopefully this won't take too much longer to do. I'm going to finish up the texturing now, and then I'm going to jump straight over and get it rigged, and hopefully it won't be too hard as there's only one leg.
Today, I've just been, well, I started off by continuing the Landmarks DLC. Basically, we're pretty much there now, we're just finishing it off. Basically, the feedback was that the Angel of the North level was a bit too empty at the bottom and needed a bit more colour. So I kind of added a little path and just some, you know, bushes and stuff around it. Similar to what the walk looks like in real life. Yeah, it's a bit more realistic. And it looks like a much better level now, actually. I think it's just Rob and Lee kind of finishing off the Landmarks now. So I've been back on Advent. Yeah, basically just going over the old levels, adding things like the changing the line width and just doing different bits of feedback that when they've been QA'd and pushed back, and yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? It's not bad at all, really.
Yeah.
You can see it's here.
So yeah, it's been a week of doing pretty much nothing but Wooloop for the most part. You can see here the pack is all done now. Put everyone's saves together. That's so I could check the achievements. If I put it over here, you can see all the achievements are in the game. They're all working as well. There was a slight mistake getting the Angel of the North achievement working. That's why it's at the end there. That's the most recent one that's popped. That's just because I typed the name wrong on the achievement on Steam. So that was a quick and easy fix. But yeah, other than that, everything is done and good to go. Obviously it's Friday and we're only just finishing now. This is the closest to the deadline we've been with the DLC for some time now. But the end result I'm quite happy with. A lot of help from Cameron, a lot of help from Kai in our Discord as well, still volunteering. So thank you very much to both of you for helping us out with that. But yeah, this is good to go live tonight. Everything's done, the announcements, the achievements, everything out. So yeah, it's finally done and ready to go.
Hello, it's Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Bit of a slow start, yeah. So Rob's off for the next 2 weeks, so there'll be some interesting vlogs just for 3 of us. But yeah, we've done sprint planning today, going over what we're doing this week. It's mostly going to be catching up with some DLC stuff. So we got the Colour Pixels DLC that Jack's finished a while ago. I'm just getting that QA tested, getting that ready to be put into a build next week. And then hexceed as well. We've got a lot of hexceed we'll be catching up on, so I want to make sure that just get a bunch of levels done for that and just try and get that announcement ready.
Yeah, and as for me and Laura, we'll be working on a lot of Skystead stuff. I'll be doing a lot of Skylets, and I know Laura's going to be working on the Easter Island update, so she's going to be making a lot of eggs, lots of Easter themed objects for the island.
So the start of this week has been catching up with DLC work. I've made the hexceed store pages live, and we've sent off the realistic book to Steam as well. Still waiting for that to be approved so I can announce it, but as you can see, I've started actually QA testing the levels as well. Sort of jumping around a bit just because the size of some of these is quite daunting, like this one, 250 by 260, so that'll take quite a while to test. But yeah, so far so good. A few minor tweaks that I make here and there. And you can see here on the Earth, the black outline, or the black background is in the middle of the planet as well. So I've moved the black from the middle of the globe, stuff like that. And mainly what I'm looking for, this level's a good example, is finding colours that have pixels that are randomly dotted around. So I think, yeah, we've got some random colours down the bottom here, that sort of stuff. Make sure they're getting erased or changed to a different colour, just so it's a bit less frustrating to play as well, and make sure it's quite fun to play. So yeah, it's taken quite a while just based on the size of these, but I'm going to get as many done as I can through the week, and yeah, we'll see what we'll get.
Okay, so I've just finished work on our newest Skylet that's themed around an octopus, which is now called Doc. This is from, and I think it's a little joke from Rob of Dr. Octopus. Obviously, it's an octopus themed Skylet. And overall, it wasn't too hard to do. It didn't take long to make at all. Sort of like a bow situation where it took about a day to do, just overall to get done. And overall, I'm pretty happy with it. So all the animations are done now. Really happy with the eat animation, especially, as I can quickly show off here. Where's the timeline? There we go. So he uses the tentacles there to eat. That's really cute. And as usual, I have done a little render of this guy too, which is here. Oop. So yeah, pretty happy with this little one. But now moving on to a bigger Skylet, which is our crab-themed Skylet. I actually got this design done quite a while ago. I think it was some time early last week where I was designing a few more, but now I'm doing the color palette. I'm going to send this off to the team now to see what they think. However, for me, I'm definitely leaning towards number 1 and 3 here. I think these are really nice colors. I like number 1 as it's more traditional, but I sort of like the sort of pinkish hue to this third one. So maybe a mix of both, but we'll see what the team thinks. But as of now, I'm going to start getting modeled on this thing, as it's a bit more of a high detail model, so I'm going to get a bit of a head start.
So I'm not sure how much of this page I can show. This is the Nintendo back-end stuff. I'm starting to set up the store pages for the next year of DLC on Hexceed on Switch. And then it's sort of like dawning on me how much admin work that actually is. I forget every time. You see here, this is Glacius, the previous year. I think year 3, because we're doing year 4 now on Switch. You've got the banners and stuff, that's fine. I know I need to resize that. But the screenshots, anything like that, you need to make sure the screenshots have the correct UI, so it's actually something from the Switch. And that's what I can just quickly do on the PC. So if I go over to Rob's PC and start getting the screenshots from the actual Switch. So I've got some here. There we go. You can get some screenshots of the up-to-date or the next set of DLC. However, the problem was the Switch died after doing 3 lots of the screenshots, obviously the 6 DLC. So I need to take another 3 lots of screenshots as well. So I put the Switch on charge. I'm going to take a break for now though. I've just got an email in saying that the next Colour Pixels pack has been approved. So I'm going to get that live and get the announcements ready for that as well, because that is coming out next week.
Hello. Yesterday and the day before I was working from home and I was making these, this island for an Easter update. It's supposed to go with the event pier, and it's matching the entrance shape of the pier, and this will be the place where players will be able to go and collect special items like an egg rug, a daffodil pot, a bunny light, and more, I think. All of these are blockouts still. Today I tweaked the colors of this island. I initially had just like regular colorful colors for these triangles here, but I changed them for Eastery colors instead. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be very, very pretty, and I'm excited, and you should be excited. Everyone should be excited.
Okay, so I've just got done finishing the texture for Pebble, and overall I'm really happy with this. I did make a few tweaks to the design to make it just a little bit more interesting. So you can see on the claw I've added a sort of bit of a stripy pattern here, just to try to break up the claws on the actual arm, and I've added some patterns to the top of the shell as well. From the top it looked a bit dull, so I added a bit more variation there. And yeah, I also added a bit of a highlight on this sort of mouth, what do we call this, sort of body piece in the middle here, in the mouth, just to make it look a bit more 3D, and I think it's worked out really well. I also did a render, of course, as usual, of our little guy here, which I'll quickly open up. There it is. So you can see here, looks pretty good. Lee has just commented to make the eyes a bit bigger, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly make these a bit larger, but then again, it doesn't really matter, as this will probably be Rob's problem when it comes to putting in Unity, so I may not have to tweak it yet. I'll wait until it's in Unity to see if it blocks any of the patterns. If not, good to go. If so, then I'll have to move around the texturing a bit so it fits within these 3 triangle areas here. But as for the next step, I'm actually doing the rigging now, and honestly, I think it's done. The rigging didn't really take too much time at all. So my plan was I wanted to sort of rig the feet in a way that they would sort of work with the body, the movement of the body. I think I've gotten it working pretty well. So if I move around the body here, let's put on the text so I can see it. You can see now that the body moves with the legs, and the legs stay planted on the floor. So you can sort of do that sort of crab dance where it does this. So hopefully it's won't take too long to animate. I'm going to start now and get everything done. And of course the claws are also animated too.
Today I made a buttontail statue. Well, I didn't make it. Well, I did. I didn't make the buttontail. Jack was very kind, and he positioned buttontail in a way that would be helpful for the statue. So I just sat buttontail on a tree stump, and it's all grey because it's made of stone, and I reused the basket from the basket I've already done, and the eggs and some grass, and there's some mushrooms, and because it's so grey, which isn't a bad thing, but because it is an Easter update, an Easter event, and it's all about Easter colours and everything, I decided to add some colour with the balloons that basically look like eggs, and it's tied to the buttontail's arm.
Okay, so I just got finished doing a stream, and obviously I was working on a new skylight as usual, and you can see here I did do some 2D designs of our new Manta-Ray themed skylight. These were actually just quick sketches that I did before the stream, just get a basic idea of what I want to do. I digitized them all to also test out some colours and patterns. As you can see here, they're all pretty much the same, but they also have a little bit of differences, like the patterns, also like the silhouette of the wings and things like that. And to be honest, I went with this one design here as a sort of like the sort of aerodynamic look. So you can see here, I've got it pretty much modelled in, modelled it pretty much entirely in the stream here, and it looks pretty good. I've added a few extra tendrils in the back too to give it a bit more of a cool sort of design. I think it works out pretty well. The difficult part was sort of getting these mandibles to work here, because I wanted a place to put the eyes on. Obviously, we don't want the eyes flat on the top of the back, we want it facing forward. So that bit was a bit of a challenge, but after that bit was sorted, and the design pretty much flew by. So now I'm going to quickly throw it into Substance Painter and get texturing, and hopefully get it started, animated and rigged by next week.
So I spent the past day and a half or so on the hexceed switch submissions, and pretty much done, just getting ready for the last section here. Learning some of the, or relearning some of the issues that I totally forgot about, mostly being the assets here. For the store page, they have to be .jpeg, not .jpg. See, I haven't done the Chinese one, that's because going back into the store page as well, realised you don't actually submit DLC to the Hong Kong. There was some issue with the Hong Kong version of Hexceed on Switch, so we haven't got any DLC for that. But for the other three, I had to correct the file extension just so it could actually be uploaded to Switch. But hit sort of a bit of a wall at the very end here. You can see there, these are the top 6 DLC, the ones I've put together, and I only sent off the first one for review. And the reason for that being is that I was getting an error when I was submitting it, saying that the patch version wasn't supported or wasn't found. And then had a quick chat with Rob. Thankfully, he's available to have a quick chat even was off to see what's going on. And you can see the patches into that part of the Nintendo backend, but not in this section here, which is sort of the page where you send off all the store pages. So as you see, I've only submitted the one. I've put a big note on there about the issue we're seeing, what we can do to fix it, if anything. I want to get back, hopefully I can get the rest of them sorted as well. I won't do that for the Europe and the Australia pages. These are all the American ones, they're not sent off. Same with Japan and Korea, they're not sent off either. So yeah, send one off, we'll hear back from them, and once it's done, hopefully get them all sent off, because they all need to be approved as well, I believe, for the actual Year Pass page as well, because I couldn't see the pages in the Year Pass to link it to the pass. So yeah, bit of a blocking, but hopefully by the time we come back on the weekend, it'll be sorted.
Hello, today I was still working on Easter stuff, on the Easter updates. I made an egg house for Yolk, for the Yolk Skylet. Yolk will be able to go up these little wooden stairs and then it will live here, and I guess if Yolk lays an egg it can have like a whole family here, which will be really cute. I like the stick idea that Lee suggested. It works really well. It was supposed to look like a regular egg yolk box, but it looked quite plain, so I was experimenting with some colors. Yolk also has lots of colors, so I just used the ones that Yolk has got.
Lee!
Jack!
Monday, just me and you today?
Yeah, well, this week as well, yeah. It's a weird vlog maybe, there's only the two of us. We'll try and record enough footage for you guys. But yeah, tell us what's happening this week. So for me, it's going to be mainly DLC stuff. So the Colour Pixels DLC comes out this week. Still got some QA to finish up on that because the levels are huge. And then everything else that goes along with that, so making sure achievements are working, all that good stuff as well. Then towards the end of the week, I want to make us on Hexceed as well, get some more of those levels done and actually get some good groundwork done on Hexceed, because that's coming towards the end of the month, and I know that will catch up quite quickly if we don't get on top of that soon. So that'll be me. I think for Colour Pixels, not Colour Pixels, Skystead Ranch, you've got a couple more Skylights to finish up, haven't you? So you finished off the Mantra that you started last week. You've got the next one, the Red Panda, and then I think like 2 more after that. So you might even get them done this week, we'll see.
So it goes. Okay, so it's been a pretty interesting morning. Typical Rob, he's still doing a little bit of work on his day off, and I think he's concepting new ideas for a new game, which I think he's briefly mentioned in the past, which would be a sort of colouring pixels 3D using voxel art. And today he sort of tasked me to play around with a software called Cubicle, which essentially allows you to build voxel art out of cubes, sort of like a Minecraft style program. And so far it's actually going quite well. I think he's a bit concerned of how it will work, if it'll be easy to adjust to sort of modelling in this way. And so far I'm having a lot of fun with it. Like I say, it's definitely like playing Minecraft is probably the closest you'll probably get to it. But it's also making pixel art. So you can see here, this is sort of how I would typically draw pixel art anyway, but I'm just doing it in 3D. It's quite easy to do, so you can just essentially place blocks around and you fill them, or you can use sort of box tools where you can sort of make bigger selections like this. So it's quite a simple premise. It was definitely daunting when I first opened the program, different UI, different things like that, trying to sort stuff out, but once I sort of got the basics down, it didn't take long to model and texture this up. It only took about 20 minutes. As you can see here, I've also done a few levels more. So I've got a treasure chest here, which I'm really happy with. Oh, maybe not, hold on. So you can see I've got this treasure chest here as well, which is a bit more of a landscape-esque design, a bit of a small one. Again, sort of implementing a lot of what I've learned through colouring pixels and put it into this 3D software. So you can see we've got some gems down here, some coins, some rocks. And as for the last one, this one's probably the most daunting one, as Rob had this idea that you would essentially build smaller assets to build up a bigger level. So if I open this here, so you can see here, this is sort of a work in progress, it's not done. but each part of this sort of setup level will be separate. So imagine in Culling Pixels where you do each level, this will work the same, but each level will build up a bigger design or a bigger scene. So the house here is separate, so I'm modeling this separately, and it's separate from the ground. And there's going to be a few extra things here as well, maybe like a well, maybe some animals, maybe, I don't know, a fishing rod, different things you'll build separately to build up the bigger design. So I'm going to keep working on this now, and hopefully the export goes well. If so, I'm sure we'll be able to do something with these assets. Okay, so I managed to get done with the sort of voxel artwork for Rob, and I'll move back over to Skystead Ranch stuff. So you can see here I'm working on the new, what do you call it, a stingray, manta ray themed skylight. Obviously it came along quite nicely. The texturing is now done. I did go off this variant here, which I really liked, the sort of luminescent green, but I've also mixed in a few extra bits of the pearl from here and the patterns of the others. I think overall it's made a nice combination of a design. And at the minute I'm currently working on the rig, which I can quickly display here. I'm not sure why it's not appearing over the top of the mesh here. Let me quickly fix that. There we go. So the rig's coming along pretty nicely. Obviously I've built the entire thing, but I have noticed there's a few problems with the sort of weight painting here, which I really don't like. The tail seems to work fine, and there seems to be no deformation here. It seems to fold in pretty nicely, but as for the fins on the side, there's a lot of stuff going on at the back which I don't like, and I think it's going to start stretching the mesh if I push it too far. So I'm going to touch up that area, and as well as the sort of ears. The ears are pulling on the head pattern here quite a lot, and I don't really want it to affect the area around this bone. So there's a few little things I'm going to tweak up, but I've got a lot of the afternoon to get this fixed up, and hopefully either later on this afternoon or tomorrow morning I'll be able to start animating and get this little guy done. Okay, so this morning I did manage to get Ray done. All the animations have now been completed. Like I said yesterday, I was working on the rig, and I had a few little problems trying to get the wave painting working, but I managed to get it sorted, and I was able to capture that elegant movement that I wanted in Ray. So if I quickly show off some animations here, you can sort of see the vibe that I'm going for. So especially in the special animation, you can see a lot of that sort of dynamic movement. So we'll go here, and this one. And I'll quickly put it onto timeline. There we go. There you go. So Ray sort of lifts off the floor and has a little look around there, but also whilst keeping the wings moving. I think it looks really nice. And I've also got the next animation. I'll keep switching this off. Switch over. There we go. And we'll go for maybe eat. I'm happy with eat as well. I made use out of those mandibles. Wait for it. There we go. But yeah, so that's pretty much Ray done now. I don't like showing off all the animations. I don't want to leave a little bit too surprise. But it's in Unity now, so when Rob comes back, it's another scanner for him to check through, along with the other, I think, 6 I've done. So as for now, I've actually decided to take a little break from the scouts. I've done quite a lot back to back. So I thought I'd take a little break and work on the skybox whale that I've always been wanting to do for a while now. It's even on the box art in the background. If you look at the sky, you can see the whales in the background there. So I decided to start to get to work to model this big guy here. And the model's pretty much done. It went through a little bit of an iteration. There was a lot of less rocks. I didn't have these sort of what do you call these? Tendrils on the side. Gives it that sort of catfish whale look, I suppose. But overall, I'm really happy with the design, and now I'm just going through the process of UV unwrapping it, which is a bit of a pain because there's a lot of vertices that I need to cut down first. So I'm going to get this done, and then I will jump straight over to texturing them. Hopefully the texture will look pretty damn cool because it's going to be a bit of a bigger texture.
So yeah, it's been a day of just QA testing Culling Pixels. You can see that I'm getting close towards the end now. There's only a couple of images left to go. But yeah, it's taken a very long time, and again, that's just because of the sheer size of the levels. But yeah, 4 or 5 left now, so it shouldn't take too much longer to get through it. And we'll finish up tomorrow, which will be Wednesday, which will be perfect timing for getting stuff for the achievements and everything else done as well. So yeah, nearly there. It's just taking much longer than normal.
Okay, so I've been working more on the skybox whale today. As you can see now, I've completely finished the texturing off. I did do a quick time lapse there, which I'm sure Lee will play over the top here. And the texturing came out a lot more ambitious than I thought. This is going to be a sort of background, it's not a skylight, a background creature that flies around in the skybox. So it was hard not to do more, but I think I'm quite happy with the amount that I've done. I think it sort of gives us the vibe of a bit of an older, larger creature. So I think I'm pretty damn happy with it. As for now, I'm just working on the rig. The rig does not need to be as advanced as the other skirts, as the movement's going to be sort of casual, not too detailed. So it doesn't need to be, because it's quite far away from the camera. So I'm going to get to work on this now. The rig is pretty much built. I just need to go in now and weight paint it very quickly and make some very subtle animations of this big guy swimming. I'm going to make 1 or 2 different animations, so that way it's in the background, it doesn't look too samey.
Just getting down to the last of the images here in colouring pixels realistic. I've gotten through all of them, made some small changes here and there, but for this last picture, the graffiti image here, I'm thinking of trimming it down quite a lot. So this is the image, and as you can see, it's got like some of the colours. You've got the oranges, the dark blacks and the whites. They're sort of like very dominant in the image and all over. And that's just causing it to be a bit frustrating to start playing, because you're doing a number of colours for quite some time if you're playing them in order, which I know a lot of players do. So I'm going to try trimming it down to like this size, so we're getting rid of all of the more blank space at the top, I guess. That's just large shapes, and keeping the more interesting graffiti at the bottom. So I'm going to re-upload this picture with this size and give it a test, and then if that's good to go, that'll be the book ready to be pushed for achievements.
Okay, so the red panda is coming along really well, or as we call it now, I think it's Embry? What's it called? Embry the red panda. It's coming along really nicely. I really like the name too, sort of matches the sort of flame look that Embry has here. I'm really happy with the pattern work that I managed to get down as well. I'm not sure what came up with this. I was originally trying to do a moon on the head, not sure why, just I thought it might look cool, but I came up with this sort of new sort of icon, which I thought worked really well for both the belly and the head. So yeah, that's pretty much the texturing done, and honestly, I've jumped over straight to rigging animation, and that's also pretty much done as well. I'm in the process now of touching up some things. As you can see here, this is the run as red pandas typically do run around. They have their hands in the air. Looks very happy. Looks like it's going to give you a hug. Also doing a fake sort of like monster scare scene from a classic horror movie, like a zombie. And but at the minute, I'm really not happy with the walk animation. It's sort of a reversed sort of situation here, where the run was easier than the walk. The walk just looks a bit sad. It looks a bit too slow and a bit too depressed, at being quite a grim word, but I don't really know how to touch it up really, because the run's so energetic, but the walk has to be the same speed. So it is going to have this slow movement, but I'm trying to find ways to make it look a bit more happy. So I'm going to spend a bit more time getting this animation done, but once this one's done, the Embry should be done.
So yeah, today I finished up doing the achievements. We've got a time lapse to show off making those. Been a little while since I made ones with large images, so a bit of compressing down for quite a few of those, but it still worked out quite nicely. All achievements are working as well, which is good. As well as that, we have the sale starting today as well. Yeah, so we got the sale as well, which started today, running for a week. And yeah, all the games are in the sale, including Skystead Ranch for the first time. It's in a big Steam sale, but that's live now, and everything's on discount. So hopefully you pick up any DLC you want, because I see 20% off everything. It's a nice little saving. Yeah, today we've got a lot of gifts this morning. The Lucky Fate, as we're calling it, Rob set up a couple of weeks back. Obviously the one in Colouring Pixels has been active for a while now, but we've renamed it to Lucky Fate just so it's consistent across all our games. And yeah, Wooloop and Hexceed are both included in this now, so just for a week we have the seasonal effect running. Again, if you've played Colouring Pixels before, you'll be familiar with it, but if not, turn on seasonal effect and you get this nice green looking effect on the game, along with some clovers falling down as well. And as you see here on the other gifts, we have it on all the games as well. So, oh, where's that gone? There you go. Again, Hexceed and Colouring Pixels have had that previously, but now it's on Wooloop as well.
Okay, so I managed to wrap up Embry this morning fairly quickly, so I immediately started work on the last Skylet before I work on the Kickstarter Skylet, and this is a sort of axolotl themed Skylet, and this one didn't take too long to design, to be perfectly honest. I'd already had a sketch in my book that I'd already showed the guys I think it was a few weeks ago, which it seemed to like, so I sort of just jumped in immediately with this sort of axolotl-esque dragon serpent thing holding onto a bubble. And I really liked the sort of idea and the colour palette, so I've jumped straight over to modelling. And you can see here, I've got the model pretty much done too. The model didn't take too long either, and it was a pretty much simple process of just modelling in the body and then making it mould around the sphere, which will obviously texture as a bubble. And overall, I'm pretty proud of this one. I really like it. It sort of looks like a dragon axolotl, which I was just saying to Lee there, and I think it looks really cool in that way. It has that sort of Skylet-themed fantasy touch to it.
No, it's Tuesday.
So back from my time off. But yeah, in terms of what we're doing this week, so there's a lot of DLC work for myself, so mostly going to be Hexceed. There's quite a lot of catching up to do with Hexceed. I want to get a good head start on that, try and get some levels bashed out. And then I think you're starting on the Pastels DLC for Coloring Pixels now as well.
Yeah, Pastels DLC for Coloring Pixels and maybe wrapping up some Scarlet stuff as well. There's a few little bits and bobs to do for there. And then I think Laura's also going to be working on Skystead stuff as well for the Easter update, making new Easter eggs to collect and probably making some more Scarlet ones and maybe some plushes as well. She'll have a fun week, I imagine. Okay, so I've just got done doing Zotti's animations, and overall I'm actually really proud of these. I did a lot of work with the sort of serpent-esque look to the overall axolotl. So if we go to the rig here, actually no, I won't go into the rig, I'll go to the animations. You can see that, especially on animations such as the special animation, that it sort of loops itself around the sphere to hold itself up. Having a little look around at the floor there. Thought to be a cool animation as its eating animation is quite similar, so I sort of took this as an example of it's looking around for food, and then on its eating animation it sort of does the same thing. So we wanted the eat animation here as well. You can see that it comes down, has a little eat, goes back up, also wrapping that tail around the sphere again, the bubble, hold itself up. And as for another one, I'm really happy with the sleeping animation, kind of holds onto the orb. The bubble, sorry, and just goes to sleep. So yeah, all these animations are really nice, and it definitely plays along the sort of wrapping itself around this bubble, and I think I'm quite proud of these ones. So I'm going to move on now to the shiny. So you can see here I've made a shiny animation as well, sort of going for a bit more of an orange and blue hue, with the stripes being emissive and the ears. So I've just got that wrapped up now. I think I'm going to call it a day for the Scarlet stuff and jump over to some Coloring Pixels work.
Making some good progress on Hexceed today. Going through quite a lot of levels. And yeah, I've got about 20 to 30 levels done today, which is quite good. Been catching up quite well, so I've managed to get these two cards over the milestone as well. I made a start on these. This is one I've done for a while ago for the screenshots for the store page. But yeah, I'm getting some extra levels done on these sections here. So yeah, good progress. I'm going to stop here for today, but then when I come back on Thursday, hopefully we'll get a good chunk done and won't be many left to do next week.
Hello, I'm back from the holiday. Today I made some Easter update eggs. These will be for egg hunting. They are quite basic, but I think if I made them too busy with color, it would be too much. Decided to stick with just one pattern color and just simple patterns, and I think they'll be quite fun looking in the game.
Okay, so it's been a pretty interesting afternoon. I've just got off a call with Hybrid, one of our Kickstarter members who has inputted on another Scarlet design. This is his third Scarlet that he wanted to input on, which is a sort of frog themed Scarlet. And you can see here quickly before the calls took place, I wanted to sort of get into the rhythm of doing some frog designs. And you can see here I inputted quite a few different random sketches, very quick, didn't take too long at all, just to sort of get some forms and different designs down. And funnily enough, he actually really liked the middle one that I did, which was sort of like the closest to a final design. He really liked the sort of feathers on the head and overall look and posing to these frogs. So with his help, we actually managed to get a final design down, which is this little fella here. So this is the final one, and he was really happy with this. He inputted a lot of stuff. He thought that the purple should be a lot darker and that the lightest sort of tone of the left one should be the belly. And I think that really works. It sort of gives it a neon synthwave vibe. And then he also discussed that he really wanted 3 extra fins or feathers on the head that all convey a bit of a different colour. As we did experiment with lots of different colours on the fins, but I think we're sort of stuck with that purple hue as he wanted it to be distinguished from his other 2 Scarlets, which is completely fair, and I think it works really well. So I'm really happy with this neon synthwave frog, and tomorrow I'll get it modelled, and hopefully on stream on Friday we'll get it textured up and you can watch as his fully Scarlet comes into form.
Hello, another day, another egg. I think I'm getting closer to finishing all these Scarlet eggs. Although it is quite a slow process because they all have unique patterns. So this is a chirp's egg, and it was quite a tricky pattern to make in an egg, but I think it will look alright. It doesn't help that the background is blue. And then buttontail egg. Buttontail was quite straightforward. snarls pattern took a while, but I really like the colors and how it looks in the end. Quill egg I had to redo. It's just not a scarlet drawn over an egg anymore, which is an easy mistake to do, because this is a very tricky task. Didn't know it was going to be tricky. But yeah, I'm excited to finish all these eggs soon, and I'll move on to plushies. Hello! I finally finished all the eggs. The most important egg that I did today, that's the Thor egg. It needed its own mesh because it's got a physical mustache. I love this one. It's a rock egg. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's Friday and I've just sent off the pastels pack for Colouring Pixels. I sent off to Val for a review. So they've got the screenshots. Thankfully Rob was able to do a build. Made the assets as well. Jack already made the actual base asset for the logo, and then I've made them all into the different resolutions for the store page. And yeah, that's sent off to Steam now to be reviewed. All that's left today is to do more hexceed stuff there, since I'm loading it up. There we are. I managed to finish an extra 30 levels last night, so I think I'm up to 65 here total, plus one of the milestones. So this level 66, I think, should be blank. Well, 66 was done ages ago for a screenshot, of course. So yeah, I've still got. I want to do another 30 levels today if possible, and that'll be helping me catch up quite a bit if we look over on Trello. Yeah, though that's what I want to achieve today, and that'll leave me with like 45 levels next week plus some milestones. So it's looking more doable now. As you see, obviously all these are dated for today. I was hoping to get them done by now, but I fell behind and I've been playing catch up ever since.
Okay, so I just got wrapped up on the latest stream, and within the stream we were working on Hyped's new Skylet called Ribbit with a double T at the end. And you can see here the model was done before the stream, and during the stream I was actually texturing it up whilst also decimating some of the model down, because there was a few tweaks that Hype would want, which was the sort of making the back legs a bit more muscular and a bit more defined, which I did, and I also had to spend a long job of having to decimate this model down. There was quite a few polys, there was about 6,500. But after that, we got to the fun part, which was texturing. And you can see here, it looks pretty good. I'm actually really happy with it. It didn't take too long to texture at all. It's a bit more of a simpler sort of scarred design, but it definitely pops. It definitely stands out a lot. So I'm going to do a little bit more work on it now. There's a few more touches I want to do, adding a bit more highlights here and there, and adding a bit more detail to some areas, and maybe some glows to the sort of the frills at the back here. But yeah, really happy with how this scar came out. Nice job to Scarlet. Nice job to Hyped for coming up with a cool design.
Hello guys, it's Monday.
Hello, I'm back. What are we doing? I forgot how to do this.
We're still planning for the week, what we're doing. There's no Jack for the first couple of days, but in terms of what we're doing game-wise, I'm catching up with hexceed. There's quite a lot of hexceed to catch up on, but we are now there. Rob's caught up with the QA testing and stuff as well. So hopefully we'll be much more for that. And then towards the end of the week, I think I'm moving on to Wooloop, probably.
Wooloop, yeah, cool. And the rest of us can be working on Skystead, I think. So we've got, well, all of our games. So we're doing an in-game event for like Colouring Pixels, Hexceed, Skystead Ranch, all of that, all to do with Easter, and that's going to be starting next week from the 1st. So yeah, there's a lot of work to basically get that in. So we'll be working on that.
Okay, yeah. So I am back off from my 3-week break. A little bit of a surprise. I came back with a little project that I was just working on, just my free time really. It's Colouring Pixels but in 3D, so it's kind of cool. It's still a very much work in progress. This like main menu thing looks awful, but I'll just quickly show you around. Load up a park level, and essentially, yeah, well, it's just if you played Colouring Pixels, you'll know exactly what this is. Yeah, just a little project. I know Jack did a bit of work on Cubicle, which then re-imported into the game, which is good. I think there's still a fair amount of stuff that we want to do for this. A lot of in-editor stuff we'll need to add into Unity and things like that, and a lot of customization, things like that. But it was a fun little project, and hopefully we might be able to use it one day. So fingers crossed, and we can make something of it. Yeah, there you go. And then once you've done with one layer, you go up to the next layer,
And you can see you sort of build up a 3D image as you go along. You have to stop playing this because it's quite addictive.
So I didn't record yesterday because I was just making hexceed levels, but we're all done now. All the levels have been made and pushed. I think Rob's testing the last few now. We have been going through making the achievement icons. This is the sort of layer that Rob created way back when we first started for the first of the hexceed achievements. One benefit we have with this one compared to other games is that we know the achievement icons are going to be the same, just different colours. So I've gone through all 6 of the DLCs for this year that we'll be working on. Obviously up to Aquila, which is what we're doing right now. Just using the colours from the actual primary and world accents that Rob set up over here when creating the DLC. So yeah, those achievement icons are all made. I'm just going to go ahead and upload the ones for this year's achievement, or this month's achievement, sorry, and then get those tested and see if they're working. And then if that's the case, that'll be pretty much everything done for the hexceed DLC, minus a few sort of announcement stuff. So yeah, I'm going to wrap this up now, and then continue from there. So yeah, I've moved on to some Skystead work actually. So a couple of weeks back, Rob added the recycler as a new item, just something sort of like as an alternative to the bin. You can put items in it, and then you'll get resources back out. So we're going through all the items in the game. This is the long list of all the items that you can carry. I'm putting the values of what you get over here on the right. You see you've got the recycle drop. We're not doing coins because we don't want to disrupt the value of keeping your Skylards happy. So it's going to be wood and stone for most of the items. And what I've done as a basis is all the raw items, so such as like you get a berry off a bush, or you get a seed. If you put those into the recycler, I've put that as a base value of 2. And then any sort of chopped items goes up to 3, like chopped and squished, because that's what the cooking process is. So if you process the item before you recycle it, it'll go up to 3, so you get additional resource by putting a bit of work in. And then any sort of actual meals, I've given it a total of 10, because each meal has 3 items, so total of potentially 9 resource from processed items into a cooked meal, getting you 10 instead. So again, a little bit of an increase if you process all the items before you go ahead and recycle it. But now what I've done here, I've gotten the information from Rob in regards to the rarity of the fished items. So obviously you'll get quite a lot of the commons as opposed to the epics. So I'm going to try and incorporate that into the actual value of the stuff you get out of the recycler. So if you, for example, you catch a bit of driftwood, the amount of items you'll get will be a lot less than if you catch a finray, because that's going to be much harder to get. So I'll try and affect that there, and then what I need to do as well is over here we have the sort of the menu, the food list.
I mean, really, what is wrong with these people?
And anything that has like something particular, like the finray or the baby shark, which are both rare items or epic items, I'll increase the value of those accordingly as well, just to try and keep up to date with that. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of back and forth, double checking the rarity, and then if it affects a meal, and then try and get that as good as possible. Some of the items do require any veg, any meat, that sort of stuff. Yeah, so anything that's like any items at all, or any chopped meat, so it's not specified a particular one, I'll keep those costs quite low, because that could be a common item, but could be a rare item. That's up to the player. But anything that's specified specifically using a particular type of fish, I will make sure that's represented accordingly in the actual cost of the recycled item.
Okay, so I had a lot of fun this afternoon working on some new posters for Skystead. Rob wanted some sort of like advertisement poster on the event island when there wasn't an event on. So see here, I did the Easter one as it is the next event coming up, and I'm pretty happy with it. I sort of combined 2 styles. The style that I traditionally go for is just sort of a cell shaded look for a lot of the graphics of Skystead, but I've also mixed in a bit of a watercolour sort of paint aesthetic to make it look like it's been hand done in game. I don't think Rob's got it in game yet, but I've set it off and he seems like it, so hopefully when it's in game it'll look good. And if it does look good, I'll probably do the rest of the posters in this style too. But for now, I'm jumping back over to Cutting Pixels to work on some actual more Easter stuff, as by the time the Pastel DLC comes out, it'll be around Easter, so I'm going to include one Easter image in there with some pastelic Easter eggs.
So yeah, so far today has been just Wooloo, making a couple of levels for the Cats DLC, which is coming out in the end of the next month. Made 2 small levels here. We've got this tattoo, which someone submitted into the Discord, and this sort of a cat on a skateboard that someone submitted, and then Jack made a little trace over it to make it easier to make the level as well. So that's good to go as well. And then I've started working on these 2. This rainbow tunnel one, another photograph, I think is more ambitious than I expected. So I've moved over to the gladiator picture instead, which Jack has again traced for us as well. So yeah, so far so good. Started on this side of the image, still got a lot to go, but yeah, so far it's quite fun.
Alright, probably time I sort of explained what I've been actually working on this week. Yeah, so I've been working on a build which will be coming out next week, basically containing content for the Easter DLC, Easter event that I'm going to be running, the Extravaganza. Essentially, it includes this new large buildable object, which is what we're calling the event pier. So this is going to be here all year round, and each event that we add is going to have some sort of island or like platform that appears that you can walk around on and do some activities. So this is the Easter one, so this is going to run for 3 weeks, I think, in April, from the start of April, 1st of April, every year, and it will give you a chance to unlock some new items which are Easter specific. So we've got all of these little items, they're all grayed out, there's 8 of them, and you essentially, it's an Easter egg hunt. So you see these little green baskets, you just need to go around the world and find some Easter eggs to put in them, and then once you put in 6 you get an item. So I'm just going to quickly go and find some, or try to at least. Another thing you'll notice is during the event there'll be lots of like decorations around the island as well. It's one of the things that we kind of liked with the sort of like the layout that we've got with Skystead. We've got all of these like, oh, was this one? Yeah, here's an egg. We've got all these like areas where we can put little decoration items and things like that. Let's put it in this one. Yeah, there we go. And then once you get 6, we unlock the buildable. Should I try and find 6? And okay, I found the last egg. It's taken me so long, it's now night time. And yeah, so it's not a great example to use this one because most of it's black and white anyway, but the balloons are coloured now, and it now means that I can actually, if I go into the MISC tab, I haven't done a pass of the screenshot script yet, but yeah, you unlock the thing to build. And then that lets you get the new York skylight, which is really good as well.
Okay, so I've been working on the Pastels DLC again today. And like I said earlier, I did do a bit of a sort of Easter level, going over some pastel palette Easter eggs. And originally they did have lots of shadows on them and a bit more detail, but I decided just to get rid of them all, as there was a lot of different colours in there. I didn't want to sort of double the colour count. And I think they look a lot more nicer in design, and hopefully they'll be a lot more fun to colour too. But as for the level, I was working on this one as well, which I'm really happy with, which is sort of a love. I don't know why I did it in a love heart. I've done a lot of ones that are sort of in a circle or in a square, so I thought I'd try to change up the shape. But overall, I'm really happy with this one, especially the sort of like layered up design in terms of like a gradient that goes through the cityscape. But yeah, it was definitely a fun one to do. Didn't take too long. It is relatively large. It is 130 by 132. But as for the rest of the day, I've been doing a little bit of Skystead stuff. We're working on sort of doing some UI stuff like achievements, but one of the fun things I've been doing today is the new graphic for the main menu, sort of displaying the Easter event, which is going to replace the roadmap for a little while. As you can see here, I'm working on it now. I'm using Laura's Easter egg designs here as a bit of a reference. I'm going over them and tracing them in the sort of Skystead style. As you can see here, it's getting there pretty well. It's not going to take too much longer to do. But I'm sort of going to do a similar thing that I did with the roadmap, where if you hover over the icons, they'll change colour. So I'm going to do a few more Easter eggs, add in the background, and hopefully that'll be done. Rob Lee!
Hello.
It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday today, right? It's Tuesday, yes. I've just done sprint planning.
Yeah, it's start of April as well, so we're doing the extravaganza stuff. So that's most of what's going to happen today, sort of implementing all the stuff for those events and all the games. I'll be QA testing that as well. And then for the rest of the week, you're finished up the Colour and Pixels Pastels DLC, and I'm probably moving on to the Cuts DLC, I'd recommend as well, for the Voodoo DLC
a little bit. And yeah, just a lot of bug fixing on Skystead. I know Laura's going to be, well, Laura's ill, but hopefully she'll get better and carry on working on some of the assets for the upcoming update next month. So all of the greenhouse and stuff.
Okay, so I've been working on a lot of Easter themed icons and assets for the all the games that we do here at ToastieLabs. You know, so I've been doing icons for Wooloop, some little animations for Coloring Pixels and things like that. But now that I've been jumping over to Skystead, I'm making this for Lee, which is going to be the graphic for, you know, the announcement post for the update. As you can see here, I've put together a little scene here ranging through a bit of the Easter decorations and obviously probably the most two Eastery scars we have, which is Buttontail and Yuck. So I've put those in there, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to export this as a PNG, and I'm going to trace over it and make it look nice in a bit more of a 2DS style, and then hopefully Lee can use that for his update post, make it look a bit more professional, a bit more colourful.
my day's been taken up almost exclusively with the extravaganza stuff, so I've been doing a lot of QA testing in game. I've got the achievements popped as well for actually building the pier and getting the taming your first yoke, that character there. But other than that, there's been lots of announcement posts, so I've gone ahead and created this sort of quick icon for the posts themselves. But then, yeah, on all the different games, they all have different events running, so obviously implementing all the new actual events for other games like Colour and Pixels and Hexceed. Each game now has an announcement for that as well, and links back to Skystead Ranch as well, to try and get a bit more traction towards the main event that we've got running. And you've got that got on the website, you've got it over on Twitter, you see there, and on Blue Sky as well, which I thought I'd use a bit more. And on Discord as well, finally, so you've got it up here. Rob's be posting in the Skystead chat, but in the actual announcements post, I've got that live as well there, with a little GIF that I was quite happy with as well. I compress it a little bit just because of the length of it, but yeah, so all the announcements are out, all the games, all 4 of the games have their update out, and yeah, that's looking good.
Okay, so as you can see here, I did manage to complete the Easter update little graphic here for Lee's update posts. And you can see I'm pretty proud of this one. I'm really happy with it. I sort of took a lot of inspiration from the original version that I did, which was for the, I believe it was the roadmap update, where I sort of did a similar looking graphic. And Lee did suggest that it would be really good if the image was a bit longer. So I made it a bit longer for him, so hopefully it'll be easier for him to use. And as you can see here, behind it, I did just go over that little, not render, but little scene that I set up. So yeah, I did a little time-lapse of that. Hopefully you can sort of see my process and things that I try to build on. I'm not entirely sure what looks different from this one compared to the one. I'm thinking that the other one that I did, the warm-up version, was a bit softer in colour, as this one's a bit more vibrant and luxurious, which I think works better for the Easter update. But as for now, I'm working back on the sort of Colouring Pixels DLC, pastels, and I've just got finished doing this image here, which I'm really proud of, which is sort of just 2 cats looking at the sort of starry night. I'm pretty happy with this one, and now I'm going to get on to the next image.
So most of today has been spent on the store page merch stuff. The Skystead stuff's been ready for a bit of a while now, but yeah, got it up on the website live now. So a couple of beanies. We've never done those beanies before, other than sort of the base logo one down here. But yeah, I've got some new beanies for Skystead that you can check out. As well as that, we've just got the posters and the mugs, which we've done for previous games as well. We have revisited some of the pricing because it hasn't been updated since it went live a few years back. So some of the prices have been updated, but yeah, all the merch is now live and ready to be checked out.
Okay, so a big chunk of my work this week is finishing off the event stuff that we were working on last week. So we've gone ahead and done updates for all of our games. So this is the one with Colour and Pixels running the extravaganza event. You can see there's eggs falling down, and there should be some eggs rolling across the bottom here. I guess they haven't spawned in yet. They're always on like a random timer. They'll appear at some point. There's one. There's one. There you go. There's 5 different colours, and they just roll around. Just a bit of fun. For Hexceed, we've got the following. Yeah, we've got this, very similar to our other events. But Jack's done some artwork for some various bunnies and baskets and things like that to replace the bombs. So just very light and breezy. There you so you've got a chick there, egg basket. I think there's 4 different types. Yeah, there is four different types, but yeah. That's looking really cool. And then for Wooloop, we've got this. Cool, just trying to make sure that we've got all of the like similar colour schemes going across the board. We've got these little eggs that have got like negative space in them, which is kind of cool, and they fall down constantly. Yeah, only very light effect for this one, but it's still quite cool.
There's been a mixture of different Skystead or Skylight related bugs that I've been looking at getting, or not exactly bugs, sometimes balancing. But yeah, these 2 tasks here, we have issues with certain Skylights spawning requirements. As well as that, we knew Spore for quite a while had an issue where you could feed him 1 mushroom and he'd be happy. So we want to address some of those issues for balancing and spawning as well. So we're going through all the Skylight data here. All I've done for Spore is updated his food requirements up here, made it so he requires more food to be fully fed. And then I've been addressing all the other issues as well. So one of the big ones was that the Wendy Skylight, its requirement is that you have 3 nocturnal Skylights. But there's only 3 including itself, so technically it wasn't possible to fully tame a Wendy. So what we've done, we've added Nocturnal to both Spore and Truffle to make that more possible. And we've addressed some of the other issues with Luna spawning, as well as issues with Snarl clashing with Fjord as well. So loads of minor issues. A lot of the time was taken up though on this bit down here. This is the behaviour schedule for the Skylights. So for example, the Snarl here will do idle and wander throughout the day, and then these last 4 elements 6 to 9 on nighttime, so that's when it'll leave or it'll sleep depending on what state you've got it in. And I've been going through all of them, getting updated, because we changed the day-night cycle. It used to be 3 elements for nighttime, now it's 4, so I've been updating all the daytime ones. See there as well, more importantly, the nighttime ones actually sleep during the day, so the issue with spook spawning and despawning straight away, that was because it was leaving as it was spawning in. So now that's been corrected, that should hopefully fix that. And yeah, been a long list of, I'll show you over here, all the changes. I made a note of everything I've done there. So that's just so we can QA test the changes I've made, and then if they're good, those will be on the patch notes when they get sent out, whenever the next build for Skystead is.
Yeah, I've been working on a new spell. So your new utility spell, essentially people were getting skylets stuck in weird places, so we need to add this spell so that they can move skylets. I'm just calling it lift at the moment. I'm not sure if that's good descriptor. There's a gif of it kind of working, which I'm hopefully Lee's put on screen, but I just want to share this funny bug that I've accidentally just made. So now when you pick up a skylet, it just sort of, it looks awesome, but I'm not quite sure what's happening.
Okay, so I was off yesterday, but I did get a message from Rob saying if I could work on some new UI stuff for the new spell that Rob's been working on. So as you can see here, you can pick up the scars and stuff. I'm sure he's already shown this off. But I wanted to take a look to see what sort of UI he'd already implemented and sort of the effects of lifting up the scars, so I could have an idea of what the UI would look like. And yeah, so I've come up with a pretty cool design. I think it looks pretty good. So if I quickly jump over to Illustrator, this is the design I've went for, sort of showing that the scarlet is being lifted off the ground, and obviously the arrows indicate it can be moved. And overall, I think it looks pretty well. It's quite hard making UI for sort of a complicated sort of action, so I think the simplicity really helps. So I think it looks pretty clear, and hopefully it looks nice in game. I've noticed that in Skystead, I don't think this is intentional or not, but you can see in the UI wheel that we've got sort of 2 white icons on the top and bottom here, but on the right is coloured. It's sort of purposely made the one that would go on the left here, which is the maybe scarlet one, will also be coloured. So hopefully that'll look nice in game too.
So most of today has been spent on the Colour and Pixels DLC, the Pastels DLC there. So most of the levels are done now, there's only 4 left to go. But so far it's been pretty good. There's only been a couple of very minor changes here and there, like the odd pixel to change. But all in all, really not that much to do. So yeah, this should be done pretty soon. Other than that, all I've been doing is QA testing all of the Skystead changes that Rob's been putting in for the new spell. So yeah, a bit more QA testing on that, and then finishing up this DLC as well.
Okay, so considering I've got a bit of free time from other aspects of work, I thought I would help out Lee with a little bit with the Cats DLC, and thought I would do my own little version here of like a sort of kaiju / Godzilla cat. Found this really cool image of a sort of cat doing like this really cool pose to the dorsal fins in the back, so I thought I would just add to it and tweak it up to make it my own design. So you can see here the cat is pretty much traced over, but I've added some bits, changed the colour hues, and also put it in a cityscape to make it look a bit like Godzilla. And overall I'm pretty happy with it. The drawing came out pretty well. I think it should be pretty easy to follow. And I've got it in Unity now, and I've got all the pins put in. As you can see here, I've got it traced over. And it's going pretty well. I'm going to start with the head and then sort of make my way down the body. So hopefully it won't take too long. It is quite big though, so it'll be quite a bulky design, but hopefully I can get through it.
Yeah, so I've just been carrying on with this spell, this new spell that we're adding, the move skylet spell. I think it's working. So you can pick up skylets and they go all a bit dizzy and stuff like that when you're lifting them, and you can drop them again. They only stick to the areas where they're allowed, so these, Shelly's a bad example because he's about to be able to walk around, but Fawn, for example, here is unhappy, so he won't be able to leave this little side zone here, which is intended. But Shelly here, so he actually likes the Skystead, he's just walking off into the area now. You can move him wherever, and you can build little fences to keep them penned in as well. Oh dear, this is an awful pen. But you see how Shelly's trapped in there now. You can move them in and out. So it would be a nice way to just sort of like pen off your skylets when you get new ones and things like that, which is really good. And it should keep your crop safe when we eventually add that.
Hello guys, it's Tuesday.
Hello. Hello there. Yeah, so a bit of a different week from us this week. So a lot of us are going to be working on colouring voxels. Yeah. So Jack and Laura are going to be learning the cubicle software that we're using, and I'm going to be making a lot of effort in Engine to sort of like make the main menu better. It's a lot of performance issues. I know the game currently has, so a lot of work on that. And Lee's going to be working on the Cats DLC for Wooloop and some boring tax stuff. He has to write a GDD for Demetrius. Fun.
Yeah.
Alright, this week is going to be a little bit different to what we are normally working on. The majority of it is going to be on a new project, Colouring Voxels. I know we've touched on this on the previous day vlogs, and we've done a couple of streams about it now, but essentially because of some complicated tax reasons, we're basically going to have to quickly try and rush this project out. We were going to try and get a build submitted this month anyway, so that we could apply for Steam Next Fest. But yeah, so I think the plan is for 3 of us to do Colouring Voxels this month. And for me today, it's kind of boring stuff, but I've just been managing to get it to work on Steam. Something that we've done quite a few times before. It's very, very time consuming. There's a lot of things to set up, like all configurations for Mac and Linux, things like that. But yeah, it seems to be working. As you see there, I just launched it. Everything seems fine. We've got a test branch running for it. Everything seems to be good. So fingers crossed, I can just queue up a build and people can test out the newest levels. Yeah, so I've just been working on the main menu a bit more, on Colouring Voxels. So I'm getting there. It's just a bit awkward because we're using 3D UI, so it's a bit, it's difficult. It's all stuff that we've made ourselves. I made a quick logo, that's not the final one we're going with. But the idea is that these 2 buttons are, well, you probably played Colouring Pixels, it's exactly the same. These 2s are like world select or book select for the different worlds. It's really laggy. I'm going to have to improve on that so it really locks up when you click on them. But it is doing stuff, which is cool. And then this exit button works. Not a lot, but I'm getting there.
So one thing I've been doing yesterday and finishing up this morning is the Demetrius project. It needs a document for the game design stuff. It's always good practice to get a game design document anyway, but it's mostly for the BFI certification, so Rob can do some tax stuff later in the year. Just realised this is a GIF, nothing's meant to be, but that's fine. We have been going through, oh, that doesn't look right there. I'll make sure I'll fix that bit there, but yeah, I've been going through all the sections of the game design that I was working on with Cameron a few months back. And I've also been I've been revisiting some of the aspects as well, because obviously there were some aspects of the game like wanting to change anyway, so I've taken the time here to actually go ahead and add some extra notes about post-prototype stuff and what's been changed. Yeah, the document's done now, so a first draft. I'll save this now, let Rob give it a check over to make sure it's suitable, and then if it is, this will be something good that he'll be using for the certification and the tax stuff later in the year as well.
Okay, so I managed to get quite a lot done of my Colouring Voxels level, this sort of medieval sort of diorama here. And overall I'm quite happy with it so far. It is a bit bigger than what Laura's doing, so it is taking a bit longer than I thought it would, but I'm getting quite a lot done, a lot of detail incorporated into the level. As you can see here, I've finished off my little house here, which I've split up into 3 levels. So one's the bottom floor, there's the middle floor, and the last one's like sort of attic / roof. And you see here, I've tried to incorporate a lot of detail, or as much as I can, into each floor. However, Rob does seem to think that I could probably get away with a little more, so I'm going to go back to it and see what I can fill in. And you can see this is all the rest of the little levels I've been doing. I am trying to click on the middle floor, but it's not letting us. There we go. So you can see I've got the middle floor as well done. The little bed and a bookshelf with an attic ladder going to the top. And as for now, I'm taking that feedback that has been mentioned with adding a bit more of a interesting shape to the house, as it is sort of just cubic. So I am building a blacksmith sort of little hut over here, and you can see here I'm trying to mess around with some framework and adding a bit of a chimney that goes to the roof too. So as soon as I get this done, I'll show everyone what it looks like.
Yeah, so cracking on with Colouring Voxels, the main menu stuff still. Essentially the main bit of work I've been doing today is looking at the FPS. You see we're still at 60 FPS right now. We don't have any settings at the moment to turn VSync off, but I hope it's a lot better, because Colouring Pixels, one of the things that people liked was the fact that it ran at like 2000 FPS. I don't think we'll get quite that good performance, but hopefully in the hundreds at least. So I just basically swapped out all of the way that these cubes are rendered. So before there were each block was a cube in itself with 6 faces, and now it's only rendering the faces that are actually visible. So there's like inside this building, for example, here would be just like hundreds of cubes that just weren't visible at all. So that's all hollow now, which is very good, and we're using the instance graphics rendering as well.
which is cool. You just get more performance out of it. Yeah, and another cool thing is we've got sort of like an animation for loading in these worlds. So I assume we're going to do some time-lapse data like we've done with our other games. So when you complete a world, it'll like record the way that you did it and then play back the time-lapse. But for now, I've just got this this sort of like dissolve, and then it builds up manually type of thing. And then we've got some of the levels that Jack and Laura have been working on. I'm sure they've done recordings with it, but yeah, we've managed to get them in game. One thing I did notice that with Laura's work here, and I assume Jack's, it's just difficult to tell, it's inverting them. So in the screenshot that Laura sent over, the bear was on the left and the frog was on the right. I don't know what's going on there, but I don't think it makes a difference. I'll have a look and see if I can fix it though. Then we've got Jack's tavern level here, which is actually split up into 3.
Hello! This week, Rob tasked me and Jack with some voxel art, colouring voxels levels, and I think Jack is more comfortable with this kind of art style. But for me, it definitely is. There's a lot to learn for me. Yesterday, I spent all day making this tiny little diorama. It's much easier to make it cute when the level is quite small. So now today I've been learning to make a nice cute level that is bigger, and it's been quite challenging.
Okay, so yesterday was a bit more of a grim day. As you can see here, I did manage to get quite a lot of the world done, including the blacksmith little area I showed off yesterday. Hopefully when you play the level, you'll be able to get a sneak peek at what's inside here and get a little hint that the chimney does go all the way down. However, I did build a full sort of cemetery scene right here in the floor here. So I sort of smoothed out this area and built in a whole cemetery, and that really filled in the design. However, unfortunately, my save did corrupt and I've lost that section of the world. So that was about an hour and a half of work, maybe 2 hours, so it was quite a bit daunting at the end of the day, but I've came in early today, the next day, to try get this done before the guys come in, so I've got the rest of the day to fill in the rest of the scene. So I'm going to time-lapse it, and we'll see how quick we can get it done. Hopefully it'll be a bit quicker, as I know what I'm doing now, I know what sort of design I want, so hopefully I can get it done fairly quickly.
So it's been a day of making more levels for the Cats DLC for Wooloo, and so far it's been pretty good, good going. So on the Trello board here, I've made 4 levels so far today. So this hieroglyphs level, obviously you've just got the cat in the centre. The Sphinx, it's a bit creepy looking, but it's how the cats look, so hopefully that's come across quite nicely. This silhouette idea was actually Rob's idea, just sort of a negative space sort of filling for the cat. And I think it's turned out pretty well. It plays quite nicely as well. Changed the colours just to give it a bit more of an interesting look, because originally all of the lines were just black, but that can be quite dull to play, so I changed them to a gradient, which I think works quite nicely. And then finally, as we've seen, this lucky cat here as well. Just sort of like Japanese Chinese culture, the lucky cat with a waving arm. And yet they're all, as you can tell, a bit of a smaller scale, just because one of the problems we were seeing with Wooloo over the past year was that we slowly increased the size of levels, sort of like accidentally, just became a bit of a habit. So yeah, these smaller levels, hopefully they are fun to play, and yeah, once they've been tested, we'll see where we go from there.
Hello! I decided to look at more references, spend more time researching, and I found a style that I enjoyed looking at. I kind of decided to make the volcano a little bit more blocky, because I really liked how the first level came out, the farm one, with the little animals. Even though it was much smaller and simpler, I thought I could go bigger but still keep the blockiness. But then turns out it wasn't done in the right way, and it's just like a scene where there's just a volcano, but it should have been a bigger scene with a volcano just being one of the 16 things. So I tried again today. Where is it? Oh, here. I also switched to a different voxel creator. This one's called Goxel. It's a very strange name, but it works better in general than the cubicle. At least I find it much easier to work with it, even though it doesn't have some features that cubicle does. But yeah, I tried making the volcano again, but as part of a bigger scene. I think I'll start to run out of space soon, but I might just make the whole area bigger.
Yeah, so today has been a bit of a slog, honestly. So we're hitting some performance issues. We have spent some time earlier in the week getting the performance down quite well. So inside, if you go inside the blocks here, you can see that it's a bit awkward because it's moving. But you can see that like the internal faces aren't being rendered. You won't be able to notice this normally, but it does really help with performance a lot. But it isn't quite enough for the size of the worlds that we want to be making. So this is just like a temporary thing we've got at the moment. It's only got 3 levels, so we want to go for 16 for every world, in theory, which Jack has done here for the medieval one. And you see that it hitched a bit. We've actually removed one of the levels that he's done here. You see the FPS is dropping like a considerable amount now with this, and this is without the biggest level that you had, so the entire flooring isn't even rendered here. So we are having a bit of issues. A lot of it is just because the actual like computation on how we're like drawing the faces is all CPU bound. So I've been trying to make it instead of just like a bit technical, but instead of just running it in the update method, which runs on the CPU, make it a burstable job which runs on the graphics card. So all of this CPU usage, which is in blue here, we should be able to basically remove that, only leaving a tiny amount left. It doesn't help that we've got a lot of allocations here. These are like where it's a bit difficult to, when you're creating or destroying like large things like arrays and things like that, you get allocations, and these are really bad because it's memory management is slow. So we need to get rid of these and make the job burstable. So I'm hopeful we can get the FPS running really, really good, but it's just a bit awkward at the moment to get it to work.
A little bit of fun, that's become a little bit of a weird tradition in ToastieLabs, is this sort of Easter egg jar. So getting close to Easter, just have a bit of fun in the office. I put together this jar full of various size eggs, and then it's just a case of everyone's going to guess how many's in the jar. I'll count them all out, and then whoever get the closest number, I'll win the whole jar of eggs. But yeah, I've prepped it a bit early this year. We'll be doing it next week because next week's actually Easter week. So yeah, put some comments below how many you think's in, and we'll find out in the next video how many eggs are in the jar.
Okay, so I've just got finished doing sort of the first pass of the medieval level world, for coloring voxels. I can see here it's pretty much content complete. I did send off the guys, we've had a little QA of it, and there's a lot of things I want to do, a lot of tweaking work, such as making edits to the buildings, and this is going to be quite a pain to do in Cubicle. However, Laura's been using a new program called, I think is it Goxel? Goxel. And I've just put my world in here, and it seems to have a lot more tools to be able to edit. So one of the big pieces of feedback was to sort of incorporate the floor in each individual level, so that the floor isn't an individual level. So if I look at the floor here, where is it? I can find it. Floor. There's the floor. The floor is one big level, and it's really boring to do. So what I'm going to try to do is, I'm going to essentially try jigsaw pieces out of the floor and merge it to parts of the world. So you can see here, we've got the house. So I'm going to try cut this piece of the floor out, so it goes on with the house. And hopefully it'll be easier to do in this software.
Oh guys, happy Monday!
Yeah, we've just been planning this week, going what we're doing. It's sort of like a bit on everything, really. So we also on next Coin Pixels DLC, which is the Zodiac DLC. Yep. Laura's making some art tests for the Skystead Kingdom project, just to get some sort of stuff on that. Me and Rob are doing some game design stuff for that as well, just sort of in preparation for next week's interview. And yeah, Bloop has Cats DLC, and then Rob's doing Skystead stuff as well. That's it, all over the place.
All over the place.
Bit of everything.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say.
So you might remember last week that I was showing the egg sort of jar competition thing we do every year. Counting them all up, you can see there Rob's won. He picked the funny number, so he won because of that. So now he's got his eggs over there, and he's eating them already.
Hello, today I was working on this potential game that we'll be making. hopefully the plan does go ahead. That would be amazing. It's a Skystead Kingdom project, and I just made a little block out of what it could look like, or at least like a part of it would look like. I might make it a little bit bigger just so there's more stuff and just so the idea is a little more clear. This might not even be the end result, but I guess it's good to play around with some stuff. It's good to play around with some ideas and do some research. So I made a few hexagon squares and I tiled them together. Oops. I'm so used to the voxel app, so the keys are different for Blender again. But I made a few hexagons in varying heights and colors so that I can easily stack them together and reuse them. For this texture, it would probably be best to use a tiling texture because it will be a very simple, very low poly game, and that could decrease the time and increase the performance of the game.
Okay, so I've been doing a lot of work on concept art for Skystead Kingdom, and my initial thought of process was just going through and designing sort of architecture for all of the different races that are in the game, which is going to be keepers, elvians, humans, and the sort of air quotes evil race that's sort of like accumulation of all different races in sort of one faction. And you saw here, I did a lot of quick sketches, but I didn't like how these were looking. I couldn't really convey what my vision was, so I started moving over to markers here. And you see that these look a lot more cleaner, and this is actually the architecture for Elvians. And there's nothing really specific here. It's sort of, you know, like houses. We've got maybe like a little town here. This could be maybe like an inn or something like that, or a blacksmith. There's nothing specific. So I did all of those buildings for different races. This is the human ones, which has definitely got that sort of classic England medieval architecture spruced in there in a little bit, at the water wheel, the big tower here, the sort of castle aesthetic here. We've also got some blank pages. There we go. This is the evil faction, so lots more steampunky sort of not planet destroying, sort of world damaging sort of machinery going on here. So you can see, like, I know Rob was saying the Mortal Engine aesthetic could work quite well, so I started doing things that like standing on legs, lots of pipes, lots of smoke, windmills, things like that. Quite happy with these ones. We've got the keepers as the last one, and this is sort of just made out of scrap metal and junk. Anything that keepers get their hands on, they will make buildings out of, and Rob really seemed to like the sort of stacking sort of effect here on the houses, where it looks like if a keeper moves in, they'll just bring their house with them and stack it on top of that other one. So I think we're going to go for this sort of design for a lot of the buildings. And now I'm sort of moving on to the hexagon-based artwork here. Lots of sort of styles and layouts. Hopefully Laura can make use out of this stuff in her 3D modelling stuff. And you can see here we've got random designs here. And for what I'm working on today, I've got a big list to go through, and this is sort of working on more architecture. However, it's going to be for specific buildings. So you can see here I'm working on the blacksmith buildings for every sort of race. So we've got here, this is the keeper one at the top here, the blue one. And you can see here sort of laying those buildings, and it's got those like nice little flags and little what do you call them? Like little sails that the keepers use on a lot of things. This is the human one. Again, lots more of a traditional medieval look. I took a lot of inspiration from like Elder Scrolls things for this one. And this is the Elven one, which I think I've gone for a bit more of a tribal look, which I really like. And this is, of course, the evil faction, which is sort of more steampunky and a lot more hazardous. So I'm going to continue these buildings. I've got to do a few more. I think there's going to be an inn, there's going to be some houses, there's going to be some farms. So I'm going to get as many buildings as I've done for these factions, and we'll see how we go from there.
So another day, another game design document for tax purposes, and for the interview that Rob has next week, which is for a potential government grant for making a game project. So yeah, it's quite important that we actually show that we're making progress on the game. We've seen Jack making some concept art already, but yeah, me and Rob over here on my little notebook here went through yesterday and was having a discussion, make sure we're on the same page, and no pun intended, with the game design, just to make sure we can get the document in a state we like, and that we all, speaking about the same sort of thing, that what I'm writing down here is the same as what we'll be saying in the interview. But yeah, as you see, quite a lot of things to fill in. I've done a good chunk of it so far. I'm onto the mechanics side of the game, which is like the biggest part of the document to fill in. It's just going in depth as much as I can with that. There's quite a lot left to do. I want to get this done ideally today, at least for the first draft, so Rob can give it a read over, etc. So I'm going to clock out for now because it's getting a bit late. I need to head off and do some stuff, but then I'll be clocking back in later tonight with remote desktoping to make sure I can get this finished up because, yeah, making good progress and I don't want to break up the floor too much.
Yesterday was a bit of a write-off, not gonna lie. I got really distracted working on colouring voxels, trying to get the FPS as best as it can be. Don't have much to show for it, but I do have some ideas on how we can make the FPS even better. It's okay in this screen, it's just when we get to the main menu and it's trying to render thousands and thousands of voxels, it's a bit of an issue. But yeah, today anyway, I put all that aside and I focused on the main UI for when you're actually playing the game. So this UI should hopefully look a bit familiar for those of you who play Colouring Pixels, essentially showing you which colour you've got selected. Actually shows you which colour you've got selected now as well. Before there was no actual colour assignment. Got this little bar at the top that shows you how many pixels we've got left. Just made that look a bit nicer. I think we can do a bit better. It's difficult to see, but like there's a tiny bit of clipping going on here when you press it in. Just one of the side effects of using 3D UI. And yeah, another thing is that, hang on, I'll just colour this in, is that these UI indications pop up to show you which one you've got selected, and they also fill in once you've actually completed a layer. So one of the big bits of feedback we got from Show and Tell on Friday was that it's really difficult to see which layer you're on. So hopefully this should fix it. Another thing to note is that we've got these little, I've sort of changed the textures here. So we've got a little bit of texture on the ones that aren't selected. So we've got 25 selected now, but 26 it's got this sort of checkered pattern in it. So then 25 is bold and white. Just a little bit, just trying to make it a little bit easier to see what's going on. You see it changes it all there. Then yeah, we get this little green tick. I think the next step is to make it move over to the next layer automatically, but for now you just have to click and it'll load it in.